and I fought the nationals in California, and I hit this kid with a wheel kick.
Racism came YouTube fucking like show. But racism came from competition.
Yeah, just some sort of. Yeah. I saw that movie. I'll never forget. That movie was. I remember watching the movie. Yeah, I didn't know what it was about. It was crazy. What a mean and deep meaning. Yeah. That dude.
You're your biggest enemy, really somebody.
I guess you kind of just get used to that. Where you're just like, you're a professional. Yeah, that's your sport. That's your living. This is what you do.
Who's likely? And it's just like statistically, who's likely to
like some sense of purpose? And then I was like, what the fuck? So how so you didn't have like
who's likely to rob?
dreams to be like a taekwondo champ or anything? I had dreams to be an Olympic.
Find just Google. Sorry, I'm not looking right now. Google that school in Colorado. School in Colorado. Play night for children of color. Bro,
I remember hearing that.
I wouldn't even take my daughter. And I hate Colorado. You hate Colorado? Altitude. Oh yeah, that fucked me up. I got altitude sickness.
What about the people that did get there that night? So, like, what type of people are they?
Denver elementary schools facing backlash for planning of families of color. Read the fucking sign. You put that. These are the same.
One guy put those letters up there on that sign.
These are the same people that would take their kids to a draft lunch.
I remember that. Yeah. They brought like drag queens to the school for the kids.
I was not sure.
I can do things they can't do. Like regular kickboxers, it was amazing how many of them were just boxers who learned a few shitty kicks, and they would stand on the outside and they would take a step forward and just blast.
Activists, pimps, mom/school board for promoting family-friendly Halloween dress.
I was like, fuck, leg kicks.
Yeah, bro, I just think the pendulum is gonna swing on this wacky shit, man. I just think it's just gonna swing back. You saw that fucking non-binary person that worked for Biden? Yes, stealing suitcases. Oh my god, bro. That was so fucking. That person is a very weird looking person. That motherfucker at first said,
then did it again.
Because I was doing taekwondo at the same time.
So they're just hiring. They're just hiring people because they're like non-binary, or because they wear dresses. His fucking the black lady, the Haitian lady.
She
I saw this old clip of Joe Biden when he was a lot younger in politics. He like totally against.
Oh yeah, he changed up his whole thing.
He switched, like totally switched.
He said some fucked up shit about the war on drugs too. He said some fucked up shit about black people.
He was like totally the opposite.
Daughters, right? His daughters about. Yeah, maybe. It was in front of Congress. He like full on said the N-word in front of Congress like days ago. They just change it up, bro. Motherfuckers change their words, but they don't change it.
Yeah, it's all for the money.
That's it. Yeah, whatever the flavor of the fucking year, they just go along with it. If we do it right in America,
I feel real fortunate to have grown up.
You think that's the right thing to do? Really? And then
see the UFC emerge in '93.
Do you really think it'll be good if they elect Trump again?
Incredible transformation of martial arts, where martial arts advances more in 20 years than it had in the last 30,000.
It really does. It really does.
Yeah, he will shake shit.
Because that's such a cool question.
At the least, he shakes it.
Yeah, he makes you
At least it's different
how
than
much
what we got going on now.
How much do you listen?
Like I remember I used to do taekwondo with
Unity?
kickboxing at the time.
I feel
Yeah,
like
at least you had
two.
yeah, but you had two strong sides. Now it just seems like
Trump.
nobody respects him.
There might have been more unity, like he had with the right and the left might have each been unified together, but there was definitely
Now you just got a pawn, a dirty pawn that nuts.
now everybody hates Biden. I mean, nobody defends Biden.
Back when Trump was president, we had anti-Trump.
Right.
Exactly.
You don't remember
Yeah.
that. How much is gas money?
4.
How much was it to you?
250.
Yeah, 2 and change.
Has your wages increased that much?
No.
Plus the media, bro. The media was making so much money when Trump was president. There was kids, there was people like on YouTube, independent journalists that were making their whole career off just talking shit about Trump. Like they were doing more numbers, more revenue than ever before because of Trump. Because he was just feeding them all that meat.
He is pretty wild.
I'd go see a Trump one-man show.
Yeah.
1,200 ticket, give it
Right.
Have you ever been to one of his rallies?
No, I haven't been there. That's shame. All Trump meets me, he'll fall
They'll
in love.
put you on TV.
Oh yeah,
100%.
I'd be the biggest black nigga.
Yes. Probably. Wow. You would.
All I gotta do is go and make Trump.
Yeah.
I'd be the biggest black queen in the world.
For real.
If once the Republican Party gets a hold of me, find out they find out that I look like this and I'm a black Republican.
Yeah.
Oh, bro, I'm millions.
You know how Trump always
We got to be able to link you with DeSantis or something.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Florida is where woke comes to die.
Bro, I saw DeSanto at a hockey game, at the Tampa Lightning game.
Yeah. Oh,
He
yeah.
came to
He was
a-
living.
We were in the suite right next door. He walked. There was like the biggest suite was next door to us. He fucking walked in, bro. The ladies, the moms, like the fucking cougars that were in our suite were climbing over the fucking window to get in to meet DeSantis.
He was the man.
People were fucking. There was like more of a fucking crowd than I could imagine Justin fucking Bieber would have. Like people clawing to get to him and get pictures with him. There was a line of fucking like 40-year-old women going out the door and around the corner trying to get pictures. It was insane. And he's a governor. Like
No.
it was like
held
he
it
was
down
a,
in Florida.
he was like a
Big time.
huge celebrity, bro. It was crazy. I would never have imagined that a fucking Florida governor would be like such a celebrity.
Who's up
Fucking what's his name? Was that
Rick?
weird looking guy? Rick Scott.
Scott. Super
Bro,
farmer.
He
dude.
looked like Baltimore from Harry Potter.
He was basically
Pull the picture of
pill
Rick Scott.
epidemic in Florida was Rick Scott. The pill epidemic. The pain pills.
Rick Scott
he was
took
like
money
big
from-
pharma pain
yeah,
pill. Like
took money.
he was the reason Florida was pill epidemic central.
Yeah, he took money from like big pharma. He took money from.
His company had the single biggest fine in history as pharmaceutical.
Roast this guy, bro. Look at this guy. Look at that. Click on the
Yeah,
one next to
bro.
the pink one. Yeah, click on that one. Look.
He looks like a big walk.
He is straight up.
I'm gonna look some fake.
He looks like someone you look at. Look at the one with him smiling. No, to the right of that, right there. He looks like someone I would not trust.
After this, I gotta go get sober.
I know we thought. What time you perform? Where at Tampa Improv?
I'm not saying that's
Size split.
Yeah, bro. I don't know, man. I don't know Trump.
You doing one show or what? Or a couple? 7 and 10?
Here, bro. So
right.
Get right.
Take
to
that
salt.
salt,
Take
baby.
the salt. Take the salt with you, man.
Woo! Back out here like Ric Flair, baby.
Oh.
Santos is like that. Yeah, I'm gonna get in their place.
Are you?
South.
South of here. Like where?
Like Miami, Fort Lauderdale?
Yes. Yes.
So much more
Yeah.
You know what's
Miami's
crazy?
different.
You know what's weird about here? Like,
It's different than here.
yeah, Miami's like a different fucking country. It's not the same. It's like, it's I don't know,
But
bro.
it is a spot.
To me, like Miami's like Vegas. The best 2 days is the day you get there and the day. I can't fucking stand being in Miami.
South Beach, bro.
Yeah,
true.
true. Yeah, South Beach, Brickell and shit. That shit is so fucking busy, fast paced. It is insanely packed with people, though. It's insane.
I like it.
But it's nice. Beautiful.
How often do you, if your kid's living in LA, how often do you get to see your kids?
Every day on FaceTime.
Every day.
Yeah.
But I go there like twice.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I go
Are
there.
you still good with your baby mama? Tight with
Mhm.
it?
I'll be there every Monday, actually. See my babies. I have them this week.
Good holidays.
So what do they think about everything you're doing?
Hey, you know, thanks. I remember one day I picked her up from school. She was like, Dad, one of my friends was sad, so I told him that him and his whole family have tickets to the picture.
Just melts your heart, right? It's so cool.
That's gonna cost me some money,
yeah,
but
like,
burn a hole in my wallet, man.
No, that's cool. They recognize it though, and they think that it's cool.
It's rare. It's rare that I meet people. How old are you?
I got to 37.
Yeah, I'm 35, and it's so rare that I meet people that are my age that have kids. I feel like, yeah. 2, 3, and 3 months.
3 and
One's 3 years old, one's 3 months old. No, bro, the 3-month-old's the best. The first kid was like up every 3 hours from the night for the first year and a half. This baby only wakes up once a night. My wife is I don't have to do shit for them days.
That's good.
Yeah, it's great. I just deal with the toddler. It's like man on man defense. I just take the toddler and my wife takes the
2-year-olds.
both girls, right? I feel like girls are. Everyone says that girls are better because the guys just start chasing this. Yeah. Girls more.
My 8-year-old, I know what's with you.
That's dope.
2-year-olds,
You're lucky you got a girl. Isn't it weird how they're so fucking different, like right out of the oven? Just like baked in. So weird. And they're probably raised the same, right? They grew up together.
Kids. 2-year-old loves cheese.
Do they watch your stand up?
She watched it.
Does she? Does she like?
She gets you. 8-year-old. She probably gets that.
You think? Yeah.
She gets you.
So
She got that fucking that gene, that funny gene.
She knows how to spell some jokes. She tells me jokes all the time.
Really?
Yeah.
that's so cool.
All the fucking time.
That's so cool.
She'll text me jokes. Yeah, funny. Ha ha ha.
And then you roast her. You know, roast your daughter. When you do any given show, how much of it ends up being just crowd work, like roasting people in the crowd, and then like how much of it is how often does your normal set like go off the rails and you start fucking with the crowd?
So out of an hour, you gotta be careful.
What do you mean?
Try to shout me out.
Really? Yeah, anyone like try to get violent? Yeah. Johnny Mitchell's a take two too. He had a guy like pull him right off the fucking stage. He's kind of a skinny guy. Yeah. Yeah. He told the guy, he's like, you've been fucked in every hole, haven't you? The guy didn't do it. It's like, oh, you were a snitch. Then the guy jumped on stage and fucking grabbed it. I couldn't. Yeah, bro, it had like 5 million views.
It's been my boy for a long time.
The other thing I wanted to ask you, you mentioned it briefly last time you were on the podcast. We just talked about it. You mentioned that your grandfather was Frank Lucas. Oh, your great uncle was Frank Lucas. That's fucking crazy. How did you first learn about that? Did your mom just tell you that one day, or like...
No? So Frank, my dad's from Cuba. Frank Lucas's brother. I mean, not
Frank Lucas's brother adopted your dad. Okay.
Oh shit! Yeah, yeah. That's why I got the Lucas.
Oh, that's fucking wild.
I met Frank like 2 times. He died and
What did your dad say about growing up? Your dad grew up with his brother. Yeah.
But I have a cousin, Obi. Shout out to Obi Lucas. And he'll call me every few months and he'll be like, Dave, tell these niggas Frank Lucas how cute. Yeah, Frank Lucas.
Just for some validation.
He'll
You know he's probably telling a wild ass story. He's telling them over there like, no fucking way. He's like, I'm gonna call somebody.
Every few months, I'll get a call from him. Be like, Dave, tell these niggas Frank Lucas how cute. I'm like, yeah, that's how.
You know, there was a really extravagant background story to that, and he just needed that one confirmation to legitimize
He
it.
put on speakerphone.
Yeah.
I'm about to call it right now. Hold on.
Yeah, watch.
Oh man, that's great, bro.
That's a cool tie, though.
So how long until the that comedy club in Austin is ready? And you guys are like,
So I think the date of completion is mid-March, and training and everything. I mean, come on. Damn, fuck.
how much is it? It only killed half the bottle, bro. I guess that's a lot.
That's just strong.
Yeah, it's strong buzzing.
I had 8 shit.
Buzzing?
Yeah.
Woo! So completion should be mid.
Okay. And it's called the mothership. We gotta go. Fucking sick, bro.
Come on now.
Yeah, we gotta go.
There's a strip club in Tampa called 2001, and they have a flying saucer on top of it. And the flying saucer is like, what is it?
Private room.
The private room, private lap.
It has a UFO
in the
on the
flying
roof.
saucer. In
Yeah.
the flying saucer.
It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of the most. Tampa's like a strip club. Like strip club capital.
Oh yeah. I haven't been there, but I've seen videos. It look. It's different. Different.
I don't know
Different
about
women.
Atlanta, bro.
Different women.
I
Magic
have been to a
City?
strip club in
It's
Atlanta.
different.
Magic City.
I've never been to Magic City, but I've been to I went to one really nice strip club in Atlanta. This shit was like a shopping mall.
Tampa got a lot of white and Spanish women.
Okay.
A lot of black
The
women.
food at Magic City.
Yeah.
Is it good?
Can you pull up a picture of Magic City wings?
Is it good?
They named them after a basketball player. You gotta find Lou Williams
Oh, Lou Williams.
No
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
because he got like $100,000 fine to go get these wings.
Yeah. To go get their chicken wings. Yeah.
Oh, how funny is
A
that?
couple years ago.
Ooh. Oh, that looks good.
Hey, there's somewhere to eat right here. I'm hungry.
Yeah, bro, we can go right next door and get some food. Bro, there's a strip club. What's it called? The Penthouse Club in Tampa. You got fire steaks. We got good food, man. I recommend the Penthouse Club, or I've never been inside of 2001, but I've heard fucking flying saucer.
There's no food.
I don't want to eat.
That's the thing. Oh, yeah. They got fire food. Look, go scroll down. Look at their steaks. Dine at Prime. I don't care about this. Bro, it's weird. Some of at the Penthouse Club and like the Dollhouse, some of the like the bar girls, the girls that serve the drinks, the waitresses, they're like way finer than strippers.
They don't have daddies.
Right.
Yeah.
They're just in it for the money.
I want to be Catholic.
Yeah.
They probably still make the same amount of money.
Sometimes
Think?
more.
You think they make more?
Sometimes.
Bro, how crazy is it that at the strip clubs in Tampa, these girls travel from like the East Coast to fucking work there? The girl will be like, I live in Orlando, I live in fucking Cocoa Beach. They drive 2 to 3 hours just to go to strippers.
Yeah, so you come making like 6, 7 grand a week. I don't know.
Yeah.
They're probably making more. They got Tom Brady over here now.
Yeah. And you can actually control your income. Like, who said you can't?
You don't have to pay tax on all of it.
So what I found out, girls pay to dance.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pay
Yeah,
to
yeah,
dance.
yeah, they get like a percentage of their money, right?
Well, they pay to dance for the night. It's just the people they get.
I thought they just had to like do like a revenue share.
I don't know. I know over here, like locally, they pay to dance.
Yeah, most of them.
Yeah, Joe Redner run. I think he said that.
You go, you might pay a couple $100 or $150 to dance for the night. Get a break off the DJ, bartender. Doors out.
All right, let's do some food, bro. Thanks for coming on, man.
Oh, of course.
Shout out everybody where they can find more of your shit online.
Hey, man,
Oh yeah. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah. Good night, world. Johnny Mitchell, thanks for coming in.
Yes, sir, man. Thanks for fucking having me here.
You're like a social media sensation right now. You're like blowing up with YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and like you started all this shit less than 2 months ago. Is that what it is?
As soon as Andrew Tate got banned, I saw the void in the market, you know, and I stepped in. That's what they're calling me. My friends are fucking breaking my balls back in LA. They're like, "You're the Andrew Tate of comedy, man." I'm like, I don't want that. I don't want that, please.
How much time have you spent? Is this your first time in this like part of Florida?
Yeah. I've only been to Miami pretty much just to do comedy.
Right, that makes sense. Yeah, this is a very different town than where you live. Yeah.
Well, LA.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Cool. For sure. It's so funny because you made a comment when you walked in here about like this town, this whole like bumfuck Florida town we're in right now.
yeah. It looks like Cops. It looks everything in Florida looks like the show Cops. There's no sidewalks, right? It's like it looks like there should be a couple of people that escaped from an insane asylum walking down the street, a couple of crackheads. But no, we're in a nice area.
Yeah, there's a couple. That's a decent area. It's okay.
It changes quick. It changes quick. There's like one, it could be like a plantation style house, and then there's a gas station.
Yeah. It's funny that most people who make all the like the comments or that notice this kind of town where it sticks out to them, all those people from LA, they're always the ones who make the comments.
Yeah.
I think the only like the last person who was freaking out was Jamie Kennedy. He crawled in here. He was like looking over his shoulder. He's like, "Where's the fucking crackheads?"
He's a bit of a hypochondriac. I know Jamie quite well.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
He's a bit of a hypochondriac.
Where's the crackheads?
Yeah. He still won't touch my after COVID. Like
Really?
He still like elbow bumps me. I'm like, it's over. Forget it. Just give me a goddamn handshake, weirdo.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
And your podcast is fucking fascinating. I just listen to every episode. So it's
Thank
like
you, brother.
you just decided to tell your own story episodically of like your life in crime, and then trying to transition into interviewing people. Or...
Yeah, exactly. Like I would watch, in my YouTube feed, I see every different kind of like drug and prison show because they're fascinating, right? But it's either like some, big cholo dude that is like the craziest shit I've seen in prison, and it's fascinating, but you can't listen to it for more than like 5 minutes because it's just quality is usually poor. There's no kind of production value to it, or it's like some Oxford educated guy from Vice News who's like, let me tell you about the Sinaloa cartel. It's like, no, motherfucker. I'll tell you about the Sinaloa cartel. I've been with those guys. So I was like, maybe that's what I could do. I could do like a prison and a drug and crime show, but from the perspective of somebody that's been in the life, but who also can kind of, I don't know, articulate it, bring like a news element to it, like a news quality element. So that's where I got the idea from. But no, I didn't plan to make it episodic, like track through from the beginnings. I just kind of started. I just kind of went, and it organically kind of became this like chronological thing.
What gave you the idea to start it?
I think because I tell a lot of jokes on stage. I do comedy, I do stand-up comedy for the fans that don't know, and I tell a lot of these prison stories just because it's such good humor. So it's such good fodder for comedy. And I wrote a book actually during the pandemic, Days of the Trap, and it was pretty well received. So I was like, well, what if I extrapolated these stories and made it like true crime documentary style? Like, what if I told you actually how drug trafficking works? Because we always hear about the drug cartels, drug routes. Well, what does that mean? What's a drug route? How do you actually make money selling cocaine? What is prison actually like day to day? What do these things mean? Didn't see a lot of people doing that. So I don't know. That's just kind of what motivated me to get going with it.
And how long ago did you get out of prison?
Oh, it's been years. It's been like over a decade.
Over a decade?
Yeah. I came home in 2012, beginning of 2012, and I was on parole. I had a 3-year tail, but I just blew parole and just moved to LA immediately. Like, I went home, lived with my parents, saved up some money, and moved to LA within like 5 months of being out of prison. And just started writing screenplays. Started doing stand-up comedy. Yeah.
So you were
Never
like
looked back.
hyper motivated.
Hyper motivated.
Your life around.
Fuck yeah. Oh my God. For anybody who's like loafing, I recommend prison. I recommend a little prison bit for everybody, because when you lose time, like when you see the days of your life just getting flushed down the toilet, nothing is a better motivator. Like you want to get that time back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so it's like really. Also, I went too far with it. Like I was like manic when I got out. I probably had PTSD from seeing shit in there, whatever. But yeah, it definitely changed my life for the better. I mean, I do regret like losing all this money I made, but I think it gave me direction.
Yeah, man. I say it all the time because I've had quite a number of ex-cons in here, people that have been in prison for a long period of time.
Yeah.
For a long period of time, and they're the most interesting people I've ever talked to. They
Yeah.
always have the most character. They're just the most interesting people.
Yeah.
For some reason, something about spending lots of time staring at a wall, reflecting on your life and your experiences does something to you that is just
Yeah. Well, also criminals, I don't know what comes first sometimes. I think the personality comes first. I think that personality, that proclivity, whatever it is to, like Roger Reeves, right? Pablo Escobar's main cocaine pilot. Like, what is it about? There's something in him, an angst, an energy that is just in him naturally that made him want to, like, go be a bad boy, go, step outside of like norms. That's what being in prison, that's what breaking the law is. It's like, it's antisocial behavior. So that's kind of in all of us, I think. But prison either makes you worse, makes you really go further into the darkness, or it makes you channel that antisocial inclination into something positive. So it made me want to go into show business and become a stand-up comedian. That's definitely antisocial, but like that's not normal either. You know what I mean? Like neither is podcast.
No,
right?
Yeah,
Like
sure.
your parents are like, what the fuck is this? You know? This is a job. But so yeah, I think it comes first. I think that being interested, prison doesn't make you interesting, gives you interesting stories, but you end up in there because you have something different about it.
Yeah. Roger's a very unique case. He's interesting. I mean, he's such a soft, spoken, polite gentleman.
Yeah.
This guy's escaped prison 8 times.
Yeah, he's been in Mexican torture almost to death. Fucking wild.
Unbelievable. So, in your early years, how did you get into drug trafficking?
Well, I started out in drug dealing, right? From the bottom, like everybody. Pretty much everybody, unless you're like, this Mexican kingpin and you kind of just handed it down to you. In America, everybody starts just with hand sales. So, it was the early 2000s, and it was just kind of the culture in the Northwest and in California on the West Coast. That was where like the revolution happened, where, in the 90s, weed started to be grown en masse in Northern California, Southern Oregon, and it kind of started to replace the Mexican marijuana that dominated the U.S. market up until then, right? So we were on the precipice of that. So weed was abundant, it was cheap, and it was just a way for high school kids to make money. It was like I described the green rush of that era, of the early 2000s, as like the crack boom of the 80s for black people in the ghetto. Like everybody was involved with it somehow. I knew multiple people that went away for selling shit. So that's just kind of how it started. I wanted to smoke weed for free, and I always wanted to. I was fascinated with it, to be honest with you. I was always like, I think that's the show, The Connect, that I do now. I think that is my fascination with it. I've always been fascinated. I would see people, older people, older brothers of people I went to school with, like making a living from selling pot. I'm like, how do they do this? Like, how? I thought you had to be Scarface to make money selling drugs. So how do you get the money to buy? How do you find people to buy the drugs? How do you find people to sell you the drugs? It was like it was fascinating. The underworld was fascinating. It's like drug dealing. It's like magic. I say that in one of my episodes. They used to call the Colombian cocaine kingpins in the 70s mind players, magicians. Like, how do you just take this thing and just turn it into money? How does the street bring you back money? It's like the invisible hand. So I was, so I just wanted to see like how far I could go with it. So I just started off just like buying ounces, dishing them off to my friends, losing money. I lost money for years, or I would make like almost no money. So it was like business. It was having a small business, and it just kept growing very steadily. And we would have setbacks and robberies and police raids and all manner of crazy shit. And yeah, I didn't I didn't get rich until my last 2 years before I got locked up.
That's when you're using cocaine and stuff.
Yeah, but I didn't get rich selling coke. I got rich moving pot.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. The markup was it's hard to make a lot of money selling coke. It's hard to make a lot of money selling coke.
I thought the opposite.
You can make good money selling small amounts of coke, but to get rich selling coke, I mean, think about it. If I can make $1,000 profit per pound, it's feasible. It's easy, not easy, but it's much easier to sell 20 pounds of weed a week than it is to sell, I don't know, 10 kilos of coke. Because way more people smoke pot than they use coke, right? So,
yeah, I mean, depending on where you're at, the city you're in.
But I was moving it all over the country. So,
but you were based in Northern California?
I was based in Oregon. I was based in Portland, Oregon. So I was shipping it to New Jersey, upstate New York.
Oh, you were shipping it?
Yeah, Florida, Oklahoma, Philadelphia, right? So it was Chicago. And this was in the era, this was a very unique era where we could get wholesale weed cheap, and the markup, on the East Coast and the Midwest was insane. So, and we knew that was coming to an end. So that's why we were like, we gotta before they start legalizing the shit, and prices start to fall. Like we got to make millions now. It felt like how the mob must have felt in the 20s, like the Chicago mob. They were like, they can't keep booze illegal forever. They can't even keep it illegal for a long time. Like, this is insane. Everybody needs to drink. Yeah. It's the only way ugly people fuck. It's the only way. It's the only way most people get together and procreate, get through their shitty jobs. We got to get rich now, and that's what they did. So that's kind of how I felt. I was like, this is a very unique historical moment where a guy like me, who's not, I was never part of the drug cartel. I would re-up from multiple sources. Some of them were cartel brokers, but I wasn't connected. I wasn't a killer. I never carried a gun usually, and I could just go. I was just a small businessman who could make $1 million a year plus just with this, like, you know, I didn't feel like it was a huge trade, right? 80, 100 pounds a month could make me $1 million.
At how old?
22, 23 years old.
Making $1 million a year.
Imagine making just 80, 90,000 a month. Just clean, man. You don't know what to do with that kind of money. You don't. You don't know where to hide. You don't know how to act. I mean,
no, that's
just
a crazy
insane
thing too. You have that much money at such a young age.
Yeah.
That fucks you up.
Yeah, totally. It hooked me for life, dude.
What did you do for fun with that kind of money at such a young age?
I would just.
Or were you just working 24/7?
I was working 24/7. I was working 24/7. You know, I was flying but I would go everywhere, right? Like I would go to New York City for the weekend, just be walking around Midtown Manhattan in like luxury hotels, luxury suites with, like, you know, Chinese businessman, and I was dressed in sweatpants and like a fucking, you know, a backwards hat, and I got 50 grand on me in cash. Like, you know what I mean? It was a superpower. Yeah. Just shit like that. You know, I could go to Colombia and whenever I wanted. I could go. I could just do anything, go anywhere. That's mainly it. You know, like I was never ostentatious with my money because I always, you know, I saw the future. I'm like, this is a golden goose. Don't fuck this up. Like, I need to stash this money and flip it into something legit after I get out of the game. The problem is I could never get out of the game. It just keeps bringing you back.
Keeps luring you back.
I'm like, oh, 1 million's cool. 2's got such a nice ring to it.
What were you doing with all the cash?
Like, where was I putting it?
Yeah. What was your plan? Were you like buying real estate?
The plan was to start, because this was like the advent of Amazon really becoming, you know, 2009, 2010. It was like the advent of like online, so e-commerce. So the plan was like just start buying shit in cash and then reselling it online and legitimizing it, right? Making a company around it, taking that profit, right? Declaring it, paying tax on it, and that's how you get the system, okay? And then using that laundered money to buy real estate, buy other cash businesses, etc.
So here's the thing: like when you buy a house, for example, easiest example, and you have to fucking go to the bank or you go to a mortgage broker. You got to show them your bank account. You got to show them your record. Where does that money come from? How many people are paying you each month?
Right.
Where does that, like? So how do you justify all these cash deposits?
Well, that's exactly why I'd set up a company, right? And then I was buying goods, you know, sneakers, right? This was the beginning of, so I would buy, you know, a pair of Nike, you know, Portland is the headquarters, Nike headquarters there. So I'd buy some Nike shoes, and then I would just resell them online on eBay to, you know, some guys in Japan for like a, you know, 500% markup. And boom, take that money's run through your company. So that's legit. That looks like legit money, and taxes on it. So the only sketchy part is how did you get the money to buy the shoes in the first place?
Yes.
That's the rub, but that's what's the hardest to prove. Also, I feel like I'm giving your. I feel like
so what do you do about that?
A lesson on that. Well, there's nothing. There's no foolproof way to launder money. You know, there's no foolproof way to do crime. But yeah, that's so. Yeah, in theory, they could go. If the IRS wanted to look deep enough, they could say, "Well, how'd you get the money to buy this and this and this?" And then you wouldn't really have an answer. But also, they don't really have an answer.
Right.
It's why they can never put people they convict of like tax fraud away for too long, because the burden of proof is on the state or the federal government to convict you. So most of that is circumstantial. So that's why I always keep the money and the drugs separate, because if you busted me with a bunch of money, or I got audited by the IRS, and just like you said, they said, well, how did you get $10,000 to buy, all these like whatever designer purses that you were going to resell? Well, sure, maybe I don't have an answer, but you don't either, and it's your job to. And if you can't link drugs or illegal activity to that money, well, you're probably just going to give me a fine.
Right.
That's probably what it's going to be,
Right.
Or if it's an egregious amount of money that I haven't declared, then there might be some prison time. But they can't make a RICO trial out of that. They can't link illegal activity to that.
I guess the example I make with like loans and mortgages, it doesn't really matter if you're buying shit in cash. You're going to somebody buying their house, just put a fucking bunch of cash.
Right.
You don't have to worry about it.
Right. But how are you going to buy a $300,000 house with cash?
You might know that better than I do.
I'm asking you. I'd like to know. I'm in the market.
Well, you tried to buy a house in Colombia.
Yeah. But I know. But the scam there was you couldn't even do it in Colombia at this point. Like their money laundering laws, because they've been influenced by the U.S. for so long now, right? So they have relatively strict money laundering laws too. But my plan was, because I wanted to buy a hotel. At this time, this was 2010. Colombia is starting to blow up as like a tourist destination.
So is this like before you actually moved down there?
This is at the same time.
Okay. So
Yeah.
This is the first time you moved down there.
Exactly. I would spend a lot of time down there. I would go back and forth.
I have a good friend who lived there for years and met his wife there.
Yeah.
So that's the energy for like probably.
Wow, dude, he's a straight Pisces same, dude. I couldn't live there long term. I'm too tall. I stick out too much. I swear to God, that's the reason. I'm way too tall. You're just at 6'6", you're bopping around Colombia. I don't know. I just always felt like there just could be a bullet that could just hit me. You know what I mean? Like I never feel totally. And maybe I just seen too many movies. Maybe I just met too many, gangsters. Right? That's probably what it is. But I don't feel, even though people are like, oh, it's so safe, it's Colombia, and everything's changed. I'm like, for a fact it hasn't. So I was always kind of paranoid. But yeah, I would go down there, and I had this idea to buy a hotel on the coast in Cartagena, and actually this town called Santa Marta, which is like an hour or so outside of Cartagena. And this was like the perfect, like getting in early on like a booming like tourist economy. So I was going to buy
You bought hotels and shit before now? Like
No.
Okay.
This would be the first foray into it. But I had some guys who were going to run it for me who I'd met traveling. Actually, like a couple of Americans who wanted to live there. So perfect. A joint venture. So I don't want to run the shit. You guys run it, live here. You know what I mean? Make sure everything's profitable. So the way we were going to do it was they wanted the guy who was going to help me buy it. He was a money lender. He wanted to basically, this is how it was set up. The buy price of the hotel was $300,000, and he was going to charge me $100,000 on top of that to do the lodging. He had contact in the United States, right? He had a Colombian guy who worked with him on the East Coast. So he said, what you're going to do is just bring him cash. You're going to bring him the money, and then I'm going to buy with my own money in Colombia. I'm going to buy this hotel for you, and then once I know that I have my contact has your dollars in the States, I'm just going to transfer the deed. See what I mean? Super clean that.
And he was charging $100,000 to do it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I was gonna say I don't think I caught that on your episode, so I was immediately like, I don't know if this guy or nothing. I know it immediately. So
Yeah. No.
Just make it $100,000.
Yeah. Absolutely. This is what this guy does. So you have a very clean way, right? You have, the Colombian diaspora in New York and Queens, and so you just take you take foreigners' cash, diaspora. So they have so they have a big Colombian community in New York and the East Coast. So a lot of drug traffickers coming over there originally from the 70s. A lot of them stayed. So they have a lot of communication back and forth. They got a lot of criminal activity going in and out. From Cali, Medellin to Queens. Yeah, they still smuggle drugs from Colombia directly to the States. They just don't do it en masse. Most of it goes through Mexico. I met girls that were mules and swallow pellets of coke. They braid them into their hair. They make the pellets dark, and they fit them inside of these sleeves, and they walk through the airport that way.
Through Miami.
Or wherever, right? Whatever airport they're flying. I heard a guy that had wrapped these little stuffs of cocaine in there, wrapped it around their leg. I mean, they're just throwing the book at it. Or old people too. They do that. Infirm people that are in wheel, right? They filled them side of the wheelchair, so they're less likely to be searched. But you can't get weight in it. That's really, it's difficult to scale a business doing stuff like that. Because how many kilos can you really fit around a little girl's legs? A couple of them, maybe.
I've heard some horror stories about people putting them in pellets and swallowing them.
Yeah. Oh God, dude, brutal, right? Brutal way to go.
Imagine.
The fuck no, dude. It will be great at first. When that shit first hits you, you're like, damn.
Yeah, the first 2 seconds.
Fuck. A little too high. Oh man, yeah. Maria Full of Grace. That's the classic movie about that. You seen that? Oh, it's a great movie, and it's about impoverished girls from countryside of Colombia. And they get approached by a guy, right? And they're hard up. One of them just found out she's pregnant. And obviously, you're not going to swallow cocaine pellets unless you really are desperate. Right. And it's just about their experience, swallowing shit and flying into New York. It's a dirty, dirty game, man. It's a dirty game.
So when you met this guy who was helping you go to New York and pay the guy in New York cash, $300,000 cash, and then he was going to buy this hotel for you.
Yeah.
What happened when you went and met the guy from New York? Yeah.
Well, I never even got around because that guy ended up getting the guy in Colombia, the guy who was laundering my money, ended up getting killed. So we never even went through it. Yeah. How wild is that? And that was some totally separate shit. But I tried to call down to figure out what happened. They think that longer was also either a DEA or he was working for those in cartel, was playing both sides. Because a lot of these money launderers, they deal with a bunch of different cartels' money, and then forming on a different cartel, playing both sides, they're giving up everything. So who knows? A huge figurative and literal bullet with that, I think.
And you were banging his wife?
Damn, dude. Why you had to bring that up, Danny? It wasn't his wife. It was
on your podcast.
It was his fiance.
Okay.
It was his fiance. It's different.
Oh, that's fair.
The guy was a scumbag. The guy was a real scumbag.
You don't have to justify.
He was and I fucked so good. So his fiance was, all the criminals. It's passed down through the family. So the girl his fiance, the girl I was, running around with, she, uncles are part of a big, drug trafficking organization down there. It's all very incestuous. So yeah, it was fucking surreal. I started out as a middle class kid from Portland, Oregon, selling dime sacks, little fucking gram bags of pot, and now here I am running around with kingpins.
Right.
It was dude. You get what you wish for. You really become who you want to be. And that's, I realized even negatively, I'm like, wow, I really like, in a certain way, I wanted this. And now I had it, and I was like, this is just a bad feeling. That's when I realized I wasn't a ganger. It was like when that happened.
When you talked about getting in the taxi cab and then agreeing to put blindfold on,
Yeah.
I was kind of like thinking, I think I would have turned around. I don't know if I would have.
Yeah, it was inertia. It was inertia.
Yeah.
It was forward moving energy. Yeah, that was crazy. That I'm actually going back to Colombia next month, and I'm trying to get an interview with some of the people from La Oficina, that organization. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. And that's in a neighborhood called Envigado in Medellin. And it's a pretty nice neighborhood, but we were in a slum part of it. And I didn't know this at the time, but I looked into it further. I'm like, oh, that's where they took me. And that's just standard procedure. Like, Colombians are good business people.
Okay.
Like, they're not, these bloodthirsty. They have no reason to kill a tourist, right? Like, they brought me to a trap house, and they were like, yeah, how much money you got to spend? And I'm like, how much drugs you got to sell me? I got plenty of money.
Right.
So I wasn't.
But you weren't planning on selling drugs, though.
No. I was just having a good time. I was just having a good time, and I was like, oh, whoa! How much for a kilo of blow? Why not?
How much was it for a kilo?
It was there was two kinds. There was the perico, which is the stepped on kind, and then there was the pure shit. And I think I paid 2,000. Like, I bought the perico, which is a little stepped on.
Oh, perico means a stepped on?
That's how they refer to it. Yeah.
Here in Mexicans just call perico Coke.
Yeah, exactly. That's just a across the board term for Coke. But in Medellin, perico is shit that's like a little cut. So I was like, give me, and it was $2,000 for a key. That's $2 a gram. 1,000 grams for $2,000.
I bet it was 10 times better than anything we'll find.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I was like, do that, because I had so cold before, and I'm like, I don't want shit that's gonna I want shit that's a little. It's not gonna keep people up like it's meth. You know what I mean? Like, I want shit that's gonna really like give people like a smooth land. So I was like, yeah, give me that. You know? Yeah.
Oh, it's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's
wild,
hilarious.
bro. Yeah.
So how are the dealers there in Colombia different from in Mexico?
Great question. Well, they're much more customer service oriented. I'll tell you that much. Colombians are great business people, and they're very friendly people. And they really, unlike Mexicans who love Mexico and love Mexicans, they don't give a fuck about Americans, gringos. There's this it's almost an animosity. It's almost an animosity because, with so many different ways over the last 150 years, since really the history of the state of Mexico, America's been more or less fucking them,
Yes.
From how we stole their land, Texas, to, free agreements that fuck the farmers, right? There's some things, there's some things the U.S. has done to Mexico, and they just are very prideful people. They remember.
Operation Fast and Furious.
Right. Yeah, under Obama, right?
Under Obama.
Yeah. But that just scratches the surface, dude. That's happening.
That's killed those guns killed thousands.
Yeah,
of
tens of thousands of people, for sure.
Insane.
For sure. Well, dude, you know what's so crazy? When we were down there filming 2 weeks ago in Sinaloa.
Was that when I talked to you on the phone?
Oh, maybe.
Roger?
Yes, that's right. We were in Sinaloa.
We were like in a graveyard or something.
We were on our way to a narco graveyard.
Oh, okay.
And we were not supposed to be there, by the way. They were like, Sinaloa. Culiacan, Sinaloa is like how Cali, Colombia was in the 90s, in the way that the cartel has eyes on everybody. Like, as soon as we got off the plane, our escort, our guide was like, here, they have people working at the airport. They have people working at the rental car company. They have people working at the hotel where we're staying, Hotel Lucerna, right? So every time you leave, probably what somebody does is they just pick the phone up, give whoever the manager is a call, be like, "Gringos are on the move," right? So we were not supposed to go and film at this graveyard because it's really off limits because it's a narco graveyard. where big drug cartel kingpins get killed, or whatever bosses, or
Yeah, they celebrate that. Like,
Yes.
the dead are like a very
Yes.
celebratory thing.
Totally, absolutely. But we weren't supposed to go there, especially not without a Mexican escort with us. And so we were like, well, we're definitely gonna go still. And so we went there, filmed, and as soon as we got back, our guy Luis, who's been on this podcast, Luis Chaparro.
Oh, you were with Luis?
I was with Luis from
No
Ice
way.
News. Yes, Luis was like, "Yeah, man, they knew you went to that grave." I was like, that gave me fucking chills. They're like, "Yeah, they know you went there. It's okay, but they knew you went there."
Oh my God.
I was like, "What the fuck?" Yeah, bro. They got so they called the Kali cartel the KGB cartel because they spied on their own people, like the Soviet KGB would spy on citizens, like under communist Russia. That's how it is in Culiacan, right? So that shit's nuts. I don't know how I got on that subject. Oh yeah, so Mexicans, but basically, the difference between the Colombian dealers is that they're actively trying to sell tourists high quality drugs because they like the tourist dollars. They want you to come back. Whereas in Mexico, that's not the case. They just, because it's so firmly controlled by just a couple of cartels now, that they sell you. If you go to Puerto Vallarta, you can't find good coke because it's all stepped on. Because they're like, this is for the tourists. We keep the good shit for ourselves. Yeah, that's the difference. But Colombians are like, yeah, come on, we want you to, because we know if we sell you the best shit, you're gonna come back. You can tell your friends in Australia, and they're gonna come.
Yeah, aren't the like the tourist areas like Puerto Vallarta, Cabo,
Yeah.
those are like
Right.
It's got to be something. That's got to play a huge part.
Totally, because Americans are new to Colombia, and they're new to places like Peru, relatively, right? So it's kind of like, we're kind of sexy to them. We're kind of cool to them. Mexicans so familiar with, they just know what it is. So we would ask Mexicans about, how do you feel about like fentanyl killing off Americans? They were like, well, you guys asked for it. I'm like, well, Chapo we did ask for it, but he kind of started the thing that made everybody start asking for it. They invented the fentanyl market basically back in 2016. So, but that's kind of how they see us. I would ask people, what do you think of America?
Didn't the Chinese give them that? Didn't they introduce them to that?
They I don't know if they introduced them. That would be a question for Luis, but they are the ones who sell the precursor chemicals for sure.
Right. Chemists that taught them how to use them.
Right. Perhaps. Yeah. Could have. Dude. I mean, we can link this all. We can go back to China, and they haven't forgotten the Opium Wars from the 1830s, the 1850s.
Right.
So when Biden goes over
that
there,
was mainly the British, wasn't it?
Yeah, but you lump it in with you lump it in with America because Teddy Roosevelt's grandfather was an American. That's how he got rich. Was participating in the Opium Wars. So so they haven't forgotten either. So it's coming back to roots. But Mexicans. I asked this one guy. He was a bodyguard of El Mayo Zambada. He was like,
"Oh, is that who you talked to when you were down there?"
That was one of the groups we talked to. Yeah, we talked to several different families.
How did you contact the bodyguards of El Mayo Zambada?
Yeah, Luis
put you in touch with
Luis had a guy on the ground. I'll shout him out. His name's El Enfermo, and he's a trap rapper. He's like a trapeño, they call it. It's like,
does he have an Instagram?
It's yes, of course. It's like trap music. It's like Mexican trap. He's really fucking good. Yeah. So he'd bring us around, and he met some of these guys. Yeah. It was fucking cool. They didn't let us film them on camera though. That's what
No?
no, you got to have money. That's how that works down there. If you have enough money, you can get these guys to put masks on and carry their guns around and just do an interview with you. You don't have the coin. It's pretty difficult because they're like, why? I don't need to. But for your stupid YouTube show, like I don't need to be on camera.
Right.
What does this do for me?
Right. So
Unless they have a YouTube channel.
Was Luis right? Was Luis actually with you, or was like setting this all up on the phone?
No, he was with us.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Shit,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah, we were down there filming. He was down there documenting how the Sinaloa cartel has moved the legal on more or less. Like weed's about to become legal down there, so they've opened all these dispensaries. I feel like I'm stealing Luis's scoop right now. Opened up dispensaries throughout Culiacan, which is the Sinaloa, and so it looks like LA. There's dispensaries everywhere. You walk in, and it's like different strains. You got pre-rolls, you got edibles. I mean, it looks legal. Of course, it's not.
They're all cartel owned.
All cartel owned. Cartels own the grows, right? So they're growing a bunch of indoor bud throughout the city and in the mountains. They still get outdoor weed too, and so it's vertically integrated. They control the grows. They control all of the dispensaries, and they get independent operators to do everything. But that's fascinating because that's how they've adjusted to losing profits when weed became legal in the States. They lost a big export market. So this is kind of what they've done to make some of their money back.
That's wild.
Wild.
So when you were talking to the bodyguards of El Mayo,
Yeah.
First of all, people who don't know who El Mayo is, he's like the number one.
He's the boss of the boss. He's the old man. He's the guy that's never been caught. He's the only person.
He's the guy, one of the two guys who started the city.
He actually didn't start it. He was there's not a lot of history on him because he's so secretive. The guys who started it, the guys from the original Watch Narcos Mexico. Luis Gallardo, it was Rothschild Quintero, and the other dude, can't remember his fucking name. Fonseca maybe? But he was working for them. Just like Chapo didn't start the cartel. He was working for the Guadalajara cartel that later became the Sinaloa. So maybe he was one of the founders. Fuck, I don't know. But he's one of the originals, and the only guy who's never been caught. He's the most wanted drug trafficker. Totally, dude. Or if he's got an agreement,
Right.
He's got an agreement because that's how a lot of these guys, according to Luis, that's how a lot of these dudes survive so long. Is they cut deals, either the DEA or the CIA or the Mexican government or both. And Chapo gave up information, right? All of these guys have given up info on their rivals in the past. So who knows what is keeping him out of prison? But I'll tell you what, he's got a huge security apparatus. That's for sure.
What did his security have to say?
Well, first of all, the guy's got 8 different layers of security. He lives in the mountains. Owns ranches all over Sinaloa, right? But when we went to visit his number 1 security team. There's 7 different security layers that we passed on our way to meet them. So, and that means just guys who are posted up wherever he's at, and it's like a circumference, right? It's like you just keep going out and out, and these different security layers make a ring around, like a fucking military. It's not like a military. These guys are a military. In Culiacan, they are the law. They are the military. So every time if you're driving along like the highway out of the city, people are on radios like, yep, these guys are moving towards the boss, right? So, but his main guys, the guys we talked to, they're like fucking 25-year-old kids. It's crazy. It was wild. Like you think they'd be like, have baklavas on and big, you think they'd be like these tough like ex-Marine guys. They're not. They're just dudes that probably have parents or uncles in the cartel, and they just got these jobs guarding him. And it was very weird. It was like these are like normal dudes. You guys got acne. A few of them have braces on, right? Smoking weed. watching Instagram videos.
Yeah, that's
It's not
crazy.
what you think at all.
It's very easy for them. Well, how easy it is for them to recruit kids to the
Yeah.
cartels.
Yeah.
Young kid,
Yeah.
an idiot.
Yeah.
You're gonna see all the big flashy shit. And you're
Right.
gonna want to see the money, and then you're gonna drive
Yeah.
people. Probably not a lot of older people, because I'm sure the life expectancy inside the cartels is not that high.
Yeah, it's either not that high or you move up to doing something more administrative. Because I'm not sure how many people are actually dying in the stronghold. If you're a soldier and you're going off to like a different state to fight like the Nuevo Jalisco cartel, which is like the rival down there, yes, your life expectancy is pretty low. But I think within the city and the area of Sinaloa itself, it was actually pretty safe because the cartels
really?
have such a stranglehold. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, big time. I just think the kids, nobody wants to be like sitting around. You know, it's boring. When you're guarding this old man in the mountains, it's fucking boring. You just sit around. Nothing's going to happen because there's so many other different security teams that are going to let you know if like the Marines are on their way. Once the fucking military makes it past the first security, they really were dumb enough to pull a raid. That old man, they would have that guy on the move so fast. And plus, they won't ever do that because I asked him that. I'm like, what if the fucking military does rush right now? And they're like, well, the same thing will happen, even worse than they tried to arrest Ovidio, Chapo's son. Do you remember that back in 2019? They tried to arrest him, and they burnt that place to the ground, dude. We were staying right by there.
Bro, the video of them like pulling out of the house is so crazy.
Yeah.
He's so fucking calm.
Yeah.
He's like,
Exactly.
He's like, whatever.
Yeah. That's right. That's what they do. They
like,
say they're panicking. The military, like whoever, the sergeant, the lieutenant, he's handing him the phone, and he's like,
yeah,
call them off, because they're every little clan from the mountains descended on to Culiacan and started going to war. It like that. And the guy who ordered that was Mayo Zambada.
Really?
Yep. He was the guy that said, do not let them take him. So you imagine what would happen if they tried to arrest Mayo? I mean, it would look like Afghanistan.
Yeah.
So that kind of threat of violence is so ingrained in the culture that you don't really have to worry about much when you're in the inner circle of the security apparatus inside the cartel. You know what I mean?
Pardon this brief interrupt. It's so fucking crazy to think about. I've asked this question to so many people, and it's always like a laugh for people when I ask this. But I'm like, could you imagine if the U.S. I don't even know if they have motive to do it or not. Like, there's so many conspiracies about how the U.S. is like involved in the cartels, and like there's that documentary that I forget the name of it right now. It's the documentary basically about the DEA agent who was murdered by the CIA agent.
Yes. Okay.
Felice Rodriguez.
Not Felice Rodriguez. His name is Come on. I know the name. Kiki Camarena.
He was the DEA agent.
That's right.
Felix Rodriguez was the CIA.
CIA agent, the Cuban guy, right?
Yes.
So he was a CIA asset, right? We got to remember that. CIA doesn't have that.
I thought he was a legit officer of the CIA because he was working on the contract.
Who knows, right?
Look up Felix Rodriguez.
Yeah. Who knows? Because it's very easy. It's all about deniability, right? Like this guy obviously wasn't like, educated in America and he didn't apply for a job at the CIA. They recruited him because he was a Cuban exile, who could help fight communism, right? This is post-Castro. This is when, that dude right there. Holy shit.
Cuban-American, former Central Intelligence
paramilitary operations officer. Oh, wow. So maybe he was on the payroll. Well, he's definitely on the payroll. Maybe he was a card-carrying member.
Right. He was involved in the
Bay of Pigs invasion. Oh, so this guy goes back to Kennedy. Dude.
Yeah.
This is crazy. As his ties
keep going down. Early life. What was it? Early life. He came from a wealthy family in native Cuba. Blah 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 blah. Attended school in Pennsylvania. Dropped out. Joined the Anti-Communist League in the Caribbean. When did he joined. Okay, in September 1960, he joined a group of Cuban exiles in Guatemala, supported by the CIA military training.
So that's probably when he got recruited, because the CIA organized a bunch of Cuban exiles to pull the Bay of Pigs invasion off. So that's probably when they recruited him. It's like 1960, because I think Bay of Pigs was 61.
Okay, in 1967, the CIA again recruited Rodriguez to train and head a team to hunt down Che Guevara.
Wow.
Holy
He was
fuck.
attempting to throw. So he was part of the, because Guevara got killed in Bolivia. So he was part of that. Oh, so this guy is deep,
bro.
Holy shit. So he was the one in the house in Guevara when Kiki Camarena, the DEA agent, was getting tortured to death.
Yep.
That documentary, can we pull up the name of that? Anybody who's interested in this subject needs to watch this.
It is the best documentary on this subject.
It's because and then if you watch Narco, you see that they leave that part out. If you watch Narcos Mexico on Netflix, they talk about that whole thing, except the fact that the guy Jaime, who was the white guy, Jamie, he was leading in the show. He was like the head of the DEA office down there. Right. He actually, in real life, according to the documentary, I think he stonewalled the investigation to make sure it couldn't go any further. Right. You know what I mean? It was, oh, dude, my fucking nipples are hard. I got chills down my spine right now.
Search
crazy.
Kiki Camarena. No. You gotta search Kiki Camarena documentary.
Yeah, it's on Amazon. It's on Amazon.
Yes,
yeah. But it's incredible. Yes.
It's sad as fuck.
Yeah.
He was going on his way to lunch to have lunch with his wife, and gets kidnapped right out front of the DEA office.
Yep. And that happened during the Cold War all the fucking time. So many times. It's like, supposedly trying to do the right thing or trying to fight drugs. It's CIA actually helping the criminals. They didn't. It's not just with, Rick Ross and the Nicaraguans and cocaine, and it was, the heroin kings in Southeast Asia, right? During the Vietnam War, they were allowing all of this heroin trafficking to go on because
The Last Narc.
That's it. The docu-series about the 1985 death of the agent Moreno. Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, but that guy, Felix, he's out free.
I think he lives in.
Yeah.
Which is wild. I wonder why they left that out of Narcos.
It's a little too deep, because I think the powers that be were like, this is a little too wild.
I wonder what.
I think it's self-censorship, because we all know about. I think it is. I don't think it's the CIA coming down to the offices and Netflix in Hollywood, and it's not that, because we all know about the Rick Ross story, right? They've made movies about that. We all know that the CIA was, assisting Nicaraguan drug traffickers who were supplying Ricky Ross, Freeway Rick, right? We all know that. So we know that the CIA is the shadowy, fucked up organization. So I don't think it's. I think it's. I think it's just a little too much. It's almost unbelievable. So I think maybe the showrunners were like, this is just, we want to make a Hollywood ending, and this is not a neat ending.
That's why I wonder what I was getting to originally. People like El Mayo, what really are his threats, other than rival cartels? I think,
which are barely a threat.
And is the Mexican government is not a threat, right? They're bought and paid for by the cartel. The Mexican government is essentially a branch of the cartel.
Yeah. From what I gathered, and of course, I'm a novice at this, but from speaking to guys like Luis and reading, and there's like a tacit agreement between the cartel kings and Mexican government. When the Mexican government feels pressure, especially from the U.S., they will tell the kingpins somebody's got to go. So the most powerful, yes, they're an arm of the cartel, but really the cartel is an arm of the government. That's how I see it. Because the most powerful, gang really is the the high political class that's been around for generations.
Right.
That's the only reason that the cartel could exist as it does. So I think it goes government cartel, not the other way around.
Right, and then that's probably why we've got a Chapo. Probably just became
Totally, it was a PR nightmare. It was a PR nightmare.
Yes.
Yeah, it was this bad publicity. And I might be speaking out of pocket. I wish Luis was here because this is his scoop, but he's not. I am. So this is my clickbait. Sorry, Luis. And, I mean, we all know this. Mayo gave up Chapo. He had to. We know he did. It was his son. So his son, one of Mayo's many children, but the son that was organizing cocaine transport through Mexico City back, I can't remember, mid-2000s. He basically gets kidnapped by the DEA. They come to him and they say, we want to have a meet. We want to discuss a deal with you. He meets with them. They fucking kidnap him. They arrest him, but that's kidnapping, right? You're American agents on foreign soil. They take him back to Chicago, to the States, and they say, look, you're never going to see the light of day again. Around this time, Chapo is making a lot of bad publicity for Sinaloa, right? And Mayo never liked that. Mayo,
he was like
Mayo
he was
was
like a
old
pusher,
school.
right? El Chapo was mainly like he grew up being a pusher, like from very young. He was just a killer.
I'm not sure. I'm sure he dropped a lot of bodies. He was a farmer. He tended to poppy fields, right? But as these guys get more famous, they fall in love with the clout, So yeah, he was making a lot of bad publicity for the Sinaloa cartel, and he was really a glorified manager too. I want to point out, like they have him on a wiretap talking to the Flores brothers, who were Sinaloa's main heroin distributor through Chicago,
Right.
and he's discussing a heroin deal.
I heard that.
Like, why would a kingpin ever be talking on the phone about a deal? That's what a manager does. So Chapo was really glorified general manager,
Right.
So when Mayo's son gets popped, we've all got all this going on, right? Mayo is on. He's on a recorded jail call. His son calls him from jail, and basically Mayo goes, "You do what you got to do." And so that was basically him telling his son, "You can go ahead and give up info on Chapo." And that's exactly what he did. So got him out of a life sentence. So they gave Mayo's son 15 years, but the info that he gave up on Chapo led to his final arrest. Okay, so flash forward to 2019. Chapo's son, Ovidio, El Raton they call him, gets raided by the military in Culiacan, a block from where we were staying. And Mayo, out of whatever sense of guilt for having been responsible for getting his dad incarcerated in the United States forever, says, "You're not taking his son." Yeah. And so they come down and they stop the military from taking his son. So it's dude, the mega novellas, the soap operas, lived out in real life. And these stories, I mean, there's a million of these stories.
So many of them.
Yeah.
So many of them.
One of Chapo's brothers was shot to death in prison.
I didn't even know this.
Yeah, he was in a maximum security prison. He was shot to death. I don't know exactly, but it's like that kind of shit, right? They live a very gaucho, machismo, dramatic lifestyle. It's like played out in real life.
Yeah.
That's where they get these stories from, even though they seem corny to us. Like you watch these these like I call them B movies, like low budget shows on Netflix, right? But they're taking these stories from real life.
Yeah. Well, the other thing about the cartels is how much fucking money they make by trafficking people across the U.S. border.
Yeah, that's big too. That's big too.
Like $8,000 a head.
Yeah, and that's way better business because, like, there's no way those people getting intercepted, like, coming from Colombia. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, it's actually way better. I'd much rather smuggle people.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And you always need people. Like, there's always, like, it's a never-ending supply of people that want to get across. And it's just, I don't know. It seems like a better gig.
Yeah, I had Ed Calderon in here a few weeks ago, and he was basically talking about how the cartels love Trump. because he put on that whole order thing. That whole
Yes,
wall thing.
they love that. That
was
makes the
great
price
for
go
them.
up.
Yes.
That makes the price go up.
Exactly.
I'm like, dude, the cartels love the Republicans. Cartels are fiscal and social Republicans.
They really are.
You know?
That's so
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so check this out. I'm trying to talk about money. This is in the episode that drops this Thursday. Connect. Check it out on YouTube. You've heard YouTube. The fucking our guy, our trap rapper, the guy, our liaison. What was his name again? El Enfermo. Yeah. We may have to bleep that out. I'm considering bleeping it out because what I'm about to say.
Really?
What I'm about to say, I don't know. I don't know if we can get him in that much trouble. I think it's exaggerated. But anyways, he brought us to a little section, like a 3 or 4 block section in the downtown area of Culiacan, and we're driving by, and he points out all of these little stands. They're like almost like little outdoor. They're just little fucking lemonade stands, but they're money exchange places. Exchange dollars with them. And what do you think is happening there? A lot of dollars, a lot of dirty narco dollars getting exchanged for pesos. He goes, they say they wash about $7 million a day just in this little 4-block area. $7 million a day. That's $1.5 billion just in this one little neighborhood, in this one little city. $7 million, and he's like, they own they own the machines too. So they're laundering money at their own businesses, right? Yeah. So there's a lot of money in drugs there. They are to Medellin. Cocaine is to Medellin what all drugs are to Sinaloa, and specifically Culiacan. Like I say that, it's like Silicon Valley of drug trafficking. They're on the cutting edge, and it's so ingrained in the culture.
And I think Colombia, and Peru are the number 1 countries that are actually making right?
For sure. Yeah.
I had a guy 2 days ago who lives in the Amazon rainforest.
I saw that. Yeah.
So he's telling me that there's literal factories and like pop-up shops in the jungle where they're making this shit.
Yeah.
And he says that like under the Amazon, under like the canopy, cut out like where planes could fly down and land underneath the forest.
Wow.
Just to reload their fucking plane.
Yeah. Everybody's getting in on it.
Why?
Everybody's getting it. Like it's totally changed. Everybody is kind of an independent operator. You know, the cartels exist, but you know, I think it works in Colombia. But I know in Sinaloa in Mexico, the cartel is now just an armed paramilitary group that guards drugs coming in from whoever basically wants to import them. Isn't that wild? So there's no more salary, there's no more payroll. It all got after Chapo fell, the entire organization restructured. So nobody's on payroll. They used to have everything structured like a company, like a corporation, right? You know, the bodyguards, the people, you know, cooking the meth, all the way up to like the people that smuggle it across the border. Everybody was just paid a salary. Now that's all completely changed. Everything is independent. So it's just groups, families of different drug traffickers, smuggling drugs, cooking drugs, growing drugs. Nobody tells them what to buy, who to sell it to, how much to pay for it, how much they can earn, where to sell it. What they do, the only thing they have to do is pay protection money to the cartels because they're the ones who have the drug routes to America. And they're also the ones who pay off the cops, the military, etc. So it's a way different time. And it probably operates much that way in South America too, I would imagine. Because there's just too much technology. You can't Pablo Escobar style Medellin cartel anymore. It's too easy to take something like that down. But you cannot take down the Sinaloa cartel. You just can't. Exactly.
Now, you said something about Australia being the biggest market.
Oh, the best place to sell drugs is 1,000% Australia. Dude, a gram of Coke is like $400 there.
That's
1 gram of Coke.
wild, dude.
I bought Coke for $2 a gram in Medellin. $2 a gram. at 1,000 grams a shot. So imagine you get 2 of those to Australia, 2 keys to Australia, and just sell it out gram. You got a fucking house on Sydney Harbor.
That is
What are you doing, dude?
insane.
It's mind blowing. Yeah.
And it's obviously because it's so far away and it's so hard to get to. But I mean, you're paying all these expenses. So like that's all cost to get there. So how does that equate to more profit? You know what I mean? Like if it costs you that much to get it there, like
but it's not that much. It's you deal in volume, right? That's how you make money in the drug trade. You deal in volume, and you just buy the most for the cheapest, and you sell it for the highest. Yeah.
Are there a lot of like in where you visited in Colombia? Are there a lot of Australians and Europeans?
Yeah,
definitely.
There's a lot of Europeans, a lot of Canadians, a lot of Australians, a lot of Black Americans, which is crazy, right? And I was like, why is that? And I was like, they're like a nice, Black guy's like a nice fat ass. We all know this. Nothing wrong with that. And you'll find a nice fat ass in Colombia. So, but they don't do coke as much as like the people like the tourists that live there. I mean, bro, I sold a kilo just out in grams and 8 balls to them. It took me less than a week to get 1,000 grams off just to the tourists staying in these hostels where I was staying. I mean, it was insane. These motherfuckers.
And the majority of them are European, right?
Yes, and Australian, and they're so used to paying so much for coke that they go there and they just lose their fucking mind. They were like, "What? What? $20 for a gram?" Yeah, it's not. It's
I've
not.
heard
It's,
a lot about the women. The women are like no other.
Yeah, the women are really beautiful.
Very beautiful, very outgoing, love to party, love to have fun. They're not like women here.
Yeah, right. Florida's got some pretty great women. Florida
got a lot of prostitutes.
Oh yeah, but none of those in Colombia. Yeah, no.
Prostitutes are probably on a whole nother level.
Yeah.
Here you got lot lizards.
Yeah, so a lot of lot lizards. Yeah, Colombia's. I don't know. I'm jaded by it. Everybody loves going there. I'm like, this place is like gross now because it's become like Cancun of South America. It's become like, you name it.
Really?
Like, yeah, it's gross. Like you see these like retarded. Can I say that? Cool. Yeah, we're in fucking Florida, dude.
Florida, dude.
Get out your fucking gun. Let's play some Russian roulette before we go into the ad. Yeah, dude, you just see these brain fucking junkie, because that's what they are, junkie tourists who are like, in the tourist sections, like the right districts, just, like stumbling down the street, like looking for fucking coke and whores. It's just kind of a bad thing. You know what I mean? It's just kind of, I miss the days when it was just a little more dangerous because people kind of acted right, Yeah. But what's starting to happen is these people are getting robbed and killed. But I'm saying these people act out of pocket, like these people that go there just like looking for hookers, like just so obviously there for like I even had he met some girls on Tinder down there, and he went out, met them at a bar, and was drinking with them, and he said, "Man, I feel fucked up." And they go back to his place, he passes out, they rob him, they drug him. That happens all the time. That's like a business. That's a straight up like industry now, is drugging and robbing tourists in Medellin. They use that thing, Vice News did a piece on it years ago, scopolamine it's called. And that's the devil's breath. It's like they take it out of a piece of indigenous down there. You take like a little, like some seeds out of the middle of this flower, and you can just like blow it on somebody or make it into powder and put it in somebody's drink, and it will make the person completely black out, but they'll have all of their motor skills. They'll have all full physical mobility. So people will get drugged with scopolamine, and they will be walking around. And so I could say, hey, take me up to your apartment and give me your TV and all your money and all your furniture, and you'll just do it.
Really?
Yeah, and then you wake up the next day, you won't have anything in your apartment. You're like, what the fuck happened? What is it called again? Scopolamine. You look that up?
Yeah, we gotta look that up.
But it's yeah, right? Yeah, dude, fucking, it sounds rad. You just black the fuck out. So it would be like a quaalude. It would be like, you know, Lou. Yeah, like how quaaludes were back in the day. You full physical function, but you black out. Yeah. Pull up the also known as the death breath. Yeah.
There you go. Oh, Ioskin, or the breath, yeah. Natural synthetically produced propane alkaloid and anticholinergic drug that is formerly used as a medication for treating motions. Oh, it's for treating motion sickness and post-operative nausea.
Yeah.
When used by injection, effects begin about 20 minutes, last for up to 8 hours. Maybe also used orally or with a transdermal.
Yeah, so my buddy thinks he got maybe drug first. And but yeah, it's wild. Like, just look up scopolamine Colombia, and you'll hear all of these, you know, horror stories about, you know, guys that can't get laid in their own because they're going there, and you know, this is kind of what happens. But you know, I don't want to shit on it. I mean, there's tons of great things about it. But yeah, you know, drugs are they're a corrupting, you know, influence on society.
Well, it's only because they're illegal, though, right? I mean, if drugs are illegal, it wouldn't be guys.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. But it depends how you do it. Because in America, we try to make drugs legal in San Francisco, in Portland, and Seattle, and all places that are decriminalized, and made things like 5 times as bad. So if you're going to make...
Really?
Yeah, dude, it's how fucked up. The Tenderloin in San Francisco, dude, oh my God, they ruined that city. Because you let people basically... There's no consequences for getting caught with drugs. People are openly shooting up and having fentanyl overdoses, and, you know, all this crazy shit, like, you know, ordinary people's lives, right?
Yeah, but if it was legal, wouldn't it be eliminating fentanyl because it has to be regulated? Like,
right.
Like if you could buy an ounce or a gram of coke and know,
like from a pharmacy,
definitely that there's
right.
fucking fentanyl.
Right. I guess you're right. I guess the government would have to oversee it and basically make it, right? And the U.S. just doesn't do that kind of shit. We don't do medical, because what that is like a public health revolutionary thing. The U.S. doesn't do that well. We make money.
Exactly.
That's all we do. So you have to really, like, it has to be paired with like law and like mental health treatment and like housing and all this shit that we just don't fucking do good. Yeah. So you have to, you know, I just learned, you know, we thought the cartels were going to go out of business when we became legal in the U.S. It was stronger. Just made Sinaloa stronger. So it's how you do it.
Right.
And I don't think we're far behind Europe in the way that they like treat drug addiction. You know.
Do you think the whole scare about coke intentionally being laced with fentanyl is real?
I'm glad you brought that up. We cover it in this week's episode.
Oh, really?
Yes. Dude, can I just break this?
Yes.
Nobody's talking about this on the internet.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've talked about it multiple times in this podcast, but it doesn't fucking make sense.
Oh, well, fuck me. But this response. The cartels are almost without a doubt not spiking the blow. They're cocaine with fentanyl. In fact, they're taking measures now to prevent people from using cocaine that's laced with fentanyl. All right? Do you remember when I told you earlier that the drug cartels have become completely decentralized? When they move drugs, they move them to the border, right, with the U.S., and usually sell them wholesale to Americans or, you know, Mexican Americans, Latino Americans, who then smuggle them across the border. After that, the cartel's out of it. They're like, there's no more cartel members that come to the States, basically, that that sell drugs for their bosses back home. They're selling it wholesale and then retreating into the safety of Mexico. So the people that are spiking the coke with fentanyl are stupid dealers in the U.S. that are trying to stretch the brick, trying to stretch the coke.
But are they trying to stretch the coke with fentanyl? Because if I'm a coke dealer,
Yeah.
I want people to keep buying my coke,
Not dying
not
to using my
dying.
product.
So is it?
I mean,
is it? Here's what I kind of assimilated from the whole thing: is I read an article about where a guy went to like every U.S. and tried the coke.
sounds like a Vice article.
Yeah. And basically, what he found out was that the cheap dealers who are selling to people on the streets, low level drug dealers, those drug dealers are also selling shit like heroin.
Yeah.
So they're selling coke and heroin.
Yeah.
The high level drug dealers who are dealing with like rich people or whatever, they're not selling heroin.
Right.
Most likely. Right. So the people that we know for a fact that they cut heroin and fentanyl because almost the same effect. Right. Just more stronger.
Well, but they is not the cartel. Cartel doesn't.
It's dealers in the U.S.
Yes. So yes, low level guys buying. They are using fentanyl to stretch coke because, if there's an overdose, this is crazy, but fiends want it more, especially with heroin, but also I think with cocaine a little bit. If there's an OD, whether it results in the death or not, the junkies find out about that and they're like, oh, he's got the bomb shit. I think that's one of the reasons. I think the other reason is a little bit of fentanyl goes a long way. So, and if you built up a tolerance to it, I think it's a different high. I don't exactly know the mindset behind a dealer that would do that, but we can say for a fact that the cartels are not spiking coke, their wholesale coke with fentanyl, because what we found out when we were down there from Luis is that in order to prevent that, the cartel is starting pressing the fentanyl they cook. They've started pressing it into pink pills and exporting the pills. So that way, if a dealer is chopping up fentanyl with coke, that coke is going to have a pinkish, reddish hue to it. Okay. So yeah, you guys stay away from that. If you use cocaine and you see that it's got a red hue to it, that means it's got fentanyl.
So the cartels are doing us a favor.
Trying to, yeah.
Because what I assumed is that the low-level dealers selling coke on one hand and heroin on the other hand could be mixing it up on the same table.
There's cross-contamination too, for sure. Yeah, that absolutely
But what you're saying is it would be a case where having fentanyl in coke would make somebody more dangerous.
Yes, exactly.
Huh.
Yeah. There's no way, after spending time with these guys, I'm like, they're way too shrewd. They're way too on point. They would never be intentionally killing off, their clientele. They would never be. And in fact, the penalty within the cartel for selling fentanyl in Culiacan is death. No questions asked. There is a mandate from on high. The man himself, he's like, there is Zambada.
Oh, from Zambada.
Yeah, and whoever leads Ovidio, who leads the Chapitos, right? That's the other wing of the Sinaloa cartel. Yeah. There is to be no selling of fentanyl in Sinaloa state. That is for export only. So it's like, they know how dangerous it is. They know how bad it is. They're like, we would never taint a wholesale load of Colombian coke with fentanyl. Right. These markets are different, Yeah. So, and I believe it. It makes sense. These guys are smart.
The China thing really weird. How they really sunk their teeth in Mexico so much.
Yes.
The lithium mining.
Yeah.
And the fentanyl and all the other things. They've been deep balls deep in Mexico for a long time.
Yes, absolutely. Yep. And they just keep shipping more and more precursor chemicals over there.
It reminds me of the Russia-Ukraine thing right now. It's not Ukraine is a tug of war between the United States and Russia.
That's right.
And Mexico is a tug of war between the United States and
China. Yeah.
But the U.S. doesn't really. The U.S. doesn't really open a business in Mexico, I guess.
Yeah.
But China is really fucking sinking their teeth.
They're playing Cold War with Mexico,
and it makes me wonder if the U.S. would ever just fucking invade Mexico.
Yeah,
but we're just we don't really even we already have like so many people in Mexico, like EPA, CIA, and
I think Mexico is going to become like China in their manufacturing capabilities. That's what I think. I think Mexico's on the come up. I think
there's a lot of natural resources.
Totally, and there's cheap labor, and it might not be as cheap as China, but who gives a fuck? It's better, and it's right. It's our southern neighbor. So what China's proven is like we cannot depend on them to manufacture our goods because the next crisis that comes up, that's just more power that they have. Love choking off, products to us. Right? That's like part of the war that part of that subtle war that they're always making with the U.S. And they're still walking. It's like you can't depend on them to be your main manufacturer of your import goods. So why not make it Mexico?
Right. Yeah, I think Apple's already an article recently that Apple is like diversifying a huge portion of its manufacturing of the iPhone and the MacBook out of China to I think maybe somewhat crazy, starting to diversify.
Yeah, people are getting away from it. They're like, if the cost is it's not worth it. Like when you factor in all of that bullshit, the fact that they're going to steal your idea. Like if you're an inventor and you have a product and you want to go over and manufacture it in China, they're going to take it from you. So it's just not worth it. You might as well just manufacture it here in the US.
Yeah. I think if you get caught, Apple explores moving some iPad production to India. So when is this public?
There are a bunch of companies.
Oh, it's not just public. Yeah, there's a ton of. I had this guy on multiple times, a former mortgage fraud, and one time we did a whole episode about China. He's a genius. He knows everything. He's an encyclopedia on China, and it's funny when you look into the laws in China and like how many laws are punishable by death. Fraud, any kind of financial fraud is death.
That's wild. So you run a Ponzi scheme, they're cutting your head off.
Or mortgage fraud, or you fucking
write a bad check.
You write out and change your fucking income on a mortgage out. Debt.
Can we look up all the death punishable thing in China?
Yeah, find a list of all the crimes that are punishable by death in China. It's pretty wild. And
what's so funny is though, like obviously, like the biggest fraudster is the Chinese Communist Party.
Yeah,
they can just take all your shit. It doesn't matter. You can't do business in China. Like kind of how you can't do business in Aloha without the cartel's blessing. You can't do business in China without the government being involved. Right. You have to go to them first.
Betrayal country number one. Can you zoom a little bit? Collaborating with
the enemy and betrayal. I love these words. Spying or espionage.
Is this a flooding?
Yes, flooding. What the fuck does that mean?
Explosion. Spreading hazardous. Keep going down.
Spreading hazardous substances.
Hijacking an aircraft. Trafficking in women and children. Robbery. These are all things that like you would not be surprised about. This is all things that
gathering crowds to raid a prison with weapons.
Defying orders. Okay, defying orders in wartime is punishable. Well, think about that. Like it's bad, but we're looking at a list of things that are punishable by death.
Yeah, right.
Surrender, punishable by death.
Unreal. That's some old school Soviet shit. Retreaters will be shot.
Google like fraud and drug crimes punishable by death in China.
I think China actually executes like way more people than any other country.
Yeah, they have mobile death squads. They'll come to your house and kill you.
Right. That's very convenient. They got an app for it. It's like Uber Eats.
It's just like Uber Gallows.
Yo, that could be. It's literally covers almost everything. That could be anything. Like Rioting, you could call the people that are protesting against the lockdown rioters.
Yeah, 100%.
Ooh, I'm terrified. I will never go to China. Not until things change. I'm terrified, dude.
Scary.
Surrender.
So,
Yeah.
how old were you, and at what point did you get busted and actually go to prison?
I was 24 when I got locked up. I was 24, and I had made my $1 million. You know, I achieved what I set out to, and I just got popped. I never got caught with any. Actually, I got caught with a bunch of money. Yeah, it was the people that were shipping my money back from the East Coast. Got picked up by either like a drug sniffing sorting facility, and they put a little tracking device in it, and it brought them to me. Yeah, that's simple, right?
Was it? I didn't even know the dogs could sniff money.
Oh, dude, it's like one of the main ways that cops go after drug dealers is their money. Because I could lose all the drug. I could just go to my guy, my grower, and be like, hey, I need to front me 50, right? And he can always do that pretty much. But dude, if I lose $500,000, that's gone. So these guys were not the brightest. Some of these guys were they got a little loose at the end. They would send me over packages of 30, 40, 50 grand. And it was reek of fucking weed smoke. It was like they were smoking blunts as they were counting money up and like blowing it on the money. I'm like, are you doing this on purpose? Do you want me to go to prison? Are you the fucking feds? I would tell them you gotta wrap my money with the same care that I wrap.
Oh yeah,
dough.
I remember you saying that.
Yeah,
vacuum seal my cat.
Yeah, you have to. So, but no, these drugs are. Think about how drugs are on money all the time. Coke, weed, everything. So those dogs must have hit on it, and it brought them to me. So, yeah. It wasn't a wiretap. It wasn't all these fucking cartel members that I was dealing with in Colombia, or the Sinaloans that I was picking up, massive 100-pound orders at a time from in Northern California. It was something as dumb, as simple as them intercepting a package of money. Yeah, but that's how it goes in the game, dude.
How did it go down? Like, what was that day?
So
knock on your door?
No. I went down. I had different locations where I would get my money packages sent to. I would get either FedEx or UPS, right? The next day air. Yeah. And I went to pick up one of the packages at a PO box where I would receive. It was under a fake name, right? But I picked the package up and I walked out. And I got in my car, and I see these two Suburbans following me, and I'm like, oh shit, this is it. So I was like, well, I'm definitely not going home now, right? I'm not going back to where I live now. So I fucking hit it. I took them on a little high-speed chase through the neighborhood. I actually got away. I talked about this on an episode. I talked to my lawyer. I was going like 90 through school zones, right? I talked to my lawyer. He was like, the reason they didn't follow you because they kind of backed off when they saw that I was like revving it. I had a Dodge Magnum at the time. That was the hot car in 2010, and that thing, it's got a fucking head. That thing moves. Yeah. So that's what the cops drive usually. So I had a better car than the cops, and my lawyer was like, yeah, they didn't give chase because most local pigs, most local cops don't speed through neighborhoods because if they hit somebody and get killed, that person can sue. They're liable. So kind of a safety thing. So, if I'm considering a high-speed chase,
do it through a school zone.
Yeah, be responsible in school zone. So I was dating. And school wasn't out yet. So yeah, but then I made it back safely. So I parked the car in a tiny little residential area, and it's dark. It's almost dark now. I make it back to my place. I don't have any bills in my name. I've never sold drugs in my place. I don't think anybody knows what my parents didn't even know where I lived. Only one person knew where I lived. Okay, one person that I dealt with. He was another drug dealer, but I didn't sell drugs to him. I didn't deal with him at all. He was just an old friend from the neighborhood. And he would come over and he would smoke weed every now and then, catch up. So, anyways, I get back to my place. I'm like, nobody knows where I live. I should be fine. I didn't see anything. So I get into my house, fucking lock the door, get under my covers. You know, I'm fucking shaking. I'm traumatized. I lay my head back, fucking take a nap, and then I just wake up to just pounding on the fucking door. Police, police, police. So I go down there and I'm like, guys, relax, relax. It's just me. There's no guns in here, right? I'm a fucking rich guy. Like, I'm not selling meth. Like, do you know what I mean? So they run up in there, fucking search the place, find some keys to some safe deposit boxes, find a bunch of cash right there. End of the day, I think they must have escaped like $750,000, $800,000. Yeah, so that one hurt. But I kept thinking, how the fuck do they know where I live? My lawyer looked into it later. I gave him the name of this guy, the only person that ever been in my house. I'm like, he was a drug dealer. I didn't sell drugs. There's just no way he was involved. And he goes, I think that guy might be ratted, working for the cop, and they're letting him operate on the streets, right? And I looked into it further. I talked to someone also who knew this kid from the neighborhood, and they were like, yeah, that dude's been caught before, never done a day of jail time. That guy is working for the Portland police. They're letting him sell drugs, and just like the cartel members, just like Mayo fed Chapo to the cops, right, to the fucking feds, Mexican military, this guy had quotas. He would have to feed different guys to, the cops. So basically to stay out of prison. So,
Did they
that's
offer
how
you the same deal?
they wanted to give me the snitch right away. They thought they saw all this money and they were like, oh, you are definitely working with the cartels. There's no question. They were like, give us your suppliers right now. We'll kick you out right now. We won't even put the handcuffs on. But what would they do if you're like, oh, okay, my suppliers fucking in the Medellin cartel, in the fucking the Sinaloa cartel? Like, what are they gonna do? They can't do well, but remember, I'm buying pot from Sinaloan cartel members that are operating in the U.S. Yeah, that doesn't really happen anymore because weed's basically legal. They stay in Mexico now. But I was buying from a guy in a little town on the border of Northern California. They had huge pot grows up in the forest. They would hike on federal land hours away from everything. They would run irrigation through it. Only Mexican guys have that kind of work ethic to be able to find enough sunlight and enough water. And I mean, it's amazing. And they would have thousands and thousands of plants every year. And so what the cops wanted to do, they would have been like, dude, we'll give you marked money. Right? Use the money we just found. Use your money, and yeah, we'll wire you up. We'll mark the money, and you go start making buys for us. Right? Like that's probably how they would have done. I imagine. Yeah. If I had decided for it, Yeah. But I'm like, you guys don't have any fucking drugs. Like I'm fighting this. You know what I mean? Right. I can't, dude. If I was facing 30 years in prison for drugs, I can't sit here with a straight face and say I wouldn't cooperate. Like who fucking knows? Right. Yeah, that's one of the wives' tales about prison. I feel like. Yeah. At least from what I've heard is that the whole snitching is the worst thing you can do. How dare you? Yeah. Consider being a snitch when most people in federal prison probably have cooperated in some way because the drug laws are so harsh that, especially back in the day with crack, that just because a guy is doing 10 years doesn't mean he didn't snitch. He was just keeping himself from doing 30 in life, taking deals, cooperating. So yeah, it's such a cruel thing the law does. They take your life and they just dangle it in front of your face. Do you like your life? Out. I got a way out. It's evil, bro. And they act like they're your savior. Like we're gonna help you out. Yeah. So. But yeah, it's you knew because they didn't find any drugs, just cash. Yeah, yeah. I would never cooperate on the spot, anyways. Like if you're, you never talk to cops. You get your lawyer, and there's deals that are made behind closed doors. But you would never sign anything. You would never, you don't have to talk to them. You just clam up. Like, because you talk your way out of it, I'll tell you that much. I mean, I tried. I was like, look, I tried to bribe them because there was only like 4 over at the house. Okay. So and these were like guys in tracksuits. And they hadn't made a big commotion. They didn't come in there. These were undercover. They didn't come in with the SWAT gear. You know, I think the neighbors, because I live in a nice area, I don't think the neighbors knew what was going on. They didn't kick me out. I let them in, you know, because they had the warrant. I was like, dude, look at all this cash. Your boss isn't here yet. Your supervisor. With this money, I will go to another 200,000. Just give me a day. Just give me a day, and I'll come back. I'll be around. I'll work for you, and I'll give you this money. Just let me get out of here. What I was going to do was go get the rest of my cash. They had gone for it, and I was going to flee. I was going to Nope.
Was there a
nope,
reaction?
these fucking dorks. These fucking nerds. I was like, this is such Northwest white boy bullshit. If these were Italians from fucking, you know, the South Bronx or you know, Boston. Yep. Some Irish cops. They would have been on their fishing boats already. Yep. They would have been retired. But anyways, you know, the guy, one of the guys got pissed. He was a motherfucker. Like, they took it as an insult. Hey, dude, just offering, you dorks. That's stupid. Yeah. So what ended up happening? So they brought me in. They couldn't get it. So they arrested me. They brought me in. They booked me. I was denied bail. Like, I had bail money. They were like, no, you don't have. The judge was like, I will not set bail for you because you're clearly a high level. You know, you seem to be a high flight risk because of the amount of cash we got with you. We think you have international criminal connections. So yeah, you got to fight your case from jail, from county jail, and that's the hardest time. That is the hardest. Every day feels like a week. Yeah, every week feels like a year. It is brutal. The deprivation. Where was the jail at? This was in Portland. In Portland. Yeah, and you think Portland's like this nice, you know, you associate it with like, you know, vegan donuts, but man, there's gangbanging going on. And in county jail, dude, the first thing you do, you walk in, you have to fight. One of the first things I did on my first morning, walked out, they were like, hey, skinny kid, who you fighting? You got to fade. We're going to beat you up. You're going to have to take your custody and hang out with child molesters. And I'm like, all right, well, I guess we're going to fucking fight. So you got into a bunch of fights? Yep, dude. I got into like 5 or 6 fights in my 8 months that I was in county fighting my case. And that's what kicked my security up to like the highest level B, and that's why I got sent to maximum security prison. So how fucked is that? It's like a guy who doesn't even. I shouldn't be in a cell with a guy doing 500 years who was a shot caller for the Hells Angels. Like, why am I, as a non-violent kid, you know, stepping over bodies in a maximum security prison? Because I had to fight when I was in jail. They make it so you can't prevent it, you know? Yeah. Yep.
So what was it like finally getting transferred out of the county jail to Supermax?
No. It was just a max. It's just a maximum security. 2 Rivers Correctional Facility. There's a medium and a maximum. That's like 2 different facilities on the same you know, piece of land. But you know, you're begging after being in Queen for that long. You're just like, oh my God, like, let me get to like a home. Get this wrapped up, you know, like whatever my fate's gonna be. Like, so you know, they put you on. First of all, they send you to like a sorting facility, sorting prison. You didn't go to the prison until you got sentenced. Right? That's right. You get sentenced. So we agreed. We took a plea deal. So the longer you wait, the longer you fight your case. You got a good case, right? It's not a slam dunk for the prosecution. The more willing they're going to be to make a good deal. So my lawyer would tell me, just hang on, buddy. The more the prosecutor wants to get, right? It's all about statistics. They want as much incarceration as possible because it justifies budgets every year and all this stuff, and just keeping the apparatus going. Their job.
And I'm sure you didn't have a public defender.
No, I had a good lawyer.
Yeah.
I had a very good lawyer. He was an obese We called him the Fat Man. We called him the Fat Man. Gorski, shout out Gorski, one of the best defense lawyers in the Portland metropolitan area. And I hired him. I'm like, a guy with this much to eat, he's got to be winning some cases. So he like, the longer you stay in here, the more you're willing to play ball. So signed a plea deal for 36 months, money laundering, conspiracy. And then they ship you out of jail that night. They wake you up and say, roll up. And you put all your belongings in a sack, and they put you on a bus. They put you on the and then they sent us to a prison, like a holding facility, where you wait, right, until find a bed space for you in whatever prison you're going to go to, right? So I was there, and that's like being in like solitary confinement. They keep you locked up basically 24 hours a day in a little cell. So that was torturous too. And then they say, hey, you're going off to Two Rivers. Fuck, it's the last place I want to go to. That's a rough prison. It's 8 hours from Portland, really nowhere, right? Eastern Oregon. And so they put us on a chain, right? We call it the Gray Goose. You're locked up. You got your ankles and your wrists are bound. And you're on the bus for 8 hours. They take you off, right? Step off the bus, chained up side by side. And you're like, wow, this is your new home. It's an out-of-body experience. You've never been through the prison system before. Nobody tells you what's going on either. So you're like, I brought through this gigantic. I don't even know why half of the things are as they are. And so we're lined up. They get us off the bus, off the Grey Goose, in front of Two Rivers. We're lined up, chained up together, and this big Samoan dude, he's maybe like 3 or 4 men down from me on the chain. Fucking, as soon as they uncuff him, he turns and he fucking punches this guy next to him and drops him. Like, hard as fuck, just drops him. That dude ended up dying. Killed that dude. That was all. And the guy who punched him.
The punch?
Yes. And that guy was a Samoan guy. And he was trying to prove his stripes right away. Yeah, and I was like, oh my, over some marijuana, over some fucking weed. And now 11 years later, my fucking, my mom smokes it, takes gummies to go to bed. Yeah. So that's, and there's been far worse stories of guys, getting locked up behind weed and drugs specifically.
Yeah. How many of the guys that you met that were in that prison were in that place? It's like non-violent drugs.
I was pretty unique. In that way because in that prison, that was mostly, violent criminals and a lot of sex offenders and a lot of people doing life. Most guys at my level of the drug game would have been in a federal prison or they would have been in a lower security prison. So I was pretty unique.
Oh, so you were a state prison.
I was in a state prison. Yeah. I didn't catch a fed charge. Yeah. I didn't catch a fed charge. The feds confiscated my money, so at the day I got arrested, they sent the DEA and Homeland Security down to investigate. And they originally did charge me with federal crime. They couldn't have any links to drug sources. They were like, I guess they thought it wasn't worth time, so they just seized the money and then stayed. Yeah. Not a maximum security federal prison. Those are that's a niche. The low security, and I have a lot of these guys on my podcast. You hear their stories, and it's like, it makes my time look pretty tame, considering. Yes, the low level federal securities, like camps, that's cake, right? That's where, like, they send the Wolf of Wall Street. He's playing tennis and shit. So I don't know. It depends where I would have got sent to. But no, those max federal prisons are as tough. Usually a lot more violent than an average state. Because people are doing so much time. And there's people everywhere. Gangbangers, drug dealers, Chicago, New York, LA. It's wild. Go listen to my podcast. I got some stories coming up from these guys. Like, this is some third world shit. You would hear stories about this. Like my friend who was on my Big Perk. He's got he's got a great YouTube channel. He would be like, people get stabbed, and if the guy didn't die, if the guy who was doing the stabbing, if guys who stabbed didn't die, they would just send him to do perpetrate the whole for 30 days.
Especially if you're just as good.
Bring him back out. Didn't like you'll do so much in that area. Yeah. So like, they would send the guy who got stabbed to the hole.
My friend
I started switching stances. One, because I really
Oh,
like
thank God it was in China.
yeah, exactly. He went podcast, and when he did podcast, he explained to me
and
that
also
he
it's
basically
okay to my elbow get bad for like a week and a half into training, just leave it on the post it dislocated it.
he even found people in prison, one old guy who went consciously,
So for like
just
6
walking
months,
the yard with him every day, and didn't even tell him about it. He just gave it. The guy ended up only getting like an extra year and a half on the sentence. But Matt got like 5 years on the sentence for basically snitching on this guy. So he was telling Big Kirk about like how
especially if you're trying to be competitive tomorrow, right? That's what's so important.
and I guess Big Kirk
Races always talk about keeping things
Right,
He
for
wa-
sure.
He wanted to like he was like started sweating and doing stuff to like stop recording, like kicking out of the shower and everything.
Wow. Yeah, I would have. That's despicable.
Matt said it was too much uncomfortable compensation.
Oh yeah, I believe it, dude. That kind of shit is despicable. Like there's one thing. It's one thing to like give up info, and this is what a guy was explaining to me too. Like there's a difference between snitching and ratting. Snitching when you're in jail means like you're cooperating with authorities about something outside of the prison, right? Whether it's a case or whatever. And you might just get beat, you might just get beat down, exiled, or whatever. That's kind of like business, right? But fucking ratting like that in prison where everybody's supposed to be like, we're like in this together. That's despicable. The guy who's getting worried from you can't expect that. No, that's a gigantic lie.
At least he doesn't lie.
Right, at least he doesn't lie about the snitching.
Right.
You know what? That's fine with it. I guess that's we can get that.
You gotta get this guy.
Oh, I will.
You and him.
I will not end this conversation.
I
I
will.
will.
Him would be like,
Does he live in LA? Oh, we'll get him.
I could just like an hour from you and him and together. I could listen to that.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, people do a lot of favor skin, but man, that guy needed to be a fucking roller. He's gonna get stabbed up.
He is 5 foot. 5'5".
Wow, he's a tiny little twin.
Tiny little guy. And that's what he said. That's what pretty much what motivated him.
Yeah, his stature.
Things like boxing and
Right.
It's all like
every single thing.
it's not like I know it's called button smashing when you're playing a game. Like no, it's very systematic. And TJ, I think in that Burrow fight was the greatest expression of what
Short man syndrome.
Who's on? Who is
Yeah.
wow, it's pretty crazy. He's gone as far. I mean, he's actually spent like 10 days airline. He's looked into having his shins elongated.
Oh my God, dude.
Wow, dude.
He's driven. What about some therapy? What about just being okay with yourself? You know? What's he do?
That's true too. He has like a way
He's like close.
He's successful.
Oh, he's so successful. He's one of the most like the first podcast I did with him on here was when he was still in Africa. He had never done the interview.
intellectually he's doing
Saw my show.
Yeah.
Some of the little documentaries.
with the strategy of
And he emailed me and he's like, hey, I was actually up in Vegas, I was having a TV show. And I'm like, I don't think I'll be on my podcast and we'll see if you can like it.
Yeah.
That was like the jump off for his podcast.
Oh, no shit.
So I did that, and within a week, I had a
Wow.
So
I'll definitely. I might be able to get a TV show made. I'm not in LA, you know. He's already.
now he's got, now that he's like made all the success, now he's got production company that was possible.
That's the way to do it. Oh wow. Matthew Cox. Oh yeah. People have reached out to me telling me to get this guy on the show.
Oh man, I've done like
It'll be fun.
he's like taking that, like ever since he did that first podcast, I've never seen anybody take an opportunity so far.
Yeah.
Spokesperson He's like the Ronald McDonald of home title law.
Oh, really?
So like he was on all these internet, like these nationwide TV commercials, like doing all this stuff. People flying to do like talk at conferences.
Right.
Now,
So he's
like,
become like the Jordan Belfort.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Wolf of Wall Street, he talks about how you get away with it. Probably talks to law enforcement. Yeah. Yeah. Guys go full. That's hilarious. Guys go full rat. Guys go full rat.
he looks like a rat, doesn't
Dude, he looks like a fucking rat. Oh my fucking god, he looks like
he?
a
Couldn't trust him as far as you can
No, dude, with that grin, with that fucking teeth, they're just shining
Oh,
out of his mouth.
home title law has a fucking web page on their website for him.
Falsified documents to make it appear that he owned property. Fraudulently obtained several mortgages on for 5 to 6 months. Requiring millions of dollars. And this is for 5 to 25 years. That's Central Florida. So he was forging documents.
Yes, lots of them. He would just rent a house and somehow win on like deeds,
Yeah,
paperwork.
yeah.
He would Photoshop it.
Unbelievable.
And then go to the bank and forget exactly the mechanics of it, but he would somehow pull that, those documents, Photoshop them, get a fucking glowing house in his renting, and put like a family with kids. Yeah, this one family had like a special needs child, and he basically put them, like, stole their house and, like, by like forging the documents.
It's kind of genius though. Like really, I could just never. I don't know the first thing about any of that. It takes a certain kind of mind. I met a guy getting ready to go to bedtime. He had a piece of perfect pen. And the guy, it wasn't like yeah, and it wasn't no like amateur shit either. Like he was printing millions of dollars, and you know, the way he's describing like how he got his hands on a money printing machine, you know, like from like some again Chinese guy. It was just fascinating. So you get a lot of these guys in federal prison that are like geniuses,
Yeah.
like masterminds. This guy probably didn't go to a prison where there was a whole lot of staff. Maybe
He was in a medium.
he was in a medium. Okay, so if you go to a medium, shit kicks off every now and then, but like if you kind of keep to yourself, I don't know. If you found out he was ratting did anybody know he was ratting in jail?
I think a couple people actually did find out, but he found a way to get leverage.
Right.
Way to go to, like, hey, bro, I heard that this has been going around. I don't think you want everybody to know about this, dude.
Right.
He would use his dagger tongue.
Oh my god, I'm scared to have this guy on my podcast. Is he gonna dig shit up on
He's a
me?
very nice guy.
Wow, so dude, we can talk about like the Lord. He
No,
found like
he
Jesus.
looks like a cult leader.
Absolutely, it looks like he gives it up to Jesus before every average.
No, not at all.
Oh, thank God. Michael Franchese does that. He's like, I give it up to Jesus Christ. And he's like the big super. Absolutely crazy.
Anyway, his podcast is big, fucking nailed by
Oh wow, that's so fun. Oh yeah. Big Herc was he was a lot of fun. Yeah, but you talk. I mean, these federal prison stories, dude. Yeah, talking about as soon as you get there, you go get a shank. You get strapped up, and the guy was making him was like the guy who worked in the kitchen. You saw fights with literal knives, not shanks. Butcher knives. Saw like riots kicking off where people were stabbing each other with knives. So it's like clearly, the guards are all in on it. Yeah, all kinds of stuff. Definitely go listen to the story. But yeah, I mean, some of that happens.
How did you get set up with the guy who was like the leader?
So I asked him about that, and he's like, probably it's because we're the opposite.
Oh, you got the
I was like, why the fuck did we sell up to him? And I was like, I don't think that, obviously. And he was like, probably because you were the opposite of me, right? They don't want to put two gangbangers in a cell together because that's just too much time for them to conspire. So, and I'm like, okay, that kind of makes sense. But Jimmy protected me, right? Myself.
He's there for life.
He was in there for life. He ended up killing a guy. He was on death row, and I think he beat it to self-defense. But if you kill somebody, and you do kill somebody in prison, you usually say so. But he's the one that basically told the other gangs, white, because I refuse to kill. I was like, I'm not a follower. You know what I mean? Like I'm me. I'm not going to join your gang. What? And then I got to go put in work for you and kill somebody, and then I end up doing life. So my logic was like, give me a strap, give me a burner, give me a shank, and if you feel froggish and you want to come at me, I would rather defend myself, and stab one of you guys in self-defense, and at least maybe be able to beat the case, than me have to go put in work for you and then I never got it. That's crazy. So I refused to do that. So, but before they could put like a green light on me, Jimmy, he was like, this is a good kid. Yeah, he was dude, I owe him my life. And he, to this day, I mean, it's like, I think about him all the time. He's still alive? He is. He's kind of lost his mind because he's been on death row for so long, for the last decade. Because he got sent to death row right after I got classed down in Minnesota. And and live there sometimes. Because that's when he killed that. Yeah, but it took almost a decade to adjudicate that. And so, because he doesn't have any money, he's paying so it's in isolation for a decade, away from everybody. So that, and he was already in his 50s when that happened. So now he'd be in his mid-60s. So, he's deteriorating. His mind is probably much. Very sad. They don't have a death row in California. They do. They don't. The governor put like a stay of execution on everybody that's on death row. Yeah. So it's still on the books. They have executed people before, but they don't really do it. California is kind of the same way. Like, as long as Newsom's in power, nobody will ever be executed. But they keep people on death row. So they keep you in death row conditions, even though you'll never be executed. Which is like torture. People that have been on death row for decades appeal the courts all the time to like let them be killed. Think about that. How fucked is that? And the courts are like, no. That's true too. Right. So we have at least two. I went to the one in Starkville where I don't have a lawyer who represents some people end up on death row. He represents really. He gets flown like private to fucking Colombia. Oh wow! He explained to me. I'm a plane. I get off. I go to the hotel. I was waiting in the lobby. Yeah. Wow. He's fucking. So he's getting paid a nice. Totally. That's so he was representing the guy who's on death row. And I guess he believed this guy was innocent. It takes like a week or so. So he was there, across the street from the prison, starting from 9 p.m. to like 1 a.m. And there was across the street, so huge, dark, foggy, and cold. And there was one big group sectioned off of people who were protesting the death. Right. Because everybody knew he was supposed to execute them. Right. And rescue somebody there to tell them. So there were people protesting the execution. 50 yards away is a whole group of people who were the victims of people who had been raped throughout family members or daughters. Yeah. People who knew after there to like get their sort of and we were going back and forth like interviewing people on both sides. Wow. Yeah. Because
like the people that were there who had family members who were victims or knew the victim, you could understand why they were there. You could justify their pain and why they wanted to be there to the guy died. But the people on the other side, the only reason they were there is because they knew people who were innocent who got exonerated out of that row.
Right.
So they're like, we can't fucking prove this. There's no
Right.
evidence. Like, trial, it wasn't done right.
Yeah.
It was botched with the prosecutor.
Right.
So like, they both had a very good point.
Right.
Because I guess in this specific case, I think the guy's name, there's not enough evidence to execute this guy. And no matter what you believe about fucking the death penalty, I think the one thing that absolutely is true is you cannot fucking trick people who don't have all the solid DNA.
Of course, that's also look at that. They denied it.
This is actually
So this is the guy, but the guy you're talking about, they ended up putting him to death.
I believe. So that night they didn't. They stayed.
He was stay of execution. The governor.
They had the guy wrapped to the lethal injection thing, right? But people were in the room, the fucking movie theater, so watching. The last man is supposed to be perfect. Wow. They gave him like another
fucking 6 hours in the gym and you're eating pizza. That's crazy. I see people fuck up their weight cuts all the time just because after they cut weight, they want to be
Google the lawyer, Bjorn Grunbaum, represents serial killer, or not killer, put to death in Stark, Florida. Bjorn, B-J-O-R-N-D-R-U-N-D-A. Yeah, and then like 30 minutes before you execute all of
They'll put you to death in Florida, man. Yeah, Florida and Texas, you do not want to fuck around. Utah too. They will fucking kill you. Yeah. It's if you think about the people on the right politically would look at something like clearly their values are not aligned. Most American values are not aligned with those authoritarian communist dictators. That's what they do, how they execute people. That's you're practicing the same thing. Like you're practicing, you claim you don't want communism or big government, but you're practicing the most big government thing when you let the state, the government, take somebody's life. That's kind of how I look at it. It's like I don't want to be like China. I don't want to be like Saudi Arabia. I don't want to be like these awful, savage places. So we constantly usually be it's not enough to be like, well, China executes thousands of people. You can execute one or two black guys in Texas a year. I'm like, what kind of standard is that you're holding yourself to, comparing yourself to China? You know what I mean? Yeah, it's gives you the chill. It's gotta be so different. Dealing with people who
I think a big piece of me that drinking was fun is
because sometimes. Again, it's state to state.
And so with my friends, and we just talk about it.
Oscar Ray Boland, that's him. Convicted in the slaying of 3 women in Florida. So is he actually killed? When was this published?
It's punishing yourself. Yeah, at this age, unfortunately.
Go to the bottom, they probably upload.
Well, it's just becoming more extreme. That's why I see that John Jones did the second church of the police camp. Did you see that? Recently, I didn't know if it was old.
He's still alive. Well, it doesn't say anything. You just Google Oscar Ray Boland, what comes up.
He appeals for denied promotion. Oh, so he hasn't even appealed to
Yeah, that was all happening. Wow. That's fascinating.
Humans, I would like to talk to family members of victims whose, or alleged killers were executed. Like, should they feel better? I think they do, actually.
Yeah, I was talking to a couple. It was sad.
Whatever that is, I hope that he's there. Yeah, I hope too.
He goes to every execution. I was like, what are you doing? Every time somebody dies for
He like rides that like.
or
I think that's one of the things that made him so good too. Because he was so wild. He was just a wild dude. And it just genuinely did
dead.
really
January 7th, 16.
Oh wow.
and so skillful. That's so smart. But eventually,
We're just going to stereotyping the look. I'm just saying,
in Aspinall,
murder is one of
is a fucking beast.
He was in prison basically his whole life. He got locked up in 20. In 87. He got locked up in 87, bro. And he just killed 4 years ago. 5.
That's how long it takes. That's how long it fucking takes.
He was healed.
That's wild. That's why it's taken my boy Jimmy so long to finally get to get his champions. So it's wild.
That could also
Yeah,
be
yeah.
interpreted
So
as you don't really want to fight kind of the best guys that
Indiana's a sketchy state. I've always said Indiana's one of the worst
you're
places.
comfortable fighting.
Because it's in the
That's
north,
where
but it's
Gucci
incredible.
is.
In Indiana?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I didn't know
That's
that.
okay.
For shooting the guy who's trying to rob him?
No.
What he was saying in different words, which I appreciate.
He actually didn't go to prison for that. He got off.
Oh, he beat that. I thought he got the
He beat that for self-defense. No, he was in prison for something else.
I think he's saying he was no one.
You can't push a bitch out of a moving car in Indiana?
I mean, no, he did. He did it.
All the time, like casuals on the street. Is John Jones going to fight Tom Aspinall? It's constant. That's like the constant question.
That's a fuck state.
I love how so
John Jones
listening
versus
to your
Francis.
podcast reminded me so much of some of the
If I,
guys
like, clearly,
talking about
I'm not
chickens.
Yeah. We get that. That's West Coast slang. We call it chicken tequila.
Chicken,
Yeah.
So it's listening to it, I was like having flashbacks.
That guy's a star. Francis is the fucking scariest heavyweight.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's a star.
Yeah.
You know, like that
Yeah.
guy.
That comes from the West Coast.
It's so fucking
There's a lot of southern
yeah.
West Coast underground like crossover. But yeah, cooking a chicken is from the Bay Area.
But why?
Like
A
that's the
lot of these
heavyweight
guys talking
champion.
about how they have
For that guy to walk away from the belt and then almost beat Tyson Fury. Josh,
Oh, I think it's no reason. I don't think there's no reason. I guess because they can't steal your shit. But why would you want to trust a woman? Anybody, it doesn't have to be gender specific, but why would you want to trust a naked chick to hook up a kilo of coke, something that valuable in the crack? You wouldn't. No, you'd have a special. And you guys would. That's what they did. Like Mexican guys, they specifically they wouldn't sell drugs, they wouldn't buy them. They would be paid on consignment, or they would be paid a fee to mix the drugs, to whip up a, to stretch a kilo of coke, right? They would know how to do that. They would know how to pick up crack. You know, you give it to a specialist. You would just give it to a naked chick. Yeah, it's crazy. God damn it! I know. Trying to bust your fantasy. Yeah, for sure. I don't know who started that. I think that was like New Jack City, the movie back in the 80s.
Oh yeah,
You know? Yeah. But yeah, I don't think much of that happened. I think it's much less glamorous. You know, there are like it's crazy. There's people in the Bronx right now, Puerto Rican women that are in like a room like this, and they're all sitting at a big table and they're just cutting up checking it, and they're getting paid. And it just becomes, they're just getting paid like a salary. They're getting paid like $60 an hour because some people are trimming up buds somewhere. And it just becomes normal. Like these guys, these kids, these sicarios that are guarding El Mayo, you know, they're just sitting around like bullshitting like any group of friends with. They don't consider it what they're doing is criminal. They really don't. It gets like that. It gets so normal, especially in a culture like that, where you're like, this is the family business. Oh yeah, they do a lot of
TikTok shows, like flash all the fucking drugs.
Now, how can you do that on TikTok? But I say
cunt once, and I get flat.
That's what I'm saying.
You know, we're doing a comedy.
How can you do that? Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Is that because it's in Mexico? Like the laws are different, like the TikTok laws are? Are they different? Well, they're
TikTok
definitely
laws
different
might be
instead of in China, obviously, because they're the ones that own TikTok. They're pushing that on us.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
So they have like rules for their kids.
Yeah.
Right? There's like an off time.
Yeah, there's a time, there's a limit to how you can use, and like what they should use in fees, like smart education. Yeah. So I don't know. I can't imagine Mexico can allow people to wave guns. I don't know. That's fucking crazy. I know a lot of prisoners have TikTok.
In prison?
Yeah, some of the biggest TikTok accounts are prisoners. Talk about that. How do you smuggle a gigantic iPhone? You don't. Nobody's shoving that. I don't care how gay you are. You're not fitting that in your ass. You're not keystering an iPhone 14. You're getting that brought in from a guard. Let's talk about that. How do all these inmates have the latest technology? You know how much? You know, this is the rate for this. $1,500. Yeah, that's about what you got to pay a guard. It's like a going rate. It's like a market price.
How does the guard get paid?
By somebody on the outside. That's how drugs get sold. Let's talk about that. How do drugs get sold in prison? The same way cell phones get smuggled and purchased in prison. Somebody on the outside, one people will bring money to a guard right on his day off. Or if you're selling me drugs in prison and you're also a prisoner, my person on the outside will bring your money. Or they'll put it on your books. Right? They'll put money, and when they see there, exactly. And when they see that, boom. Now we're straight. Now we even see one of the ways it happens. Yeah.
If I was in prison, I would
Yeah, there's that, but they made stupidly, right? They made cigarettes illegal, so you think that's it. But it made a huge market, made a huge fucking market for it. You know? Of course it did, right?
That's the
gangs
most
loved it.
obvious thing I want to do.
Yeah.
The first thing,
Yeah.
I'll be outside working out and smoking cigarettes.
Yeah, exactly. Like old, like men, like
Yeah.
real men. Yeah, we're gonna fucking get jacked, but we're also gonna be damaging our lungs. Yeah. So
I always kind of like joked that if I was in prison, I would have podcasts. Because true crime and social like philosophy.
Yeah.
Oh, the biggest podcast in the world.
Yeah. And the inmates are hilarious.
Hilarious. And there's no shortage of content. You live in a content machine.
It's one of the funniest places. That's why, like, I'm trying to get this show made. I wrote a script with a pilot around guys in prison because it's so funny. There's so much funny shit. That's why I started doing comedy. It was at these talent show nights in prison. Really? Yeah.
I didn't have talent shows.
Yeah. If you're well-behaved, every now and then, like monthly, they had these like talent nights, and you go down and, dude, I've had some rough shows on the outside, but it's nothing compared to bombing in prison. Like, you had to get, if your talent, if you didn't hook the crowd in like the first 10 seconds, they start booing, they would throw oranges, fights would break out. Like, that's what taught me to like get to the punchline quickly. So if you watch my comedy, like I'm at immediate. Like there's not a lot of big setup, and that comes from prison. That comes from doing comedy in prison. Yeah. So when you first got actually, let's come back okay, yeah. So his uncle was Frank Lucas. Yeah, David was one of like the best up and coming comedians.
I love
He's an ingenious roast.
I love when he talks about
Yeah.
it is so good.
Yeah. It's schoolyard, like brilliant.
Yeah.
It's all off the top of the dome. You know what I mean? Like he's the real deal. He's the real deal.
That's a talent.
Yeah,
I feel like I don't know about comedy, but I feel like having conducting a bit is completely a separate world.
Yeah. Totally. And it's art versus the natural. Yeah. We call it like back in the bus, right? And I'm not just saying that because he's black. Like he reminds me a lot of the guys in prison, like how just naturally funny they would be at the table, certain dominoes or whatever. People would just be snapping on them, you know. And it was like hot potato. You didn't want to, if the hot potato came to you, you wanted to get it off of you as fast as you could, right? So you would. As it was coming around the circle to me, like people just get roasted. I would be like rapidly fucking coming up with insults for somebody else just to push it off of me. You know what I mean? So that was like training. That was training, and then during the talent show, that's when I would write jokes. I didn't really know there were jokes at the time. It was just like I would observe things in the prison that were funny. Yeah, and I didn't realize these were comedy bits. I would just write them down, and I would get up there, and I would be like, "You guys fucking notice this, right?" So one of my first bits was about how, like, when a riot is about to break out in prison, you can tell because everybody is in their boots. They're like work boots to the shower. Because if a riot kicks off on the yard, that means everybody in the prison has to start fighting. It doesn't matter if you don't have to be on the yard. People will break out the walls everywhere. In the day room, in the chow hall, in the showers. So you don't want to be caught fighting butt naked without the proper footwear. That's for real. That's the thing. So you will see motherfuckers butt ass naked, we'd be showering off naked, but with our boots on still. And so my first punchline was, it looks like we're all about to do black porn.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so that's like a huge. Oh, okay. So that's kind of how I got in. I would just be like roasting like the Mexican gangs. I'm like, Ernesto's been locked up for 5 years, but his baby mama's 5 months pregnant. How the fuck did that happen? You better talk to your cousin, Ernesto. You know, shit like that. Yeah, but David Lucas reminds me a lot of that. Just incredibly, like, that level of funny just comes from not giving everyone together. And I don't have that. Like, I'm not that quick, but it's just like it's a brand.
Yeah, he has that about him. He's like, he's not gone. He plays not trying that hard.
No.
Some people try very hard, yeah, and they're still very good. But he is. He doesn't seem like he doesn't have to put it on.
And that's when you become. That's when you go from being a good comic to a great comic.
Yeah, we still got all that.
Oh, especially
today.
Oh, of course. Dude, never. I wish I was a comic.
That's the thing I feel like sometimes doesn't. I feel like a lot of people who are just naturally good at shit, a lot of them, they can't figure out the discipline and the relentless work.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's why these guys I would watch also dream of us going to Hollywood. It takes too much discipline. That's why most comedians aren't ready for this new age. They don't have all the shit I do. I'm like talking about brand deals, and then
we have like 11 podcasts.
yeah, and I'm going over talking about like, oh, do this on the thumbnail. So I'm being a graphic designer, and I'm talking about titling it. I'm a marketing team, and then you know what I mean. And then also I'm over here like trying to write about my breakup. You know, so it's like you have to wear so many hats now. Oh yeah, I forgot about that too. Yeah, and then I'm fucking talking to hitmen in Mexico. So you just like you have to be so dynamic now. It's unfair. Like, you can't expect people to be able to wear that. So that's why it's like I wanna train this. I wanna turn this YouTube shit. It's going to transition into something. I know it takes a lot of time. You gotta break out somehow. So let me tell my story. Let me get hot this way, and I'll bring people in.
So what was like the spark that was like I wanted to put all this stuff on YouTube, these like serialized podcasts out there. How did that all happen?
Oh, desperation. Nothing. Desperation. No, it was like I want to tell this story Because it was the book. It was the book. The book I was inspired. Yeah, the book is. I thought it was the book called Days of the Trap. Days of the Trap. Yeah, you should go check it out. But I was like, there's so much more to this. Like it was literally thinking like a businessman, like a drug. I looked at the market and I was like, this is being understood. Like there's people that are on with crime and drug and prison shows, but they're not.
Yeah, I love the fucking title. Yeah, I love the cover of it.
Oh, thank you, Dan.
Simple.
Yeah, that's it right there. And I think it's only available on Kindle right now. We're reprinting it. It took the rights back from the publishing company, and now we're going to relaunch it. So you might only be able to buy it on Kindle. So that'll be relaunching it with an audio book. But basically, I look at YouTube and the algorithm, and I'm saying it's either one or the other. It's either dorks from the BBC that are like interviewing cartel members. They're like, what would you do? Like, guy from the Sinaloa cartel.
It's so easy when, like, especially in this country, all tech is primarily left, and they have a very strong
What the fuck did you get this guy? You didn't ask me it on camera? You didn't make me answer that? What do you think? So that shit, and then it was, you know, like, for lack of a better word, like hood dudes, ghetto dudes that are super entertaining. They have a terrible, they're filming it on iPhone. So it was just a market piece. I'm like, nobody's doing this. Let me try to do this. I think I can do it. I think it can work. So it's so far it's been working out. But that was really it. Like, it was just opportunity. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Have you seen this video like documentary?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
How basically it's all this whole like drug scene there, rapping.
Yes. Vice was really good. Yeah, they're a little watered down now. It's completely sold it. I knew because of the nature of the material that it was clickbaity. I was like, we're going to get some eyeballs on this. But no, I didn't expect it to pop this quick. I was like, told my producer, the guy who films it, sets it up, he's now involved in creative decisions, the guy who does the editing, my right-hand man, Brian. I told him, let's just give this a year. Just give me a year. I'm going to underpay you for how much work you're going to do. Just give it to me and then we'll reevaluate. You know, 3 episodes later, we had like 200,000 subscribers. I think it was, yeah. 4 months ago, I was working on the rest. You have like short videos on YouTube that have like 100 million views. Oh yeah.
There's one of them. The first one I saw was you tell how to like engage you.
Yeah, I talked about getting pulled over. Yeah, so we had a lot of those. You know, and it pops, it ebbs and flows, right? Like the numbers are. But I'm just focused on taking it to the next level. That nobody's doing. I don't want to be super bored, man. Like, drugs. No one wants to travel to all these different places. Yeah, exactly. But make it entertaining. Make it a little funny. Make it fucking different, you know? Yeah. Like, nobody's talking about the shit that we used to. Like, people are just like, drug routes, cartels, stronger than ever. Well, what is the cartel? The cartel's coming to your city. No, the fuck they're not. Like, nobody's really covering this. So that's kind of, I really want to, like, dig
you're wasting energy, you're wasting life, and you're wasting your potential. Because you're thinking only in terms of negative all the time. Negative is never constructive. You don't have to think like that to be successful.
Yeah, he's like, I'll fly down that tomorrow. I know exactly where his parents went. Walk up.
That's a great run. The Choas apparently were, they say, according to Cocaine, what do they call it? Cocaine Cowboys, that documentary, that guy Billy Corbin, Florida boy. Oh yeah, that's right. He was saying the Choas were really the number one bands. You know? And Pablo was kind of like Chapo. not maybe not a glorified manager, but kind of he wasn't like the main guy. The main guy was the Ochoa. Old man Ochoa.
You would think that, right? Because they fucking got Pablo and killed him.
Yeah.
And they fucking traded him like he was fucking
Like a deer.
like a deer. Yeah, exactly. So you would think that he had to have been part of some patriarch just like Ochoa.
Yeah. So they said old man Ochoa, just like Elmira Zambada, never did a day in prison. That old school patriarch, he's a horse breeder, part of the oligarch, the oligarchy kind of circle in Colombia. But they say he was the biggest Medellin Federation. So yeah, his son George Ochoa. Living his life.
Yeah, he said Roger said that he breeds horses.
Yeah, well, they all exactly. That was legitimate. Yeah, they all was. Well, I might have to take Roger down to his Cessna airport. Yeah, that'd be sick.
Have control
And now he's not sent twice.
pretty much just let shit
That fucking
Yeah. And I don't want to be like I don't necessarily want to be a journalist. I want to incorporate like politics, culture, and all of these different elements of wherever I'm documenting. Like I want to bring something, like the way the Bourdain show really became about the culture and the politics of the country itself, not really about food. Like that's kind of where I'd like to take the show. Like I don't want to be a journalist. I want to be a former drug dealer who is just kind of like living out his fantasy, like getting to interview like members of the fucking Sinaloa cartel. I'm like, this is so serendipitous. Like, I used to buy drugs. And now here we are, a generation later, talking to you.
how much of your work is how much on
just a decision.
I'm a stand-up comedian.
so that's
Yeah, of course. And I still do probably 5 or 6 shows a week when I'm in Los Angeles. Yeah, and then I'm still on the road every now and then, So we're trying to sell tickets and Michigan on tour, do all that kind of stuff. But this is their step to like really like get out of Yes, that was my first viral video. Dude, we have a video showing that to. This is just me talking about it. We have a video of us in a trap house showing that video to cartel members. Really? Yes, and they're just laughing their fucking ass off. They're like, show YouTube videos. So we're all sitting around smoking.
So find the one where he actually attacked.
Yeah. What's that? No, that's he described the attack. Go back. Oh, yeah.
Like a really benevolent leader that really is an actual real guru, and it makes sense. And no one's fucking everybody. Well, it's not. The leader gets to fuck everybody in control. Yeah. That could be avoided, but it would just make things easier. But it really was better off without a real belief system that sort of entertaining a lot of belief systems.
Oh my god.
This idea so I've been trying to write a comic book
How long ago was that? That was right. That was around the same time that Will Smith. The Will Smith song on Chris Rock happened. Yes, this was like the end of February or early March. Yeah. Exactly. Chappelle. Exactly. And dude, that's what happened to comedians, non-famous comedians, forever. By the way, People hate when they fuck up and you make a fool of them. Like I was shredding them. Like they were. I had the crowd like doubled over. It was a black show too, so they were slapping the table. We were like, that guy's been fucked
fucked in every hole.
Exactly, yeah. And I called the guy a snitch finally.
Oh,
And
shit.
In perfect snitch mode, he rushed the stage. So, but after we go off camera right there, you don't see it, but I had the crowd so on my side. I took the guy by the nape of his neck. He's like 5'7", and I'm 6'6".
Yeah.
So I just like WWE like power slam through a fucking table. And these dude, a couple of these fucking audience members were actually going over. So they wrestling on the ground, they're trying to like punch and shit.
I tried writing.
No.
Oh my god.
Yes, dude, it was wild. So that happened. And literally, and then a week or two later, the Will Smith shot happened. And that was on my Kim Kardashian section. I'm like, send me that fucking video, dude. And I posted it, and within a month, it had 3, 4, 5 million views. Now it's like over 10. This is the full one. If you find the short kind of
Well,
stuff
you can see if you hover over the timeline, Austin, it'll show you where like. So go like a minute before that. Like right there.
I'm not gonna do anything with the comic book, so it's really fun. Like to know that I just had fun doing it. You don't plan on publishing? Maybe, but I think honestly.
Oh yeah, the guys bragging about how we got into the show on a roof.
Where was it? This is outside?
This was like an outdoor on a patio in Hollywood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, one of them left.
Takes place where this guy goes to the Garden of Eden that's being protected by these tribespeople. And inside of the Garden of Eden are these trees called kalees, where when you eat the fruit of them or you eat the crystals of them, you get teleported to a place where the sixth lives. And the sixth is like the God of our universe. The world takes place in densities, which are pretty much genres. So there's 7 of them. The first density.
I was so high off an edible, I should have just dropped it right there. But I was so high, too. That's what you don't know about that. So I was like, it is surreal. I was like, is he really coming up here?
Doing the venue? What, he's doing the parking lot?
Yeah, exactly. No, it was like a hookah lounge.
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
yeah. So, and dude, if you go read the comments, everybody's like, that guy definitely snitched.
Yeah. If you got that mad when you called him a snitch, that fucking went all the holes. That didn't piss him off.
That's why I call him a snitch. That was just trigger word, you know? Yeah, so I chopped that up into like multiple different bits. But yeah, so that was like the first, like, that made my channel pop, my personal channel. And then, that one, the short original one is like over 10 million.
That's 3 million on this one.
Yeah, just on that's the long video. And then there's another one with like 6 million. It's got like a B-side. So yeah, it's paid off of this. So I want to thank this guy who's watching. You got me paid, motherfucker. Yeah. So yeah, dude. But then the Connect just hit those shorts. Those shorts just hit. And yeah, I was talking about getting pulled over with blood in the trunk. And like different throws that we use. Can I talk about some of those? Yeah. So a big thing we did, so we took so many trips up I-5, man, with the trunk loaded. By the end, I would have somebody go pick up the product for me, right? I would have a spotter car, right? But for forever, we just went up there. We just took drunk and fucking crossed our fingers, right? So sometimes we would put like police or military stickers on the back of our cars, you know, because cops love it. It's kind of the same thing, so law enforcement. So that would be like a throw off. One time I got pulled over and I told him I was reporting his list, and he fucking saluted me like, "Just be safe." Like that's the way I got out of it. Go on, buddy. Meanwhile, I get 20 bucks. You know what I'm saying? Yep. I got once. I have different little tips for getting pulled over. Like, I would immediately talk to, like, if I got pulled over, I learned to immediately, like, confess to the fact that I was speeding or turn. You put the officer at ease immediately. like this guy, I clearly, like, I was going down, like, the side of a mountain. Like, it's really, like, rural. So I'm just speeding down this, like, stretch of highway, just straight down. You can't not speed, right? And it was a speed trap. So I got pulled over, going like 15 over the speed limit. And I immediately was like, dude, I know I hit that way too fast. I'm sorry. So immediately, like, you cop to, like, the small infraction. So it puts the cop at ease, and he's like, "Oh, this is just a good guy. This is a citizen, you know." And so just immediately drops his any kind of suspicion of you guys, you know. Yeah. So I clipped that, threw it up there, and people seem to take it.
Dude, when I was back in like the mid 2000s, I was in a lot of East Coast updates, like traveling from here to like South Florida, and I would go across Alligator Valley, and there was probably 3 different times where I just randomly got pulled over.
If we go negative, then pretty much just next time.
Wow,
Yeah.
really?
Not smuggling drugs, nothing like that. But there was a time when they would just pick off random cars.
Yeah.
Like a huge percentage of them, and just search them for some reason.
And you let him search?
Like,
Yeah.
I was like 17.
Of course. What are you gonna do? Yeah, you don't know you have rights. Right. Yeah, that's true.
Like,
Why would they
never got
you
any
were-
planted on it.
Yeah, I don't think cops really have a reason to plant shit, right? I mean, they, of course, huge scandals, the Rampart scandal, literally working for the gang. They would hire like gang affiliated
Best case scenario
to
is
work on the police force and shit.
and
And all that shit. Yeah, Rampart was wild, but yeah, cops nowadays usually aren't gonna plant shit on them if you send them out kid. Right? It's crazy to think they would search your car. Were you smoking weed?
Oh,
Did you look like a pothead? Maybe surfers?
probably was a pot.
You probably look like a pothead.
Yeah.
You're a surfer kid.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. Dude, speaking of surfers, there is this, you gotta look at this drug test. They need to make a movie about this. There were, when I was in college, you heard about these college kids, these frat guys that went to like San Diego State, and they were surfing. So what they would do, they're also coke dealers. So what they would do is they would drive down to Mexico to re-up. They would pick up, like, I'm talking real weight, like significant multi-kilo re-ups.
Yeah.
And they would build them. They would have like the cartel guys or somebody down on the Mexico side, like, open up the surfboards, you know, follow the stuffed kilos into the surfboards, and then they would put them on the top of their Winnebagos or whatever, and they would come in through customs, and they'd be like, yeah, we're just down there surfing. Yeah, fucking shredding down here in Sonata, man. Bro, they're fucking getting away with it. Making millions of dollars.
Look at their car.
In plain sight. Yeah. So that was, and they were making millions of dollars as like high school juniors in this frat. Yeah, no shit. So I always like found that so crazy that, like, you know, these white boys, probably from like rich families, you know, risks like that. That's cowboy shit. I don't, we've never had sympathy for like guys like that. We didn't really like drugs. I mean, I didn't either. It was so expensive. You know,
It's a funny thing too about like some of the biggest narcos. The kids don't have that, right? They like move to the
territorial
It depends. Or they don't, like, Mayo's kids, his sons are going to take the business. Are they really? Oh, yeah, definitely.
Luis was telling me that his kids are like big on Instagram. They're
Well, they may be, but they're also
like freely walking around the U.S.
well, those are the guys. One of them is the guy who got caught ratted on shopping. He's not going to go back. Although there's reports, again, I'm telling all recent business, but there's reports that he actually sneaks back to Mexico and visits his father. But yes, those 2 kids are out of the game, or maybe one of them was never in the game. But there's 2. The guy's got like 7 or 8 kids. So 2 of his sons in Mexico still definitely. It happens. That's how it happens with the Calabrian mob. The Ndrangheta in Calabria, Italy. It's all lineage. It's all down. That's how it happens. That's how they monopolize the trade. They have to. You can't just like the US. markets all passed down through lineage. So I think a huge part of the game is passing on. But in the U.S., that their kids go with American Dream. Like that's the reason that the mob in New York has to go to the other side. They have to go to Sicily now to recruit the members because they're generally, for the most part, are like going into the legitimate world. I think they want to. So it's much less of a cultural thing. It's more just like starts out in the U.S. is just a way to survive. Hopefully your kids. Yeah, that's what's cool. I always loved about the criminal dream is being able to go. Yes, that's what I say on my podcast. The criminal's dream is to no longer be a criminal. So that's I was living proof of that. Like I was gonna get out of the game and have millions and just funnel it into legit businesses. It would have set me up for the rest of my life if I could have pulled it off. I just didn't get out in time. I got too rude.
That's what we just feel each other's feelings. Yeah, or that would be good, maybe. Yeah, that would be good if it's like.
Yeah. He talks about he bought all of his friends' fucking houses,
and it was just.
I cannot wait to ask him about that. I'll ask him on the Patreon episode where's money, how much money he has to still have. I don't know. I mean, honestly,
With what's currently
buying
going on,
yeah, but how much money got away with? Yeah, how much money we still have access to? Yeah, right. Well, he's so connected. I'll probably get back in the game. But yeah, I mean, he may have moved on, and this is back in the 70s, right? But was he active after the 70s? Right. He was. I think he was active. Yeah, he fell and he originally got arrested. When did Barry Seal get killed? Early 80s. Early 80s? Well, we could probably look that up. Yeah, find out on Barry back. It might have been the late 80s. I think Roger. Oh, okay, yeah, so that would have been the 80s. So he was in prison the whole time from Roger was in prison in the 80s to 2016. Oh wow! Yeah, oh wow! Oh yeah, so he died in 86. Yeah. So Roger was locked up. Roger was already locked up. He got locked up. Yeah. Did Reeves have a No, so it's a funny thing too, talking about like the links. Have you ever seen Pablo? Yes. He's fat. Super fat, super fat. Oh, interesting. I thought he was a dork. Maybe he had multiple sons. Because one of them was a nerd. They moved to Argentina, right? After Pablo got killed, the family relocated. Really? Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, it's not safe for them. Everybody from the dead. But look at him. Look at old Roger. He's on a podcast right there.
Super intelligence gets achieved, and you're attaching that to quantum computing. Right, quantum computing right now is only able to just like do integers,
that Seal paid millions to equations.
Yes. Oh, I know. Wait to ask him about that. I'm scared for Roger. I'm scared when he's open with this information. It makes me worried.
When he talks about it, he doesn't like be like,
yeah.
Well, if you scale that up,
right. That's what makes me believe it. It's very matter of fact. You know what I mean?
I mean,
imagine millions of lives.
Quantum imagine too. I mean,
Is that
real sci-fi with the idea like
yeah, to let them use meaning, right?
particles.
So when they're in the airport, right? Yeah, he was so very at dinner with So the Clintons were to believe that would mean that the Clintons would then take millions of dollars, but then who would they? I'm fascinated. How would corruption at that level work? They would then tell the people that worked at Nina, like, hey, some planes don't you touch these guys? I guess because Barry said that I want this is why quantum computing is so powerful. Because Mark Andreessen said this that quantum computing can solve an equation that if you convert the entire universe, like every molecule, every atom of the universe into a supercomputer, it would take so long for the universe as a supercomputer. So this prize and probably
the universe
paying
would
off
die of heat death before it solved it.
whoever
And
is
quantum
running,
computing can solve
whoever's in
it.
charge of like
I've seen that.
big decisions for the military.
Essentially,
Right? Yep. Like that would
Yes, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. The Clintons can't just take money and then call down. Bill Clinton's not going to call the airport meeting.
Right.
Right. We got some.
Because I always think I'm like,
Doing something new.
No, I guess there was some sort of protection that was always there.
Right.
And
that's why, yeah. So everybody's getting paid out.
Everybody.
Yeah, everybody's getting paid out.
You know who's like the foremost authority on this whole fucking topic who actually wrote a book on it?
Yes.
Oh, dude, yeah, the UK. He wrote like a series of books all about this.
Wow.
And all about the Clintons. It's called like, yeah, the title of the book is like, find out the name of his, okay. He wrote a ton of books. Click on like the list of his books. It's called like The Boys on the Tracks. Or something like that. Yeah, it's one of his first books. There it is, with the Clinton book and CIA. But there's, yeah, so he has multiple books on Clintons and Bushes, and basically all of the quote-unquote suicides and things have been involved in.
Right.
The first ones were the boys that was tied up to
Some
the
railroad tracks.
Yep.
Yes.
And that
Yes.
was your suicide.
Right. And they were the guys who stumbled on. They like they were just playing in the woods. You know, and I think they stumbled upon like one of the planes being unloaded. Yeah, that's interesting.
So okay, that was it. We're gonna look at from it's like blah 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 something from the boys on the track to Jeffrey Epstein. He ties everything from the beginning from the boys on the track all the way to Jeffrey Epstein. Everything about wow, this dude.
So it's pretty investigative.
Super investigative.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah.
What is happening between these beings and this craft that
Yeah,
they power,
they've
but
been
they're
waiting since the beginning.
completely
I
connected.
just saw an ad on YouTube yesterday. We were seeing ads for that
rays is
thing called
probably
Master
the
Class.
future.
Yes, of course.
What
Yeah.
every
We got one with fucking
primate
Brooklyn.
eventually
Yes,
becomes
right.
once it
To
integrates
teach
with
about
it.
politics.
It would be
I'm like,
really cool.
Who better to teach about politics? That's really what politics are. Yeah, politics is corrupt and dirty and murderous sometimes.
I want to buy that Master Class.
Yeah,
no
no
fucking
shit.
shit.
No
It would be
shit.
super cool if it was
Look at this shit, bro.
On leadership.
On leadership,
By
of
the way-
all things.
By the way, do they really need money? Do they need more money? Like, why are they doing this? This is insane. $1 million a week. $1 million landed.
Into the wood chip. What the fuck is what? Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling that a lot of these stories, like these ancient religious stories, they're based on truth. It's just truth that was spoken.
Oh my God! Look at this. All the bushes.
They were illiterate, and that they had these tales that were told for 1,000 years. They wrote them down. They're writing down these ancient languages that even when you take those ancient languages and try to translate to modern English, a lot is lost in the translation. I think there's something there's something they're trying. They're not telling stories for no reason. I think they're telling these stories because they're trying to document something. I just don't think we get a full picture of it. But there's so much truth in those stories. There's so many lessons in those stories that are
Jeffrey Epstein on Fuck Island.
that resonate today. I think
You
it'd be
ever
foolish to
banged a woman with a scar?
I mean, Carl, you want something?
You ever fucked her with a scar? It's not technically cheap.
Do you know
And
Jessica?
you don't have to wash your dick.
Jessica Campbell. Oh, it's amazing. I got super into Jessica Campbell around that time when I was kind of, doing the whole figuring myself out part of Jerusalem. But
This
the
is
idea that
psychotic.
there's pretty much a blueprint to all of the stories
So
that are across civilization. It's crazy. It's like the pyramids being everywhere. Like
how
it's just.
fucking wild.
I mean, how much could you
To us,
making
stories to me,
like they're worth hundreds of millions already. Like, what do they need? They're just
mega big monster returns back home. Like that's like the blueprint to a lot of stories. I think it just goes underneath the rug because we're just
What kind of
used to
people?
all the
Like,
stories being like
think
that.
about. Could you put yourself in the shoes of somebody who was gonna be fucking sold on this?
Oh yeah, MSNBC and the people that work in for the major news outlets. You're like, yeah, what an American. What did he do for America? He raised the minimum wage by $1 by the time he got off office. Sure, he wrote the competitive bill. Sure, he took millions of dollars from bribes from cocaine. You know, sure, he locked up more black people than like all Republicans combined. You know that, by the way? It wasn't Reagan. Reagan's blamed in the mass media for like the war on drugs and like policies that targeted like crack dealers and shit. He didn't give a fuck with it. He had that old school racism, like the animals, whatever. Like he didn't give a shit at all. Yeah. It wasn't until he was kind of like forced by like pressure, public pressure to come in and like start getting tough on crime and shit like that. It wasn't until the Clintons that the prison population started exploding, and Biden was involved in all that shit too. Yeah, exploded. Yeah. Yeah. They're coming after. They're coming after. If you're selling drugs to my mother, you do not deserve to be walking around. Why is your fucking mother buying crack? Your mother's buying cocaine? Wow. Yeah, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, it's dumb. It's like it feels like society. When you watch the Bushes now, who probably also have an Instagram. When you watch George W. Bush, who killed more people like than all of like cartel members combined in all of history, like you see him giving a master class and everybody being like, isn't that like politely clapping? You're just like, this is some 1984 Big Brother type shit. How quickly we forget, you know?
Yeah.
Like we're applauding Dick Cheney for coming out against Trump. We're applauding for doing the right thing. Who's literally the biggest war criminal, like since Slobodan Milosevic, the Timar Rouge, fucking any kind of dictator, millions of people dead. ISIS, all that shit, all goes back to those guys conscientiously coming up with that propaganda.
It's crazy too how more and more of these things that we always thought were like conspiracy cover-ups are like being declassified.
Yeah. It all comes out. It all comes out, but
shit,
it's
like when you see, to see shit be declassified, like Operation Northwoods.
oh, tell me about that. That was
Operation Northwoods was under Kennedy, the head of the CIA, Alan Dulles. They had a plan to, in order to justify invading Cuba, they were going to fly.
Oh, that's right.
Empty
That's right.
airline
And blow it up.
Cuba, blow it up.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Yep.
That was their
Yep.
plan
Yep.
to invade Cuba.
Sounds like something that happened under the Bushes, right?
Yeah.
So this is not like anything new. This is something that's, these are CIA deep state tactics that have grown and evolved and been passed down since World War II, since the beginning of what became the CIA. Yeah, absolutely. And it all comes out, but it's always after the dead. It's always so nobody has to take responsibility. Right. So we'll know who killed Kennedy maybe in our lifetime. Right? It's also something about that. Well, but did Biden push it back? Biden didn't try. I think Biden gave an order not to let that come out.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah,
I didn't know
that might be a Google. Google it,
Here's
Jamie.
my thing.
Right. So what was it?
Okay, there was CIA plot. Yeah, the CIA plot. The guy was like Patsy.
Yeah. Yeah. What would change in a
Really, I mean, think of how many people would fucking hate this.
Yeah.
Most people wouldn't be like, okay, whatever.
I think what would change is that we certainly wouldn't
after this
Biden official suit.
So, I'm not sure why, like, they didn't really talk about why they were,
But it's absolutely a fuck piercing cover up.
Yeah.
But it does keep your attention.
Yep. So it's a great question. I think I would notice. I mean, people are thanks to our unity. When it came out that the governor whacked Kennedy, I think it would hurt Democrats more. What do Republicans do? But it would hurt Democrats more because right now most of the mainstream media is an mouthpiece to corporate Democratic. That's what I. So yeah, so I think it would change. I think it would sway voting. But still, it doesn't matter. Like, there's no good candidates on either side. So I don't know how it would change like the future of America. Maybe I don't know. Maybe you could get a guy like Bernie Sanders, right? Whether you agree with all of his policies or not, he's a guy that wanted to change the status quo. So maybe a guy like that could get it because enough people are being pressure to get like a third party candidate. Yeah, they may do something like that.
Have you seen the video of
No.
And he's like, there's a lot we don't know about 9/11.
Yeah.
There's a lot of shit that we don't know about 9/11. We don't have the full story.
He's just keeping it real, dude. He's saying what we're all thinking and talking about on podcasts. So he's back. This is a phrase that he's saying that. If this were the 60s, he probably would have been assassinated. They probably would have tried to hit him. This was the 60s. They don't do that anymore. But what he's saying Kennedy essentially, like after he made the switch, like in 63, early 63, he made that speech where he was like, we're not going to pursue this Cold War thing against the Russians. We're going a different way. We're taking society to a peaceful route. We're not going to prop up a military industrial complex. Like, he made that switch, and that's what got him killed. Amongst other things with like the mafia and his brother, investigating cases on the mob, all that shit fueled it. But it was really when he said, "Hey, we're going to take society to a different direction." So Trump was kind of saying, and that's why they came after him with Russia. I don't know. I mean, thought about that at all. I don't have the bandwidth. I can't even think about it. I can't think about like what Twitter is going to look like. All these fucking topics. I forgot Elon put him back on Twitter. He's back on Twitter. Yeah, exactly. I love that though. This is everybody who's talking shit about Elon. He's like, he was on his knees crying, eating out of my hands. Dude, he's so funny. He's so fucking funny, bro. Yeah. He's really gonna run again. I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. It could be cataclysmic, or he might just not. He might not play well at all, and might not even make the. It could be uneventful. It could go both ways, or the other way, where they're calling for national emergencies, rights away. That's where the South steps up. Right. And you guys stepped up. Like, I don't like the fact that everybody walks around with guns down here, but I'll tell you what, that kept us from going full China during the lockdowns. It was Texas and Florida and all these places that have so many guns that you just couldn't attempt to mandate anything like that because people will rebel. Yeah. So that really does keep the government. That's what it dawned on me. A good little kid from Oregon. I saw that. Especially in this country. For sure. They should probably run him. But yeah, it is kind of all backed up. The feds could now we're just talking crazy right now. Seriously? Is that true?
people here, I think 99% of people that live here and that are here in this area right in Florida right now, they're not from Florida.
You're in a position right now.
They're from the fucking north.
Yeah,
They're retired. They're retired. They come down here. They're snowbirds, or they move down here. Like this is such a crazy area.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and there's so many progressive, liberal type people, older people that are from these liberal states come down here. There's a very small group of people down here.
First of all, they give you a date.
Oh, wow.
No, I don't think that's. I don't really know much about
Texas, I think there's more. Texas is way bigger, and there's so many big cities, and everybody's across. For now, Austin, but most people there. But everybody's not going. I do think it is. I just think that federal government is ever gets so crazy. Yeah, okay, fine, or whatever, emergency order. State governors all. We're going to send the feds to the Capitol building. I think they just wouldn't do that. They're more strapped than us. And Miles and Bottom, and there's lower, because it's going to be held upon. Like a lot of people who get killed. Yeah. Oh no, I can't. I don't know. Maybe it's inevitable in the United States somehow. But I hope it's not. But I don't see how else it could be because, like, say Texas wants to split away from the feds want that revenue. Like the federal government is not in the business of like getting smaller. Like the government is not in the business of getting smaller. It's just this gigantic monolith. Right? Yeah. Because everybody's got to get paid. It's just natural to try to grow. It's like the prison population, right? So against their interest to let it reduce. Yeah. So I just think if Texas or whoever, California tried to break away, the feds would send armed people in. You know what I mean? Yeah.
But there's a lot of like, dude, Boston is huge because like. I did the TD Garden because that was like where I grew up. That's where I started doing stand-up.
Yeah, of course.
There's something about that where
we live in a sick fucking society.
It's
We've been through it all. That's what it is. We just haven't evolved. We just haven't been around. Yeah. Colin Quinn is a great joke though, making that one of the greatest comedians, Colin Quinn. He's talking about the fact that it's crazy that this country is this big. When you look at Europe, that's why it's cut off in so many different countries. Because its culture is different. Like he's like, and then his joke is, you can't tell me that Bulgaria and Spain have less in Jersey than Utah. You know what I mean? Like, it's totally true. Like there's a reason the borders and the mountains are used as like these natural barriers. Because like we're not meant to have this community. It's impossible. Right? You're meant to focus on what's going on. Your own community. It makes it better. Yeah. 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 The only big concern is that once we're split up into 5, 6, 7, 8 countries, who's the big superpower? Who's that going to be? Right. I don't know. It's not going to be China. China's fun. Everybody thinks China's about to be the next thing. They're not. That's the only thing. I don't know. Maybe it's better. Maybe there is no. That's what it is. It's better than everything gets decentralized. You know what I mean? I this idea where I can go out and be the best martial artist. No. Yeah, sure. Yeah, it makes for good clickbait. Yeah. We're gonna get about a fucking 5 million epic viral shorts from this. We'll get a nice pop. Hopefully your channel gets a nice little pop. Hell yeah, man. Yeah. Thanks for coming. I really appreciate it. Tell people where they can follow your shit. Yeah, please go watch The Connect on YouTube and on Spotify, iTunes too as well. And we'll put up 2 episodes a week. Just go to type in The Connect with Johnny Mitchell. I'll pop right up on YouTube. We have a documentary episode every week where we travel to all these different kind of interesting cartel places and do crazy shit like that. And then I have a podcast where I interview people
once a week as well.
What's that one called?
Dropping interviews, yeah. We're just one even.
What's your other podcast with the Who with the long hair?
Oh, we don't do that anymore. That was called the Fuck Man. That was the Comedy's Coming. Right now, I want people to go check the Connect out. If you can follow if you like stand-up comedy, go to my page, Johnny Mitchell on YouTube. Follow me on Instagram. That's a big one. At Mr. Johnny Mitchell. That's where I'm posting all my alerts and my show dates when I'm out on the road doing comedy or in Los Angeles. So, yeah, those are big ones. YouTube and Instagram.
Yeah, appreciate it. I'll link it all below.
That's it.
That's
for
it,
having me on, buddy. Bye, world. All right.
Which I know that I can do because I fought Umar, who's easily one of the best wrestlers in the UFC, and I was able to do that whenever I wanted. So that brings me a lot of confidence about that. So I get to fight Rob with a lot of confidence going into it about that. On the striking end of things, I'm obviously, I think, a way better striker than Rob is, even though he does make his shit work. Makes his shit work.
Thanks for coming, man.
But I'm honestly not
Fascinating
gonna read too
life
much
story.
into it.
It's a weird path.
How old were you when you decided to officially move to the
Amazon rainforest.
I was 17 years old when I made the decision. I hated school, never good. I was getting into fights with gym teachers. I was getting suspended. I was just failing my classes. And just my parents are awesome. My parents said, "Look, just forget it. Just forget the last 2 years of high school. Go to college, save up money, do whatever you want." So do whatever I want. I'll do whatever I want. So I'm getting plane tickets to the Amazon.
So what sparked that idea?
Books about people following their dreams and doing all this shit. And it's like, you're just a kid. Yeah. And I was like, I want that. I want to go out and, find something amazing. And to me, it was like the Amazon is the place that has more terrestrial biodiversity than anywhere else on Earth. Not just now, but at in the fossil record. And so I was just like, get me on a one-way ticket to there. And then it took like 6 months of emailing people and calling and trying to find a research position there. So I didn't want to go as a tourist. I didn't want to go as people go to Costa Rica. I didn't want to go on like a rainforest. I wanted to go and authentically be in the Amazon forest. And so I found the research with one local indigenous guy. This guy's name is Juan Julio Rivera, and everybody calls him JJ. And he had a small plot of land that he was protecting. He was doing that in collaboration with a PhD candidate who was doing research on bird populations in the region. And he said, "Look, if you come and you do like 4 hours of bird research every day, you can stay for as long as you want." Sure. And so I went there, and it's like, the first scene in Jurassic Park when they're like, they pull up to the park and they have no idea what they're about to see, and then Dr. Grant sees the Brachiosaurus for the first time, and he grabs her head and he turns her head, and the music swells, and you get chills all over your body. You're like, "Oh my God, dinosaurs!" That's what it was like going on this whole time. It's like you can't just see this, but there are these millennium trees that are thicker than this room at the base that go up 150, 160 feet that have entire ecosystems living in them. These are things that were like, these were trees that were alive. These were saplings when Pizarro hit Peru. When Columbus was still stumbling across the ocean, these things were growing in the Amazon. It's like monster trees, leafcutter ants, jaguars, anacondas, all this crazy stuff. It was just like, this is a dream come true. It felt like I literally felt like I unplugged from the Matrix, and suddenly I got into the real world.
How long did you have to spend down there before did it actually change you in any way?
Oh, it physically changed you. Because we are, well, let's take it like this. You look at wildlife. Wildlife, you have sharp teeth and claws and feathers and camouflage and all this different things that they have, all these different attributes that they have that make them good at their lifestyle. We are soft. Like most of us have vitamin D deficiencies where our skin is soft. We don't have sharp teeth. We're not fast. You go to the Amazon and the jungle starts working on you, and the sun bakes your skin, and then you're cold in the rain. And if you're going with local guys the way I was, they were saying, let's go out and track some animals, and they're like, get the shoes off. They're like, way too much noise with the shoes. And so you take your pathetic little gringo feet and start walking around the Amazon rainforest where you have 12-inch spikes coming out of the ground, where you have venomous snakes, scorpions, all this stuff.
but you start to develop harder teeth. Your skin tightens and becomes tan. You start getting stronger. You start losing weight. Your strength to weight ratio skyrockets. You literally start changing. The jungle molds you, and then of course you're under constant assault from the mosquitoes, the ticks, all the other things that are after you. You're part of that ecosystem. So yeah, it changes you physically, and then it also changes you mentally in the fact that all these things that are dormant in us while we're living in society turn on. We don't need a lot of the alarm receptors that we're born with that come standard in our bodies. We don't even know about them. It's like, the ability to know when rain is coming, the ability to sense the tempo of a forest. The birds, you don't realize it, but when you walk through the forest, the birds will tell you what the tempo forest is. And so, there's happy chatter. We're all just chilling and the sun is out, it's the afternoon, and then there's that weird quiet right before a thunderstorm. And then there's more shades of it, like if there's like a predator or like a snake going by, you'll have birds alarm calling in that direction. And you start to wake up to these little things, and sometimes it's not even a conscious thing. Sometimes you start going, why do I feel like this is going to happen? And then it does, and what am I learning? It's sort of vast that you can't quite put your finger on it. So mentally, physically, spiritually, just the jungle became everything to me.
So when you first moved down there and you were working on that research stuff with that guy, JJ, where were you living? What was it? Did you have a car? What was life like when you got down there?
I hope that my local team gets to hear this. I'm going to play it for them because it's so fun. Because I was just over in Africa and they were asking the same thing. They're like, so how do you guys get to the store? And I was like, so the only way to get so JJ had a research station way out in the jungle. And so, this is a guy that grew up without shoes. He was out in the jungle. They were supplementing. I think 70% of their came from bush meat they hunted. And so to get to his research station that he chose far out in the jungle, we used to have to leave town with 2 weeks of supplies. The first day you'd be going on a boat upriver all day long, no matter what. And then you camp on the side of the beaches on the edges of the river in the drier months of the year. So you camp on a beach, and then the next day you keep going upriver. And then finally you arrive at the research station at the bank of the river. And then you have to carry 2 weeks worth of eggs, 2 weeks worth of rice, 2 weeks worth of everything up into the jungle, over the staircase, up to the research station. And so it's a totally different type of lifestyle. So we don't have a car. You're out there, and then when you run out of supplies, especially at that time, we had radio for town, and they could send a shipment of food, but that would come in 4 or 5 days. So completely isolated.
So and then how did you transition from moving to the rainforest and working down there in the Amazon to making TV shows?
That's an interesting story. So, start learning from JJ. He's basically this guy knows. So there's saps running through the trees of the Amazon that are medicinal. And these are not like you have to believe in it for it to work. This is heavy chemical compounds that are, recognized by this is real powerful stuff. And he was teaching me about that. He taught birds. He teaching me how to track game species with stuff that was downloading constantly. And he learned this stuff out of in the forest. So he grew up going on hunting expeditions. He grew up with his brothers who were loggers. He was the only conservationist out of the crew. He has 17 brothers. And when you say he grew up in the forest, I'm trying to picture it. An indigenous, he grew up that tribe. Yeah, the indigenous community. Yeah, wow. So he came from that background. So when you had an ear infection, he's like, oh, we need to go get dedos muertos. He's like, we need to go get dead men's fingers. We go get the fungus, and they mix it up, and they mix a few other things, and they pour it in your ear, and your ear infection goes away. If you have a bot fly, they know how to remove the bot fly. It's all these different things. If you have a broken bone, they have very unique ways of healing a broken bone. And so I was learning so much from this guy, and then that he didn't know, because they hunt, they log, they use medicines, they have all these things that they interact with the forest. The thing that he didn't know was snakes. And I'd grown up watching Steve Irwin. And so I had always been catching snakes. I've always loved snakes. In New York, black rat snakes, whatever. And I had set a goal for myself where I said I had to catch 100 non-venomous snakes before I would catch a venomous snake. You know, I had to successfully catch 100 non-venomous snakes, and that didn't work out because it was Harriman State Park. I saw some old guy who saw a copperhead. Honey, I got this. And he picks up a stick and he's gonna go hit the thing. And at like 16 years old, I ran up behind this guy and like grabbed the stick. I was like, "No, you're not." And I pushed him back, and then I just like took a little twig and a tail and like moved it, and I was like, that was my first venomous snake. But when I got to the Amazon, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, and so I was like bush masters and vine snakes and all this amazing, beautiful snake life. And JJ was like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "How do you know this?" And I was like, "This is what I do." And he's like, "Have you ever thought about seeing an anaconda?" And I was like, "Let's see." And he was like, "Well, we go on this one hunting trip every year." He's like, "It's a bit of a ceremony." He's like, "Me and my brothers and my dad, we get in the boat, and we pack like 2 weeks of supplies, and we go way up this river to the point where there's like, there's no, past the point where the features of the land have like really wild." And he was like, "But every time we go there, he's like, as you're going up the river, he's like, we see anacondas on the side." So he's like, "Do you want to come?" So I went to his parents' house to meet his brothers, and at this time he was introducing me to them. He was become my life friends, but we had a meeting, and they said, "Yeah, you join us." We went on this expedition, and like the first thing we found was this like 13-foot huge female anaconda, and I just jumped out of the boat, grabbed it by the head, and wrapped it around my arms, and that was the start of something. And we were saying, let's start measuring the anacondas on these rivers. Let's see how many anacondas are on these rivers. Like, let's start putting together something that could become a study at some point. And pretty quickly we got into trouble with that, because then there was like a 15-foot anaconda one day, and she was sleeping on this log. And so what happened was, like, me down upriver, they took the boat downriver, and they said, "Okay, we're going to come from either side, and we're going to surprise me." So this anaconda's asleep as thick as a basketball, right? Pretty decent sized snake. And she's crouching in and coming in, and we're wearing like just boxers. And she's laying on this tree outside of it. And as I'm getting close to it, all of a sudden she breaks. I see like the muscles flex, and she's getting ready. And boom, she goes into the water, and she's gonna just run away. So I run forward, I grab her, pull her back, she strikes at me, and as she strikes at me, I just grab her head right before it hits my face. So I have this snake getting another hand on. So once you control the head, they shouldn't be able to bite you. So good, got control of the head. I started screaming for the guys. I'm holding on to the snake. Here's the thing I didn't anticipate. She wraps a coil around my hands. Suddenly my forearms are tied together. And then all of a sudden the next coil comes around over my neck. And so now my shoulders and my arms are out of my control. The snake owns it. And this is like a 150-pound, 200-pound snake. So I get pulled to my knees, and then she starts constricting. Because as far as she knows, I'm a predator attacking her. Snake starts constricting. My collarbones were inches from touching. But my shoulders were just coming together until my shoulders were like, I felt everything about to break. Right at that minute, the rest of the guys got there. They started unwrapping. We have to unwrap an anaconda from the tail. So they start unwrapping it. I just got this breath, and it was like the closest I ever came to being crushed to death by an anaconda, and that was one of the first experiences I had with them. But we returned from that expedition with these photos that made even the local people. What did you guys do? Like, are you insane? And then that's where Gringo Loco comes from. They all started calling Gringo Loco. And but yeah, that's the long-winded way of answering your question. But then when I went home back to New York, eventually I had to do like a college semester. I'd like show up for a college semester with like bullet ant stings on me and like thorns sticking out of my skin, and I'd be like, yeah, I know I'm 10 days late, but I was taking care of a giant anteater. But eventually, you know, somebody interviewed me. The guys at MangaBay.com actually, I think, were the first ones to do an interview, and it was anacondas and floating forests, the secrets of the Amazon. It was just like this thing, and then ever since then, it's just been this. People were just, you know, kind of just like, you're the anaconda, and then that started that. It was like that was just, you know, the time we were barefoot dipshits with a machete in the jungle. We didn't know what we were doing. I was just trying to like make all the time I felt like school had something. I just wanted to go live a life and have fun, have adventures. It wasn't until later that the whole protecting the forest.
When you went down there, I find it fascinating that they thought you were a psycho for being so obsessed with snakes. Because I don't think, are those guys, how do they feel? They're not going trying to like touch or catch snakes. They don't want anything to do with snakes, right?
God, no.
I feel like it's something that's ingrained in human DNA that we are just inherently terrified of fucking snakes.
So that's a weird question. I've always wondered about it because so many people are so scared of snakes. But one, if you take a child, show them a snake. And I'm talking, I've done this. I've done this with like nieces, nephews, my friends' kids. We'll be out on a hike and we'll find like a big black rat snake. Snake cannot hurt you if you try, but it's big. It looks scary. Take a kid over. Pick up the snake. A lot of times you don't even need to hold them by the you can touch the tail. The kids and there's no fear. And the same thing with when you take I've had a 65-year-old woman come with me on the tours I do to the Amazon and just say, if I think about a snake, I'll start crying. And I've done that thing where I catch a snake, go sit on, at the research station, I'll go sit on a couch, and I'll say, look, what I want you to do is sit next to me. I want you to sit next to me, and sometimes they can't. Look, the goal is you got to sit next to me. Sit next to me. I'm just handling the snake nice and calm. And I calm them down. And then eventually it's, okay, let one bit of the snake go over your hand. And then you let your hand on the back end of the snake. And then eventually they're holding the snake, and then a few things happen. First of all, they go, this is an amazingly beautiful animal, which it is. And then next, they feel really accomplished. They overcame their fear, and they realize, oh my God, there's nothing to worry about. Because most that aren't venomous, dog snake, it's a blue jay can kill it. Like a bird could eat that. They're helpless. So unless it's a snake over a bushmaster or a rattlesnake, snakes for the most part are just little animals that live near ponds and eat frogs and rats and help us to not have diseases because they control pests.
Is that how you explain it to the indigenous people down there?
Yeah, that, and then they would get pissed because we've had few things where a snake will come into someone's farm and eat a goat. And then the farmer's pissed. And so we have to go deal with that. Hopefully rescue the snake before he kills it. There was a really sad instance where some people had come from they came from a different part of Peru. And this family settled in the jungle and they let their kid go out fishing in a swamp. And he was like a 9-year-old kid and he was sitting there fishing in the swamp. An anaconda grabbed him by the leg, wrapped him up, and killed him, and then started to eat him, and it was almost over his knees, with the head over his, and then the family showed up and they started feeding the snake and trying to think they could rescue the kid, but the snake is swallowing him to dead, crushed most of the bones in the body. So that was very sad because they didn't understand that there's dangerous things out there. And so like condos are not man eaters. But once in a while, deer are vegetarians, but in the thick winter they have been known to eat baby birds, whatever calories you can find.
What is an anaconda's
preferred food? Capybara, caiman, birds.
Really, crocodiles?
Oh yeah. Yeah. So in the Amazon, anaconda. They could eat tapirs. They could eat something the size of a cow. They could eat a human. They could eat a jaguar. They could eat whatever they want. They're an apex predator. So they go they have this outsized influence on the ecosystem they're in as an apex predator. So they're really a unique species in that regard.
Yeah, it's fascinating when you see different types of animals and how vulnerable they are from birth. Like humans are the worst.
Well, humans are humans. A baby fetus comes up in the first 2 minutes of the life.
Right. A human can't fend for itself in the first 4 or 5 years of its life.
You know, the parents are all doing adult stuff, you know, whether it's cutting trees or hunting monkeys or whatever they're doing to survive. And the kids are sort of like this self-governing tribe where you have like the 13-year-olds and the 10-year-olds caring for the younger kids. And like in the evenings, we'd always be in the river and just playing with all these like little naked Amazonian kids, and they're all splashing in the water. And it's like, yeah, there's giant catfish in there, and there's piranha, and there's caiman, and there's anaconda. And like everyone knows what's going on. You know, they know how to stay safe. They know what the rules are, and it's just funny coming back here and seeing you know, like, little Timmy, come here, don't go over there, don't touch that. Like, put some Purell on your hands, and like you have kids over there, and they're like skinning and just like making eye contact with you.
Yeah, it's so much different. I mean, there's different, extremely different things in the area that was here. It's just like crossing the street. I mean, way more.
Yeah.
So how did that whole video come about of you getting eaten by the Amazon?
Well, okay. I'll say it like this. The part is brief. The first step for that, that was a reaction to the things that I had seen. And you live in the rainforest. You see these ancient trees getting cut, and each time an ancient tree gets cut, you know, you're talking about skyscraper life. You're talking about something where there's reptiles, amphibians, birds, mammals, lichens, mosses, orchids, all this stuff living on the tree. It's taken hundreds of years, centuries to become this giant pillar of the forest. And somebody comes in with a chainsaw, thing goes down. And so they do that, they board it up, send it out, and then they burn what's left. So you see that again. Oh my God, they weren't lying to me. The rainforests really are disappearing. They really are getting destroyed. And so we started looking for ways to protect the forest, which again, as now I'm a 20-something-year-old kid, and I'm having all these crazy adventures, great. And then, you know, one night around the fire, JJ's father, old dad, this guy that did Amazon his whole life, you know, you're talking, look, this place isn't gonna change into something very different from what it is. It has to be protected. Yeah, so what does that look like? They just believe in us, support. We need to, somehow, we didn't have a plan. And so around that time, I got a call from Discovery Channel, and they flew me out to LA and said, look, we want to do a show right on this. I said, great, let's do it. And I told them how important they are, apex predators, all this stuff. It's big, beautiful snakes with all these incredible stories to show them. And they were like, that's cool, but it's not enough. They're like, we need something more. And so I'm sitting in this room, and then I told them the story about the kid that got eaten, and then they said, no, there's no confirmed cases of a person being eaten by an anaconda. And of course, we have confirmed cases of people being eaten by a particular python. We don't have for anaconda. And so I said, so what does that mean? So it's not true. Just, you know what I mean? Like a villager out in the middle of the Amazon, his mother is eaten by an anaconda. He's not going to go film it with his phone and upload it to YouTube and go on CNN and be like, got it, file a video. That's not how they get. So like, that's not like it doesn't happen. And just jokingly, I was like, dude, it's just like getting some sort of a protective suit and get swallowed as prove it's possible because these snakes are huge. And the guy was just like, that's it. He's like, touch yourself. I was like, and then I refused it, and then I talked to everyone, my friends and my family. I asked Jane Goodall about it. I said, you know, this guy, she was crazy. She's out of your mind. Don't she know anything about snakes? Yeah, no, she knows everything about everything. She really? She's scared. Yeah, she's scared. Like, you think she's like an old lady or something. But, you know, everyone told me not to do it, but the producers knew. I got an education in getting screwed by Hollywood. It's
you and me both.
Yeah. They basically were like, they give you a 2-hour special. You can talk about ecology, conservation, your science, all that shit. They're like, just at the end, do this stuff. And if you do that, give you a $3 million budget. We'll fund your research. We'll do this and da da da. And we'll do a huge fundraiser for the forest so you can protect the habitat. It was a huge train wreck. They changed everything. They didn't record any of the science. I mean, they did. In the field, they recorded all the science. You got to the studio, they threw all that out. They just put all the you know, the blood and the craziness and the fear. You know, like one time they called and they said, you know, we need you guys to look more scared. It's like, drama. And it ended up in a huge train wreck, and like, you know, I got trounced, and like, you know, Opie and Anthony were ripping me apart. Jimmy Kimmel told me to have sex with a hippo.
So where did you film it, and where did you find the anaconda?
JJ and his brother Pico, and we got some of our best and brightest of the young scientists that we work with, and we did a 6-week expedition through the Amazon looking for the largest anacondas on Earth. And you know, and I had producers calling me. At one point, I had a producer call on a sat phone, like sitting by the side of the river in the middle of the Amazon, sat phone. And the guy calls me. He goes, "Listen," he goes, "we need a danger booth. We need to lead out to the commercial." And I was like, "The day before, we just caught like a 15-foot anaconda." And he's like, "Bro, that wasn't exciting enough for you?" He goes, "No, I need something else." And I went, "Well, I don't know what you know. We got work to do. You know, he was, you know, he's like, you're gonna get me." Okay, so what do you want? Next day he calls and he goes, "Look, we sat around the board, a bunch of people sitting in a fucking air conditioning, right? And they go, you're gonna be going up river, and he goes, don't worry, you're gonna look like the hero." Thanks, bro. He goes, "You're gonna look like the hero." He goes, "Because you're going up river, and you're gonna notice that there's black piranha in the river." He goes, "You're gonna tell everyone to pull the boat over, and then you're gonna take a bucket of blood, pour it into the river, and then you're gonna safely bring your people around the threat." And I went, "How would a piranha hurt us in the boat? Huh? We swim in the river every day. Next, where am I gonna get a bucket of blood from?" And next, and then he just went, "Listen, kid, unless you think so." What in the end, what they made us do was they made us get in the street and pretend that we were having an encounter with an electric eel.
Electric eel?
And we had encounters with electric eels, but we had to fake it. None of us were actors. And so, like, I had my friends, like, up to their chests in the stream, and I had to be like, "Whoa, guys, hold on." You know, and like, let's get out and let them see the world.
Right.
It's stupid, but that's what TV does. They hold the gun to your head and they're like, do what we ask.
Yeah.
And so that was a huge, and it ended up costing me a lot. You know, when you hear people talk about, you know, like I lost, like, you know, a lot of scientists didn't want to deal with me. PETA came out after me because they said I was trying to hurt snakes, and then America didn't like it because I didn't actually get eaten. So like I got it from all ends, and then, but what I say now though is like, look, you know, to people who criticize me for it, and I just missed out on a big environmental award like 6 years later because somebody Googled it and they're like, "Aren't you that guy that did that thing?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And they're like, "All right, disqualified." I was gonna win this like big award, $60,000. Disqualified. And I was like, for a show that hurt no animals, that tried to protect the forest, no, you know, crimes were committed, and it's just like what happens when I took a swing. You know what I mean? I took a swing and it missed, but you gotta try. And like that's the thing, and that's what I would say to anybody. I'm still every now and then someone will still be like, "Yeah, how much forest do you protect? What's the biggest thing you ever did? What's the biggest thing you try and protect something you love?"
That's the thing with TV, man. It's so dramatized. Like anything you watch on any of those, I don't care if it's History Channel or the Science Channel or whatever. Every single one of those shows, like, here's the big problem. Most of the time, for example, like on the History Channel, they will talk about something legit. Like they'll go and study something legit. Like my best example is that Skinwalker Ranch show. There's this crazy ranch up in the middle of like, the Midwest that's supposedly had like a lot of UFO sightings and weird shit happening there. And there's like actual documented science of that place. Yeah. But then they go make this TV show and they fucking script it to death. And they have all these people, they bring them in, they turn it into this big fucking dog and pony show. And it just ruins it and it discredits the whole entire area, the whole entire topic. It's fucking
Yeah, no, so that was a learning experience. So that was like by 24, 25, 26 or something. Yeah, I've been through that, and then so I pretty much had to like propel myself and go to another country. I went and stayed in India because like after that it was just like the media was just killing me. I was getting like death threats in my because then I made the mistake of saying that I don't think that people should keep snakes in small cages. You know, they're wild animals and I appreciate them and stuff. And then I got, which I never knew existed, the herp community. It's like a bunch of dudes that keep snakes in boxes in like their mom's basements. And these people came out by the thousands and like were just like going crazy on social media. Because they love torturing snakes in small boxes in their mom's basements. They have filing cabinets filled with amazing snakes from all over the world that never see the light again. It's basically horrendous animal abuse, and that's herp. And this herpetology is reptiles. Okay. And then they'll even go as far as to say, "Oh, we're conservationists because we're protecting these species out of the wild." And it's like, no, it's just a society of tools. What do they actually keep doing? They just like keeping they'll have like a Sumatran spitting cobra and Tupperware over there. And then they'll like take it out and they show on the internet, on the internet. I've been to these places, you know, like I go and hang out with everybody. I've been to some of these basements, and there's the most amazing stuff. I mean, it's really rare animals that these guys will get at like reptile shows. They have literally, I mean, you look it up. There's a guy on YouTube who he always has like videos of like articulated, kind of like older guy with a beard. He makes these like really wacky videos with this. If you look behind him, there's like filing cabinets of snakes, and I think they're like an exotic pet dealer. Is it really? You can buy anything. Yeah, that's why you guys have Burmese. You spend any time in Burmese. Not what was the closest thing to Amazon you guys? It's pretty wild. Pretty close, right? Yeah. I mean, close compared to a lot of the other places. I mean, you can go out in the swamp and catch a 16-foot Burmese python. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. You got the forest. This is really important. How long has this issue with the Amazon and these loggers and these miners and all these various industries, how long have they been coming in the rainforest? This is long been down, right? Oh yeah, it's like a century. Darwin was writing about like doing this. It's going to be a huge problem. You got to remember Teddy Roosevelt and John Muir were trying to protect the sequoias in the United States. We cut 97% of the old growth forest listed on the United States. When your forest just got cleared and thrown into fucking kiln the Industrial Revolution. We murdered because of North America. And then with chainsaws and boat motors, you know, everything in the Amazon is rivers. You move, it's a region of rivers. And so once you have boat motors and chainsaws, you can get people out there and they can start cutting down trees. And then, of course, with the modern era, the last 30, 40 years, where you have roads going into the Amazon, you actually have like excavators. You go bulldoze the trees down and you get people in there, and then they can really start doing some damage. So we've seen just Amazonian deforestation skyrocket over the last 50 years. And that's corresponded with that all over the world. In the Congo, in Indonesia, we're at this point suddenly in history where we're losing habitat really quickly. We're losing species really quickly. And that's why I call it the sixth extinction. Losing species at a rate that's almost similar to when the dinosaurs went extinct. And so that's totally human caused. And since 1970, we've lost something like over 50% of the wildlife on this planet. And that's not the species, but that's how numerous they are. 50% of the wildlife that lives on this planet is gone because of the human activity. Because we control 70% of the land mass that's not under the ice. And we're clearing habitat. In Indonesia, we're just leveling it with palm oil. The Congo rainforest, all that tropical parts is taken down. The Amazon, they're cutting new roads. The Trans-Amazon Highway. The Chinese want to come to rubber plantations in the Amazon. It's like the threats are unbelievable. And it's so ridiculous because rainforests only cover something like 6% of our planet and have like 50 of the terrestrial life contained in them. So much medicine and indigenous wisdom from the culture and all the biodiversity and those systems that keep us alive. If you live in New York or Tokyo, you depend on the climate stability that rainforests provide. And so it's one of those things. I went on Fox News once and the guy goes, it was actually kind of fun. As I get in the studio, I can't remember his name. I think it was Barney, but he was a finance guy. I appreciated it because I was still new to doing interviews and stuff. The second that green light goes on, he goes, "I'm gonna come at you like a tiger." He goes, "But it's all part of the thing. I'm supposed to it's the type of show I do." All right, I said, "I'm ready." I'm like, 3, 2, 1, action. He went, "You better not be one of these greens." He's like, "You're a pathetic tree hugger," and he started coming right at me, and I was just like, dude. I was like, if you have sick people in populations that can't breathe the air and drink the water, it's bad for business. So don't tell me that the economy is going to be doing good when the ecosystems collapse. And he was just like, and then we fought. Of course, his thing was, screw the environment. Let's keep growing. And I was trying to make the case that you can't have an without nature. All goes back to mining, water, trees. Who is making the argument that fucking worry about it? We've been chopping down the rainforest since the 50s. It's not going to change our lives or our grandkids' lives. Who's making those arguments? People are making those arguments. And what is that argument? The argument is here. I'll say this. I stay away from climate change because I do talks all over the world, businesses, schools, doesn't matter. And I stay away from climate change because when you say, guys, global climate change, a lot of people go, well, where? How can you prove it? And who are the scientists? And it's a lot of ethereal sort of bias, and it's difficult. And then some people, you'll get some people come on and go, the thing is, it's not what you think. Because we're coming out of an ice, so then everybody can argue with. And so what I've done with my conservation career is I stick to numbers that you can't argue with, like how much we've depleted our oceans, how sharks are becoming endangered due to shark fins, how bycatch is ruining the life. So our fisheries are collapsing. You can't argue with that. That's a fact. Right. The fact that rainforests are disappearing. That's a fact. The fact that we're losing species like rhinos and elephants and things at an accelerated rate that could extinct within our lifetime. Those are facts. And so I try to stick to things that I've seen personally that I can prove with data. And so that's really what I tend to stick on. But I just recently I was listening to a podcast, and it's a shame because so much of what Jordan Peterson is so fantastic. He's so linguistically gifted, and his whole message is helping people and making the world a place. And he goes, but I really don't think there's any problem with the environment. And I'm like, have you been outside? I'm like, I get it. You studied the Greek philosophers and the Roman philosophers. Need your whole understanding, my friend. I love the guy. But man, that's like a graph. I don't think he's been outside. I just don't think he has. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. And there's people like him. There's a lot of people who make a lot of smart, concise points or arguments about the economy and the history and the numbers of it, and where climate's been, where the economy's been, and the population of whatever it might be. But the hard thing for you is your heart's in, because your feet are on the ground and you've lost your blood for the rainforest and you had to survive in it, so it's different. Yeah, so when I hear Elon Musk be like, I'm worried about depopulation. Bro, we have 8 billion people on Earth. The Earth is choking under the mountain of human shit that is being created, and you're worried about depopulation. It's like I want to run up and smack him. Yeah, he's talking about birth rate. He's talking about our birth rate is going down at a tremendous rate. I guess if you do the math, our population will be I forget the numbers, but I think it would be 1,000 of what it is now. Imagine the wealth that everyone could have. Imagine the poverty we could alleviate if instead of 8 billion people, there was 3 billion people. Right. And then everyone could have access to doctors and airplanes and Netflix accounts and all this wonderful stuff. And we wouldn't have to have people chopping down the rainforest because they're starving. Oh my God. Did you see that thing that came out in the New York Times the other day? There was a guy that was interviewed. I'm going to text this to you, Austin. You can pull it up.
There's a guy they did this feature on in the New York Times that his life has been devoted to depopulating the earth. And he says he doesn't advocate for suicide, but hold on, let me find it. Yeah, well, no, that's the other extreme. Because then you get these anti-human environmentalists that are like humans are bad. Right. Well, I mean, we are kind of like maggots eating a corpse, aren't we? See, I disagree with that. I think there's a lot of anti-human sentiment in environmentalism, and it's like I love humans, I love art, I love culture, I love music, I love my family. I think that we're awesome. I mean, the shit that we do is incredible. It's just we're so disorganized. We're so we're like an obese, the morbidly obese animal in the forest, just like eating all the food in reach and shitting all over itself. It's like it's just yeah, like certain parts of us are like that, but certain parts of us are not. Like the people that just fucking consume and trash the earth and I take that back. It's the people that are desperate are the ones, not the lazy people, it's the people that are desperate that are doing that. Like the people that are in the Amazon, I'm sure those people I'm sure are just trying to feed their families, just like the people in Colombia who are manufacturing cocaine for the cartels. So yeah, so go to this, you just pull the picture, pull up his actual Twitter. And then find the New York Times article. But yeah, it's just people that are desperate that'll do anything they can to feed their families, and the most available thing are these things that fucking kill people or that destroy natural resources. And I mean, who suffers first from a dirty environment? I mean, usually it's the poorest people that still rely on fishing, that still rely on water from a stream. International farming organizations came, bought up all this farmland and sold fertilizer and got them all, and then 17 Indian farmers committed suicide in 2000. They needed the land, and American nations came in, and the farmers was this major thing. And it's like those people are just trying to survive on the land, and it's like the corporations came in. So it's like we're literally when I see deforestation, when I see dams on rivers, I see it as self-inflicted. I'm not, there's environmentalists like there's the throwing Campbell soup on paintings in Europe right now. Yeah, it's narcissistic, psychotic teenagers who again have never been outside, who don't understand that all of this stuff is to work with corporations to be more sustainable. You put pressure on them, if you say okay, Nutella is using palm oil and it's deforesting Indonesia. It's like, well, people just Nutella for you. They will listen. It'll affect their bottom line. So it really is in our hands. It's almost more complex and more simple at the same time than you think, because all we're trying to do is not cut down trees. Yeah. So I mean, if you look at it the opposite way, it's basically the reason for all of this is economics, right? It's just economics and money. So it's a lot of money, and it's hard to tell people, let's boycott Nutella or let's not use paper. You would have to come up with some sort of something economically that competes with it and that is more viable and that pays better. Yeah, exactly. You have to make everybody work. You can't make everybody a social justice warrior. No, and so two things. That's all right. Forget it. Two things that have jumped out to me is one of the things they love to do is they'll have these conferences and they'll be like, you all need to turn the water off and brush your teeth and remember not to use straws, and it's like, okay, so you're telling me that when I go to Dunkin' Donuts, I gotta remember not to use a straw, and that's gonna save the world. It's like, no, what about stop producing straws or styrofoam or find something so that we don't have to have millions and millions of plastic bottles. You can't put this in the hands, even a wealthy American, they don't have the time to if you start, okay, well, I recycle, I compost, I ride my bike to work. By the time you get done being the green warrior you can be, your whole life revolves around that. So it's like, no, you need to stop putting the guilt on the consumer and start, when we went from VHS to DVDs, nobody asked us if we were doing that. You just, one day you went to Blockbuster and you went,
we got to get a DVD player. That's what I use now. And it's like we just need to update the technology that we use. So we stop putting plastic in the medical field. Crucial. We need plastic. It's a miracle.
Well, that's a great example. The DVDs versus the VHS. Sony came out with DVDs, and then the other company said, "Oh shit, they got DVDs. We gotta fucking do DVDs."
And then that was it. Then right. Very quickly. I mean, I remember being a kid and everything was like VHS, and then all of a sudden there was like the DVD era, and then very quickly, then like I feel like Netflix pushed it into the digital.
Yeah, and then everybody else followed.
And then everyone else followed it. And I feel like as late as like 3 years ago, my mom went, "I really like that movie. Can we get that on DVD?" And I went, and play it where? Where do you want to play it? I was like, I could probably find it.
That's fucking hilarious. So what are the economics driving everything that's killing the rainforest?
That the rainforest is incredibly. You cut down, an old growth mahogany tree. It's worth sometimes tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars. These are incredible hardwoods. I mean, look at like you go to like IKEA. That's all like particle board. It's all like sawdust that they glued together with resin. It's all crap. But if you're talking about real wood, like hard quality wood that takes hundreds of years to grow, that stuff is valuable. That is valuable. So you have the logging guys going after that. You have the land grabbers,
like this shit Home Depot that I got. I got this from Home Depot. This real wood. These pieces from Home Depot, and I just stained them. So like when you go to Home Depot, you go to the lumber section.
Yeah, but this is I don't know what this is, but it's nice. Or maybe it's just the stain that's making it look.
It's the stain. No, I stained it. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean they're tearing it up in Indonesia. They're literally clearing the forest as if it's a wasteland. And then they're throwing up palm trees, palm oil. It's putting in Nutella and a bunch of other weird products and soaps and stuff. And it's like, it's pointless. You're ruining, literally, it's like down the Sistine Chapel. You're ruining one of the greatest representations of beauty we have on this planet. And it's like setting that on fire to like heat a hot pocket makes no sense. Like, it's just like burning down a house right now to cook a meal. It's just like, you understand a tenth of the process, like, and so that's what we're doing. That's what we're allowing to be done. And so of course, if you go to a building and you break something, it's vandalism. If you go to a river and you put a dam and kill all the fish, and then all the farmers downstream if they can't irrigate their crops, and everybody dies, it's just progress. That's the way the world works right now. That's why we're in this problem. Because think about it: if people weren't allowed to stop rivers, if people weren't allowed to burn down forests, if there's actual consequences for this, if people weren't allowed to kill black rhinos, there'd still be black rhinos. They've been here for hundreds of millions of years. And so, like, that's the thing that people don't understand with all this stuff. They go, we're losing elephants at a rate they'll be extinct in our lifetime. It's like, no, we're not losing elephants. They're being shot and massacred every single day to the point that there might not be any more elephants, because we're allowing humans to do that. If we weren't there, these things would be. We've been doing this. They engineered the world we live in. We are a whole livelihoods to elephants. My God, they're part of the. They raised us. They're like our siblings in evolution. My God, we impact on the ecosystems of ancient landscapes. Like during the last ice age, there's so many other elephant-like, and they're constantly breaking them and forging paths through the bush. I mean, they are so influential in creating systems that we call home on food. And again, if you reduce it down further, without those ecosystems, it would be a dead planet just like everywhere else. Without plants and the animals, without birds pollinating plants, without plants creating soil, we wouldn't have the physical things. So it's like this problem that we're having with conservation is actually like almost moronic when you break it down. It's literally we're just cutting our wrists. That's what we're doing. It makes no sense.
How can you explain to me how the government, like the governments of Brazil or some of the other countries, how they structure the economics of the rainforest? You were explaining how they take certain sections and they allocate them to certain industries, or you could buy. Can you explain that?
Yeah. I mean, this is a complicated thing, and it differs from 8 or 9 countries, and then the Congo, and you have Indonesia. There's all these different rainforest countries. But like in Brazil, for example, I know that there's a new president there, right? There is a new president there, because the other guy pretty much hated the Amazon and wanted to burn it, Bolsonaro. Right. But he actively said that. Like, he was actively like, we need to occupy. And so that's a result of that. A couple decades ago, whatever was going on politically in Brazil, they were literally learning in school that if we had the Amazon, someone's going to come take it. And so since it's just land, it could be invaded. And so their thing was occupy the Amazon. And it's such a strange concept because who is going to do that? You know what I mean? But the thing with the jungle is that because you're out past, well, that's another topic, but it's very law once you get out past that, because you can't law enforcement out there, and so that's sort of like medieval law resumes. We can get to that later because there's a lot to unpack there. But like in Peru, where I work, I'm in the Peruvian Amazon, which is the headwaters of the Amazon. So the government says that, okay, this plot can be for mining, this plot can be for logging, this plot can be for conservation, but that doesn't work. That's not how a forest works. You know what I mean? There's populations of wildlife that move and migrate through an ecosystem. So if you log this and you mine this, and you do that in a bunch of other places, then there's a little block here where it's conservation. You've created an island. It's not useful to anything. This all has connectivity. Jaguars migrate up and down through Central America, down through South America. Tigers migrate up and down through India. The elephants move across the land. Like the birds migrate entire hemispheres. Like these are, you can't, nature doesn't understand political boundaries or fence lines. And the problem is that our whole thing is political boundaries and fence lines. And so the way these governments chop this up and they go, we want this land. They look at it and they go, we want this land to be contributing to the economic productivity of the country. And so one of the greatest problems that we have to solve, and some countries are working on this, is that we don't look at a river and see it as a life-giving force. We don't see it as something that's contributing to the economy. How much money are we gaining from the Hudson River by the fact that New York City has beautiful, free, clean drinking water? What's that worth? You know, or the fact those forests are providing those system services. It's like, that doesn't get considered. So the default is always that, you know, when an industrialist comes in and goes, I want to build a dam and it's going to create this many kilowatts of power, and it's going to, well, suddenly we have to fight that. So environmentalists are always on the defense. There's always this beautiful river with the salmon and the bears and the wolves and the eagles, and then somebody comes and sticks a wall up there, and then all the salmon die, and the local people can't fish. And then all of a sudden the predators are, and all of a sudden, oh, we're putting DDT on the ground. Now the eagles are going extinct because their eggs, because the DDT is getting into the fish. Their eggs are DDT. So DDT was a pesticide that we were using in the U.S., and this is creeped out. Like people like my parents actually were playing in they used to, there's a movie where they showed this too. These trucks used to come around and they used to like spray insecticide through like suburbia. And the idea was we'll help by killing mosquitoes. And what happened was this got into the water system, got into the fish. Bald eagles were eating DDT-laced fish, and the DDT was causing the bald eagles to have their eggs were not as thick. The shell wasn't as thick. And so when the mother would sit on them to keep them warm, the eggs would break. We almost lost bald eagles. We almost lost our national bird. And so like in the 70s, right around the time the EPA was forming and stuff, it looked like we were going to lose bald eagles. And so now the flip side of that is that once we stopped using DDT and killing the bald eagles, their populations boomed back. Now I have a bald eagle living right next to my house in New York. And the same thing happened with humpback whales during the whaling times. You had people all over the world in ships just hauling in whales, all kinds of whales, right whales, humpback whales, everything. Humpback whales went from 130,000 global population around that down to I think about 7,000. Now again, think about it without your bank account. You know, you get your banks back. And then of course they banned whaling, and in the almost a century since they banned whaling, humpback whales are almost back to pre-whaling numbers. And so again, proving the point that if we stop murdering these species before they can even reproduce, they'll be fine. They were here long before we got them. And so like that's the core of what I'm trying to spread to everyone. It's like, you know, I've spent time with these species, whether it's or elephants or anacondas or just the forest itself, and it's like this point, you know, it started off as let's go on a fun adventure, and now it's become, you know, these creatures in these places, they can't put on a suit and go address the United Nations. And it's like, well
other than logger and gold miners, what other industries are down there? Are they all just like rogue groups of guys like showing up with tons of equipment?
Yeah. So you have loggers down there, and you have the gold miners. They're a tough bunch. They will burn your house down because it's poor people that can't figure out another way of making a living. So they'll go and they'll just get like an old motor and a hose, and somehow they're getting mercury. And in the Amazonian soils, which is like so fine that it's almost sterile, there's like no oxygen in those soils. And so, especially in the West Amazon, the gold is embedded in the sand. So it's like particulate. So you can just barely see it. You almost need a microscope to see gold in the particles of the sand. So you like wash the water over the sand in your hand, and you just start to see these little crystals, like little bits of gold. So what they do is they'll cut a forest, burn the forest, and then they'll dredge it basically, and they'll suck the land up through these huge hoses, run it through a whole sluice machine, and then at the bottom, they collect the heaviest sediment. The gold settles to the bottom, and then they mix mercury in with that, and the mercury binds to the gold. And then what they do is they come out with this thing, this ball, this ingot of mercury that has gold in it, and then they light that on fire. And I've been next to them when they do this. And we all know how bad mercury is for us. It's like I literally watched a guy smoking a cigarette, burning with a little blowtorch. He was burning this ball of mercury, and the fumes were coming up, going straight into his face. His little 2-year-old was sitting right next to him. He's burning mercury as it's entering the atmosphere to get this little bit of gold that he got from destroying acres of the Amazon rainforest. And now the people in that region of the Amazon rainforest have mercury levels in their own bodies that are about 8 times what's safe for humans to have, because they're getting it from the fish, because it's going up into the atmosphere, joining the rain, coming back down to the rivers. The fish have it, and it's going to the humans, and now kids are coming out with like 6 eyes.
Oh my god.
And so this is like a perfect example where if you just, so let's rewind that back. How do you stop this problem? Give that guy a better job. Mm-hmm. And that's what we started doing. I mean, we're small. We are literally a teardrop in the ocean. But in our region, what we've started doing is going up to these gold miners and just going, hey, how much do you make doing that? You realize you can just bring guests from all over the world. You can have fun. You don't get chased by the police, and you could make your life doing ecotourism, showing people the rainforest and being a protector of it. You become a jungle keeper with us. And then, so we try and work with them with that. We try to bring them. We've done that with loggers. We've done that with gold miners. And so it's really, and a lot of times these are super nice people. These are people, I spent Christmas with the gold miners last year. Did you? Yeah. These are guys that now they're like, oh, you changed our lives. We're not getting arrested every other week. I was with them when the Peruvian armed forces came down the river. They blew up their gold mining barge. They were arresting them. I mean, they were chasing them through the forest. It was madness. I said, do you like this? He says, it's fun for you. He goes, Adam's a gold miner. He goes, I don't really know what else to do. He's like, I got mouths to feed back there. He goes, I gotta do what I gotta do. And I was like, okay. I said, just try ecotourism. There's an unlimited amount of people that want to see the rainforest.
Who are they selling the gold to?
They go to town and they sell the gold to broke. So these guys don't make a ton of money. Guys are doing underground, of course. And then those guys sell it to the next guy, and then it makes it to, deeper into the gold market. So it gets mixed in with it. I believe it's what's coming out of the West End, particularly high quality. I don't know the details of it specifically. I've just seen the devastation. There was a lake. Worst things I ever saw. There was this lake. Me and this guy, Borian, who was the gold miner, we went to this lake, and just one day we went, he goes, let's get some food. The sun was setting, cigarettes. We had sticks with, just a stick with a fishing line on it and a hook. And you have to put metal on the hook so the piranha can't bite off the line. And so you catch a first fish, and then you chop that one up and put the hook, and boom, all of a sudden they love to cannibalize each other. So we're pulling piranhas up, one after the other. He's so good at it. He's got the technique. As soon as it bites, he just pull it up out of the water. And I had his backpack, so I'm just catching piranha. Boom, boom, catching him in the backpack. one after the other. It took us like 10 minutes. We filled a whole backpack with piranha. And then, beautiful lake. We're watching black caiman swim across the lake. We saw places where there was big anacondas. We saw jaguar tracks. It was paradise on earth. It was the wildest place. It was literally Avatar. And so I went back, called in a group. We got to show people this. And I brought a group of tourists there. This was about a year later. And we're going upriver. And I was like, it's great. We were all having fun. We're yelling and talking on the boat on the way up. And like, we're going to go piranha fishing. You're going to love this so much. It's the wildest place. We go through the forest and we start walking. And we get to where the part where the path opens up onto this lake. And just go. The water was gone. And it's just a sand pit. And there was a gold mine dredge there. The gold mine, and they wanted to see if there was gold in it. So what they'd done was they pumped out the entire lake. They had burned the surrounding forest. All the wildlife was gone. And this incredible, pristine spot on Earth was just like deleted. I had all these tourists behind me, like blinking, going, "Wait, when?" And I was like, just had tears in my eyes, and I looked at Orion. He just went -1 leg, and just like turned around. And it was like somewhere that he had been fishing for generations. Like, this fish on him, and it was like this beautiful spot that will never come back. It was hard to see, and so we have to deal with a lot of that with what I do, because you just see these beautiful places. I mean, it's literally like people can say what they want about the movie Avatar. It's like literally the same story. It's just, are piranha any good? Yo, piranha? If I had piranha for you right now, I would love to eat it until you fell over. It's so good. Oh my god, fried piranha, dude.
What could you compare it to?
I don't know. It's a bit bony, so you gotta like fry the shit out of it, because you don't want to have to pick through the bones. You want to just eat the bones.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So you get them on the hook, get them up, and then you
kind of like a sardine.
I guess they're bigger than that, though. They're pretty big.
They're that big?
Yeah, they get pretty big. You gotta be careful when you get them off the hook, man. You gotta have a stick. You gotta have a wax stick. Because you get the piranha up on the boat, you gotta hit them, stun them. Otherwise,
is that there's a little clip in that dark green documentary where you're stunning? Is that to piranha?
Yeah. You really gotta watch. I know guys from listening to their finger because there's
how big of a worry are the piranha? Like when you're swimming, because there's a bunch of clips of you in that documentary just jumping out of the boat into the river.
Yeah.
Like, are they everywhere? Or are they pretty much like basically like jumping in the ocean, worry about a shark? Like you can just swim anywhere and you're like worry about a shark.
Yeah, but also piranha don't tend to. They're like eating other fish and doing other stuff. The only time the legendary thing where piranha will like destroy you and turn you into a skeleton is like a lake where the vegetation is growing and growing in, and that's what happens. So some of these the jungle will actually start to eat the lake. Vegetation comes in, and eventually you can see it from Google, like from Earth, satellite. You can look down, you see these depressions in the forest where the vegetation is a little different because it used to be a lake. The jungle's eating it, but right before that appears, you have this piranha population in that lake that is psychotic. And there's no food because they've eaten everything else. They've eaten all the other fish. And now they're eating each other, and they've gone crazy. So if you take anything and throw it in there, they will turn it into a skeleton in moments. But that's like being like on top of a mountain in a lightning storm with a lacrosse stick in the air.
Oh, really?
It's like that doesn't happen.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't happen. That being said, we do swim everywhere we swim. The thing is, like, it does help to know exactly where you are. We were on an expedition about a year ago, and we stopped by the stream, and JJ gets out. He's like, let's like go fishing. We go machete fishing. We just like walk around until you see a fish and just whack it. He goes, all right, let's go fishing. I go, cool. You start. I'll be here. I'm gonna start getting this ready. Whatever else. I'll do a few hooks in the river. And all of a sudden, something's pulling on my hook. And go, this is not a fish. These things are really strong. And all of a sudden, I just see this huge electric eel like breach out of the water. It's like a 8-foot electric eel. And I'm like, JJ. I never had an electric eel on a hook before, so he comes back and he's trying to get it off the hook. He doesn't know what to do. So finally, he just whacks it. I think he also just wanted to see it. He was shaking. absolutely monstrous 8-foot long electric eel. And so we're like, shit, okay. Well, glad we didn't get too deep into the stream. So we start walking again, and 2 more electric eels come swimming over this rock. And then a stingray goes by, and we were just like, this stream? They're like, next stream, the next one. This was the stream from absolute hell. Like, it was just filled with piranha, electric eels, stingrays, like everything in this stream. The next hit that came out of the water was this giant stingray, like this big. And it was just like stabbing upwards. It was just like, oh my god. So we all were like, what? Next. I don't know what it was with that one stream. It was a stream from hell. Yeah, this is not the one.
So you could essentially, you could jump in the water and swim past this school of piranha and be fine.
We do that every single day in the entire time. That's how I shot. I don't want to smell like.
And you're not burned up on hell. Maybe if you had a cut or something, you smell blood.
That was cuts, man. I'm not all banged up, but I stepped on a crocodile once, barefoot. He was on the bottom. I stepped on his head, and he like moved. Stop that. Moved to the side.
What is the number one most terrifying thing you do not want to run into?
There's tribes. And so to explain this, there's people on the internet. If you search, if you can pull it up, search like unprotected tribes. Yeah, there are tribes living out in the Amazon for centuries, and living like that because during periods of extraction, during the peaceable era, they were the tribes that were back to the so I go to Peru, everybody speaks Spanish because of the Spanish.
Right.
These are the tribes that back
Isn't that crazy that they came down here and that people in South America got Spanish from the Spaniards?
Yeah. So see that big patch in the lower left-hand corner of South America, right there. We're like in one of the main areas. Yeah, right above where the coast of this was.
That's all you can't pull up anything better than that. Come on, get us some photos.
One photo on Google where they are just painted red and black. There we go. On the top line. Go to the top. Right there. Like, yeah, that one. These people are living up there, and what they're doing in that photo is they are trying to shoot the plane that's flying like, no, fucking no. And they don't speak a language that any of us speak. You see that? See the red one? See that red one? Right by the hut. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
They use medicinal compounds as insecticide, and a lot of it dyes their skin. So you get purple ones, you get black ones, you get red ones.
That's his skin, that's right?
Yeah, but it's been dyed. It's like so there's a purple plant down there. You rub on your fingers, it's a leaf, and you roll this in. Okay. The mosquitoes will stay with you. Yes, these people are living with no clothing, with no permanent shelter in the Amazon rainforest, and they've been doing this for 2,000 years, and they're still out there. And so the scariest thing that you could possibly run into in the Amazon is that.
Well, why would they be threatening to other humans?
Well, because the story, as I understand it, is that the last contact that a lot of these tribes outside world was during the rubber boom. The rubber boom was at the turn of the century, like early 1900s. So the Industrial Revolution, you needed gaskets and factory stuff. So all of a sudden, tires, car tires, we needed rubber for the first time. And the only place you could get rubber was Amazon, because the rubber trees were to the Amazon. They sent these rubber guys who went down and they just enslaved the local people. And they said, you're going to go out into the forest all day long and you're going to harvest rubber for us. And so it was like one of the worst human holocausts on the planet because they went and just massacred the indigenous population. Horrendous. That is horrendous. As you have a score the ball and that will go into the bottom. That's literally where latex comes from. That's how we got it. And so again, like thinking about like how does industry come back to nature? It's like rubber from the Amazon. And so during this horrendous period of oppression, some of the tribes were we are not going to be put in chains, we're not going to be set on fire, and they became hyper weaponized, super defensive, and moved back as far as they could into the forest. And they became the uncontacted tribes. So now they speak a language that we don't really speak. And my first experience with them was that I had heard that they would kill you. So one of the guys I worked with, he was a logger. In 2004, he was working as a mahogany logger. He was coming down the river, and he sent his friend and his friend's wife ahead to go to the side, get some fire, and start making breakfast because they had this huge barge of mahogany, so they're going very slowly down the river. And he sent them ahead to go make breakfast. And so this guy's name is Victor. And as Victor's coming down the river, he's just chilling. What he doesn't know is that this is what happened. They go ahead, they reach the beach, let's get some fire, go up onto the beach, and all of a sudden they hear the war cry from the truck. Arrows start, like 6-foot long arrows, which they're shooting. This guy gets hit through the thigh and through the front of his leg, so his leg is locked. He goes down, he tells his wife, he goes, just keep running, run for it. She runs because they're coming. They're like running. There's a bunch of red, purple, black, yellow people painted all different colors, running out of the jungle, screaming. She jumps into the water, swims for her life. The last thing she saw was them coming down on him and cutting him to pieces. When mining around the bend, he said there was blood all over the beach. They had removed his testicles. I think they took one of his arms. They opened up his stomach because they wanted to know what he was eating. Because to them, we're foreign. They're like, these people surviving. They're so far. They have this land things and they come down these loud boats and they don't understand. So they got the story when they kept going down the river and they found a woman and she was just holding onto a stick and she was weeping because she was super messed up like what happened to her husband. But there was that massacre on the beach and that was just in 2004. This August, this brutal pictures were going around, the WhatsApp news network in the region. Some loggers had gone to the wrong beach, man, and the tribes had showed up. And what the tribes do is, when they surround you and they don't want to speak in human terms, they start using animal calls. They start using monkey calls and bird calls to communicate with each other, so the people that they're tracking don't know. And so they get around these people and they start using that type of thing. So these guys got scared and started firing guns. As soon as they fired off the guns, the tribe took that as aggression. And then somebody found them a few days later and the bodies were all bloated and disgusting and ripped apart by vultures. But it was just like, you will be massacred. Absolutely massacred. So the scariest thing I ever saw in the jungle was that.
So you actually had an encounter with them?
I had a horrible encounter with them. It was right around the time JJ kept telling me that there were these places that you can keep going past a certain point, and then there'd be like rocks where the boats can't go, and then past that, well, what's past that? I was like, it's going to a stream, but it's shallow, but nobody goes there. And I was like, this is what I was going to do. So there's a company based in Colorado called Alpaca Packs. They make these little rafts that roll down into like the size of a tent. So I got a pack raft with the paddles on the outside of my bag, put like 10 days worth of like some high calorie dry foods in my bag. I had a journal, I had a little Canon power shot at the time. And I went up with coaches because those are the only people that were going deep into the forest and get dropped on the side of the river. I said, so just so you guys, so what spot is this? Like, they don't know me. They don't have a name. And then I was like, all right, goodbye. And they were like, you want us to leave you here? And they kept like, no, you're going to die. You're going to die. And I was like, you don't get it. I'm like, I'm an outdoors person. I got this. Just leave me. It's what I want. And I really almost like into the wild with myself. But I kept walking past the point where birds could go in. So now I'm literally past the edge of human presence on the planet. I'm in the wildest place in the rainforest where like the canopy meets over the river. Like, the monkeys don't know what a human is. So the wildlife will like look at you like the Galapagos. They're like, never. And I'm just walking around camping at night and I'm journaling and I'm having this amazing adventure. Right around the 8-day mark, the river was getting pretty narrow and I came to a bend in the river and I see smoke coming from the opposite side. And like my heart just dropped and I said, if I don't go see what this is, I'm never going to forgive myself. And so I went ahead just a little bit and like as
soon as I rounded the bend, there was like 3 or 4 of them, and they had their arrows out already, and like they were also sort of peeking around the bend to see it, because they knew that I was coming. They sensed something was there. They sensed something was there. They had a little campfire going on the beach, and they had like 2 of their huts out. They made these little palm shelters, but they were making good eye contact with me. Oh, they knew I was there. They had their arrows and their bows on. And they were like looking over like this, and I saw one say something to the other. I mean, it was a good football field away, but it was like they were like there. And for the first time in my life, I was potentially being hunted by other humans that didn't speak a language that I could speak. You can't even beg for mercy. And so I just ran down, full speed, jumped in the river, floated. It wasn't deep enough. It wasn't deep enough for me to float down the river. So I got out, opened my pack raft. They had like an inflation bag. I inflated this thing in 3 minutes, got in the pack raft, threw my backpack on my lap, and just started going. I went 3 days without stopping. And the reason I did that was because even when I stopped at night, I mean, I was literally kayaking past crocodiles, and there's fish jumping up out of the river into my boat. I was actually, some of the times I didn't even need to go fishing because there's fish at night. You scare the fish, they just jump into your boat. But there was one point where I set up my tent. And I was like, I have to get some sleep. It's been 48 hours of barking, freaking out, and I like laid down, fell asleep. The first dream I had was that they were around me, and there were like these animal noises, and all of a sudden they started stabbing through the tent. It was more traumatic to be asleep than it was to just keep running. And so it took me a week to get out. But it was seeing that and knowing the story from some of the toughest guys that I know who like lost loved ones. One of my rangers has been shot in the head. He was trying to give them bananas. He saw them somewhere and he tried to push a canoe across the river. And as he's pushing this canoe, and he's like, here, have some bananas. And he's like trying to show like, I don't mean any harm, I'm okay. And they just went firing out his head. So he sees the arrow, 6-foot arrow coming in his head, and he moves to this, and he scraped him from his temple all the way to the back of his head and opened into the skull. And he's okay. He's a hard ass. He works for me now. He's Ignacio. And but like he's also so it's like you can't reason with him. You can't be like, guys, it's okay. No, they don't speak our language. And they believe that we are like literally demons that are trying to. They believe that. So it must be passed down because of the Spaniards that came down. It must be just a tale that they pass down, and they teach the young. And they teach the young that the outside world is going to kill them. So kill them first. I'm sure you've heard of the North Sentinel Island uncontacted tribe of North Sentinel. You hear about that? That guy went recently. He was like, "Have you guys heard about Jesus?" And they just stuck an arrow. Oh, yes, the missionary guy that went. So there's a crazy fucking story about that, about a British guy who went down there. Austin, I sent you the link yesterday. He did this whole Twitter thread about there was this British researcher who went down there. This is Portman. He went down there in 1880 to 1900s. She was some sort of like pervert, and he was doing some reverted study on like the kids, like measuring their dicks and shit. And he was like taking these weird photos of them, and like an old couple died because I guess they caught some disease that he had and didn't have any immune built up. Yeah, and even with the uncontrolled right, hard common rhinovirus cold could wipe out the whole tribe. It's happening. Yeah. And eventually they ended up just murdering this guy because he was just fucking with them. And that's the reason that they have been so hostile to outsiders since then. Well, I mean, and they've been there for like, I think it's like 6 months in Africa, like 60,000 ago, and they're still fucking there. Yeah. No, I don't even that's what we do. People have to go mess with these people. And notice the people mess with these people. It's always so much. Right. In Mother of God, my book, it's not my story, but I tell the story of there's some missionaries, and I think it was in Ecuador, where they went and they took a plane and they landed in the Amazon, really remote Amazon. I love this story. They landed to this remote tribe, and they got out on the beach, and the tribe was people came out of a flying bird. And the people were like, yeah, nobody could talk. So it was all like hand gestures. And they were like, try on a t-shirt. It was pretty friendly. They even took the chief of the tribe up in the plane. They did it around and brought him back down. That might like hurt someone's brain if they've never seen planes. And then they said, we're going to come back. We're going to come back and just okay. So they went back and they had the journal entry of one of the missionaries who was like, I just hate that we're spending another Christmas when these poor people won't know about Jesus Christ and the Lord and Savior and blah, 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 blah. It's like really keeping them wicked. So anyway, they go back and there's 5 of them. And they land the plane, same beach, and they find these people again. And the tribe is like, hey, so look, we talked about it. And the missionary's like, hold on. We have like cotton candy. And we have photos from back home. Here's our family, and the tribes take one look at it. They look at the photo, and they go, wait a second, I see human faces. There's nothing behind this. And the chief goes, guys, it's black magic, kill everybody. And the tribe fucking murders everything right there. And so when the missionaries didn't come back, a week later, they sent out a rescue of dead people over the beach. And years later, when this tribe eventually was taught Spanish, and it was sort of brought, rainforest, everybody gets domesticated. Yeah. But they were able to interview the same tribe people. And they said, what were you thinking? And I said, how the hell are we supposed to know? They said, you showed us a picture. So we never saw a picture before. They said they were flying around in a metal thing and showing us pictures. They said, we just assumed that they were devils. So we killed them just to be safe. They said, we were a little spooked. And it was like a totally natural move for them. It was just like, these people are too friendly. Yeah, I think on that thread I was talking about in 2006, a cargo ship ran around right on the edge of the island. They could see after like a day or so part of the tribe from coming out from the forest, and they were on the beach building boats trying to come out. So they had to call in and evacuate a helicopter to evacuate them. And the ship is still there. If you go on Google Maps, you will see the skeleton of the ship still there. And then in 2014, they went back there again. Another group of people went back there from, I think it's off the coast of India, I think maybe. And they went back, awesome. Try to find a video of them giving coconuts to the tribe on North Sentinel Island. They pulled up on a fucking boat and they're right there. And all these guys are just right there, like they're taking the coconuts from them. This was like a couple of years ago. And like the women and the children and the guys, you can see they have a couple of them having metal knives on their wrist. Yeah, this is it. And they say that they've got the only way they have the metal is from that ship that went down in 2006. But skip like halfway through. Yeah, you took out the pregnant lady. Oh, this is wild. I've never seen this. See that metal dagger? Well, that's in the Amazon. Whenever they come and they raid the villagers sometimes to steal our treasures. Oh, really? They want metal. They don't have it. Isn't that crazy? They don't have metal. Yeah, it's insane. They missed out on the wheel. They missed out on the knife. These guys are so lucky that they didn't get massive. And there's one point where some of the guys start doing like these tribe guys start watch this guy does. It's like he's doing some sort of like it seems like a get the fuck out of here type thing. Wow, look at that. It's pretty crazy that they just decided to go back and just pull right up like that. Yeah, to me, I would be with an arrow. No. Way too close. I mean, that's like so insane to think that people like that still exist on this earth. Yeah, and then people like romanticize it. Like truly free people.
don't have like politics or religion. It's like, yeah, they just have like intertribal war and like, organized rape and like probably believe in a million false things. I talked to science anthropologists who about how like some entire cultures have just like long ideas. There's a tribe in New Guinea that believe that any sickness that I think was from black magic from neighboring tribes. And so like these people are in constant terror that the other tribes are going to put a curse on them. When the missionaries went, these people were living in so much fear, and they had to explain to these people that like basically the whole fundamental fabric of your reality is false. So like we have to start over. It's like, dude, that sucks. You're like living on an island, completely misunderstanding. Yeah, like that's rough.
Yeah, but if a comet were to hit and take out our population, they would be the ones to survive.
Oh, yeah, because they'd be fine.
They would be the only ones left.
That and like the two like doomsday preppers somewhere in like fucking Utah.
Yeah. The billionaire with the giant underground doomsday. Yeah, it must be like if we must be to them like what aliens are to us.
Pretty much.
Or close.
Pretty much. We live completely outside of their culture. We live outside of their contact. They don't understand us. Anything that they get from us is like relics. And so when they go, okay, so and I've done this, we go out in the forest and somebody said, like, make a baby. It's funny, but it's like, holy shit. It's like, well, I gotta get some space. I gotta cut down a tree. How you cut down a tree? Shit, I need an axe. So it's like, okay. Even if you get a field, and then so then you gotta get barley. It's like, well, oh wait, hold on. That doesn't exist until humans like breed and engineer to be more productive. It's like this stuff is so our society is so complex. And they're literally living on the basis of like hunter. They are self-sufficient. And that's what makes it like that. They be fine. Catch up.
So you mentioned yesterday about it's fascinating to me how the soil in the Amazon is sterile and completely infertile. Like there's so much vegetation. How is it possible it's so fertile? And too about the Terra Preta stuff. That's like what do you know about that man-made Terra Preta soil?
Well, the soil, first of all, the Amazon used to be drawn to the Congo. Okay, right. So they used to flow the opposite direction. And then when they split, because the Congo River is flowing, east to west. And so the Amazon also would be flowing east to west. And then when the continents split, those two things were divided, and then South America hit up against the Nazca Plate, which is what some people use lines up, and they both drain into the Atlantic. And now they both drain into the Atlantic. So the Amazon actually reversed directions. But as that was happening, for a long time, it was this giant inland sea. And so it's still salt water, which is why we still have stingrays, manatees, there's certain like relics that have adapted to freshwater life after being there for millions of years as this transition is taking place. But you're basically talking about like an ocean floor in a lot of cases. And so that's what the end is going on. And then like in our region, it's clay. So like when you're digging through this clay, you stick a shovel through this thing. And it is, think of a lump of clay, which you would make a sculpture out of. Like when you start seeing people take that wire and you can cut straight through the clay with it. It's just like this homogeneous gray mass. When the Amazon is red. But it's like there's no space in there. There's no nutrients. There's no soil. It's just dense. And so the trees, when you see the rainforest trees, they have these roots that spread out. It's almost like the base of the rocket ship. And so they're standing there, think like a chess piece. It's just a big fat bottom sitting at the bottom of these giant ancient trees. And the reason that they have that rainforest tree look is because instead of sending roots down, they send roots out to stabilize. Oh shit, really? So if you see a tree fall over on the side of the river, like even like a 170 foot tall tree, it's only gonna have like a 4 foot taproot that goes into the ground. It's tiny. It's like nothing. Yeah. I have no idea. And so all of the nutrients is kept in the very, 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 very top. So all the falling leaves, the branches, all the animal carcasses, all that nutrients is coming from what's alive, and that's all being settled out so quickly because of fungal microbes breaking down. The fungus, the Amazon will bury itself in leaves and cease to exist, and then the rains are constantly washing those leaves into tributaries, which is going into the water, which is into those rivers, and then washing out into the Atlantic where phytoplankton putting all of that biotic matter and releasing it into the atmosphere. And so like the nutrients of the Amazon is all of it. It's a very like temporary thing. It's all just being held by the existing light, which is why when you cut stuff down, you burn it. It's like a machine. It's like a machine. It's a constantly turning death machine. It's been called the greatest natural battlefield because everything is broken down. So from the biggest tree to the termites to the jaguar to us, everything in the Amazon is in the process of being recycled. But life is a momentary stasis compared to the constant turning death. It's just you really get a sense of it. You see a guy in the Amazon, the bodies are decomposed. Wow, it's good. If you ever want to murder somebody, you just like whack them on the back of the head. The soil and the plants and everything just eats it. You have dung beetles coming in, you cut around some vultures, and everything tears it apart. And just like sort of, if you do like a time lapse of it, you see it like swell up and the bones are laid off by scavengers and it just gets spread out. And then as soon as it rains, the bones get wet and then more fungus. That fungus gets there. The fungus will break down the house.
None of those uncontacted tribes are cannibals, right?
Not that we know of. I've never heard of anything like that. And there's been a few people in the region I think we don't really talk about, but there's a couple of people scattered through the remote villages that we can contact. But like there's one guy I think that got washed down the river where he was like a child with the uncontacted tribes and now he lives and speaks Spanish. He lives with one of the other communities, and I would never share where the location of that is, but it's like he's far from into talking about it, but he sort of knows both ways.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and so like someone like that would have said if they were cannibals, but I don't think they are.
Now, what is this terra preta man-made soil that I'm hearing about and all that? I heard they found it in multiple different spots and it's been studied and it's like super fertile.
Yeah.
And it really, there's evidence that it's man-made.
Yeah, I think it was Oriana who was the first person to descend the Amazon, which is a crazy story because the Spanish came in through like Lima, over the Andes, and then he like literally like built a boat, floated down 4,000 kilometers across the entire Amazon basin. He's incredibly adventurous. He's the guy who told all the stories about all the crazy civilizations on the Amazon, right? And then they went back and he was gone. Like that was fucking lying. And also in terms of like survival, like however many guys they started with, but this dude survived that expedition, got to the mouth, navigated by the stars, and said, "I know where we are, and if we could build a ship, we could get back to Spain," and did that. It's one of the most psychotically amazing stories I've ever heard, and he's in that the Amazon River is called.
Oh, really?
There's a tribe that was very female dominant. And he was harkening back to the Greek myth of the Amazon, which is a tribe of women who shoot arrows and actually one-breasted women so they could draw their bowstring back. But that's where that name comes from, the Amazon forest.
Okay, I was thinking of a story of a Spanish explorer who went through the Amazon in the 1500s, and then he reported seeing like tons of tribes, but then they went back and like 200 years later they went back looking for everybody, and it was all gone because they had got smallpox to kill everybody.
Yeah.
So this is the same guy's named after the guy who was responsible for murdering everybody in there with smallpox.
His reports of the Amazon led to it generally being referred to as the Amazon forest, the forest of the Amazon.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
He was Oriana, I believe was his name. He was in Francisco.
Yes, that's it.
But yeah, he had stories of civilizations that had huge sectioned off areas of the river where they were cultivating turtles, the giant Amazonian turtles, and they're living off of that as their primary protein. And this stuff's written down. These people were more, they were more literate than we were. I mean, the stuff, you read these guys' journals, incredible. You have the journals of Pizarro, the day he touched down in Peru. He's like chuckling to himself, and he's like, "This is going to be a really easy conquistador." And he's like, "This one's going to be good." And at that point, he's like, "I know 6 other guys that are like rich conquistadors." He's like, "I got these people," because the Peruvians came out and they're like, "Here's textiles, and gifts, and here's some coca leaves," and they're like, "Welcome, welcome." And he was like, "You people," and then they just got ready to kill him. Like it's in his journal. It's absolutely awful. He like thought it was fun. He's like, "I can't wait to write home and start this." Jeez, yes. No, they were on a whole different level. So the terra preta stuff, though, is part of a conversation right now that I think is a huge misinformation thing.
Really?
Yes, because
Graham Hancock, his whole theory on all this.
yeah, these guys. So what happens is you come out with a controversial theory. All right, you say, we're living in a simulation. We can prove it. And then everyone clicks it. This guy comes out and goes, the Amazon rainforest is a man-made thing. It's terrible. We found, geoglyphs, or we found, evidence of human civilization in the Amazon rainforest. And it's like, of the area of the Amazon rainforest, if you actually look at the scientific literature of what these archaeologists found, it's like 0.03% of the actual landmass of the Amazon shows signs of some form of territory that they believe was influenced by humans. And so then what happens is this dude goes on, writes books and does lectures where he goes, we've been thinking all along about the Amazon. So he wants to like drop the big bomb. Because we've been thinking about it all along. And then I hear him on Rogan going, the Amazon is actually a man-made garden. They've actually engineered a lot of the forest. And listen to this, ready to fucking flip the table. And then he said, his life is like the Da Vinci Code. Oh my God, he's literally, he is a fucking child he's playing a game where he's like an explorer. Like he thinks he's like Hiram Bingham and he's gonna go find Machu Picchu or something. The problem with his story is that it's a dangerous story because it changes the narrative and the future. Okay, so he's on there going, well, yeah, there's just evidence all over the Amazon. If you take a football, you take a handful of quarters and you throw it, and there's quarters all over the field, but is that handful of quarters on this whole football field? Does that mean what does that mean? You know what I mean? It's a very small percentage. So yes, of course, there were, over the course of history, there's hundreds of thousands of people. Right now, I think there's like 20 million people that live in the Amazon. Maybe more, probably more like 30 million people. Really? Yeah, there's indigenous communities all over the Amazon rainforest. There's cities, there's Manaus, there's Iquitos, there's Puerto Maldonado. There's plenty of people living in it. That's why people go, is it too dangerous to go to the Amazon rainforest? I'm like, there are no babies in the Amazon rainforest. So you can go. Yeah, I was listening to him and they're going, oh yeah, and literally the evidence that they're using to prove their point was absolutely false. He's going, yeah, we see domesticated species like Brazil nut trees. We're gonna have a conversation about domesticated. All right, domesticated is like the golden retriever. Wolf is a wild species, and then we bred wolves down and mixed them with things until we came up with the golden retriever. A cat. We came up with we took a wild species and we made it produce more milk, and then, chicken, and made it so they produce eggs every day. Those are domesticated species that we have bred to be productive for us. So bananas and apples, all these things, they come from a root source plant that ancient civilizations bred to be more productive. Fine. I once heard someone say about Asian elephants, these are domesticated animals. These are captive animals. These wild animals that has been kept in a temporary cage or whatever else, but that does not mean guy going of domesticated around these areas with domestic. One of the pillars of the natural Amazon rainforest. And what people could have done was they could have taken the nuts, just like we could take acorns from an oak tree and plant them around our farm. We want oak trees, but they're not domesticated. I just think they're domesticated. I don't know. Probably the same difference as Indiana fucking Jones. How do we know that they're not domesticated? It's a wild species, and they're so intricately woven into the ecology of Amazon. You can't actually have productive Brazil nut trees without primary forests. Listen to this. So if you have a 400-year-old Brazil nut tree, they're like one of the emergent giant pillars of this. They depend on a species of orchid to pollinate them. Before that pollination happens, between the male and female trees will not produce the Brazil nuts. If they produce the Brazil nuts, they actually fall from the canopy 60 feet up where we can't get to the ground. And the only animal in the rainforest teeth strong enough to make it hard, nutty shell of the Brazil is something called an agouti. It's a big ass rope. I think it's like more like a beaver family. Okay, yeah. And they open them and they bury them just like. Oh, really? Let's see what. Wikipedia is trustworthy. The Brazil nut is a South American tree in the family of. I'm not even trying to say that. Lycidifici. The fruit in its nutshell, containing the edible Brazil nut, are relatively large. Keep going down. Keep going. Find something about where they're from, how they were made. From. But like, so the thing about Graham, I think he's just advocating for the Amazon to be studied, right? He's not advocating for, like, he said that he thinks that money needs to be put in more LiDAR. Yes. Penetrating LiDAR to survey, LiDAR surveys on Amazon, because right now I think it's only been like a very, very small percentage of Amazon that's been surveyed by LiDAR. That's a great idea. And I thought that the problem is that when you listen to these interviews, when you listen to what was extrapolated from some of those, again, I'm going from the interviews that I've heard, where you hear them go, okay, there's a lot more human civilization in the engineering the forest. And then you literally hear people going, so it's the forest was engineered by people? And they go, yeah, the Amazon is actually a garden. And people look this up on Smithsonian, where they go, yeah, they produced a paper that said this as a hypothesis, and they're like, no, realistically, there's small settlements throughout the Amazon that correspond with the ancient civilizations in the Amazon's Amazon. And so what they're doing is then people go and they say, well, if the Amazon is human-made, then the fate of the Amazon, what do we want it to look like? And it very quickly becomes this very vigorous thing where if it's not wild, well, then it's just something else that we can manipulate. And the Amazon is such an intensely complicated web of life that this is not something that we actually understand yet. So if you have a guy like Bolsonaro who's going, oh, look, research says, this was man-made to begin with, so we better start chopping it up and turning it into soy farms. It's like, these are dangerous extrapolations that are being made from that assertion that the Amazon is a cultivated garden. Also, there's a giant ad in front of this article. The supposedly pristine, untouched Amazon rainforest was actually shaped by humans. Over thousands of years, native people played a strong role in molding the ecology of this vast wilderness. Over 2017, keep going down. This is the Smithsonian. Yeah, this is a good article. We read through the whole article, and then at the end, then all of a sudden they bring it back to reality. There you go. All right. So here's this other expert, Paramount, also cautions, drawing direct conclusions from the tree data, the fact that some scientists once thought the Mayan civilization of Central America heavily cultivated the bread nut tree. Big unexpected numbers of them often found in the Mayan root. However, later research found bread nut trees also can be spread widely by bats. These may have started growing around roots to take advantage of the limestone provided in the soil. The Colonel hopes more work than finding an island. Basically, they bring in this expert who says, you know what, this is just a brand new hypothesis, and it doesn't mean shit. What I'm doing here is they're using this time to hook you. Right, yeah. What is that last paragraph? For future research, Picanero hopes to see more work done finding and analyzing the remains of plants from prehistoric eras, such as charcoal and mineralized phytoliths and charcoal. These are the proxies that need to be relied on. So she's saying politely, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, the crazy thing is, if there was all those cities there when that first guy went through the Amazon, the first Spanish guy spoke through there, and then they were gone 2 years later, the Amazon cleared it ate up everything. And growth grew over everything. So there's if there was a way to more LiDAR surveys of the Amazon,
or cover it and see all the shit that is under. It would be fucking incredible. We would learn so much of our species.
Actually, I know there's stuff under the canopy that we don't know, the scientific proof, and that the guys on the ground.
Like what? Entire, right?
There's all kinds of stuff.
You know those pyramids, the crazy geometrics they found.
Yep. And I mean, but again, the thing is not to blow that into. That's fine. I'm saying human sites than we thought, even like pottery. We found if you go to like a certain bend in the river, like usually when the interesting thing with the jungle or with any wilderness is that there's sort of like natural law. Like, you stop at certain points. Like there's like certain points in the river where it's just a good port. It's a good place to stop your boat. And it's like you're usually gonna find somewhere near there, like some pottery remains or something. Because ancient civilization probably also thought it was a good port. And so, like, yeah, there's 100%. There was millions of people that have existed in the Amazon over time. But the danger is that then they jump this to the Amazon was created by humans, which is fucking wrong.
Yeah, that, I mean, that's dumb.
It's absolutely stupid.
And how people use that, like people are using that to,
and they make articles like this, and then how many people read to the last paragraph? You know, how many people just click on that article and go, look, I saw it. It says it. The Amazon was actually shaped by humans. And that is so dangerous because the ecology there is so intricately intertwined with each other. I mean, we're just starting to scratch the surface of this food chain. Like, you know, if you ever the thing with the wolves of Yellowstone about where the wolves have been at Yellowstone for 100 years, and then they brought back the wolves into Yellowstone. And all of a sudden, they saw all these ecological things fall into place. Like, because the deer weren't eating the plants by the river, they were moving quickly because they knew there was wolves. And so all of a sudden, the shorelines around the rivers were rough, which, when there was floods, meant that there was more roots and more retention. So the floods went into that. It also meant that because the deer weren't as harassing life by the edges, that little trees were able to grow up, which meant the beavers were able to grow up. And so the wolves, the top-down predator ecology truth is that we needed wolves to keep balancing the ecosystem. And it's something very simple and something very similar with elephants. It's like what elephants do for an ecosystem is so crucial. But it's like if we start changing these hard one. I mean, how many years of research did it take to find out these things about the wolves? You know, it took us exterminating wolves and then bringing them back for us to learn how to do it. And then, you know, the Amazon, just starting to learn about how the Brazil nut trees and the rivers and the moisture cycle all works together. And it's like, then people go, oh, no. It's actually human-made, guys. You can pay them. No. Yeah, no. You can't. I'm not going to be quiet for that. Just because somebody wants to get a fancy PhD and get some music use. Right.
No, I mean, it just sucks that there's not more research being done on it. There's not more archaeology being done down there. And there's not more digging more the LiDAR surveys, which I think those are really super expensive.
They are expensive to do. We're trying to get some LiDARs in our region because there's stuff out there. There's stuff, you know, like I've been down there 17 years and I have a number of sites that I would love to go to LiDAR. Because like we can just sort of, there's places where we know that there's some evidence of stuff, or like we found pottery, and it's like we could be sitting massive.
I'm just trying to some billionaire that's pay for some LiDAR.
I don't see why not. There's fucking billionaires popping up all over the place.
And you spend money on very stupid things and that.
You got tennis rackets. Yeah. I see. I miss a lot of stuff. Like I miss a lot of stuff. Like I come out of the jungle and my friends will be like, "Yo, did you hear about like this?" And I'm like, "Well, like I'll see a meme and I'll have to like text my friend. I'll be like, what are they talking about?" You know, like it'll be like a meme or something. The last one was like, it was like Biden falling off a bicycle. And I was like, what happened? Oh, yeah. Is he okay? And they were like, when you've been in the jungle, like, he's fine. It was a joke. We were past. He missed it. And I was like, okay. I miss a lot of stuff, but yeah, we need to. I came out of the jungle one time, so I was like, you see this guy fucking flying up, and I was like, you dick rocket. I was like, you see it? I was like, that in the back. I think I missed that too. Oh, this is rocket.
That.
Could have been just see what you're saying. Yeah. No, but sometimes I come out and like people almost mess me and be like, yo, this happened.
Is there a like? Have you been a sap bone with you everywhere when you're on it? No.
Like, if you get a call, all right, so you get shot through the stomach by an arrow. What are you gonna be like? Hi, mom. You know what I mean? Like, there's no one to call.
What do you do? Like, what do you do?
Try to get by.
You get seriously injured.
It's real life.
Right.
There's no ambulance coming for you. There's no helicopter evac. You know, you do travel insurance. They say you already have like $250,000 of medevac or whatever. You know, there's no one to come get you.
That's one of the fascinating things too. About ancient that lived down there. Like, how long ago? Like, how many years ago was the first ayahuasca? Two different plants that are completely different. The bush that causes all the hallucinations, shit all day, and you mess with the stomach. As soon as you mix it with this other, the vine, all of it, the magic happens. How did you learn that?
Every day is called one group, and for anybody that's interested in this stuff, you got it. It's like this giant, very difficult to read. It's like biblical schools like Harvard and ethnicists who went through the Amazon in the 50s or the 60s. Started doing all these solutions in a research capacity and trying to really use a bomb. But they were saying the statistical improbability of, even if you did trial and error over the course of thousands of years, given that there's 15,000 species of trees, and then how many species of vines, and how many species, I'm talking, the numbers are staggering. It's like fucking, you just gotta hear like the interstellar music start playing behind your head as you think about this. Like, and somehow, it's not like, like maple syrup. Like, the first person to burn a maple tree was like, oh, that's good. Right. You know what I mean? Like, that's one step. We're good. This is a complex chemical reaction that literally opens your mind to it. And for people that have done normal drugs, like mushroom, LSD, or something like ayahuasca, and
I've never done ayahuasca. How's it different from mushrooms?
I just feel like
it's basically like DMT, right? It's essentially the same thing.
I mean, I had done mushrooms in college. You know, everybody else and go for walking too. I can kind of like see music that's going and you know, and now there's a lot of people who are like, I talked about ayahuasca with someone recently. They go, oh, I just did ayahuasca last week. You went to the Amazon last week? And they go, no, I did it in a yoga studio in New York. I was like, okay. I go back. I tell my local guys that they laugh. The thing is, from the ground, and then you're mixing compounds in the jungle and boiling it down. These people live in the jungle and go on a diet where they just drink that. And what they're doing is they're connecting deeply to like the forest, the truth between the trees, and they're trying to absorb that to become shamans. And they study for years for that privilege. And it's not viewed as a drug. It's not viewed as something that's like, recreationally done. It's viewed as something that's deeply medicinal that opens up the spirit. So when they hear about people doing it in the industry, it's like someone in the military having somebody be like, I did a Tough Mudder once, and it's like, yeah, cool. Like, you ran in a circle, good for you. But whatever you can compare it to, it's like there's drugs and then there's like I was on the first time I did ayahuasca, I had a notebook, I was like, cool, and I write down my thoughts. I had no idea. The shaman comes in, and we're sitting in a circle, and he lights a single candle in the middle of the floor. And we're all sitting in a circle, and things get real quiet, and you start noticing the sounds. And all of a sudden, you're not really scared, you start noticing different stuff. And all of a sudden, you say, I agree. Okay, and you see the look on everyone else's face. You see the local people who are going to do it with you. They're not joking. They're like getting ready. And then he beckons to you. This guy's sitting there. The candles are in his eyes, and he's got feathers off his head, and he's got monkey scales on him. He goes, come. Takes a big drag of his cigarette. He blows medicinal herbs through his lungs onto the ayahuasca. And he gives it to me, hands it to me. And I was like, everything in me was screaming. It was like, I'm backing up. I don't want to do it, but you're too far in. You can't do that. I was like, screw it. Kicked it back. And so you go and you sit down and you're sitting on the next person goes and the next person goes and you're sitting in a circle. And I remember being like, oh, I think I got this. I was like, I'm gonna be fine. And then I remember I opened my notebook and it's all dark. And we're under a roof, but there's no walls. The jungle is all around. And so you could hear, and all of a sudden it started to rain, right? I started to notice that the sounds, I started to like try to wash off my hands the sound my fingertips. And I started to be very concerned that the sounds had gotten under my skin. And the frogs, and the crickets, and the frogs, and the crickets, and the rabbits, at the jungle night. And then the last thing I remember seeing is that I looked down at the floorboards. It was like this, and I remember seeing the molecules of the wood as I got smaller and smaller and dematerialized and fell through the table or the floor, the earth, everything, and down into like unconstructed rooms. And I was down there for a very long time. If I went into it, it would sound so ridiculous. It would be stupid to retell it, but it's like you go down so deep that you leave your body. You're in a different, you're in like unconstructed dream space. And it was so intense that in like at 4 a.m. when I came back, I just remember being so scared. I've been through so many different universes. I like the moment I realized I had a hand, I was so thankful. I felt my hand on the board. And it was me. I could remember my name. I forgot all this stuff. And you're just hearing. I mean, literally, you feel like seeing a consciousness floating in space with the stars and nebulous and being able to swim. It was wild. So I came back and I looked for the shaman. I see this hammock and he's gone. So as the sun comes up, I start looking for the shaman. And the guy's old, 85 years old, one of the old guys. He's got this face, so he's got like permanent, like whacked out to the face with like hair that sticks up. You can never tell if he's high or not. He's like, and we looked everywhere for him. He wasn't at camp, and then we like later that day, we were like, I guess he left. Like I don't know. And then like an hour later, somebody was crossing one of the streams, and they found him laying in the stream naked. You know, like an ET at the end, and he's not doing so good there. They found Donatio in the stream, naked, and we wrapped him up and we brought him back. I said, what the fuck happened, man? And he goes, that was the biggest mistake in my life. He goes, I overboiled it. He goes, I've gotten sloppy in my old age and I let that brew of ayahuasca boil too much. He goes, I never thought I'd see things like that. That was too strong. It was unretiring. And I was like, that's the batch of ayahuasca that you give me? I was like, thanks for your first time. That was my first real ayahuasca trip. And so the shaman was like, I retire. And he retired until like next month. Yeah, he was the old guard. He trained the guys that do it now. And COVID. We lost our whole shaman in the village to COVID. Yeah, it's like you lose this guy that knows. And the last time he harvested an ayahuasca vine, it was like bigger than it was a vine thicker than it. So he knew he was going to grow that were like huge. And then it changed. The leaves on a young sickle are different than leaves on old sickle. The balsam trees are these giant umbrella leaves, and as they grow up, they're smaller. They change. Plants are complicated. He knew how to find ayahuasca vines. And so, like, when he just told me he's a part of that, it's too much change. And there's also some poison that some indigenous communities there have felt. It's called like curare. Yeah, curare. And there's like, I heard there was like something like 11 or 12 different plants you have to combine to make that. And I heard that like, in order to get a monkey out of a tree, like if they want to shoot a monkey, if you shoot it with an arrow with no curare, it'll like seize its tail and it'll stay up in the canopy. Is that true? Yeah. And if you hit them with the reason they get the curare poison is so they're limp and they fall around. Yeah. The other crazy one that they have in our region is called Vasco, which is it's a root, and you like wrap it in cloth and you beat it with like a big heavy stick. it gets it like pulpy. So there's a lot of juice coming out of this thing. And then what you do is you go to a stream. You find like a pool in the stream. You put a log across one side. Ideally, you have like a little waterfall or a trickle on the other side, which you can't easily get up. And then you take this package of eaten root that you have, put it in there, and then in like 5 minutes, all the fish that are in that little pool will just float up to the top. And the craziest part is that they're only stung. So you can go through and be like, this is good for lunch, this is good for lunch, this is good for lunch. How we don't need any of these guys, he's too small. And then you take the stick away and make the water start flowing again. And once the water flows, the barbasco will leave, and then all the fish start swimming. So you're not murdering all the fish.
That sounds like some black magic.
Dude, and it's like one of the most basic things. Like I know young guys who know it. No, that's not even complicated.
What is it called again?
Barbasco.
Barbasco. So tell me, what was the story of the dude who got kidnapped by the gold miners? I wanted to see for
So the guy, this dude, originally I had gone upriver with a guy from National Geographic, and the idea was that we wanted to find huge animals. So this gold miner, who was the brother-in-law of the chef that we worked with down there, he had a year ago he killed this huge animal. I have a picture of his daughter holding this anaconda's head, and it's like the size of an American football. It's just a huge anaconda head. And so we interviewed him in town. That was the first step. He said, why'd you kill this snake? I was, well, I wanted to see it. Fair enough, okay. So we said, well, we want to come upriver and we want to see, like, you're saying these other snakes, like this big anacondas, this huge anacondas. We go up. This is where then we saw that the military come down, blow up this gold mine. And we said, look, you guys gotta go. You gotta stop being gold. You're gonna get killed, you're gonna get arrested. So he goes, all right, I'm gonna be a conservationist. So this evil gold miner, who everyone told us going up this river that we were in the show, we become friends with this guy. And he starts bringing ecotourism, he starts trying to do research, he starts trying to be a protector of that thing else. So I'm getting ready to go to the airport. My friends from rushing into my room and go, he's gone. It doesn't mean he's gone. The other miners didn't like that he flipped to being a protector of the forest. And so these guys bust into his house at 4 in the morning with rifles against his head. Apparently he was like having sex with his wife at the time. They like jumped on him, hauled him outside. They beat the shit out of him right there on the ground. Put a gun against his head. And so his wife and his kids were watching in the doorways of shacks that they just built. He just spent a year building this, like, the most basic ecotourism place you could possibly build. They have a gun against his head, and he goes, say goodbye to your wife. The kids are screaming, and the wife trying to fight and knock the wife down. He goes, please don't kill me for my kids. So they tie him up, they bring him on the boat, and these guys are really messed up. He knows who they are, he knows their voices. He's worked with these guys. So they get him on the boat, they start going upriver, and at some point, he told this story when he got rescued. He told me this story with so much enthusiasm. At some point, they heard the sound of a motor, and they knew that he's the best boat driver now. So they're trying to kill him, but he's going, if that's the Navy plan, we're all done. He's like, so just get my hands in front, I'll drive the boat, and you guys can at least shoot at him. And so they actually were like, okay, you drive, but we'll do whatever. So he just slammed into a tree. They went flying up. He jumped into the river. And then he ran off into the forest. Apparently, it changes about whether there even was a boat coming down the river or whether it just made them think there was. But he was lost in the forest for 3 days before we found him. And we hired like 5 different guys to walking down the river out there looking for him. And as far as we knew, it was very scary news to get because we thought he was dead. The last thing that his family saw was guys bust in, guns against the head, say goodbye to your father, and he never came back. And so days went by where we were sending boats up and down the river looking for him, and then miraculously he shows up starving and freaked out, clothing ripped, and got reunited with his family. But what? They murder people. Our lawyer's father, he stood up to go really? Yes. There was a nun on the border with Brazil, Sister Dorothy Stang, I think was her name. She was working with the indigenous people, trying to work with them, trying to protect the forest and the wildlife. And I think they shot her in the stomach, and then when she was down, they tapped her in the head. Like they just, you start going against these people. There's a point where they will just say, threatening our way of life.
So you're doing the same thing.
Yeah, and I made a post on Instagram about illegal gold mining because it's actually I went with this guy from the ABC News got me a call. This guy shows up with the news team to report on like the most authentic, the front lines in the Amazon. So we brought him out. We went into the gold mining areas. We went into the logging areas. We saw the Amazon fires. But we went to the.
So he's running. You guys are like running by this burning area, literally burning the US.
Yes, that's the one. We actually like that day. I actually got scared that the skin came because it hurt. It was that was crazy. But when we went to the gold mine, it was funny because the guys cried and they went, one of the guys went, come here. You see all those guys over there looking at you? And I said, yeah. They go, they follow you on Instagram. Because you don't think, you're in the middle of the Amazon, you don't think these people have this.
Right.
And they're like, they know exactly who you are. And they're like, please stop what you're doing. And I was like, don't worry. I was like, meanwhile, they're all holding machine guns and looking at me. And then, so literally the next day, that was the day we were filming there, so we filmed this desert in the Amazon rainforest. And literally in the most moist, biodiverse, beautiful, pristine part of the Amazon, is now a 350-mile skull of sand. You can look it up on Google Earth, and you can see this horrible scar across the Amazon. We went to the edge of that. And so I posted about that the next day. And a few days later, I was actually walking down the street in the town where we were getting supplies to head back out to the jungle. And a motorcycle pulls up next to me and just was like, the next time we see you post about gold mining, you're going to regret it. Really? And then he zooms out. And I could see what it was because his face covered with a motorcycle hanging on. So yeah, I mean, the threats come through, and you just have to be ready for whatever happens.
Are you armed?
Most of the time we're not, but it's usually in the city that you recommend. The thing is, out in the jungle, you don't need it because out in our region, you know who's there, who's not. It's kind of complicated. I had a friend, his name is also Paul, but his father moved deep into the jungle when they were before they were born, and they moved like 4 years deep into the jungle. He just wanted to live at the edge of the world and be free. He raised his 2 boys there, and they had a whole life. And I made friends with Paul, really. When I was like probably 22, and they were probably like 28 and 30 or so, and they would teach me fishing. We spent all these days going out together and stuff. And then one day, the dad needed to cut a tree that had fallen, so he asked a logger, or a gold miner, if he could help them cut some wood. This guy noticed that they had a chainsaw that he wanted, so he shot my friend in the back and took the chainsaw. And because it's the Amazon, there's no consequences for it. And because these guys were standing up to the loggers, they're standing up to the miners, and they were saying, we're not going to allow our forests to be invaded. So the first statement they made was shooting a tornado and hitting back. So yeah, you have to be a little careful out there. It is, because you can't get the cops out there. You can't get the cops out there. Think about what that means. So whatever happens, happens. Me and you have a fight. And, well, this is a true story. You guys were fighting over Brazil nuts, and the first guy went and, I think it was the first guy shot the guy. The first guy, they were having a fight over Brazil nut. This is my Brazil nut tree. This is my Brazil nut tree. I get to harvest. Where does the line go between their properties? Who knows? The first guy shoots the other guy, takes off half his face, but he lives. So that guy, his family fixes him up, everything else, his brothers get together and go, fuck that. They come back, take a few machetes, and they hack the first guy to pieces to shot their brother. So all of this, eventually, both families end up in court back in the nearest town, and the judge goes, are any of you going to kill any of you? And they're all like, and he was like, all right, okay. You're missing half a face, and the other guy's dead. What's it doing? But this is the way it is in the Amazon. It's like you're out past. What country is this? This is Peru. Yeah, and that's where my friend was shot in the head by the arrow. That's where my friend Paul got assassinated. That's where our lawyer's father was assassinated for speaking out against the lawyer got assassinated for speaking out against the gold miners. It's the body count is high. And then there's articles, I think MangaBay.com puts out articles every year on like how many environmental defenders get killed across the Amazon each year. And it's just that the bodies on the floor. It's just like,
what is the biggest threat to the loggers and the gold miners, though? So, like, what are they most afraid of?
that we're going to stop them from logging.
Are you a bigger threat to them, or like the Navy and...
No, the Navy and stuff, but there's regions of the Peruvian law enforcement there's places where the Peruvian law enforcement won't go. So like in that 350-mile scar, can you look up like Peruvian gold, Madre de Dios gold mine? It's terrifying. And like the Peruvian armed forces went there because they couldn't send the police in because the police would just be massive. So finally they sent in helicopters, Navy SEALs, and all this shit. And they sent them full on. But even then, they chased everybody out and showed up 10 miles that way. So it's just a constant struggle. It's crazy.
And as far as like the wood, like you're showing in the documentary, there was like these giant trees on trailers, like these tree trunks that are wider than this fucking room, sitting on these giant trailers. Where do they go from there?
Well, the thing is, whether they're legal timber or whether they're illegal timber, everything's correct. So as soon as they come out of the forest, so our forest, I said about it used to take us 2 days to get up to the station.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but then Brazil and China cut the Trans-Amazon highway across the Amazon. And as soon as they cut the highway across the Amazon, now you have offshoot roads. So you have one road, offshoot roads.
Right.
They call it the fishbone cut. It ends up looking like a rib cage.
The road goes off a road, goes off a road,
and you just start seeing it. You can literally watch it year by year. The green starts turning to brown, starts turning to red. And there you go. That's on the edge of that. So guarding the edges of that are men with machine guns, making sure they can continue to do that.
Now, what is that? That's where
the Amazon rainforest used to be.
What is it now?
A pit of mercury polluted absolutely nothing that will take thousands of years to heal. You're never going to get that back. And that's in the western Amazon. That's in the most crucial part of the Amazon rainforest that this is happening. But you just scroll down a little bit to that push on the lower left right there. Look at that. See it? Like this is what we see.
Do you blow that up at all, Austin? What the fuck?
Think of what like pristine forest looks like towering trees and butterflies and birds and jaguars. And it's like this is what we do.
So what is that guy with the camera? What is he doing?
He's Peruvian Marines. Okay. And so like I work with the guy on his knees. I work with a bunch of guys like that. Probably.
I'm sure a lot of these guys are kids too.
A lot of them are kids, and a lot of the funny thing is, again, like when I post shit to social media, people will comment and they'll be like, these evil loggers who are doing it for greed, or these evil miners, and like they'd be like destroyed. And like the first thing I have to go is like, hold on. First of all, if you couldn't feed your family, what would you do? Cut down some trees. And so the thing is that I hang out with these guys. They're great guys. Most of them are great guys. Obviously, there's bad ones that, you know, when they all get around and they start drinking and they spend a whole way of life, you get that like, one psycho vigilante. Yeah. But for the most part, these are good guys. A lot of the guys on my team are ex-loggers who are now conservationists patrolling the jungle as we speak. A lot of JJ's brothers who taught me the jungle used to be loggers in the 1990s during the Mahogany. And now they work for Jungle Keepers or Tamandua Expeditions. You know, and they're like the best guys ever. These are my family. They're awesome. So yeah, it's just a matter of, you know, can you give these people a better life? That's really the simplest answer.
Yeah, it's wild that that you're able to think about it from their point of view, because yeah, I mean, if you were put in their shoes and you had a decision to make between let me cut down a couple square miles of rainforest or let me let my kids starve to death, I'm gonna fucking burn down the rainforest.
But that's the thing. At the end of the day, any one of us, if you use your kid, your mother, whatever it is, whatever you care about, you will chew through a human being's face to save that life.
Yeah.
And so it's,
I'll fucking shoot an elephant in the head to save my kid. That's what I said to Ryan. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I agree with you though. I agree with you.
Like, it's terrible. It's terrible. And it's like, we talked about this when he was in Iraq. Like, a lot of these people that are out there fucking in these terrorist groups or doing things that are evil to you, those people had other people murder their kid. Cool. And that's what turned them into what they are. Like, if somebody murders your kid, it's going to change, become a fucking murderer, and you're going to look, and it's all about perspective.
I mean, look at the tip between like Desert Storm, 9/11 War, we're just slapping each other back and forth. And like, how much of, you know, if you go work and or somebody, you know, and somebody yells at you and you're more, you to go then snap at somebody. It's like, I feel like as humans, we all pass on whatever we experience, whatever trauma we experience. And by the same token, when you meet awesome people that are just full of integrity and sunlight, that are just like, they have your back, you're with the good people, you're like, man, I'm gonna do that too. Like, I would never steal or cheat from those people because I would never do that to them. They never do that to me. And it's like, whatever you get. So the unfortunate thing is, if people are, you know, born into a gang and, you know, the cannibal warlords of Liberia, it's like they experience, like, you know, eat that motherfucker's heart before he eats yours, and it's like, that's what you create.
Yes.
And then, you know, I hope that everyone is lucky enough to have those people in their life where it's like they are just good. Like, I grew up like my parents, like my dad is like literally it's almost a burden how good of a person my dad is. Like, just like the nicest guy in the world. I've never heard. He's like his finch. Like, I've like never heard the man lie. Like, it's just like there's people who are just like, you go, oh,
Have you brought your dad down to the ring?
oh, tons of time.
Really?
Oh my God, yes.
What does he think of everything you're doing?
They think it's great. I think they're really happy that I'm not in jail.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, look, I was failing out of school, and I was doing so bad. They were so worried about me. They probably thought I was gonna go to jail. And then, like, now I've written 2 books. On December 11th, I'll be speaking at the United Nations for my life, and it's like, I was such a fuck up when I was a teenager that I think that the fact that I haven't been trampled to death by elephants, and the fact that I've done, you know, protected something on Earth, I think my parents are just like, all right, fine.
That's incredible, man.
Yeah.
What, other than speaking to the United Nations, like, what is that going to do? Like, what is it going to take to actually, there's so much momentum, it feels like.
There is.
How could you possibly even slow that down? Where do you see any kind of hope, or do you?
No, it's funny because when I started out at like 18 years old, I think I was very much like, there's no hope, the world is dying. It was like it almost feels good in a way to like resign yourself to this, like, it's all going. And I think that a lot of environmentalism is based on that, like this sort of like tragedy poem, like, oh, the world is such a bad place, humans are a disease, and it's like, well, what are then I met the people that are at the forefront of conservation and of science and of a realistic future on Earth. And literally the wizards who are out there, the people, you don't know their names. They work with large corporations. They have PhDs from major major colleges, and they're doing things to protect huge tracts. They're setting up national parks, and they're working with companies to do like, okay, well, if you have to drill here, how can we do that sustainably? I work with a guy who I've spoken to him a few times, and I worship him. But his name is Adrian Forsyth, and he works for the Andes Amazon Fund. But he told me this story. He's the guy who, like, when he talks, I mean, he's protected entire rivers, but like when he talks, everyone shuts up and like moves closer, and like notebooks come out. But he told me this story about how there was a company that wanted to drill inside of a national park. He knew that they were going to get the permits because the corrupt government was going to give it to them. So he went and had a meeting with them. And he like took a proactive stance. And he went, okay, look, if you guys are going to drill it, here's how we can do this in a way that it doesn't ruin the national park. Because if you guys have a pipeline and a spill, it's going to. So he suggested the safest possible technology. And he said, the one thing we can't have is if you make a road to bring your equipment in, well, then the local people can get in too. And then we're going to have the offshoot roads, and then the whole national park is going to fall. roads are kryptonite to rainforests. That's 101. Roads, death. And so what he did was he said, look, we're gonna raise funding and we're gonna bring the equipment in by helicopter into the center of this national park. You're gonna set up a rig right there. There's gonna be a line going out that no one's even gonna really know about it, and there's not gonna be a road. So they did this and they drilled for a few years and they cleaned it up and they moved it out.
Oh, wow.
So everybody won, and in fact, the people that worked on that project from the oil company ended up supporting the conservation efforts because it was such a smooth process. And so, like, instead of that, like, basic, internet Twitter sort of response of being like, "You're bad, we're good, the environment's clean, you're dirty," these guys are on a different level, and I think that that's where we need to move moving forward. That's where someone like Jane Goodall is working a lot with kids. She knows if the kids care. You know what I mean? They're going to grow up and become next policy makers. And so what you need to do is instill that love of nature. 50% of people across the world live in cities. We have to find a way to rekindle their love of nature. That's why documentaries are so important. But I do think that there's a lot of hope, and that's why I tell that story about the bald eagles, the humpback whales. A lot of things can bounce back, and we've seen bounce back. And really, the way I look at it in terms of the Amazon is that we're probably the last generation that's going to have the chance to save the Amazon as it is, because we've lost right now roughly coming up on 20% of the Amazon's been destroyed. Now, here's the thing. That's a system where the moisture cycle replenishes itself. The Amazon breathes out moisture, and then it comes heads and it rains back down on itself. And that system contains a fifth of the water, of the fresh water on the planet. A fifth. And much of that system. And it's not
pulls out like a ton of carbon out of the air too, right?
100%. Like
a couple of metric tons of carbon, or like hundreds of metric tons.
But if it's not able to breathe that moisture up and then keep the rainforest cycle going, you're going to have the Amazon dry out, the fires will get worse, the whole ecosystem could collapse, the whole biome. And so we're coming up on that point where it's like, okay, but you can get frantic about this, or we come together as a global society and say, okay, look, what do we have to do? What incentives, what trade incentives do we have to give Brazil? What does Peru want? What do you guys want? And help everybody to have the opportunity and say, look, instead of cutting down this much forest, let's give all those people these jobs. It's not rocket science. It's really not. We have the opportunity to do this, and that's why what Ryan's doing in Africa is so exciting. There's people going frantic. How do we save black rhinos? How do we save them? It's like, dude, take a bunch of American vets that have the tactical knowledge and put them on the fence line. Ain't nobody gonna shoot a rhino when you got a bunch of ex-Marines on the fence line. They know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, perfect thing, right? Because the U.S. fucking failed in figuring out a useful way to put veterans back to work in a meaningful way. That is a fucking incredible idea. It's absolutely. So is that what you guys plan on doing too?
No, vet paw works really well in Africa.
Okay.
I don't know to what degree we could do it in the Amazon. I've been talking about that with Ryan a little bit, but
it sounds like it would work fucking amazing.
It sounds like it would work a little bit amazing. I think in a place like South Africa, where people to begin with, it makes a bunch of big, like tall white guys in military fatigues walking around the back zone. I feel like now I just don't think the locals appreciate that very much.
No.
Like a lot of ways I've survived is by like being so in with them, like the fact I'm in with bare feet and whatever else. Actually, we were talking about the dangers, and I wanted to tell you before I forget that there's one day I was coming. This was a very non-eventful. I've had solos where I go out for 2 weeks and the craziest shit ever happens, and I come back all banged up. And then I've had solos where I go out for 10 days and come back, and it was beautiful. I took a lot of nice pictures, and you don't write up those ones, but they're also nice in their own way. But one time I had a very relaxed solo where I was out. I wanted to do the whole length of my river. I did most of it without going towards the tribes. But I'm coming down river one day, and this boat is like hanging out in like the shallow underneath this tree. And then they come out progressively and they come towards me. I'm in like an inflatable pack raft with a backpack on, and all my food had gotten wet the night before. And they pull up to me and they go, "You on the boat?" And they got machine guns and shit. And I realized they got packages of tarp, in like rectangles. And I was like, oh shit, they're running cocaine. These are those guys. And I was like, hey guys. I was like, what's up? And they're like, what are you doing out here? I was like, I'm a photographer. I was like, see? I was like, look, I can show you pictures. And they were like, well, they go, where's your guide? Where's your guide, gringo? And I was like, gringo. And I like in a really dirty local language. I was like, motherfucker, you think I'm not from here? And I was like, I gave them that whole thing. And they're like, all right, you talk like you're from here. And then I pulled up some anaconda pictures on my phone. I was like, look at this. I was like, you ever caught an anaconda that big? And then they're like, whoa! And these dudes, they like put the machine gun behind them. Oh, Hector, come here, look at this. Give Gringo a brick. And then I was like, they're like, do you need anything? And I was like, no. And they're like, so you're not lost? And I was like, no, I'm not lost. I was like, you guys got some smokes? And they're like, yeah. I was like, all right, cool. I was like, can I go? That's fucking awesome. And I was like, stay safe out there. And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, don't get arrested. And they were like, ah! Like, so you know. And I was like, yes. But they were like, again, they were the chillest guys ever. Not a threat to them. Right. Guys just trying to feed their families. Yeah. Dude, they're crazy what they have on our rivers because the rainforest canopy is so high. You're talking like, 150 feet. So you have, 130-foot tree trunk, and then you have branches. And so apparently there's this one long stretch of river where you can take a plane down and fly it between the trees, and then they've actually cut out underneath the canopy a long hallway. They've made the ground fly through, and so what they do is they land under the canopy. Oh. So they stay under radar by staying above the canopy, and then they actually land down there. They get resupplied on the coast, and then they fly back down. They're geniuses, and you hear them flying at like 4 a.m. Every now and then I'll wake up because we don't have flights. You don't like, if you live in New York, your flights all day long over your head. When you're in the middle of the Amazon, you don't hear planes. But then, like at 4 a.m., every now and then you get. And it's just this old little tin box, little Cessna.
Are there like lots of cocaine factories out there in the middle of the jungle?
Yeah.
Where they're
Peru is
Peru?
I think Peru took over Colombia. It's the number one.
No.
We got to check on that one, but I think
Google that.
Yeah, there's like songs about it. Peruvian cocaine just came up on Spotify.
Peru overtook Colombia in manufactured cocaine. Look that up.
Peru is the number one.
Okay, Bolivia, Colombia, Peru.
Yeah.
Where's Bolivia?
Right below Peru.
Oh, it's right below Peru. Okay, so it all comes out of there.
Yeah, and that's all right on the western South America.
Yeah, so that's crazy. So there's just like random, like rogue little areas where they're just fucking mixing the cocoa leaves with gasoline.
Yeah,
crazy all that shit. That's insane.
Yeah, and like cocoa leaves is like a thing. You chew cocoa leaves down there. It's a coffee. They give you energy, but it's not cocaine. Right. So it's a totally separate thing. But yeah, down there that's a big industry.
Anteaters.
My favorite.
You raised an anteater?
I did. I raised a baby anteater. Yeah, so there's this myth in Peru that if you shoot an anteater, that the bullet will glance off of it and that you will not actually kill the anteater. So a lot of people try to kill them for no reason. They're not trying to eat them or anything. And somebody had to do that on our river. And there was this baby anteater. And we went to this spot and they had this little tiny anteater. And the thing with anteaters is they live on their mother's backs for like the first year of their life. So they cling onto their mother's back, and they have these huge claws. So a giant anteater is like, think of something that's like a little bigger than a German Shepherd with a tail as long as its body. So it's like this huge animal, and they have to be able to fight off jaguars. And so a giant anteater will stand up on its hind legs when you threaten it. Let's say you corner a giant anteater, they'll stand up on their hind legs, and they have like Wolverine claws in the front. They use those for excavating termite mounds. And they will open your guts. Like they will slash you if you corner them. If you don't, though, you ever seen somebody get mauled? I've never seen anybody get mauled by one. I've seen a dog get mauled by one. A friend of mine was hunting. He thought it was a tapir, and he was going around the stream bed. His dogs ran ahead, and he heard a yelp. And when he got around, the anteater was holding one dog in its claws, and it had grabbed it by the neck and had pinched the neck off. And so the dog was dead, and the other dog ran up barking, and he just right through the throat, killed this dog. And then, so my friend, this guy, like lifted his rifle to try and shoot the anteater, and this is like a Peruvian guy, so he's like, a jungle guy. He's not very tall, and the anteater started walking towards him, with claws out. This thing was looking at him straight in the face, and he just threw his rifle and ran for it.
Oh,
And it's like these things are monsters. Dude. They call them oso bandera gigante, so it's bear flag giant because it's just the flag for the tail, bear for the arms and everything. It's just like a composite animal. Absolutely.
Are they fast?
They're pretty fast, but again, they would never bother you. I mean, look, I'm sleeping with them in a hammock.
Right.
They're sweethearts, and she would, you know, she didn't have a mother, so she'd be hugging me the whole time, and then I would eventually I can't do anything because I got this anteater on me all the time. So I'd lay down in a hammock, I'd fall asleep, and then they have a tongue that's like a foot long. And so she'd wake up and she'd be like, I want to play. And so she'd take her tongue and she'd start firing her tongue up my nose. And it would like come out my mouth. Or then she'd fire at my ear and stuff. And it was like, just like, blah! And she's like, I have to take this anteater off of me. And then she'd be like, no, I want to love you. And she'd like grab onto me with the claws and pinch right through my skin. And so I was just like all ripped up. And I was like 19 years old and taking care of this anteater. It was awesome. But I also got to experience the forest from the perspective of an animal because everybody else went home, they were this anteater. So I was going through the Amazon rainforest on my hands and knees, raising this baby giant anteater and interacting with animals and trying to teach her how to find ants. And I had to basically become a mother anteater to this little thing and like raise her until the point that she could go back into the forest.
How long did you have in there?
A few months. Yeah, I missed that was the first time I missed a college semester because I was just like, you know, I went back to town for a resupply. I called home and I went, Mom, Dad, I'm staying.
And at what point did you decide to let her go?
She started spending more time out in the bush, and then she started coming back. So like when you were asking about JJ and like where he grew up, little communities, like little like palm thatched huts over the top. Wow. Yeah, it's all
What happened to you here?
It was a antibiotic MRSA infection.
All over your fucking face?
Yeah.
Holy shit, how did that happen?
I don't know. I think I had dengue, and then I went to the hospital in town to get tested, and they were like, yep, you have dengue. I think while I was in town, you know, these hospitals, they have like cats and dogs running around.
Yeah.
Dead people on the floor. While I was in the hospital, I must have gotten this infection. And then I went back out into the jungle and I kept going, it'll get better. Until one day I woke up and my eyes were sealed shut from pus. Oh. And I had all this green goop leaking out of my face, everywhere on my body. And for a whole day, I only saw in black and white. And I had like a horrendous fever. And then I wanted to get out of the jungle. But at that time, there was no boats going up the river. It was the rainy season. And so for like 3 days, I was just by the side of the river, just like hoping there would be a boat. And the first boat to come was this poaching boat. And they had all these dead animals. There was a dead mother spider monkey with a baby still alive, like holding onto the mother's body. And I was being in this like pile of dead animals. And I was practically a dead animal myself. There's flies all over me. And, I got to town and I called my parents and I just said, get me out of here as soon as possible. And they got me on a flight. And then like I had a hood up and I was putting Vaseline all over my face because it hurt so much. And on the flight home, somebody sat next to me and they looked over at me and I just was like, and like the woman got up and left and she must have talked to the stewardess because she never came. She must have gotten reseated. And then I get to like immigration in New York and the guy goes, hey, how's it going? He goes, you know, passport. And he goes, what were you doing in Peru? He looks up and he goes, buddy, what the fuck? And I was like, I don't know. I was like, I'm just trying to go to the doctor, man. He goes, holy shit. He goes, stamps the passport. He goes, go, please. He was like, for the love of God. He goes, God bless you. He goes, I hope you're okay, man. I'm like, yeah. You let me in the country looking like that? Jesus. I could have had Ebola virus for all this. Like, I look at that. It's fucked up.
That is fucked up. Hold that up next to the microphone so you can see it.
Yeah. This was me dying.
My Lord.
That's fucked. Yeah. I was convinced at this point that I was not going to recover from that. In my understanding, I was dying.
So how do you catch something like that down there?
I mean, MRSA is a huge problem. Down there it is. Everywhere. It's very common. I mean, infections are constantly outpacing our ability to create new antibiotics for them. It's a huge problem. I think in the medical community, that's a huge problem in hospitals. And so, yeah, some of the tree saps in the Amazon might be the answer to that because there's some compounds down there that just murder bacteria.
When you come up here, do you have any problems with immune systems or your immunity or anything?
No, I think I've gotten stronger.
Really?
Yeah. I think I've gotten really. I think it's helped. The only thing that happened was I got typhoid, and that just. I used to have a stomach like I could eat like a dead cat off the side of the road, and I'd be fine. And like after typhoid, I lost like pounds. I was like dying, and then I went to the doctor. They were like, "You have typhoid medicine for it and stuff." But after that, my stomach has been a little bit more sensitive, and like now I can't. If I drink a glass of milk, it'll kill me. Like not kill me, but like I'll be like shit the rest of the day. But that's the only change. Other than that, I feel like the jungle has actually just made me so much stronger.
I wonder what would happen to like one of the guys that has always lived down there if you brought him up here. I wonder if like they would have trouble kind of like adapting. They wouldn't like it, obviously. They wouldn't like the fucking culture, obviously. But I'm wondering like as far as like adapting to like their immune system, adapting to living up here in this pollution, like the polluted air and the different food and shit.
Taking one of those guys,
What would
like
it do to them?
walking around with no shirt on, eating coconuts and all day, and then like going through a New York winter.
I'm not living by the ancestral tenants up here now.
No.
What do you think of that guy?
Oh man, that poor dude. I mean, dude. Look, anybody to not tell the truth, but at the same time, like, are any of these other people and what they're selling, are they real? You know what I mean? Like, is The Rock really not on steroids? Right. Was Lance Armstrong really not on steroids? Does anybody for a second look at Liver King with bloated giant six pack and go, natural? No. And now he's like, oh man, I really fucked up. I'm so sorry. It's like, bro, just keep doing what you do.
The problem is he went on like 1,000 podcasts when they asked him right to his face. He said, never tried it, never will.
Never will. It's like, all right, well now we found him, man. He'll come back stronger from this. I'm sure.
Did you see the video he made, the response video?
I saw him going, I really know.
Yeah.
He's like, I am on steroids.
I am on human control.
The dude drinks like liters of HGH a day. Dude, he's explosive. Like he's sitting on podcasts. He's literally sitting there backwards, and like his abs are like a mountain range. They don't look right. They don't look right. I mean, but he's systemic. I mean, like there's a reason he blew up. He's whatever.
Could you imagine putting him in the rainforest?
When he had like
that would be the best collab.
When he had like 400 followers, I wrote to Liver King. I was like, well, whatever you're doing. I was like, it seems like you like outdoor workouts, primal living. I was like, why don't you come piranha fishing with us? And he was like, I would love to do that. He's like, but are you on the liver train? And I was like, what the fuck? And he was like, do you eat everything? And I was like, yeah. I was like, I ate a turtle yesterday. Like, we're in the indigenous community, so we eat whatever they put on the table. Sounds very primal. I'll let you know. So it's like, I talked to him briefly in like DMs, but then he got super famous and he doesn't hurt that.
Yeah. It was all just a business plan. That's all it was.
It's a business plan.
Yeah.
I mean, he's an internet, whatever. He's an influencer. Yeah. Who apparently was already rich before he made millions and millions off of being Liver King.
Yeah, that's what he said in his video. He said, yeah, I was rich and anonymous. Now I'm rich and everyone knows me. And it is, when everyone knows you and you're like a public figure and all that stuff, it's not good to lie because you're going to get caught in your fucking lie. And the dude had no idea how to navigate that.
He had no idea how to lie. The only thing I say is like, when you look at these like Joel Osteen, like televangelist people that are like, send us some money and Lord Jesus is gonna bless you with blessings. It's like, oh, there you go. You're not doing steroids, but you're promising people you're gonna fix their lives if they send you money.
Right.
You got a direct line to God.
Yeah.
So like Liver King, they'll do a thing. He'll apologize, and then I'm sure everyone's gonna be like, oh, poor Liver King, and then they'll send them they'll send them more steroids, and then it'll be okay.
Yeah, more people will end up buying his liver supplements.
Exactly.
All that bullshit. He'll be fine. I'm sure he'll be.
I'm not worried about Liver King.
Anything else we forgot to cover? Fires.
The fires, dude. Yeah.
What's going on with fires? How are they like? Are they getting worse? Are they getting better?
So the thing that people don't realize is that in 2019, my life changed a lot in 2019 because the fires were bad in 2019. And what happened was outside of Sao Paulo, Brazil, the Amazon fires were pluming up, and it was black smoke, and it covered the sun. And people were taking pictures of this, and it looked like the apocalypse. So that made it onto the internet, and then the internet was like, well, why is this happening? Oh my God, because of the Amazon fires, and we got on the news, and all of a sudden we had this hysteria over the Amazon in 2019. I had just gotten home from the Amazon, and we've been filming a documentary, and I was just standing in the field filming on my phone, being like, this happens every fucking year. You guys are burning down this stuff when we don't need to be letting this happen. There's animals burning to death behind me. And I said, welcome to the fucking Anthropocene. It was the first time I'd ever cursed the what? The Anthropocene, the quaternary, tertiary.
Okay.
The Holocene was, I think, the last epoch that we were in. And then now they're saying that we're in the period of the Anthropocene. It's like millions of years from now, if they were to find this period on Earth, it would be defined by the layer of human stuff on Earth, you know, in the fossil record. And so I had this video, and when I saw the articles on the Amazon fire, I was so stupid. I was like, it burns every year. Why are people freaking out about it this year?
Yeah.
So I threw this video up on Instagram, and it was kind of like understated. Before that, it was always like beautiful pictures of the jungle. And I remember because I took my phone, it was on like 100%, and I put it on the refrigerator, and I went to bed. Well, in the morning, I woke up and I stumbled out of bed. My phone's on the floor. I was like, that's weird. I pick up my phone, it's on 1% battery, and there's 40,000 notifications from Instagram, and there's like all these missed calls, and I was like, what happened while I was asleep? Phone call comes in, pick up the phone. Hi, it's Paul Roses. Yeah, like, it's MSNBC. What? And it started, and then as I'm on the phone, like CBS called. As I'm on the phone with them, I was like, guys, you got it, hold on. And I was like trying to find a charger. It went viral overnight, and everyone shared it. And then it started blowing up. And all of a sudden, I was on all these interviews for the Amazon fires. And then actually what happened was then Joe Rogan shared it. And then at that point, it like went mega viral. And all of a sudden, we started getting all the support for the Amazon. And then that really Jungle Keepers went from that we had a couple with like 2 rangers, and we were protecting a little bit of forest, and it's like it connected us to the people that made it possible for us to protect. Now we're protecting 50,000 acres of forest. We have 15 rangers, we have numerous boats, we have a real chance of protecting this entire watershed in the Amazon rainforest. And so now it's like I'm trying to explain to people how you can use storytelling and social media to get the word out. Because when you say, like, what can you do? Is there a way of turning this around? It's like, yes, but people have to know about it. Yeah. And so, like, this year, the fires were almost as bad. I mean, I think it was one of the days in August was the worst day for burning in the Amazon in 15 years. Yeah, we were out there, and horrendous, like 70-foot flames, freshly cut forest. It was just burning. Me and my friend Mosin were out there, and we were sent to document this, and it was like we were just breathing in. I mean, I couldn't walk for 2 weeks after that. Like very, 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 very poor decision making in hindsight to walk into a forest fire with no lung protection. Right. I was hacking up black snot from my lungs for weeks after that. But and then it's at one point we're in the fires, and the Amazon is burning, and I'm trying to like record video, and my phone all of a sudden does that thing where it goes, the phone is hot and you can't use it. I get like that warning notice, and oh shit. And so I'm like I gotta get out of here. Holy shit, my skin is to burn. All of a sudden I hear help, and I go, where are my guys? I was like, where is it? And all of a sudden I just see this sheet of flame, and I hear help again, I hear help, and I'm trying to find a way around it. I have to go back around and then jump over some stuff, and so pretty much like jump through like a vertical wall of flames. And as I'm running, I see my friend's like multi-$1,000 professional camera laying in the ashes. And I go, holy shit. Like, I was like, this guy's dead. And so I pick up the camera, can't touch it, it's too hot. So I threw it on the ground, just outside where the burning was. And I go and I see my friend Mosin, and he's on his hands and knees, and he's got his face in the ground. I'm like, what is going on? He's just coughing and coughing. There's a little bit of water, like a little puddle. He just was putting his eyes in the puddle. And then JJ comes out of the forest, and he takes his shirt off, dips it into the floor of the rainforest. And like the forest is burning next to us, but we just found a little bit of green. And he's squeezing it over Mosin's head. He took one bad lungful of air and just went down. And then just like got burned, got blinded, and just ran for it, jumped to the camera. And so we spent the rest of the day like trying to get him better. And to his credit, he actually like stood up and was like, "Let's start filming again." Like switched out his battery, and I was like, "Fuck it." And we just like had singed clothing and everything. And it's like, you know, you come limping out of this horrendous apocalyptic thing, and you try to tell the world what's happening, because every year we're allowing this to happen. And what are they going to do with that land? They're going to make a papaya farm on it. That particular farmer, who again, big destroyers of the Amazon. We went up to this guy and said, "Are you burning your forest today?" He goes, "Yep." We went, "Can we film it?" We couldn't stop him from doing it. Right? Like, "Can we film it?" He goes, "Oh, shit, be careful." You see monkeys running lives. There's you know, animals hide in the tree trunks. You see animals burning in the tree trunks, and they try to come out, and they burn and they curl. Absolute horrific, like devastation. It was like watching the bombing of Dresden. It's just, you're watching the most beautiful biological treasure on earth before your eyes. And so we were doing that in August, and I've been just this week, you know, sharing videos of that burn footage, which I think led up to speaking at the diversity conference, which is just like, you don't, unless you're underground, you can't see what's happening. Right. You know what I mean? If the news isn't covering it, it's not happening. And so, like, that's why we feel like it's on our duty to, you know, to the animals. It's like, I've spent time living with herds of elephants. I've spent time raising a giant anteater. These monkeys, these things. It's like, now we're responsible for millions and millions of heartbeats. And so when we see it burn like that, it's like, there's no one else who's going to go do this. There's no one else who's going to risk their lives, run into here, have probably permanent lung damage, but to have the ability to show people what's actually happening and then try to rally the support to say we can actually protect this. And that's sort of, you know, from the old days, it's kind of interesting the way our conversation has come, because we've covered it for now. And it's like, now it's like, that's the job. The job is rallying enough. If we can raise like $30 million, we can protect an entire tributary of these forests. And so we just started this initiative. How does that work? It's funny because my cousin actually, who's in the banking world, was she's like, "What's your number?" And I was like, "About 30 million to protect the whole rainforest." And she's like, "That's not that much." I was like, "It's not that much. It's a lot." She goes, "No." She goes, "That's 300,000 people giving $100 donation." And I went, "That's not that much. 300,000 people. That's a few football stadiums." Right. I said, "I could do that." She goes, "We'll get on it." And then, so it's like, well, once you realize that you can do it, and once you realize that you're only the only person equipped to do it, well, then you have to. And it's like, my life has been changed by these, you know, growing the communities that are in the Amazon, by JJ's wisdom and teachings, and all these incredible species. And it's like, we have the opportunity to protect this river, but we got to do it in the next few years. We have to do it in the next 2 to 3 years before, because now the logging companies are being subcontracted by Chinese logging companies because they want that Amazonian timber, because they've used all their timber, so now they want Amazonian timber. Really? And so the pace of deforestation is going up, and so now the pace of what we're doing is going up. So now it's like, back in the day, it was like, I don't really know what I'm doing. I just came to the Amazon. I like taking pictures and finding snakes and seeing cool wildlife. And now it's like, we've all just become jungle keepers. We've had all these people come on to the team, and that's from, you know, from JJ to the guy Mosin, who's a conservation photographer. We had this woman Dina, who runs the ranger. And then after Rogan shared that clip, we ended up getting in touch with this Canadian billionaire named Dax Da Silva, who he made his money in the tech industry on an app called Lightspeed, which is kind of like a Shopify type of thing. It was going to be like the competitive Shopify. But then he decided that he's going to use his financial ability to support conservation. So he's supporting Sea Shepherd, he's protecting land in Canada, where he's from, he's protecting us in the Amazon, he's working in Africa. And so everyone's always like, "Oh, why don't these rich people save the world?" It's like, well, he is. Right. He's killing it. He's making so much conservation work possible. And by supporting the people on the ground, protecting untold numbers of endangered species and entire cultures of indigenous people that depend on these ecosystems to live. So there's really inspiring stuff happening, and it's exciting being at the point where we can actually help them. Which is also why I really appreciate you having me on here, because it gives people the opportunity to learn about that, because then they can donate to jungle keepers, they can get the t-shirt, they can become a jungle keeper, and then they can also come with a field, come visit the place to protect. It's not like a dream anymore. It's like, no, we're doing this. We're actually creating a biological corridor between protected areas. It's going to be something that is like a part of Earth heritage. That's the level of biodiversity that we're talking about.
Well, it's fucking incredible, man. It's an honor to have you on here to share these stories and to, elaborate on what is going on down there and how people can help it. Tell people exactly where they need to go to find you, where they can donate, what they need to do.
You need to stop feeling bad about the environment. No more environmental guilt. Go to www.junglekeepers.org. Donate $100. And then get rid of your environmental guilt. That's it. You're helping a team of indigenous people and international experts protect an entire tributary of the Amazon. Every single acre in this place is packed with spider monkeys and jaguars, harpy eagles and anacondas and all these species that we haven't discovered yet, undiscovered medicines. And so really, most of us can afford that. For a lot of people, that's like your Starbucks bill for the month. $100 is do it. And then you're part of an organization that's actually doing something, action-based. Let's stop feeling bad about the environment going to hell. Let's protect part of the Amazon. Let's start there. A tangible win. And save endangered species. Stop the extinction crisis. And then, it's like we're just building a family. We're building a network of support. And so it's like, we're past the point where it's a issue that we can't do anything about. It's like, no. That's the point of Jungle Keepers. And the thing is, with big organizations,
the website's fucking incredible, by the way.
Dude, the website
is so sick.
Yeah.
The footage that you have, especially from that documentary, that dark read documentary.
Yeah, Stefan, if you're listening, just our guy Stefan, who's part of the team, he did the website for us. Web developers are assholes. Because before that, it was like, to get anything done with the website, they're like, yeah, it's going to be tweaks and like $7,000. Yeah. He's like, dude, I did it instantly. Done immediately. He's so active. He's helped us so much. But yeah, when you donate to these big organizations, it's like, is it going to advertising? Is it going to their corporate payroll? You don't know. With Jungle Keepers, it's like we're literally just a team of people on the Amazon protecting forests. It goes straight to local rangers. A lot of them are ex-loggers. It's like we're literally changing people's lives for species. And like you said, those old growth trees protect so much more carbon than any sapling. And we can't get those back. It's not a renewable resource. Once you cut a 500-year-old tree, it's going to be another 500 years before we get a tree like that. And so those are big, important parts of the engine that is the Amazon. Those things are holding all that carbon in the ground, and they're also the habitat for all the species. And so it's like, you'll hear people be like, oh, to plant trees. It's like, no, we have to save ecosystems that are there now. And that's what we're dedicated to, and that's what I've dedicated my life to. So.
Well, you're doing a hell of a fucking job, Paul. Appreciate it. I really appreciate it, dude. Fascinating stuff. You're like the biggest voice in Florida or like the Clearwater area on Scientology. It's pretty wild.
It's true. Mike Rinder's on that list, but he doesn't live here.
He doesn't live here anymore?
Well, he's up in Palm Harbor.
He's in Palm Harbor. Okay, yeah, he's on the list. He was like number 3 in Scientology, right?
Depending on how you define it. Depending on how you define it, he was number 2.
Oh, really?
There's no hard defined. The corporate structure and the hierarchical structure of Scientology is so redundant and complicated that there's no hard, fast definition. But the way I'm thinking about it, it would be accurate to even call him number 2. You could think out just a little bit. Talking a little bit fun, but it would be accurate to even call him number 2.
Really? How did you get involved in Scientology?
I was essentially, so I was 4 years old when I went back. Like most Scientologists are second, third generation Scientologists. Most Scientologists are third generation. So I was 4 years old when my mom started to get involved. I was 12 years old when my mom pulled me and my siblings out of school to start working. 12. I did not go to high school. I do not have a diploma. I do not have a GED or anything.
And you weren't down here, right?
This was in Philadelphia where my mom but we came down here soon afterwards.
not soon after she joined, but soon after she pulled us out of school to start working for Scientology. So we were in Philadelphia, the suburbs of Philadelphia, living in the suburbs, but there's only one Scientology organization in all of Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. So my mom, her husband, me, my brother, stepbrother, stepsisters, all started working full time for Scientology when I was 12 years old in 1993. And then it was the end of 1993 or the very beginning of 1994. We came down here to Clearwater. So get too far off into the weeds too early, so stop me if you want to. But we were staff members of the organization, but we were coming down here to do full-time training so that we could go there and do the job for them. So I was down 3 years, 12 to 15, and I was 15. And by the way, that's no school, just studying Scientology, and then doing labor to pay for the fact that we were living here on Scientology. So, literally working in the restaurants, working in the laundry facilities, doing demolition, construction. I mean, this is illegal shit. This is illegal shit. Scientology does not care about normal laws. And so, from the age of basically 12 to 15, I was studying Scientology and doing labor for Scientology. And then at 15, I finished my training for the job that I was supposed to do in Philly. So then I went back to Philly. And that's when I was now working 7 days a week. The same schedule I had been doing here in Clearwater, I was now doing there. Now living in the real world, not just living here in Scientology's campus in Clearwater. So I'm 15 years old. I'm working full-time in downtown Philadelphia. I'm living in South Jersey at a friend's mom's. I'm 15 years old. I now have a 16-year-old daughter. And I don't, at the time, at 15, I thought there was nothing in the news about that. Now I have a 16-year-old daughter. I would never in a million years let her do anything remotely like what I was doing.
So how old were you when your mom told you, hey, I'm going to pull you out of school? And what did she say?
Well, I was 12. And just to put sort of a perspective, chronologically speaking, this was in 1993 when Scientology had just gotten its tax-exempt status back. I don't know if you know, they lost it. They did. They had tax exemption when L. Ron Hubbard was still alive in the early years, in the 60s. They had done it. And the IRS took it away because they were able to demonstrate that L. Ron Hubbard was personally enriching himself from the funds of Scientology.
Is that one you took off on the boat?
That was and so Scientology had tax exemption. They lost it when L. Ron Hubbard, he had an estate worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And in his will was that this estate was to essentially be gifted to Scientology, but not until it was a tax exempt entity that it could be transferred to without being taxed. So that's why David Miscavige, was so hell-bent on getting the tax exemption back. That's where they started harassing the IRS, filing thousands of lawsuits. Because that was essentially Miscavige's task, his main task in the was to get this tax exemption back. So the reason I'm mentioning that, 1993 was an important year for Scientology. And once they announced the tax exemption, they announced a huge recruiting effort to recruit and train 20 Scientology auditors for every Scientology organization. Well, my mom had been a staff member earlier and then had left staff to take care of all the kids. And she'd always wanted to figure out how to join staff again, but couldn't do it because of all the kids. She was like, why don't all the kids join staff too? And so that's what we did. So I led a relatively normal life up until the 6th grade. Okay. 7th grade, my mom pulled us all out of school, and we did homeschool for the 7th grade. We did do homeschool shit in the day, and then we go to the Scientology program. And then,
so they should still keep your education.
Yes, but then once we had finished enough, remember, so we were doing the homeschool day, studying at the Scientology organ night. But what we were studying was the stuff we needed to study to qualify to come down here to Clearwater. So once we finished studying, like some of the entry level, relative entry level courses in Philly. Now it was like we're approved to go to Clearwater, and that's when we picked up. And for the next 3 years, we were down here. None of the authorities in Philly or Pennsylvania knew that we were in Florida. Authorities in Florida knew that we were here. We were just living in the Scientology bubble.
So you were doing all this work just to pay off your mission to be in Scientology, and for, I guess, there were the prices or the fees taking certain courses.
Specifically, what I was paying off with that labor was the fact that we were Philadelphia staff members, but we're living here in facilities owned by the Clearwater organization. So we were essentially paying, and they're feeding us 3 meals a day. So we're doing the labor just for the room and board, not for the courses. Technically, staff members get their courses for free, unless you break the contract and you have to pay for it. So we're doing labor just to live in an apartment with 8 other people and get fed 3 meals a day. You're doing like 25 hours a day. Now I say it now, and I realize how crazy it sounds now. I didn't have any particular problem with it back then. I rather enjoyed it, to be honest. So it's a weird thing to say, but just think. I don't know what your school experience was like, your middle school experience, because I never had one. But I can tell you that the school experience I do remember, it wasn't exactly a great experience. And realize when I say we're doing these labor jobs, it's not just like you send all the kids out to the field and do labor. We're working side by side with, normally we're doing the same study program in the same work. And I guess what I'm saying is, at that young age, it sort of felt cool to treat it like an adult. That's what I'm trying to say. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
It wasn't like, oh, geez, yeah. I mean, I love the fact that I'm working in the kitchen. No, but you don't really think about it. You just kind of living life.
You're around other kids your age.
There was about 100 other kids from all over the world.
And one of the most fucked up things about it, especially when you watch that documentary, I just watched it for the third time. But when that lady, I think it was Spanky's daughter, being fucking sitting in some unair conditioned room surrounded by flies and her eyes crusted shut from infections and stuff.
Yeah.
Is that a real thing that's happening today? Do they really have these malnourished children that are being held hostage from their parents?
Today, no. Because they changed the rules about being able to have kids in the Sea. So in Spanky's story, she was a Sea Org member in Los Angeles. And there was a time when Sea Org members were allowed to have kids, which is a horrible idea in the Sea organization. Now, these days, you can't have kids in the Sea organization. So what does that mean? It means if you get pregnant, you're very much pressured you'll get an abortion so you can stay in the Sea. Now, I'm pro-choice. The idea of someone getting an abortion is not offensive to me. The idea of an organization pressuring you to get an abortion, an organization that calls itself a church, is fucking disgusting. I mean, that's disgusting.
Making it very difficult for you.
Yeah. And Flag, I mean, you know the one in downtown Clearwater, that abortion is called Flag. They have a shuttle that takes Sea Org members to the abortion.
Really?
Yeah. What could they got? These people don't have access to health care, $50 a week. They get pregnant. They have a weekly shuttle to start spreading out the abortion business to multiple clinics because red flags are starting to do all this. Why does this organization keep bringing shuttles of people for abortions? It's crazy. You say that, it's absolutely crazy.
Have you ever been inside that building?
The new building, no. I was already on the outs.
It's like the Jack Tar. It used to be the Jack Tar Hotel, right?
Oh, the Fort Harrison. I've been inside
the Fort Harrison. Yeah.
That's different. The Flag building is the one they built across the street from it. That's just this giant, massive, 500,000 square feet.
The one closer to the water?
You're thinking of the Sandcastle.
The one I'm thinking of, there's 2 buildings and like a bridge that goes over the road top of it.
The one that's closer to the water is the Fort Harrison Hotel. If you look at it on the map, the hotel is on the west side, closer to the water.
Exactly.
But then across from it is just a massive, 4 or 5 story. It takes up a whole city.
That's the one I'm talking about. And
that's
it's got
called the Flag building.
Everything inside is it's a Trump Tower on the inside. It's all gold plated.
Well, it's bronze. It's not gold.
Bronze. But the only reason I know what it looks like is I saw a Grant Cardone post on Instagram where he's filming himself going through it. And I'm like, holy fuck, that's the place?
Fucking great. Yeah, no, I was already on the outs
with Scientology. I wasn't officially, the word they use is declared an SP, declared a suppressive person.
Yeah.
It's being expelled. And Scientology it's not in the business of getting rid of people. So what it'll do is if it thinks you're sort of like straying away, it'll try to keep you. And then when they realize they're not going to do that, they're like, get the fuck out of here. We don't want you anyway. You were never any good.
Really?
Yeah. So Scientology will say that people like me and Ronnie Miscavige Sr., who you've interviewed, who's not really the same, and Mike Rinder, they'll say, oh, these people were expelled. No. Once you gave up on being able to keep us, then you put a little paper together that was like, oh, yeah, guys were expelled.
Have you heard the story? His Ron Miscavige's story of escape?
Oh, yeah. Ron was a friend.
God, it's terrifying how he had to escape.
Yeah.
He literally had to plan it out for, I think it was months. He planned it out.
Months.
And he gets out like wild.
Yeah, I mean, that's not even the craziest one. I mean, one of these Shelley Miscavige's assistant, the young woman who used to work for Shelley Miscavige, her name is Valerie Haney, and she's got a lawsuit going right now against Scientology. But when that lawsuit's all concluded, you should plan on interviewing her. She escaped in the trunk of a car of a non-Scientologist. I mean, it's bad shit crazy.
So there's a different story going on with Shelley Miscavige, right? Apparently, but they did find her. It's a very convoluted story.
It is. Yeah. So every answer I'm going to give you this is something that's already been discussed. For example, on the Leah Remini and Scientology and the Aftermath television. Have you seen the whole thing?
No.
Okay. There's an episode specifically about Shelley Miscavige, and the reason why I mention that is because Leah Remini is the one who originally raised the issue of like, where's Shelley?
Right.
And she's the one who filed the missing persons report on Shelley. So, in Leah Remini's TV show, she did an episode about Shelley. They actually show where she's working. It's stop me if I get too far off into it. But you're familiar that Scientology has an international management base, like out in the desert in California. Familiar with that?
Yeah.
They call that
called the Gold something.
It's called the Inch Base.
Okay.
But on the Inch Base is a movie studio production.
Right. Okay.
So if you're a public Scientologist, you might hear someone say, "Oh, I shot a film at Gold."
Okay.
But Gold refers to the studio, not the base. Sometimes it's used interchangeably. Okay. But most Scientologists will call it the Inch Base. Okay. Shelley Miscavige worked at the Inch Base. Base is the location of that is confidential in Scientology. You can Google it and find out where it is. You can buy it on the freeway. Scientologists don't know where it is, and they're not allowed to ask. Okay. So, but most Scientologists, that Inch Base is like the most secretive base in Scientology. But what Scientology is that the Sea Org members on the Inch Base don't even know the location of other more secretive bases. Saying this shit out loud is so crazy. So there's a whole other like shadow organization in Scientology called CST, the Church of Spiritual Technology. Have you heard of this?
No.
You're gonna love this. So this organization, this organization is the one tasked with what they call the preservation of the technology project. So Scientologists call everything LRH the tech. You've heard that one.
I've heard that, yeah.
The tech. So the tech is the books, the policy letters, the lectures, the bulletins. Okay. Well, Hubbard believes that this civilization will eventually wipe itself out through nuclear war, and be more important to civilization than science.
Not a crazy belief.
Not a crazy belief. But L. Ron Hubbard wanted to make sure that once we all nuked ourselves, that the civilization that was remaining would eventually be able to rediscover Scientology. So CST, the Church of Spiritual Technology, takes all original works and etches them onto steel plates and nickel, like LPs, discs, like records, right? And stores them in like titanium containers, like pumped through with like argon, like neutral argon gas or whatever, and stores them in secret underground nuclear vaults. CST, the location, one of the most confidential secrets in Scientology. People who work at one of the vaults do not know the location of the other vaults. This is like something. You think Scientology's funny? This is a whole other level.
And when you get annihilated by a comet and some other civilization comes back in a billion years and trying to find remains of our civilization, they're going to find fucking Scientology tablets.
That's the hope. Except
I'm sure, you know, the bunkers might be nuclear proof, but I doubt they're comet proof. And it's like, I think civilization that's rebuilding itself is going to have other things they care about more than like Ron Hubbard's book on how to use a fucking witch. So here's the thing. Scavenge out of the equation for a second. These bases would be considered to any normal service member one of the most highest privileges and honors to be promoted to the level where you're allowed to live in these bases. It would also be considered a sweetheart deal. The life of a Sea Org member, your day-to-day life, is extremely, what's the word, nerve-wracking. It's stressful. There's constant demands on your time. Like, there's no such thing as downtime. There's no such thing as time off. There's no such thing as relaxation. There's no TV. There's no nothing. It's extremely stressful. And you're usually working with public who will complain if they're not being serviced correctly. The idea of being able to work off in some remote base where your only job is to like guard the vault, that would be like a dream for any Sea Org. Okay. Shelley Miscavige is working at one of these bases. So there's two issues here that could possibly get conflated. Did David Miscavige send Shelley to work at one of these bases as a punishment? Yeah. He doesn't want to see her anymore. So she's at one. If Shelley Miscavige wanted to leave, would it be easy to leave one of these bases? No. It wouldn't be easy to leave. So if we assume, just for the sake of the argument, if Shelley Miscavige really wanted to, whatever, could one of these bases be out of the prison? Sure. Is that what these are, though? No. A member would kill to get one of these bases. Is Shelley banished there as a punishment? Yeah. Does that mean Shelley wants to leave the Sea Org? Has any reason to believe Shelley Miscavige wants to leave the Sea Org? Shelley Miscavige was raised by Ron Hubbard. She's been working on Hubbard since she was like 13, 14. She believes L. Ron Hubbard is coming back. If you're a true believer, and if you're married to David Miscavige and you think your husband's a piece of shit and he's lost his mind and he's taken the whole organization and changed its purpose, if you just put yourself in Shelley Miscavige's shoes, there's nothing about that whole scenario that would make you go, oh, I no longer believe in Scientology anymore, so I want to leave. And therefore I'm being held against my will. Like, she believes in the cause. She believes in the purpose. She believes in L. Ron Hubbard. She didn't join Scientology just because she was married to David Miscavige. So what happened is she used to be David Miscavige's assistant, not just his wife. Her job in the Sea Org was to be Miscavige's assistant. That is the only reason anyone ever saw or heard of Shelley Miscavige. That's why Leah knows. That's why Leah knew Shelley. Being someone's spouse in the Sea Org means nothing. So let's say you're David Miscavige, right? And you have a wife, and she's not your assistant. She has some other job. She would never travel with you, ever, under any circumstances, for any reason. Sea Org members only do what it is their job to do. It's not like the normal world where if you're the president or you're a CEO, you go to a function, you would just have your wife with you because she's your wife. Right? That's not how it works in the Sea Org. So I was working full time for Scientology for 15. I couldn't have picked Shelley Miscavige out of the line. She's not a public person. If Miscavige is walking around, he's got an entourage of maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 people. You would never know which one is Shelley. He would never be like, let me introduce you to my wife. That's not how it works. Her job would be seen and not heard, unless directly addressed. Because Leah is a celebrity, and because Shelley was always with Dave, Leah would see Dave and Shelley at events. So they became acquaintances. They became friends, or maybe Leah would get letters and maybe a gift or something. We're not talking about two women who were going girls trips together. Okay. So my point here is, once Dave became no longer happy with Shelley, for reasons that were not Shelley's fault, he removed her from her post as his assistant. That's the last time anybody would ever expect to see Shelley again. Right. Okay. There's probably a dozen or 2 dozen other senior executives of Scientology who've not been seen in 10 or 15 years. Nobody really gives a shit about them because they're not Shelley Miscavige. You see what I mean?
Yes.
So now, there's nothing I have just said that Leah Remini wouldn't agree with. Leah Remini's position is, it's simply inhumane for us not to be able to know that Shelly's okay. That's Leah's position.
And she hasn't been seen anywhere. She hasn't made any kind of statements. Nothing of the sort.
She hasn't, but we also wouldn't know.
She wouldn't do that anyway.
Right. Right. And let's say Shelly Miscavige had returned to the normal in phase. We would never know. So all we know, don't know. But here's what we did in the last few weeks. The police did find, the LAPD did find in the last few weeks come out and say, when Leah Remini filed a person's report, they went out to one of these bases and did meet face to face with Shelly with an attorney. They had that information just a few weeks ago. But you see,
what was that? When did they do that?
I want to say 2013, 2014. Leah had given LAPD a letter to deliver to Shelly, saying, go with these people, leave, I will take care of them. Don't worry about the fallout, don't worry about the consequences, I'll take care of them. And she wanted the police to confirm for her that they had given the letter to Shelly. Well, the police wouldn't. They wouldn't even tell Leah that they didn't give her letter. They just said that's classified. Well, now they're just being assholes. No such thing as fucking classified when it comes to the police. It's not the CIA. It's ridiculous. Okay, so, but this is where Leah's, like, this is why she still has this beef. She has not been able, because the LAPD have basically been essentially trolling, like treating her like crap, just not giving her the information. Like, the LAPD's behavior is such that it seems like they're covering for something.
Yeah, they get paid by Miscavige and Scientology.
Well, the LAPD does get money from Scientology. We know that. How so? Well, because every year there's a fundraiser at the frickin' Celebrity Center for the LAPD, and then a representative of the LAPD goes up on stage. Is like they give them this giant oversized.
Every year this happens.
Every year at the holiday party. The holiday party is a fundraiser for the LAPD. Right. And so you've got, Captain Polka or whatever, used to be the head of the LAPD Hollywood division. He's up there getting a giant, those 20,000 oversized checks. Like, thanks Scientology for the $20,000 check. You're like, well, yeah, I wonder you guys would be an assholes. Like, they literally wouldn't even tell me. Actually, I've spoken to some police people about how this should have been handled. They should have told Leah up front whether they were or were not going to get that letter. They shouldn't just be stringing Leah along for 9 years. You know what I mean? Like, there's really much better ways this could have been.
Did she do anything about it? Did she sue the police department?
Well, no, because, like, Leah's not even a family. Like, you don't necessarily take Leah out of the equation, take Shelly out of the equation. I don't have the right to just demand to know where someone is who's not, like, my mother, father.
But I mean, if there's clear signs of corruption, I'm surprised there hasn't been any sort of investigation into it or any sort of poking or prodding. It's kind of like upset the nest.
If the LAPD went physically to see Shelly and talk to her, and the attorney was present, at that point, there's just literally nothing else the police can do. Shelly's an adult, they can see you're healthy. Like, the police aren't even allowed to be like, are you here of your own free will? They got to be careful. This is an order, legally speaking. The Sea Organization is a religious order. Right? You can't be like, you couldn't go into the Vatican and ask a cardinal, do you really want to be here? Or are you just, you can't do that. Right?
Right.
So to some, to me, it's unquestionable that there is corruption between Scientology.
Is that the same case here in Clearwater?
Ooh, I gotta be careful with that one.
Why? You got what, like 100,000 subscribers, and all you do is talk about Scientology?
Oh, I'm not afraid of talking smack about any of these assholes.
But you don't want to talk or assume that.
When I said I'll be careful, I gotta be careful about specifically impugning people just because I think it and not because it's actually true. So, I'll tell you what, Chief Dan Slaughter of the Clearwater PD, he was very, very angry with the fact that the Clearwater police were made to came off looking very bad in an episode of Leah Remini's TV show where they shot here in Clearwater for like 2 or 3 days. And without rehashing the entire show, the police ended up looking very corrupt. The police ended up looking that they were just essentially like the jackboot soldiers for Scientology. And you have to go, well, whose fault is it that they came off looking like that? The police should understand that Scientology uses tools and props, and they should themselves report. You know, the police. Here's how I would describe it. Well, I mentioned Dan Slaughter a moment ago. Dan Slaughter, historically, has been on Scientology payroll. That's just a fact. But yeah, he was the guy in charge of all of the off-duty police work for Scientology. Oh, wow. So when I say on site, it's not illegal for police to do off-duty work. Right. But it sure is a problem when you're doing it for a human trafficking cult that is taking over your downtown. Maybe you want to exercise some discretion on who the fuck you let your officers do off-duty work for. And I've spoken to Chief Slaughter about this, and he said, look, there's an approval process on how an organization gets on that list, and once they're an approved order, you can't exactly say no, because now you're discriminating.
How does Scientology become an approved organization of Florida Police Department?
No. Just an approved organization to hire police officers to do off-duty security work.
Right, but who approves that?
Well, it's going to be that's going to be a decision made by either a person or a panel at the Clearwater Police. It's definitely not a county or a state thing. Like the Clearwater Police are the ones making that decision. Okay. But his point is, in order to say no, you'd have to remove them from the list.
Right.
But you'd probably have to have some cause for that. And then you'd probably have to be ready to fight a lawsuit about that. And for some reason, the city is very scared about,
Are they still on the list?
Oh, yeah.
So they're still hiring cops off duty to do their
100%. And I'm told that they pay 3 times the normal rate. This is how you get corruption. This is how you get corruption. I don't know what else would it look like. That is how you get corruption.
That is fucking bananas.
And I can tell you this, because here's the thing. What I'm not doing, I'm not even calling Chief Slaughter out for being corrupt. I believe he's sort of been I'm not saying he's corrupt. I'm actually saying, I do not think Chief Slaughter is out there. I think he got suckered into this the way Scientology suckers law enforcement agencies in cities all over the country into sort of accidentally and inadvertently looking like they're cozy. Now, I mentioned the off-duty work. Okay, but police do off-duty work for scores of organizations. I don't think that when the Clearwater Police first started doing off-duty work for Scientology, it's because they were like, yeah, we love Scientology. We're going to help them take down their enemies. I think they were like, hey, easy money. It's good money. So I'm not even calling out Chief Slaughter. However, here's something else to follow. There was a couple years ago, there was several people who had gone to the police to talk about child sex abuse that they had experienced at the hands of Scientology decades ago. And all I can tell you is every single one of those people told me they were treated like fucking shit. And that shit really pisses me. Because it's like, if you're Clearwater Police, you already know you have a perception. You already know you have this family-destroying human trafficking cult shaping the reputation of your city. You should be best to try and change that reputation. And treating any of these victims, alleged victims, real victims, whether the police believe them, not believe them, I don't even know. Treating them with anything less complete respect and care and patience is in my, I'm going to use the word malpractice. I know that doesn't probably apply, but it's disgusting. If you're a detective and it's your job to handle these things and you're not treating these victims with the utmost respect, then what you're really doing is you're reinforcing the idea that you all just fucking secretly work for Scientology and the Clearwater. I don't think that about it. Clearwater Police doesn't do anything to change that perception of themselves, and that brings up its own host of questions. Like at some point, someone's going to go, "Are you guys just that stupid and incompetent, or is there really an underlying issue here?" Which is what people have been saying all along. I might be kind of like contradicting, like I'm saying it's corruption, I'm saying it's not corruption. I'm saying it looks like corruption, and the Clearwater Police don't exactly do anything to change people's minds. And I think they could, and I think they should. And I think here's what I think they're fundamentally afraid of Scientology. That's what it comes down to. So, decades ago, Scientology successfully sued the Clearwater government for discrimination. They were passing some ordinance that would, and I might butcher this, but I have the broad strokes correct. They were passing some ordinance that would prevent people from handing things out or doing things. But it was very clear from the statements that had been made while the ordinance was being discussed that this was really only being done to keep Scientology doing various things. And so basically, Clearwater fucked up. Clearwater did something that allowed Scientology to sue them, and they ended up paying Scientology like $600,000 or $800,000. And ever since then, they've been terrified of anything that would allow Scientology to sue the city. And so what ends up looking like the city is bidding for them. But really, they're just being really, really, really careful. So careful that it looks like they're working for Scientology.
Wow. All these things that are happening, like with the instance of the police working for them off duty, the child sex trafficking, sex abuse
that never gets reported to the
kids that are in there. I mean, obviously there's major people, there's major individuals talking about this online. There's TV shows and documentaries getting about it. You can find stuff on the internet, but how come there is not a bigger hammer coming down on them after all this evidence coming out?
It can be very hard. So there's building a case and then there's prosecuting, right? Like the police build a case, the FBI builds a case. District attorneys and prosecutors and state attorneys prosecute. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So like the FBI can spend years building a case, and some piece of shit, state attorney can be like, we don't want to prosecute that. Okay. So I believe there are cases being built against Scientology, and I believe Scientology will be prosecuted. Not even for the child stuff, for the stuff that the government can sink their teeth in too much easier. The financial stuff, credit card fraud, bank fraud, which is rampant in Scientology. And that's the stuff that's easier to prove because it's black and white with numbers, with bank statements. You can't hide that shit. Okay. Another answer to your question: Scientologists will blatantly lie to the government. So let's take the child stuff. Let's say someone comes forward and says, "As a child, such and such happened to me." Well, 20 Scientologists will come forward with affidavits saying this person is completely wrong. You can't bring a case when you have one person saying something happened to me and 20 people saying lying, but you're known to be a liar. Scientologists will do anything to protect Scientology.
What will it take to eventually bring Scientology down? And will they continue to evade this? Evade their inevitable downfall by using manipulation and leverage and money?
I think the financial stuff will be there.
But how? How? Like if they're using leverage on people, they'll do whatever it takes to blackmail people or find some sort of leverage, personal leverage on people, or pay off certain individuals. Like, if they continue to do that, how do you see any hope of this ever happening?
No. It is happening. I'm not speaking theoretically.
Oh, okay. Please enlighten me.
People who leave Scientology have the financial records to prove the credit card fraud, the bank fraud, the wire fraud. Scientology fundraisers have been, there's so many different ways this fraud has been occurring, but I'll give you one example. We spoke earlier about Sea Org members. We haven't defined Sea Org members, but if you understand what that is, you know what Sea Org members are? Okay. Well, Sea Org members, these guys signed the billion-year contract. Okay, so when they start getting older and sicker, the Sea Org just sends them off to the houses to basically die. Okay? But not before opening up several $100,000 of credit cards in their name, maxing out the cards and giving all the money to Scientology because they're going to die in a year anyway, and then it's free and clear money. What? Oh, yeah. That's Scientology. That's fraud. It's credit card fraud. It's bank fraud. If state lines are, you're talking about federal crimes.
Holy fuck! And there's evidence of this.
Lots of evidence. Yeah, and it's not the kind of evidence we use.
And it's been this evidence has been available for how long?
Years.
Still nothing. Still nothing has happened.
when you say charges haven't been filed,
Right.
But remember,
Scientology still exists.
remember-
and it's doing well, right?
building a case and prosecuting a case are two different things. Okay.
Right.
So we can say evidence has been being compiled for. I don't. We will have to wait much longer to see charges, indictments. And could it be 1 year? Could it be 3 years? Could it be 5 years? Closer to 3. But remember, you have to have political will to take this on. I believe that political will exists. I'm not naming names or anything, but I believe that will is there. Okay, and so it's one thing to go, well, Jesus, it's been years. So, let's talk about, like, not to switch subjects, but same subject. The Danny Masterson case that I'm sure you've heard about.
Mm-hmm.
Those victims came forward like 5 years ago.
For people that don't know, can you explain?
Well, Danny Masterson is a Scientologist actor in that 70s show who's been accused of violent, forcible rape, including drugging the women. He's facing charges for three women, but 7 or 8 women have made accusations, almost all exactly the same. And the 3 women who he's facing charges for were all Scientologists. But Scientologists aren't allowed to report Scientologists to the authorities for any reason ever. So that's why it took these women so long to come forward. But we also know Scientology has a culture where all Scientologists snitch on each other constantly in written reports. So there's dozens of meticulously detailed reports about what Danny did, right? So Scientology might be the reason these women took so long to come forward, but Scientology is also the reason why so much fucking evidence exists about what he did. Okay, I'm mentioning Danny Masterson because it took 5 years for that to come to court. And Danny Masterson isn't a multi-billion-dollar organization with a fearsome reputation. The prosecutor sat on that case for 2 years, meaning the police had already done their job. The police had already done the investigations. The case was sitting on the prosecutor's desk for 2 years. And she would have never brought the case, except the person running against her for the next time she was up for re-election was like, part of his whole campaign thing was, I'm going to take care of the Scientology business that this one's not taking care of. Jackie Lacey was the one who was sitting on it. And that's just a celebrity. That's just a celebrity.
Right.
So all I'm saying is it's easy to get dissatisfied that it could take years and years to build a case, but I don't necessarily, or to bring it, but I don't necessarily fault the players in the system for the fact that it can simply take that long to put a case together, especially when you know what you're going to be up against.
What is David Miscavige doing right now? Where does he live? Like, what is he? Where do you think his mind is in all this? Like, where, like, he's sitting in a penthouse in Clearwater right now, somehow pondering how he's going to expand Scientology, because it's been on the decline for a while now, right? It's got less than 30,000 members now, and it used to be what, over 100,000?
Yeah.
What do you think his mindset is right now?
He lives in a very funny world. I mean, he lives in a world. It's almost like I don't know however you might think of North Korea. He almost has this North Korea that manages to exist within the boundaries of the United States. Except realize Scientology has bases in Europe, in Australia, and many bases in Europe. He's got a base in England. He's got a base in Copenhagen. There's a base in Taiwan, a base in Australia, multiple bases in Los Angeles. Like, he sort of lives in a world of his own making. So people go, where does he live? Well, legally speaking, I believe Scientology says he lives in Clearwater. But it's kind of like, where does Tom Cruise live? Wherever the fuck he wants to live. He's got houses all over the world. Miscavige has residences all over the world. Never mind the Scientology cruise ship that he could be on outside of the U.S. waters anytime he wants. So you have, okay, well, where does he pay taxes? Probably Florida. And so a lot gets made in the media that he lives in Clearwater now. It's just a matter of paperwork. He's a fucking living in. Except for the fact that Scientology is currently conducting a massive management training evolution. Kind of like I mentioned, I was here on a big training evolution back in 1993. Yeah, they're conducting one right now, retraining command teams for every Scientology organization. So he has a reason to spend a lot of time here. But even in Clearwater, Scientology could have purchased properties that he lives at that no one even knows Scientology purchased because they buy them through shell companies and corporations and LLCs and lawyers. Like Miscavige could be anywhere at any time and nobody would ever.
On a cruise ship in the Mediterranean on a laptop watching videos of you right now on YouTube.
You know, Miscavige watches. He's infatuated with watching everything. You know, the AA run they started out as just a joke, and now it's like my brand.
Hilarious. I love it, man.
I love it. So
You know he's watched your videos.
100%. 100%.
What has been the backlash that you've received since starting your YouTube channel?
The YouTube channel specifically, nothing. I mean, the major bash came when I was on Leah Records. So, time goes by so fast these days. I don't know how many years ago it was. Like 3 years, 4 years, could be 5 years. But every single person who appeared on that show got their website. So, smith11.com is the website created at the bottom.
Oh God, pull it up.
It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
That's incredible.
The website went live the night my episode aired. They're not subtle about it.
How do they know? How do they know this shit's happening?
The production company does have to send letters asking for comments or whatever. So, like, for example, if you watch my episode of Scientology in the Aftermath, the episode starts with Leah Remini reading the letter that Scientology sent the show. Aaron Smith-Levin was expelled. He's most worst staff member we ever had. He's and that's true for every single person who appeared on the show.
This is your website?
This is my website.
Who is he really? I've seen Aaron snap at Heather. I've seen Aaron snap at his kids. He's just kind of would explode hesitantly toward her.
Hostile.
Oh, your sister-in-law still in Scientology?
Yep. My wife's entire family is still in Scientology.
No moral compass.
So Brendan Ty is a friend of mine. We did a bunch of real estate business together, so they added him to my website. Yes, I have him in my phone as my protege because that's how they talk about him. That he's my protege. It's just the stupidest thing they've ever said. Brendan himself is a former Sea Org member. He used to actually work as one of the security officers here at the flag. Oh, you should interview him also.
Wow.
Yeah.
So they had to see. Here's the
You
question.
can click through some. There's even videos. They produced videos. My sister-in-law, my mother-in-law, my father. That's my sister-in-law up there. Right there. Eric Sledge, sister of Heather Smith.
Right there?
Oh yeah, if you click on it, you'll be like, I've seen Aaron. He spanked his kids once. He snapped at Heather.
That's your wife's sister.
That's my wife's sister.
He seemed to just kind of would explode, kind of hostility towards her.
I mean, this is prison. This is like POW quality.
Yeah.
Said why?
Where's the jihadist standing behind her?
Those videos are filmed in the flag building.
Really?
Yeah.
To her, which was a surprise because I had never expected that he was gotten that way. Like my family don't talk to each other like that. My husband and I never would talk to each other like that.
I hope you put this website in your bio on your YouTube channel.
I mention this website all the time.
Fucking wild.
And so the thing is, like, when I say every person on the show, I mean literally every person. Do you know how much time how much time it takes to produce stuff like this?
Yeah. I mean, that's a good-looking website.
Yeah. You can click through all the links. There's actually scroll down to the bottom of the website. Scroll down all the way to the bottom, and it will literally say they're not subtle about it. Church of Scientology International. If you go all the way down, what does that say? 2021 Church of Scientology International.
Oh my God! Yeah,
and they have links to other people's websites. That's Mike Rinder, Mark Headley, Leah Remini's own website, Amy Scobie, Tom. These are all former Scientologists and former Sea Org. Mike.
So are you and like Leah and Mike Rinder, are you guys essentially protected because you dox yourself so publicly, you're so publicly known, and if anything out of the ordinary happens to you, you don't want to talk about it?
Yes, that's why you're not worried. Not worried at all. It's not that they just screw with my life. It's that it doesn't have any chance of working.
Right.
So like, I'll get phone calls. I mentioned my friend in there on the website. We did a whole bunch of real estate jobs together, right? Yeah. So we probably did like, let's say like 20 house flips we did together, right? Mm-hmm. Well, I would get phone calls from people who had purchased the like houses that we finished, right? Yeah. And like, hey, I just got a phone call, and they were hiring you and just wanted to check references and wanted to see what I thought, what my experience was with you. Well, right away I go, I'm not for hire. I work for myself. So like, I'm not for hire. So what that is that's a Scientology private investigator doing pretext phone calls to people they know have done business to see if they'll find someone to talk shit about. So, but they call me and I'm like, yes, evidence. Because some people ask me, do they follow you? I go, shit, if they do, I don't know, I can't help it. But if you look at this website, scroll up a bit, you're going to see what looks like a bunch of mugshots. Yeah. I'm going to show you what that is. It's evidence that they were following me. So me and Mike, we did a house flip together, right? We went 50-50 on it, right? Okay. And we hired some people off Craigslist to like clean up the house or do some painting or whatever. Well, it didn't even occur to me. In retrospect, you guys, if you're looking for a job on Craigslist, maybe it's because you have a hard time finding work. Maybe it's because you've got a criminal record. So they published mugshots of laborers that we had hired off of Craigslist to do some manual labor. Well, what does that mean? That means it means they're staking out the house. It means they're running license plates of every vehicle that pulls up, doing back checks, right? And so when I see a website like this, I go, do you realize how bad this makes you look? Like, you seem to think that I'm going to look at this website, oh no, Aaron's a horrible person. He gave someone with a felony record an opportunity to make some money. But they think that somehow look bad. I go, the website makes you guys look bad, right? It's one thing if the stuff that they were publishing was all true, then maybe they'd be able to get into people's heads. But for the most part, they make it up. It's hard to get into someone's head when you're making shit up. Right. And you're the Church of Scientology, and nobody really believes it.
What's the worst thing they've done? Have they done anything bad or crazy, try to intimidate you? Or
The worst thing they've done is destroy my wife's entire family. That's the worst thing. But as far as like, they've never actually interfered with my business. I've never ever lost business or money because of it.
What I asked is in the documentary, they had people like that. They had a group that they bought the house right next door to somebody's house. Oh yeah, one of the main guys. And people filming his house 24/7.
Well, that was Mike Render.
No, it wasn't Mike. It was somebody else. It was the other guy. The guy who was the
Marty Rathman.
Yes,
totally. They did it to both of them.
Oh, really?
Now Marty went back to Scientology.
Did he really?
Now let me define what that means. It's not like he's a card-carrying member who goes in and gets auditing and does courses.
He was the guy who was the #1 auditor of Tom Cruise, right?
Yeah. If you look at Marty Rathman now, he does videos shitting on Mike Render, and every person who's on the Yeah, he did a deal with Miscavige. He did a money deal, and I'll say allegedly because there's no proof of it. Marty Rathman is an older gentleman, no real ability to earn a living for himself. He and his wife had recently adopted a baby son, and I think he was confronting the fact that he really had no long-term prospects to provide for his son and his family. And they had a lawsuit going against Scientology, him and his wife. His wife specifically filed a lawsuit. So they had a great settlement. Well, they were winning the lawsuit. Every decision that had come down from the courts with respect to the lawsuit had been in their favor. Mm-hmm. They had Scientology over a barrel, right? And all of a sudden they fired the lawyers, dismissed the lawsuit, disconnected from all their friends, bought a house.
Was it a civil lawsuit?
Yeah. Bought a house, opened a bakery, right? Started hack videos on everyone who had friends,
Got a very good settlement.
But it had to be secretly done because they owed lawyers money.
Right.
So it's more that Scientology has set up some kind of a trust, just, for the son. The son gets older, and then maybe they're funneling business to them. Whatever was done very secret. There's no evidence of it. So that's why I have to say it. But you were talking about the harassment. The stuff that they've done to Mike and Marty, although it is wild, what's even more wild is the shit they did in the 60s and 70s and 80s. You heard of all that Cooper?
No.
She was a journalist. You've got to read the book. There's some book called Unbreakable Miss Love. Just to give some example. They had someone pretend to be like a political canvasser to get her to sign something, and they used a special to get her fingerprints. And then they took stationery from a hotel where they knew she had stayed at, and they forged a bomb threat letter and put her fingerprints on the letter and sent it to an embassy. I mean, you couldn't make this up.
Wow.
And they had her, this story that I'm just telling you, that's the tip of the iceberg. For years, this woman was never even a Scientologist. She was just a journalist who was writing some critical stories about Scientology. Paulette Cooper ended up on trial for sending a bomb threat to an embassy. Completely fabricated.
I have heard about this.
By Scientology. Gabe Cesaris, the former mayor of Clearwater, they framed him for a hit-and-run car accident to set him up with prostitutes and stuff. So you hear about the stuff they've done to Mark and Mike Rinder, Marty Rathbun, and Leah Remini, and that's bonkers. What ails in comparison to what they do? And one of those they don't quite push the envelope at these days is now they have a lot more to lose because they got their taxes and stats back. And the most important thing to be able to establish is protecting that tax exemption.
You know, it's such a funny thing, especially like in politics. You hear a lot of people talking about tax the rich billionaires need to be taxed more. Then you have Scientology that's worth over $3 billion, I think, that is essentially completely tax-free, pays zero tax.
Zero income tax, zero property tax.
There's zero politicians that talk about it, I feel like. None that I see at least.
Most people have absolutely just no idea what Scientology is. They think Tom Cruise, most politicians just don't. And I think one of the And, you know, I think I will consider my definition of victory or taking them down or whatever is just getting their tax exempt status right. If they're just a normal tax-paying, you know, member of the community who's subject to the same laws and oversight and criminal regulations that we're all, you know, responsible to, then fine. That's my definition of victory.
Right. Well, I mean, they are kind of
They are kind of. I mean, how do you define a religion? That's the biggest question. Define a community that believes in some sort of common thing, some common belief for moral structure that bonds a group of people together.
I could give you a really good steelman argument for how Scientology is a religion. Whether they deserve tax exempt status is a completely different conversation.
Right. Well, the biggest difference to me is that they have a fucking paywall. The biggest difference.
Oh, the
to
pay,
me,
yeah.
they have a paywall. You can't learn about the whole. Like in Christianity or in Judaism, you can read all the texts and learn everything about it before you decide to convert to it. Yeah. Scientology doesn't work that way. They have this amazing self-help sort of facade or aura to it in Dianetics, where it seems like a pretty positive thing. Eliminating influences, learning to control your environment. Yeah. It seems like a lot of people that I've met around here that are ex-Scientologists are very kind, successful people. In fact, one of the guys, one of like the most entertaining dudes I've ever met around here is like one of the biggest real estate guys. He sold a friend of mine like this giant house on Bel Air Beach, and he's one of the most successful realtors around here. He told me he was the Polak. He's he's Polish. His name is. My friend called him the Polak. That was his nickname. His name is fuck. I'm losing it. His name is escaping me right now. Wazio. Rafal Wazio.
He's not.
What?
He is a guy who all the Scientologists use. I know. I got his number.
I thought he was former.
He's not.
Why the fuck did he tell me he was former?
Wait, he told you he was former?
I believe so.
No. It must be a breakdown, a misunderstanding somewhere. Because understand this: if he was a former Scientologist, he wouldn't be allowed to work with current Scientologists, and all the rich Scientologists in Clearwater use Rafal. Okay. I spoke to Rafal just a few weeks ago. I was showing someone a property that he was representing. And no, Rafal.
I must be mistaken.
But I would go even further, and I would say most current Scientologists are fantastic, friendly, caring people. Like, it's not like Scientologists don't genuinely believe in what they're doing and its value. They do. And that's where you get a very interesting conversation about, well, what is a religion, and is Scientology a religion? Look, in this country, if we didn't have tax exemption so intimately tied up with whether something is a quote-unquote real religion, like, honestly, at some point, what the fuck's a real religion? There are some people who think all religions are bullshit. Right? So now we're talking about which ones are real. How do you define real? Well, there's different ways you could define it. And I think there is an argument that could be made. I could definitely give you the argument for how Scientology is a religion. But is it deserving of tax exemption? Does it serve the public interest? Is it violating public policy? Do you know what I mean? And those
evangelists.
Those should be two different conversations.
Right.
But in this country, they're not.
But there's also evangelists that fly around on jet that do big seminars similar to what you see in Scientology. That's kind of the same. What is your argument for Scientology being a religion?
So let's, I would approach that from this way. What do Scientologists genuinely believe? What are their core held beliefs? They believe that we are all immortal spiritual beings. To a Scientologist, that's unquestionable. Like, you are not your body. And
that's a fair belief. I wouldn't say that's completely crazy.
It's not crazy. I mean, that's like almost like that's the first. Any religion believes we're spiritual beings. They do not believe in a heaven or a hell, or they literally believe you as a being you've been around for trillions and trillions and trillions of years. Okay, and you cannot die. It's not even possible. You can't die.
When you say a being, is it similar to like a soul?
It is a soul. A Scientologist would do it this way: like, your eyes are not what's looking at me. You as a being are simply have located yourself behind your eyes, and you're looking at you as a being. And when this body dies, you literally just jump over to the hospital and jump into a new baby body and live a new life. And the only reason you don't remember your previous life is because you zipped over to the moon where the alien implant memory wiping station wiped your memory before you shot down into the new body. This is where Scientology believes get very crazy.
Is that legit? They'd say that?
That's what they do.
There's a brainwashing station on the moon.
Venus, the moon, maybe Mercury, and they're run by the alien psychiatrists who have created a prison planet called Earth. We got off into the weeds pretty quick there, but this is what science. So, but I'll get back to that. What do Scientologists genuinely believe? That they would call religious. That the law might consider religious. That we are all immortal spiritual beings who have simply, like literally, we have amnesia. Like literally, you just have amnesia of your previous life. But with enough Scientology auditing, we can remove that amnesia, and you can regain all the memory of your previous lives, and you can remember how you tricked yourself into getting trapped into these bodies. And you can remember how you got tricked into reporting to the memory wiping station every time you died. And so, in other words, you've seen The Matrix. The Matrix works. Scientologists believe. Yes. In fact, you created this. Does the spoon even exist? That's what we're really. Well, you're right. Right. So Scientologists would believe that with enough Scientology auditing, you essentially unplug yourself from the Matrix. You realize you're not a body. You realize you're not even trapped in the physical universe, and that only with enough Scientology auditing can you remember how you allowed yourself to be trapped in this prison. They truly believe that. So when they say audit and call it religious counseling, well, Scientologists don't use those words, but they do believe in this spiritual aspect of existence, and they truly do believe that Scientology is the only way to regain your native spiritual potential. Any Scientologist does very truly believe that. So now you go, okay, well, maybe they don't believe in God, though. But someone might go, well, do you have to believe in a God in order to be a religion? I don't know. If you do, then Scientology could not be called a religion. If you don't, I don't really know what Buddhism is.
Buddhism, I don't think they believe in God.
They believe in the higher state of being. You're trying to achieve nirvana.
Very spiritual, but I don't think they have a God.
Do you know L. Ron Hubbard said he was Buddha?
I did not know that.
So if what you're saying is true, that Buddhists...
Can you confirm that, Austin?
It's called the Hymn of Asia. Just Google the Hymn of Asia, L. Ron Hubbard, or did L. Ron Hubbard say he was Buddha?
Can you confirm whether Buddhism believes in a God?
Oh. So let's say that's true, right? Then Scientology and Buddhism, in some respects, could be argued. I mean, no matter what I say on this, people as well. You could argue they're very similar. I mean, L. Ron Hubbard certainly argued they were similar. So L. Ron Hubbard said that as Buddha, he was trying to achieve this particular. Buddhists do not believe in any kind of deity or God. Good. Well, Scientologists would say that the closest thing to Scientology is Buddha. So L. Ron Hubbard said that when he was Buddha, he was trying to create this state, and that's called nirvana. But he thought he had achieved the permanent state. He thought nirvana was a permanent state. He was like, yeah, job well done. Go on to the next lifetime. But then he was like, oh shit, I messed up. It's only temporary. He was like, so I had to come back as L. Ron Hubbard to create a permanent state. And that is what Scientology calls the state of clear. So if you have it going clear, the prison of belief, Scientology calls going clear. So L. Ron Hubbard says, yeah, he had to come back to finish the job he had started as Buddha, or L. Ron Hubbard says, Gautama Siddhartha. And in this book, Hymn of Asia, he says, I am Maitreya. And
Is this one of his books, The Hymn of Asia?
The Hymn of Asia is a book that he wrote.
Okay.
You cannot buy it. I mean, maybe you can buy it on like eBay, but you can't buy it in English. Wow.
It's interesting to me, you know, his psyche. When you spend so much time writing, and all of that fiction that just came out of his mind through his fingertips, how that evolved his brain is fascinating.
He was very clearly a master bullshit artist.
Oh yeah,
storyteller.
Oh yeah.
I mean, one of the best books that I've read that really lays out. It's actually a very generous and charitable book. Is called Barefaced Messiah. And it's sort of the unauthorized biography of L. Ron Hubbard. And what's amazing is that even his real life, like never mind the bullshit version Scientology tells, where he's essentially like this superhero from the age of 3. If you ignore all the bullshit, his actual life as told in his unauthorized biography, is already incredibly amazing. Like, it's remarkable that Scientology decided they had to lie about his life. That's where they messed up. That's where they really messed up.
Is it true that he like fucking dropped death charges on like logs and shit, and like just like accidentally fired on an island, like some random Mexican island, by accident?
The best guess about this, he claims he was hunting a Japanese submarine that he claims he scared away. The best guess researchers have been able to come up with is that there's some magnetic rocks on the ocean floor there, and that's what was maybe being detected. But yeah. But when I said his life is amazing, I don't even mean necessarily what he was able to accomplish. Like his military career was horrible, like just an embarrassment. But I'm talking about things like the people he became friends with, and who actually sort of looked up to him as something and someone. You're like, remember being a member of the Explorers Club and going on certain expeditions and whatnot. Did he lie his ass off about what these expeditions were and what he really did? Yeah, he lied his ass off about everything. But I gotta tell you, being a master bullshit artist can get you really far in life.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think that's demonstrably true.
I mean, watching the interview of him on that boat done by the British media company that put together that little mini documentary, whatever you want to call it. I mean, all I saw was Trump. Like he is so, he didn't even look similar.
That's a really funny and apt comparison, especially including how Trump can get up there and speak off the cuff. That's what Hubbard's appeal from, right?
Both extremely charismatic. Both will bend and manipulate reality to fit whatever they're trying to communicate. Both have the ability to amass such a massive amount of people to follow them. Remarkably similar. It's kind of spooky.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
How old did he die? 86.
86 he died. And I believe I learned this on your YouTube channel, but he didn't even intend to leave it to David Miscavige. Is that right?
Correct.
He had some sort of living will that he wanted to leave it to 2 women or 2 girls.
Well, it was a man and a woman, a married couple of Pat and Annie Broker. Oh, Pat's a man. Okay, Pat Broker and Annie Broker. Remember, he'd been off in seclusion and hiding for the last 6 years. From 80 to 86, he was basically hiding.
That was when the IRS revoked.
No, they revoked the shit much earlier.
So why was he hiding?
I probably won't be able to do it justice. Like, there was just, Scientology was in trouble in various countries. Like, even L. Ron Hubbard's own son was trying to, like, sue him. Between the IRS and, because Scientology had its tax exempt status revoked, but it's not like they just started voluntarily paying taxes. They were still, like, not paying taxes. By the time Scientology got its tax exempt status back in 93, they owed $1 billion. Right. So my point being, Scientology was in trouble in a lot of different governments. It wasn't even just the U.S., but it's ironic, right? Because he was hiding in the U.S. If he was hiding from the U.S. government, you think he would have been in Brazil. Right. The dude was in a motorhome in the desert of California. Like, it's a little weird. Okay, so he spent the last 6 years of his life in Ireland. And there was only a few people that were there. Pat Broker, Annie Broker, and a guy named Steve Ballard. And here's where the story gets a little weird, because the easy version is, oh yeah, he wanted Pat and Annie to take it. But his last will and testament was signed one day before he died. Someone just sent me a copy of the death certificate and the coroner's report and everything, just as fast. His last will and testament was signed one day before he died, except his doctor, Dr. Eugene Deng, who, by the way, was a Scientologist. His doctor had said to the authorities that L. Ron Hubbard had a stroke about 8 days before he died and was not able to easily speak. And you're like, huh, did L. Ron Hubbard just magically decide to write a new will one day before he died? Doesn't seem like it. Now look, the whole last will and testament thing is sort of a separate conversation, because it's not like he left everything back. But there was shortly after he died, a publication that went out to all Scientologists saying that Pat and Annie were being promoted to this new Sea Org rank called photo officer. And it was implied that they themselves would decide which other people to promote up to take over Scientology. Scientology was never supposed to be like one person's taking over from another. It was supposed to be like a lot of people, like a whole structure was supposed to take over.
Did he leave anything specific to his kids?
Are
his kids still in Scientology?
There's only one descendant of all that family still in Scientology.
How many kids did he have?
I think he had 3. Remember, he was married 3 times. Right. So, if you include all 3 marriages, maybe it was 5 or 6.
Okay.
I think only a few of them were ever involved in Scientology. And his daughter Diana Hubbard is the only descendant. And when I say descendant, I don't even mean only daughter. I mean granddaughter, great-granddaughter. Of all of his descendants, there's only one. There's only one left. And I mean, that's kind of annoying.
Meaning still alive?
No, they had all, whether they're alive or dead, every single one of them left Scientology.
Oh, so we say staying in Scientology, right?
Yeah. Wow. And she's still a member of, she works at the international base.
So going back to your childhood, missing out on between, how old were you when you got in? 12 years old?
When I started full-time working for Scientology.
And when, like, it's so fucking crazy. At what point, how old were you when you kind of finally understood? Because there's no way you understood what you were doing at 12 years old. At what point did you, like, realize what this is? And did you ever actually make a conscious decision that, like, or did you ever come to a crossroads in your childhood? Okay, I want to do this. Or did you contemplate at a young age any other path in life? Or was it just this always the way it was? And always the way it was?
So when I told you I went back to Philly when I was 15 to start. Just before I turned 18, I was having such a miserable time working at the Philadelphia Org. I was having such a miserable time there that I was like, yeah, I don't want to do this anymore. Now in my mind, I was thinking, I don't want to keep working. I wasn't thinking I want to leave Scientology. I was like, I'm not going to keep you guys a bunch of assholes. And I moved to Hollywood for 2 years. Had nothing to do with Scientology. But I still considered myself Scientology. Like it's hard to truly explain the thought process because it's not a black and white. I just knew I wasn't happy doing what I was doing, and I decided I wanted to do something different. But without really thinking through necessarily the long-term consequences. I'm 17 years old.
So you didn't like formally leave, you just decided to leave.
That's right. Now, because I was leaving without finishing my contract, I had what they call a freeloader debt.
Your billion-year contract?
Well, I hadn't joined the Sea Org yet. I was just a local. So at that point, it was a 5-year contract that I wrote. But I had an end-of-year bill for $100,000. I was 17 years old. So what that means is you can't do any more Scientology until you pay this bill or finish it. Got it. And I was like, all right, well, I don't have to worry about that.
Right.
Just going to go to LA. Right. So I was kind of fucked off in LA for a couple years. But eventually I had to be like, all right, where's this? Where am I going? Because in my mind, I'm still a Scientologist. Right? And I'm like, well, I guess I got to go back and finish my contract. So I ended up going back to Philadelphia. Now, so like I said, it's not black and white. Like, so that was a crossroads in the sense that I sort of took a 2-year hiatus from working at the board. But in my mind, I hadn't really taken a 2-year hiatus from Scientology. I was just sort of,
yeah, I understand.
Like, okay. So I went back and finished my contract, and then when my contract was up, then I joined the fucking Sea Org. Okay, then I did the billion-year contract and went back to LA, and I was a Sea Org. And I did that until I was 26. And, you know, when I joined the Sea Org, I met my wife, got married. She's also born and raised in San Francisco. And we were having such a miserable time working in the Sea Org in Los Angeles that we were like, hey, let's get pregnant because that's a golden ticket out. Okay. So then we get pregnant, we leave the Sea Org. So I'm describing these things because in some ways they're crossroads, but they're not crossroads in the sense of, do I still believe in Scientology? They're just crossroads in, I don't want to really be doing this anymore. Let's do a different version.
Is it a common thing for people to leave Scientology who have become like form a bond with somebody else, like they either get married with somebody that like two people together in Scientology that have a long-term relationship? Are those typically the people that you see leave? Is that there's no pattern there?
I would say, in those cases, it's more common that one person starts to leave and the other person divorces. Really?
I would just imagine that two people having like just open conversation with each other in private would kind of like lead them to realize ultimately some sort of reality of where they were.
Scientology couples don't have open conversations with each other about Scientology because your spouse is more likely to write a report on you and turn you in than they are to be like. It makes family dynamics. It makes them completely different than anything anyone would consider. The fact that Leah Remini, when she left, was able to leave with her entire family is almost amazing. And probably wouldn't have happened if she weren't like the sort of, I'll say directly, like the matriarch, you know, like she's the nucleus of that family.
How did being in Scientology at such a young age and working for them for so long, how did that change your childhood experience? Like, how did it affect your upbringing and your moral framework and everything about your childhood upbringing compared to other kids?
Well, that's the thing. It's hard to say because I don't have anything to compare it to. And I tend to be a pretty positive person, so I tend to focus on the positive things I've taken away from it. And it's probably hard for me to truly identify the damage that it's done. But it's probably on an emotional level. You know, like emotion is really considered a bad thing. It really is. Being sad, being sad. And you can be angry at someone to get them to do something. But if you're angry about something that happened to you, that's you can be angry at other people to get them to do what the fuck you want them to do. That's considered okay. But if you're angry or sad or like Scientology's big on not being a victim. You know, anything that happens to you, they want you to sort of evaluate what you could have done differently and just approach things from that perspective. And look, like I said earlier, being a master bullshit artist can get you really, really far in life. So can having the idea that everything is on some level something that you can control and be Scientology will take you apart. Right. So now that gets really sick and twisted when you talk about like kids who experienced abuse and Scientology will figure out how they're responsible for that. That's where you get some sort of sick, twisted shit. Yes. But let's just for right now call that the outlier case. You can probably see how Scientology does kind of hand you a set of tools and a mindset. Your Gary Vaynerchuk, Grant Cardone, grind. Yeah. That look can get you pretty far. No. Oh, okay. I'm just talking about it's that. Look, it's that mindset. It's just selling. It's just pitching. You're trying to sell people shit. Exactly. So what was I going to? Is that I feel like, okay, I get this question a lot. Like, in what ways did it help you? What positive things did you take away from it? It's almost unfair. I can answer that question, but it's almost unfair for me. How do I know Scientology gave that to me? It's the only fucking path I traveled. How do I know I wasn't innately going to have that sort of personality trait? I don't know. Now, to be fair, here's why I'm giving that preamble. I tend to give Scientology credit for the positive personality traits that I have retained in life. And yet there's a part of me that also goes, how do I even know that Scientology is what gave me that work ethic, for example, or that way of thinking? Honestly, how do I know? So I almost unfairly tend to give it credit for everything positive I have turned out with, because I don't have anything else to point to. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And so I'm almost just trying to be as honest with myself as possible. I tend to give them all the credit, but then I go, well, that's kind of stupid, isn't it? Because how the fuck do I know? I'll give you an example. I was raised mostly by a single mom. Okay, my dad, I always had a relationship with my dad, but like my dad lived in Minnesota, we lived on the East Coast. We would visit him like every year. I'm using. I could probably count the amount of hours I've spent with my dad, and yet when we're together, we have remarkably similar personality traits, speech patterns, jokes that we say, right? So I go, I've had almost no involvement with this guy most of my life, and yet we share so many common traits. But here I am in my mind thinking, well, everything positive I've come out with in life, it must be, I must have just taken the nuggets from Scientology. Well, that's not a sensible conclusion to make, is it?
Right.
It's the easy conclusion to make. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So in some respects, I want to be honest and fair about what I have taken away from the experience, but I also can't necessarily say that I know that person. So the whole grinding mentality, I sort of have that mentality. But that's only healthy to a degree. You do need to be able to relax and not do anything and not feel anxious about the fact that you're not doing it. I mean, do you see what I'm saying? But someone like Gary Vaynerchuk would want you to think that that's not okay. You should always be grinding.
Right. Don't sleep. Don't sleep.
I'll sleep when I'm dead. Yeah, exactly. And so, look, anything positive that there is to take from Scientology is not unique to Scientology. I mean, you could probably say that about anything.
Well, it's very similar to that Nexium cult. They were very much the same.
Scarily similar.
Yes. And I would almost even say that guy Keith Raniere and David Miscavige are scarily the same, even though one's a hippie and one's like a clean cut kind of like dictator guy.
Isn't it weird that they're both about 5 feet tall?
That is the weirdest thing of all to me.
Yeah.
So many cult leaders are like 5'3".
It's amazing. Gary Vee looks like a tiny Grant Cardone guy himself.
Oh my god. Yeah, he's like David Miscavige's like 5'3". He's legit.
He's 5'3" with lifts and shoes.
He's with good shoes.
He's 5'1".
That is so fucking weird. So fucking weird.
If you ever look at Tom Cruise and Dave Miscavige standing side by side,
Tom's a little bit taller.
He's a lot taller.
Is he a lot taller?
He's a good half a head.
Well, Tom's
He's
pretty
a half
short.
a head taller. And Tom also, you ever see the boots Tom wears? Got these fat soles on them.
Yeah.
So, and Tom's a good half a head taller than Dave. And Tom's already, if you ask people who met Tom, they'll one for one be like, I was just really surprised, startled at how short he is.
Yes, I've heard that. Is leverage the one thing they utilize to sort of protect themselves?
How so?
Because when it comes to people like Tom or people like John Travolta, people like that, like the reason that those people could easily single-handedly probably destroy Scientology.
Do you mean using leverage to keep them in Scientology?
Yeah, using leverage to not just keep them in Scientology, but keep them from speaking out negatively or telling the truth about it. Or
those guys are true believers.
To do favors, like even the way they use the police department, leveraging them with money, using them, for charities or whatever. Like it seems like one of their biggest weapons is leverage to staying, to keeping their existence.
Scientologists are true believers. I would go so far as to say I do not think there is a single Scientologist who stays in Scientology because they're afraid of what Scientology will do with their secrets. I don't think a single Scientologist stays in for that reason. I think because here's the thing, you can leave Scientology and just keep your mouth shut. You can leave Scientology and not speak out. And if you do that, Scientology will not to do anything. So, like, if you're a John Travolta and you want to leave Scientology, you could just leave and keep your mouth shut. And Scientology will leave. So it's not publicly leave, or no? Well, publicly.
You would have to completely not. You would have to say nothing. Even if he was asked to interview, have you left Scientology?
He would probably lie if he said something like what Jason Lee said, where he just said, "Oh, I'm no longer practicing Scientology." Nothing negative. It just wasn't for me. So, some of these people will pretend like they were never really, like Will Smith and Jay. They just pretend like, oh, you were just students of world religion. Yeah, you literally recruited other celebrities into Scientology. Student of world religion.
That's a crazy one.
Yeah. So, like, the leverage, honestly, to be totally fair, Scientologists don't stay in for that reason. Tom Cruise is a true believer. And John Travolta is too. He's not quite as fanatical
Yeah, but you don't think that throughout their involvement in Scientology, there has been any use of leverage from like David Miscavige to keep them in when they were kind of getting farther and farther away from it. Like when they explain in the documentary when they were filming whatever the fucking movie was, like
Eyes Wide Shut.
Yeah, Eyes Wide Shut. And he was saying they were saying that Miscavige was pissed off because they hadn't talked to him in like a year. You don't think it's possible that he utilized leverage at all with some of his auditing to sort of being like, look, we gotta.
If by leverage,
Even if it's not, I don't mean necessarily blackmail. I don't necessarily mean like saying, hey, Tom, if you don't fucking come back and do all this stuff, we're going to out you. I don't mean doing it that way. I mean doing it sort of subconsciously or doing it vaguely, letting him know that I suggest you do this. Otherwise, it could be bad for you.
Let me paint the picture this way. When I was describing what do Scientologists really believe as far as what you might call the religious philosophy of Scientology, they believe this is a prison. They believe we're trapped in these bodies. They believe we're living in the matrix. Okay. So all you have to do to handle, to bring back a wayward celebrity like Tom Cruise, during the year or 2 years of filming his show, remind them what's at stake. Not for them, not for their career, not for their private life, not for their PR, not that. What's at stake? This is the only brief breath in eternity that we have to free ourselves from the trap. And Ellery says, if we miss this window, we may never again have another chance. You take someone who's been steeped in that, it's very easy to rekindle that belief. And then you'll hear, I think you've heard the version of the story where they sent Marty to go audit Tom to sort of, and it's almost like Miscavige considered that the auditing was working when Cruz would reach out to Miscavige instead of Miscavige having to reach out to Cruz. Right? Miscavige was pissed because Tom wasn't only not calling him, he wasn't returning his calls. So he was taking Tom away, right? So then he sends Marty to audit Tom. But auditing someone in Scientology is a form of help, right? So it's auditing Tom. And you know that Tom's had his purpose rekindled. But he's like, oh, I'm not going to touch you today. We got to get back from working on saving this planet. Right? So again, it depends on how you want to define leverage. What they're doing is leveraging Tom's belief that Scientology really is the only answer. It has nothing to do with secrets in the auditing.
So the idea that David Miscavige could have a file cabinet somewhere that has evidence of Tom admitting that he had sex with his mom, that is anywhere in his psyche. He doesn't care at all. Could be the most fucking absurd thing he's ever done in his life that would completely ruin his career. He doesn't care about that. All he cares about is transcending his body.
Literally saving every being on this planet from eternal enmity. They truly believe it. Yeah. I mean, it's so much easier to think that everyone's just being black.
Yeah. So at what did it take for you to question all of this?
So for me, because remember, my brand of belief is a different brand of belief than someone who consciously chose to join Scientology. Like the second generation brand of what it means to believe in Scientology is just different because you're just steeped in it. There's certain things you just take for granted. You haven't had to think about it. Okay. And since I was working for them for such a young age, for me, so much of Scientology for me just came down to doing my job. Doing my job didn't require me to believe anything. Did I believe a lot of stuff? Yes. Is that what was keeping me there? Not necessarily. It's just the only thing I believe. Okay. So in 2009, the Tampa Bay Times, it was the St. Pete Times back then, right, published a series of articles. They called it the Truth Rundown, where they were interviewing a lot of these former international managers, like Mike Rinder, who in Scientology, those guys were celebrities. Like in Scientology, like 5 or 6 times a year, has what they call major international events. So David Miscavige is up on stage.
Crazy.
It looks like a freaking Nazi, you know. And you know those events are held live either in Clearwater or LA, and videos of those events are sent to every organization in the world and every Scientologist.
They used to do them at Ruth Eckerd Hall, right?
Yep. So the management executives who were the regular speakers at those events, those are the celebrities of Scientology in the world of Scientology. So in these articles, they're interviewing people who I've known my entire life, not personally, but from stage, who are talking about their experiences working at the international base and how it was essentially a place of torture. I mean, just to put it. Now, in all my years working for Scientology, I'd experienced, there's good experiences, there's bad experiences, but I always thought that at the international base, that was utopia. I was like, that's perfection up there. I was like, just pure L. Ron Hubbard standard technology, standard administration, standard ethics, no public crying about this, demanding that, you know.
Floating around,
but just great. No stress, everyone's happy, like just utopia. To find out that international management base was not only not better than what my experience had been, it was significantly worse. That was just the first crack in the dam. It wasn't even the first crack in the dam for, do I still believe in Scientology? It wasn't even the first crack in the dam of, do I think there's something weird wrong with LRH? It was so different than what I thought my whole life was true. I was electrified. I wasn't even like, oh no, what does this mean? I was like, oh shit, it's on. Like, that was my response. I was like, oh shit, there's some juicy shit here that I have not known my entire life, and I want to fucking know the goods.
So what do they tell you about just haphazardly listening to the TV or don't they warn you about that?
Oh yeah, the merchants of chaos. The media is just controlled by evil psychiatrists.
Is that something you can get reported for?
No.
No? So you're allowed to, right now if I'm a Scientology, I'm allowed to watch your YouTube channel.
Oh, no. You're not allowed to watch things that are negative. But like, you can watch TV.
And if it just happens to be in the programming,
You should turn it off. I mean, if you, as a Scientologist, were to talk to another Scientologist and was like, hey, I checked out that Leah Remini show on Netflix. Yeah, you'd have a report. Okay. They'd be like, what do you mean you checked it out? Oh, I just watched an episode to see what they were talking about. No, you'd be in deep shit. Okay. You're in deep shit.
So you're not necessarily like seeking out anything by reading that series.
You're allowed to read the news. A Scientologist might look side-eyed at it before they read the news because they generally consider that the purpose of the news is just to upset people. So like, but you wouldn't just literally get in trouble. But a Scientologist, just as a matter of culture, not as a matter of policy, but as a matter of culture, would probably not watch. They wouldn't go home and turn the news on. But they might, go to Google News and Yahoo News and say, hey, what's going on today? And that's acceptable. But they're not allowed to read anything negative about something.
So when you first read those articles, you were seeing people like Mike Render speak out about what they were dealing with, what kind of conditions they were living in. And that was the first crack in the dam, as you say.
That was the first crack in the dam. And then eventually, I started getting in touch with them. How did you get in touch? Marty Rathbun created a blog. Oh, yeah. Later, Mike Render created a blog. And that's how it got. And I was like, what's going on? To me, it was just sensational. I mean, I was the word I use is electrified. Like every day I was like, what am I going to learn today? This is amazing. Like some people have some existential crisis. They're like, oh no, what do I really believe? Have I wasted my life? For whatever reason, that is not what I experienced. I was like, oh, it's game time, bitches. What? I want to know more. And so, but again, in the beginning, it was just sort of learning new things about international management, learning new things about what these executives were experiencing. Because on some level, everything I'm learning about here, that only goes back to David Miscavige. Because, you know what I mean? It wasn't L. Ron Hubbard running the show up there, beating everybody up and imprisoning all the executives. That was David Miscavige. So even as I'm learning all this stuff, it's not necessarily making me question Scientology or L. Ron Hubbard. It's just making me question the regime, the existing structure. But then I started to hear from some of these executives who I knew what they were talking about and weren't bullshit. That, you know, what Scientologists believe about the upper confidential levels of the bridge, the confidential levels. That, you know, Scientologists believe that L. Ron Hubbard, before he dropped his body, they said, before he died, researched a whole bunch of these extra confidential OT levels, is what they call them. And that they've just been sitting in the fucking vaults for 30 years waiting to be released. And these things are going to change tomorrow. These things are going to be what LRH really accomplished. Being able to exteriorize from your body, you know, being able to bend the fucking spring for real. Right? Like, I believe that stuff. When I heard from someone who I knew that that's all. We searched every fucking scrap of paper someone ever done in all of his files. We dug up everything. There's no OT. There's no OT. It doesn't exist. It's nobody.
Did you ever meet anybody who was OT8?
Oh yeah, tons of them.
Really?
Yeah, they're totally
Tons of them.
They're almost one for one complete losers.
What?
And in Scientology, when I was still a true believer, I already knew that. But this is why, this sort of speaks to why me learning there's no upper OT levels, for me, that's where I went like that. Because I was like, I already knew the OT 7s and 8s were total fucking idiots, douchebags, losers. But like, my fellow staff members who hadn't done any of those OT levels and were just more of the, you know, get on with it kind of thing, I had more respect for those people. Those people were demonstrating more competence in life than any of these Scientologists who'd done the entire bridge.
But doesn't it cost fucking tons of money to get that up?
Oh, yeah. I mean, when I say, I'm going to take half a step backwards here. Scientology is roughly divided up into staff and public. The public are the ones who live normal lives in the real world.
Oh, okay.
They might be doctors, lawyers, chiropractors, dentists, whatever.
YouTube celebrities.
And they pay Dr. Burke, they pay to Grant Cardone. They pay to do Scientology. Right?
Got it.
Those are public.
Okay.
Those people tend to be rich because it takes a lot of money to do Scientology. But then you have the staff. Those are the people who work for Scientology. They don't, usually speaking, pay for it. They pay with their lives. They pay with their worth. Scientology will call that being on the business side of the e-meter. The e-meter is the tool that you use in an audit session. Right? So you have the business side of the e-meter, the person conducting and taking care of business. Well, put yourself in the frame of mind of someone who's getting audited. You're basically going, there's something wrong with me, and I would like to get better. Here's some money. Can you fix me? And you basically sit back and get audited. It's the difference between, and I'm sorry for the analogy, people, no matter what analogy you use, somebody will object. It's the difference between the therapist and the person getting therapy. The person getting therapy is like, there's something wrong with me. Can you fix me? I'm not saying this derogatorily. I'm just saying. You have the person who's trying to improve, and you have the person who's doing the improving. Okay. Scientology calls the staff members are the ones on the business side of the email. They're not the ones sitting back going, please fix me, I'm broken. So you have two different mentalities. Now that's an example of something I've taken from Scientology, and I'm not quite sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing. I don't have that I'm broken, will you fix me mentality. And it's almost impossible for me to assume that role. Like if you know, I don't seek guidance from other people. Guidance. Yeah, okay. Where was I going? Well, I was taking I said I'm going to take a half a step back because I wanted to explain the staff and the public thing, but it was because we were talking about something else.
We were talking about the people who are like OTA.
Oh yes. My co-workers who were on staff, those people to me demonstrated more competence in life, right? More abilities to deal with adversity. What Scientology would call being at cause, right? And these people, for the most part, hadn't done any of it. They were on the business side of it, okay? And then I would look at the public, who had paid hundreds of thousands of dollars and done the entire bridge. And I would know these people. I mean, there's nothing admirable about it. You are a whiny crybaby who happens to work in a profession where you make a lot of money. Congratulations, you're a dentist. No offense to dentists. But it's like, I would look at these people. Remember, I've been working for this organization since I'm fucking 12 years old. You're a 50-year-old man coming in here saying, I'm broken. I want to handle relationships better. Can you fix me? Okay. I know I'm being very derogatory about this, but you have to understand, even as a true believing Scientologist, I did not look up to or respect or admire these public who had quote unquote done the entire bridge. I was like, okay, I respect my boss who hasn't done any bridge 10 times more than I respect you. And you don't seem like you're competent. You don't even seem like you're a good speaker. Okay, so even though the evidence that the bridge didn't really do that much for you was right in front of my face, I still bought into the whole. That's because it's the upper OT levels that see, it's always the next step. It's always the next step. And any Scientologist who's in Scientology today, I promise you, they're waiting for the next fucking step. There's no Scientologist who's ever gotten from Scientology what L. Ron Hubbard said they were supposed to get from Scientology. L. Ron Hubbard, in all of his lectures, talks about exteriorizing at will. That means leaving your body, leaving your body at will with full perception. So, like, boop, I'm over here. Check what they're doing over there. Like, L. Ron Hubbard talks about that. Like, that is a normal result of auditing. No one's ever had that.
I think there was, in that interview I was talking to you about back in, I forget when it was, maybe in the 60s, the black and white little mini documentary on the boat, where they were talking to one of the staff members where they interviewed him. Remember when they interviewed L. Ron Hubbard inside the cabin, and he's talking to them.
Is that the one where he goes, oh, the only person who's never questioned whether he was an admin? Like that one?
That one.
Yeah, okay.
So they said that when they ran in, when the camera crew was on top of the boat talking to some of the Sea Org staff that was working, one of the guys was talking about how he just teleported somewhere across the world and was doing something else.
Yeah, man.
People were just completely out of their minds.
And here's the thing, it's almost, I want to call it like a contagion of aberration where everyone individually knows that they haven't gotten this thing, but nobody wants to admit it because they think there's something wrong with that. Because everyone's telling the same lie. Everyone's telling the same lie. Because part of the Scientology program is that the only reason auditing wouldn't work on like, you've still done some really bad shit. That's the only reason auditing doesn't work. You're still withholding funds. I mean, this lifetime, last lifetime, you're not being honest. You haven't come clean. It's part of the Scientology programming. So it's almost like Scientologists compete with each other for who can get the most gains out of auditing the fastest. It's this self-brainwashing mechanism that Scientology has perfected. In fact, I think Nexium might have perfected even more than Scientology has. But it's this thing where nobody can be honest with each other about what they have gained and not gained from Scientology. But every Scientologist knows they sure as hell hasn't gained what L. Ron Hubbard said they were supposed to. They haven't achieved full operating thetan, at cause over life, exterior with full perceptions.
Well, it's interesting, some of these documentaries on things like Nexium or Heaven's Gate, there's so many similarities between Scientology and cults like Jonestown. I'm sure you've seen them all. Which one do you think is closest to resembling Scientology? Or which one kind of like resonated with you most? Like, oh my God, this is exactly
what blows my mind every single time is how everyone seems to be exactly like that. So the first thing that I read was that made me go, oh wait, this is a lot like Scientology. Was a book called Combating Cult Mind Control by a guy named Steve Hansen. And he's a cult expert. And he, in his book, tells how he was recruited into the Moonies when he was in college. And before I read this book, which one is the Moonies? The Moonies, it's just the Moonies. I mean, they're just called the Moonies. It's a Korean thing.
Okay, pretty cool.
Yeah. But they had a big presence in the U.S. and still do. Right? Okay. I wasn't familiar with them. You never heard of the Moonies?
I mean, I've heard of them, but I'm not super familiar with the story.
So before I read this book, I'd already sort of come to terms with the fact that Scientology was bullshit. But I didn't realize I was still holding on very tightly to this idea that it might be bullshit, but boy, that's some unique, special bullshit, isn't it? That's some special brand of bullshit. Like we might have been believing some bullshit, but that was fucking special as shit, right? I didn't realize I was still holding on to that so tightly. So I started reading this book about the fucking Moonies. I'm like, the Moonies? Who gives a shit about the Moonies? And it's devastating. Because it's exactly what I was bawling reading this book. I was just going through it. And then I watched Nexium.
This is why you're still in Scientology.
Wait, what?
Are you still a member of Scientology when you're watching this stuff?
No. I'd already believed, I'd already like,
You already got it.
I didn't realize that I still thought, yeah, it was bullshit, but I didn't realize how much I was going, right? I didn't realize that I still had this, but it's really unique. So I read Combat and Cult Mind Control. And then I watched Nexium. Now, Nexium came after, so Nexium was more likely a rip-off of not just Scientology, but have you ever heard of Landmark and EST, at Landmark or Earnhardt Seminar Training EST? You ever heard of those? No. Okay. They're sort of like, anyway, they're Nexium-like organizations. EST and Landmark came from Scientology. Nexium came from Scientology, and I believe probably EST. Yeah. So you're saying which one is more closely related? No, it's even worse than that.
They're all the same. It just makes a match.
Yeah. And the fact that so many of these high control organizations, whether it's the Moonies that does, I do believe they consider themselves a religion. Like, I do believe they consider their leader to be more than a religion. It's funny, Scientology calls itself a religion, but they don't consider L. Ron Hubbard to be a god or a prophet. And then you have Buddhism. I don't know. What do Buddhists think about Buddha? I don't know. But clearly they don't think he's a god, because that's what it says there. So whether these organizations call themselves religions or not, the fact that so many of them have been able to spring up using the exact same methodology, the exact same recruitment method, the exact same way of controlling behavior and information flow, does not speak very highly for the human organism. No. That's a fucking wild thing to think about. How gullible people are. And then, not to piss off all the other viewers now, and then you go, I realize we can separate belief and behavior. The Roman Catholic Church doesn't have a policy of utterly destroying their enemies and manufacturing evidence against them. Do you see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So just because an organization like believes in crazy shit doesn't mean it's the same category. But again, it goes back to your question: which one is more closely related to Scientology? What strikes me isn't that any of them is most closely related. What strikes me is how similar it is.
Right. It's creepy. Well, we don't have any evidence of David Miscavige running through a bunch of girls and grannies with his logo. At least there's
In fact, we know he doesn't.
But if his wife, the weird thing is, if his wife, he sent his wife out to some random prison camp, he's got to be getting it somewhere. So I'm sure he has a line of assistance.
Mike Rinder has a different opinion.
Really?
Yeah. And Mike Rinder and I, we're colleagues, we're friends. Like, we both were on the Aftermath Foundation together.
What is his opinion on that?
Miscavige is almost following exactly in L. Ron Hubbard's footsteps. L. Ron Hubbard vanished his wife as well. So you remember, I'm sure you've read about Scientology having infiltrated the federal government and the IRS. Different than suing the IRS. I'm talking about infiltrating the government, not suing. Infiltrating.
How do they infiltrate?
They sent people in to go work for the IRS and the FBI, and the DOJ, and the FDA. It was the largest infiltration of the federal government in history. 11, it was called Operation Snow. 11 Scientologists went to prison, including L. Ron Hubbard's wife. You didn't read about this?
No.
11 Scientologists went to prison, including L. Ron Hubbard's wife, Mary C. Hubbard. L. Ron Hubbard never spoke to or saw his wife again. Threw her right under the bus. Wow. Those 6 years that LRH was in seclusion, the last 6 years of his life, he had no contact with his wife. and he had cut her off even earlier. Like if you look, he might want to Google when Operation Snow White. When did those guys go to prison? Because remember, LRH went into seclusion in 1980. I'm almost positive they went to prison before.
Operation Snow White was a criminal conspiracy by the Church of Scientology during the 1970s to purge unfavorable records of Scientology and its founder L. Ron Hubbard. The project included a series of infiltrations into and thefts from 136 government agencies, foreign embassies, and consulates, as well as private organizations critical of Scientology. What were you operating? Operation Freakout? This operation also exposes the Scientology plot, quote, Operation Freakout, because Operation Snow White was the case that initiated the U.S. government's investigation.
Operation Freakout is what they did to journalist public, which was exposed when the government raided Scientology offices.
When the FBI raided Scientology.
Yes, that's how they learned what Scientology had done to Paulette Cooper. So Operation Freakout is what they did to Paulette Cooper. Operation Snow White was the name of the operation they did to infiltrate the government. And it was essentially to find out the infiltration. The purpose of it was to find out what information the government had on Scientology in its files. And in some cases, they just wanted to copy the information so they knew it was there. But in other cases, it was just to remove the information.
They were fucking wiretapping and stealing documents from the IRS, the FBI. Holy shit. Oh, there's a picture of the document down there. Right. That's insane.
And so when did they go to prison, if you scroll down? Aftermath and trial. Item number 3 there. 77.
On May 13th, that's all.
So late 70s.
That's fucking spooky, man.
Oh, so where was I going with that? Oh, Miscavige, Shelley, L. Ron Hubbard, Mary Sue.
So he's following in the footsteps of.
Yeah. So and it's not like once Mary Sue Hubbard went to prison, right? Once L. Ron Hubbard cut Mary Sue off, because Hubbard was sitting there thinking Mary Sue is a liability to me. Mary Sue has done this and that, and she's a liability to me. I'm gonna cut her off. It's not like L. Ron Hubbard was out now, banging a bunch of chicks. He essentially became an asexual person, and this gets back to what is that Miscavige is just sort of following his footsteps. Miscavige is not out there for anymore. He's doing what L. Ron Hubbard did. Got to get rid of his wife, take him for the team. I mean, even when he and Shelley were together, they did not. By all accounts of people who were there and were personally working for Miscavige and Shelley, didn't exactly have an active sex life.
Is it frowned upon to be a sexual deviant in Scientology?
100%.
Really?
Fucking God. What a shitty life he's made for himself.
What a shitty life.
Yeah. And now he's essentially on the run. He's in hiding.
Right.
Because there's a couple of civil lawsuits going on right now in Scientology, and 2 of them named Miscavige. And process servers have been trying to serve Miscavige for 3 years now. And it's funny because Scientology says he lives in Clearwater. Process servers will go to every single Scientology building in Clearwater, and they're like, David Miscavige, who is that? we don't know anybody named David. They're pretending like they don't know where David Miscavige lives or works, and yet Scientology says he lives in Clearwater.
Well, an interesting thing is that Hubbard did tons of media appearances and interviews, and David won't do anything.
Oh, well, maybe in the 1950s
Hubbard
when he was promoting Dianetics.
He probably didn't do tons.
Well, back in the 50s when he was selling Dianetics and everything, yeah, he was a huge public personality. But once he created the C organization, now that's why you don't see any footage. That's why that crazy black and white interview you're talking about is one of only 2 or 3.
And there's the one where it's in front of that colorful painting.
Yeah, but that's he filmed that. That's not an interview. Like he filmed that himself.
Oh, that was set up.
Yeah. And then there's one interview where it's actually a Scientologist doing the interview. You just don't know.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Hubbard, it is said that it's a Scientologist just feeding him questions.
Right.
What
I grew up in Clearwater. So I grew up as like a young kid, around downtown Clearwater Beach, that area, and it's always been like, when I was younger, we never really thought twice about the Scientologists. We just knew that it was some weird, creepy thing where these like drone people would hover around all wearing the same outfits. And it's always been a ghost town. Like no one, like there's a couple like nice places to go in downtown Clearwater, but by and large, it's really been a ghost town forever. Why is that? And why do they want to keep it like that?
So it's a great question. There's two answers. The main answer is, if there were enough Scientologists in the entire goddamn world to move to Clearwater and make Clearwater a thriving downtown, they would. Scientologists are not against awesome restaurants. They're not even against going out and having a drink. They're not against bowling or karaoke or piano bars. Scientologists love that shit. There aren't enough Scientologists in the world to make it thriving. So I'm going to answer this question in two different ways. You cannot join Scientology. Flag is a class 12 organization, one of the two highest level organizations in the world. You can't join Scientology. If you are a Scientologist in, say, Philadelphia, and you have not been authorized to come to Flag, and you're coming to Florida for a trip, you're going to Disney World. If you pop into the Fort Harrison Hotel unannounced on the pool, hey, Scientologist from Philly, I've never been to Flag before, I just wanted to see the place. They'd be like, which order are you from? And what's your name? And you don't have any authorization to be there? Okay. The security guard will walk you out of the building and say, do not come back without authorization. Okay. People don't know that, right? People don't understand. Flag is the highest level organization. You don't join Scientology there. You don't come there without approval. So why am I explaining this? Because if Flag was a normal lower level Scientology organization where you could join, they would want as many non-Scientologists in downtown Clearwater as possible. Because they would want to hand you a flyer and bring you in for a personality test and sign you up for a course. Exactly. So if you could join Scientology in Clearwater, Miscavige would support any initiative that would bring non-Scientologists to the area. Okay. But you can't join. So therefore, Miscavige wants to keep the non-Scientologists away because they're just a security risk. Okay. Now, even though Miscavige doesn't want non-Scientologists around, if there were enough actual Scientologists to open up restaurants and bars and a movie theater, and this, he would do it. Scientologists aren't against economic development. They're not against prosperity and commercial activity. In fact, they're usually very, very much for it. What you're seeing in downtown Clearwater is a combination of the fact that they don't want non-Scientologists around the base if they can help it, and there aren't enough Scientologists to compensate for that. Do you see what I mean? Yes. And the Clearwater government doesn't understand it, no matter how many fucking times it's supposed to.
Why would he care if there was other people who weren't Scientologists hovering around the place? It's fucking Starbucks right across the street. Why would he care?
Scientology brought that Starbucks thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They called someone from Starbucks and they said, hey, would you open a Starbucks there? And they were like, yeah, no thanks. And they're like, why don't you send a representative here and we're going to show you what happens 3 times a day on this intersection. This is before the big Flag building opened up, and the Clearwater Bank building right on the corner of Fort Harrison is where all the Sea Org members ate their meals. So you have 1,500 fucking people walking through that intersection 3 times a day. So Scientology had a representative from Starbucks come down and was like, let me show you what happens at least 3 times a day. 1,500 people walk through the intersection. They're like, do you want to put a Starbucks there now? And they're like, sure. But then Scientology opened up the Flag building. It has 3 cafes in it, and now that Starbucks is completely homeless people hang out there.
So Starbucks is not franchised. It's all Is the owner Scientologist? Is that Starbucks?
Yeah.
No.
I'm sure Starbucks is pissed off that Scientology now opened up its own cheap cafes inside the buildings, giving Scientologists no reason whatsoever to go to that Starbucks.
So there's a bunch of like storefront spaces there right on Cleveland and Fort Harrison that are just completely empty, and they're apparently Scientology owned. Yeah. So they just buy up shit and leave it empty.
Yes.
Just so
If just for the purpose of having less people there.
To prevent anyone else from doing anything with those properties, that would bring Scientology.
What is this, Austin? Oh, this is a map up with the Scientologists on it.
Yep.
So what is the red?
Here, scroll up and see the legend. So,
Previously reported partnership.
previously reported parishioner type properties. So one of the things Miscavige has started to do, so that the press can't say Scientology is buying all the properties, is he's had Scientologists buy them instead. He goes, "What? I don't have anything to do with that." So the Tampa Bay Times doesn't fall for that bullshit. So the Tampa Bay Times put a map together showing here's the properties that Scientology officially own. Here's the properties that public Scientologists own, who have to do whatever David Miscavige tells them. And here's so this is a report that they put out showing how Scientology basically tripled its footprint secretly over just a period of a few years. And they're doing this to screw the city of Clearwater.
And what does the local government in Clearwater, the city of Clearwater, what do they do about it? How is
Not a goddamn thing.
because they're getting paid by Scientology?
Because Mayor Frank Hibbert's closest friends are literally in Scientology. Joe Burdett, Mary Repper, Brian Armstrong, some of these people. Yeah, Mary Repper was Scientology's lobbyist when she ran Frank Hibbert. Joe Burdett works for Scientology. Brian Armstrong Jr. represents the Scientologists who are buying up all the fucking property on David Miscavige's behalf. These people are pieces of shit. Taking money from a family destroying cult, going, "What? I'm just an attorney." It's like, you've also lived here for generations and you're helping this cult take over Clearwater. I don't know. I'm just a fucking And Mayor Frank Hibbert doesn't have any fucking balls. He's a giant pussy. And in private, he's like, in private, he'll tell you a story about the time he once dealt with David Miscavige. Oh, you're such a fucking idiot. Thanks, dude. In private, the guy hates Scientology. It's like, I don't care what you think about it in private. You're the mayor of fucking Clearwater. Say something. Do something. Because the truth is, Scientology doesn't have enough members to control Clearwater. Scientology doesn't control Clearwater. There's never been a Scientologist on the Clearwater City Council. Ever. You wouldn't know that because the press talks about everything Scientology is doing, rightfully so. And no one in Clearwater City government, other than Councilmember Mark Bunker, will dare say anything negative about Scientology. I mean, so I tend to go, Mayor Frank Hibbert and his friends are the reason people think Scientology runs this thing. Because if they used their platform and their megaphone, if they used their voices to make it clear that Scientology doesn't run this town, then people wouldn't have that problem. People have that opinion because they see what Scientology is doing and saying, and then they see everyone else doing and saying. So they go, well, Scientology, these guys must all work for Scientology, just like people think the Clearwater PD works for Scientology. People go, well, these guys must be in Scientology pocket or else they would be saying something. Right? They don't. Mayor Frank Hibbert thinks it's good enough that his friends know that he thinks about Scientology. It's not good enough, dude. You're not a private citizen. You're Mayor Frank Hibbert. Fucking speak up, dude. Stop being such a pussy. Yeah.
Isn't there some big development going on down there?
I support that project. Yeah, there is. That's not a Scientology type project. The reason I support that project is because it is something that will bring potentially non-Scientologists back.
So if they're gonna, don't they people that are buying and redeveloping that area, don't they have to consider like local retail and like
They are. There's first floor. It's all going to be first floor commercial.
So they don't give a fuck about like the down. They're not concerned about what's going on in the downtown area, like all those storefronts being bought and just leave it left empty like that. Like the fact that there's like one restaurant there, there's maybe two restaurants there.
There's a handful of restaurants there, and ironically, the restaurants actually do pretty well.
Oh yeah, I love it. I love
Clear Sky.
Clear Sky.
Clear Sky's good. Roxy's. I have Roxy's. You got Downtown Pizza. You ever go to Downtown Pizza? No. It's just a couple of those kind of stuff. It is the hope that this massive mixed-use residential commercial project will sort of be the spark, because it's not just residential commercial. It's a huge musical venue, right? Like 4,000. It's going to be a musical venue that world-class musical acts can come and play right on it. The hope is that you can force the economic activity. Like, there will be economic activity there. It's still an unresolved question whether there will be success in spreading that economic activity up Cleveland Street. But what you can know for sure is that David Miscavige will do anything he can to sabotage and undermine and prevent that from occurring. And this goes back to the question you asked before. Yeah, but why? Because most non-Scientologists have heard about missing Shelley Miscavige.
Right.
Right?
And the documentary.
And going clear and Scientology in the aftermath. And Miscavige doesn't want Sea Org members walking down the street and someone going, hey, have you seen Shelley Miscavige? Now, a Sea Org member these days probably doesn't even know who Shelley Miscavige is. Honestly, they've probably never heard Shelley Miscavige's name. They wouldn't be able to tell you what she looks like. They wouldn't pick her out of a lineup. But he doesn't want someone going, hey, can I tell you about our Lord and Savior Xenu?
Like, so if I'm going, this is random. If I'm walking into that Starbucks there, if I'm just going to a restaurant there, walking into Starbucks, how do I tell out who the Scientologists are? How do you take them apart?
To me, it's very obvious, but it's a little hard to describe. How they dress, how they stand, how they walk, how they talk. To me, it's obvious. I don't know that I could put it in words. It's just a cultural.
Aren't a majority of the pedestrians down there Scientologists?
It's weird. In some ways, I'm going to say yes. Like, the majority of the people who live in those buildings are Scientologists. Are the majority of the people that you are going to see on the street in the middle of the day Scientologists? They're mostly homeless people. So one of the answers to your questions is,
yeah, but they're dressed nice.
Well, then they're probably a Scientologist. But here's the reason why the answer can also be no. There's some large employers that work in those downtown towers that employ a lot of non-Scientologists. So the Bank of America building and the SunTrust building has a company like, for example, Noble is a tech. My brother-in-law works there. Okay, that's a Scientology one, right? It's a yeah. Stu Showerman is the owner. He's one of the largest contributors to Scientology. So, but that happens to be an example of one Scientology company that doesn't force Scientology on its staff the way Postcard Mania did. Right. Postcard Mania is a big postcard marketing company.
I've never heard of them for real, but I've heard a lot about Nova before, and
it's because it's a huge company.
And because I talked to my brother-in-law, he's a pretty big time guy there. He's not Scientologist. He tells me about some of the shit, and it's pretty crazy. I wouldn't say it like they definitely treat people a lot different from our Scientologists.
100%. You're not going to become a senior executive in that company without being a Scientologist. But if you're a non-Scientologist and you're working there, you're not exactly going to have Scientology forced on you. Right. They do a pretty good job of walking that fine line, whereas other companies don't. But Noble 4 has like 1,000 staff.
Yeah.
So you've seen how empty the streets of Clearwater are on any given afternoon. I mean, like, they're fucking empty, right? Okay, so if you've got 100 people walking down the street, I mean, that would be like a stampede in downtown Clearwater. Well, it's 50-50 whether those are Scientologists or just non-Scientologists. So, you know what I mean?
Yes.
So the other way I wanted to answer that question is, there might be a lot of Scientologists who live in Clearwater, but you don't see them on the streets. Because they're either working, which means they're inside, meaning they're working at their day jobs, or they're on course, which means they're in the building. Like, you don't. Scientologists, sort of as a matter of culture, don't spend a lot of time just hobnobbing, window shopping, getting a drink at 5 o'clock. Yeah. Especially not next to Flag. You don't want to be a Scientologist caught at the Lucky Anchor bar right there on the corner. You'd be like, what the? You get a report written on you.
Oh, really?
Fuck, this guy should be on courses and having beer. What's wrong with this guy? It's totally on purpose.
What kind of impact have you had with your YouTube channel, especially being based in Clearwater?
So I'll answer that question by telling you what my goal is. My goal is to be putting out the kind of content that someone who's in Scientology but is starting to question things can stumble upon and won't be turned off. Okay? Because remember when I told you I spent 2 years living in Hollywood by myself? Like, not having nothing to do with Scientology? I stumbled upon the internet in those 2 years. And I went to the websites that were talking shit about Scientology. And what I saw was so offensive to me, and so derogatory, and so insulting, and so mocking, and so whatever, that it had no effect on me whatsoever. I wasn't reading anything that reflected my own experience. And so I was like, oh, it really is just a bunch of people starting laughing. But a Scientologist who watches my channel does not have that reaction. They go, one, this guy fucking knows what he's talking about. Two, he's really fair, actually. Right? And three, they go, and he's kind of fucking funny, so I'm going to keep watching this shit.
You are very funny. I fucking love watching your videos. They're so amazing. And they're so entertaining too. Like the variety of subjects you have. It's amazing that you're able to come up with so many different topics every single day.
I have a long list. I keep it on my phone. Every time I think of something, I put it on my list.
It's wild. So have you had people reach out to you from Scientology? What does that mean?
Well, this is the other part of the answer of what my goal is. So I'm the vice president of the Aftermath Foundation. We help people who are escaping from Scientology. So it's one of the reasons why, even if I don't have anything interesting to talk about, I will think of something just to do a video, because every video, I don't necessarily promote the Aftermath Foundation in every one of my videos, but I do in my opening titles. My opening titles, I know people are vice president of Aftermath Foundation. It's in the beginning of every fucking video. And then sometimes I'll actually plug the Aftermath Foundation and I'll show our little Mike and Republic. So the fact that I'm putting out content that will not repel a Scientologist, and I'm promoting the Aftermath Foundation, that gives me a reason to keep doing content. I want people to know that if they want to leave Scientology, there's an organization dedicated to giving them any help they could possibly need. And so this goes to answer the question you just asked. There are so many people that have reached out to the Aftermath Foundation who say that that's how they found out was the YouTube videos. 100%. And they tell me exactly what I was hoping. They're like, everything you said in your videos, I was like, that shit's true. And that really is so rewarding. And it's why I don't call Scientologists names. I mean, I've gotten to the point now where I've been out of it for long enough that sometimes it is hard to talk about some of it without laughing. But that's just honest. It's goddamn funny when you start trying to describe some of this shit like Zenu and the alien psychiatrists run memory wipe stations on Venus. That shit is objectively funny. That is funny shit. But even if you're a Scientologist and you see me talking about it and you see me laughing about it, you're going to realize it's funny too. It's not offensive that I'm laughing about it. When you say it out loud, because you're not used to hearing somebody say that. You're just used to, that's something Scientologists think, but you don't hear someone in the real world say it out loud. Sometimes that's all it takes to go, fuck, that is some crazy sounding shit. Right? Yeah. So when you say, has there been an impact on the YouTube channel? My impact that I'm going for is putting out content that would resonate with an actual Scientologist, and continually promoting the Aftermath Foundation and trolling the shit out of David Miscavige. A lot of what I do is like, because I know he watches the show, and even if there's a video he doesn't watch, someone in the Office of Special Affairs is watching every video I put out, anything Chris Shelton puts out, anything Mike Rinder, Tony Ortega, Leah Remini. There are Sea Org members whose job it is to monitor all this shit. So that's why I'll make fun of David Miscavige's height every time I get, because I want that Sea Org member who's doing his job and isn't questioning. I want a Sea Org member who isn't even on the fence yet to be like, this fucker is funny. I like this guy. I want him to see it's okay in the real world. Leaving Scientology doesn't turn you into this, like, I don't know, weird monster. So I have a few different purposes for the channel, and I feel like I'm accomplishing all of those purposes.
Have you ever had someone reach out to you directly with it that was a current member of Scientology?
We have helped people on the inside spend months planning their escape. Really, we have helped Sea Org members hire an actual attorney to represent them before they even left the Sea Org. The most phenomenal stories that we have to tell have not been told. Because we have to some of these stories can't be told until certain legal, because when people leave, like some of these people have very valid criminal complaints. Some of these people have very valid civil complaints. The Aftermath Foundation itself does not involve ourselves in any way in any of these legal actions. But some of these stories can't be told until certain legal actions are settled.
So there's people that are currently in Scientology who you are working with, trying to get them to escape,
Helping them
escape.
They're already convinced. Helping them to do it in a way that will ruin their life the least. Because remember, their entire lives that are going to be destroyed, at least as they have known it. The new version of their life will be much better. The job, the goal, the purpose of the foundation is to make that transition as smooth as possible and have the outcome be as close to what they desire.
What is, in your experience, the biggest hurdle for these people?
Losing everything.
Because everybody that they know that's currently in their life is a part of Scientology and disconnect. And some of these people in the C organization are just employees of Scientology. They don't have any friends outside of Scientology. Nobody. Since we've been there 30, 40 years.
Don't have bank accounts, don't have driver's licenses, don't drive. In some cases. In some cases. And their family members are sealed.
And what do you tell them? What do you?
Oh, we don't convince these people. We don't convince anyone.
No, I know. I'm not saying you're trying to convince them, but when obviously that's a huge fucking thing. Like leaving it, you nobody. Like, I'm sure they explain this to you. Like, how do you communicate to them, or what do you say? Because you experienced that, right?
They have to already they have to be so far along that path in their own mind to reach out to us in the first place. Right. So they have to, because a true believer would be terrified to even message us. So they have to have already sort of come to terms. It already has to be so bad already for them to be like, yeah, I think I'm willing to do this. And we sort of go, well, let's make sure you really know what you're talking about, because we're not gonna push you along this path. We will help you every step of the way. So we'll get the full rundown. Tell us all your family members, who's what, where, where do you want to go? What do you want to do? Why? Whatever. We make sure it really is that key thing of like, we are not going to in any way, shape, or form try to help you make your mind up about this, because you're the one who's going to have to live with the consequences. But we want you to know that if you do make this decision for yourself, we're going to do literally anything necessary in order to help you make the transition. And it's been phenomenally successful. Every single week we're helping someone.
What kind of things does Scientology do to sabotage the process?
Once they find out, if they even get a whiff that we're involved, they look, Leo, you have Mike Rinder who's on our board. And Mike Rinder was the co-host of, you interviewed him. He was co-host of Scientology in the Aftermath show, right? Any person, here's what Miscavige is over there. Any person who's leaving the C organization with our help is potentially the next reality TV show. So you're going to see. The last thing he needs is us to have tons of evidence of everything they're doing to keep people there against their will. So once they get any whiff that we're involved, they're like, cut bait and get the hell out of there. Leave those people alone. Which is amazing, because that's an additional value that we bring to the equation. And it's why I'll mention that in my videos. So that people know, oh shit, so if I decide to leave and ask these guys for help, not only will I get the help, but it'll prevent me from getting all the harassment I would get otherwise. No one's going to be chasing me down and dragging me back.
When I was talking to Ron Miscavige, it was the saddest thing about talking to him. I asked him, I said, do you think there's that little boy that you raised in David before he got taken away by Scientology? I said, do you think that he's anywhere in there? And he said no. That was so sad to me.
Scientology just becomes your personality. And I don't know, even David Miscavige. I don't know whose personality Miscavige emulated in order to become who he is. Do you know what I mean? I can think of examples in my life where I've had a strong personality near me, and I can think of specific examples where I would start to act like that for particular things. Exactly. I can't even tell you who it is Miscavige was emulated in order to become this horrible version of himself, because it wasn't L. Ron Hubbard. And that's not to mean that L. Ron Hubbard didn't have a lot of these negative personality traits. I'm not saying that, because Miscavige didn't spend a lot of time with L. Ron Hubbard. Mike Rinder spent more time with L. Ron Hubbard than David Miscavige ever. Right. There's something, and this is where you kind of go nature, nurture, like the fact that I have so much in common with my dad, even though we spent almost no time together. Right. So, how much of David Miscavige's personality is, pre-baked in his DNA? And how much of it was allowed to thrive because of the culture of Scientology, where it really is. The vicious do rise to the top, especially in the Sea. So, I don't even know that we can blame L. Ron Hubbard for David Miscavige. And it's funny because, I'm pretty familiar with all of the personalities and the characters that existed during that time. And it was kind of like Miscavige was always sort of a little bit of a tyrant, even from the beginning. It's almost like, have you listened to Mike Rinder's book or read it a billion years ago? But even Miscavige's bosses were kind of afraid of him. That's a weird thing to consider, right? Yeah. So in some respects, he wasn't emulating anybody, and maybe whatever he had created in his mind of what he needed to be in order to succeed in that environment. And maybe he created that in his mind from what he was reading of L. Ron Hubbard. But it really is something he created. Like, he created some version of himself that he thought would succeed in the Sea organization and rising up and manifested that. Because there really is no one else in the Sea Org, or maybe one or two people in the Sea Org hierarchy who former Sea Org members will tell you was just a horrible fucking person. And it says something, the fact that is what was able to rise to the top.
Have you ever thought about the possibility of ever having a meeting in your lifetime? If tomorrow magically said, I'm going to come in and I'm going to do a podcast with you, what would you?
Oh, I'd say, of course.
What would you say to him? How would you approach him?
Oh, I would have some questions. I mean, even what we just spoke about would have been a fantastic conversation. Who is it that you were emulating? Who is it that who like, he was so young when he got into Scientology. How did he even form a concept of what it would take to succeed? Without question, it came from L. Ron's policies. But it would be interesting to hear him talk about how much of his idea of the right way to do things came from L. Ron Hubbard versus maybe came from other people, or just maybe it's like, I was born this way. How much of it came from seeing how his father behaved when he was little? Right. It's not like his father was an absent figure in his life. Right. So how much of those personality traits maybe were baked in before they even got into Scientology? Ron Miscavige, he's not with us anymore. Ron Miscavige, right? He has openly spoken about being very physically violent with his wife. You don't hear stories of Miscavige hitting women. He has his women who work for him, but he does hit men. Right. And it's not like that's unheard of in the Sea organization, but it's not common either.
That's such an odd psychological thing. When you hear people like Mike Rinder explain this little man beating the shit out of me, yet I'm afraid to retaliate. Like, at what point does your animal instinct kick in to override that sort of hierarchy with fuckery that's going on?
Yeah.
It's so weird. It's so fucking weird. I mean, that just goes to show how powerful the belief system is, and how much you can just blindly believe in this shit. You think these fucking guys beating the shit out of you can stop. Yeah. Or obviously it could be retaliation of everyone else sitting around him, but also
it has more to do with the fact of truly believing that having the privilege of being allowed to get Scientology audited, and thinking that you can only do that in the Church of Scientology, and thinking that the process of Scientology auditing is the only way it is ever possible for you to break the cycle of endless amnesia, if you truly believe that, it's not a matter of retaliation. It's not a matter of physical retaliation. It's a matter of, if I hit this guy back, I'm going to be expelled from Scientology. If I'm expelled from Scientology, I won't be allowed to get auditing and do the bridge. If I can't get auditing and do the bridge, I'll never get unplugged from the matrix. Because, like, if you're at the lower levels and your senior hits you, you can hit them back. Right? You're not going to you'll get in trouble, but you're not going to get expelled from Scientology. Right? So they don't have that, they don't have that existential thing over your head. But that's the reason why nobody would retaliate against Miscavige. Because you go, oh, then I'll be expelled from Scientology. Now, if you happen to be a Seerg member who, for whatever reason, you stopped believing the bullshit and you were ready to just get out of there, oh yeah, you could just slug it. And I think Miscavige's fear that might happen someday is one of the reasons he keeps getting rid of people. He thinks they're spies and it's like he's become a very paranoid individual.
Yeah, how could you not?
And the only way he can be protected is if he's surrounded by people who still truly believe the fundamental story of Scientology. But if you didn't care whether you got kicked out of Scientology tomorrow, you could just go up and beat the shit out of him. You probably wouldn't call the police. Because that would be extremely embarrassing.
That would be playing the victim.
Yeah, you'd have to explain what he did. He'd have to explain what he did to pull it in.
Yeah.
So honestly, like really, that is a threat that Miscavige lives with. If someone in his environment who does not give a shit whether they get expelled, he's actually in a lot of danger. Which is why he's sort of become a recluse. His wife's not around. Well, these other managers, at least that factor.
So what do you think the near future holds for Scientology? Do you think that you think how likely is it? Do you think they lose their tax exempt status? And you mentioned it would be like, you believe it's going to be within the next 3 years. And what do you think happens after David Miscavige? So if he kicks the bucket, what happens then?
I think, well, do you want me to answer that part directly or the early part?
Answer the tax exempt part first.
So,
do you think that will actually make it buckle?
It will greatly speed the decline of Scientology. We've already seen a decline in terms of membership. We have not seen a decline in terms of assets. As long as they have tax exempt status, their assets will not go down. They have almost no operating costs. They have no staff costs. They have no property tax. They have no income tax. They have no tax, right? Their operating costs are very, very low. So I think the decline in Scientology in terms of membership will continue unabated no matter what. We won't see them taking a hit on assets until they lose the tax exempt. I do not believe Scientology has enough operating cash flow to cover the costs of paying property taxes. They just don't. They've purchased so much goddamn tax-free property. It's insane. That they have enough reserves to pay those bills for probably a lot of years, but they don't have enough cash flow to cover it. So that's what I'm saying. You take away the tax exempt status, all of a sudden, not only is the membership declining, all of a sudden their dollars. Now, how long could they hold on for? I don't know. Who knows? Right. At that point, who cares? Right. Life-saving stuff. Right. Now, on the other thing, on the litigation side, so I would expect to see criminal charges brought within the next, I'm just being sort of conservative, 3 to 5 years. For me, 90% confidence we see criminal charges in 3 to 5 years. Okay? Now, once those charges are brought, it's anyone's guess how long Scientology can drag that out. That's why I said it took 5 years just for Danny Masterson's shit. And at this point, remember, Scientology is now fighting for its life. So, no holds barred, pull out all the stops. So I don't know, did they drag that on for 10 years, 15? I don't know. So what I can't speak to is the timeline of the process of how long it takes to prosecute those things. And then also, just because you get criminal prosecution, it's not like that's an automatic slam dunk. Now the IRS automatically starts doing something. I have a very high confidence level that criminal prosecutions and reviewing and revoking the tax exempt status will be correlated. There'll be correlation there, if not causation. So I just think that ball's rolling to some extent. I sort of know. It doesn't matter how fast the ball rolls. The ball's rolling, and it will keep rolling. So it's one of the things it's one of the reasons why I just think one of the purposes of my YouTube channel is just to keep trolling Miscavige. I just keep putting it out there. It's coming. We're one day closer. Today's one day closer. I don't know what the day is, but we're one day closer. And I truly believe that. I like. If I didn't believe it, I wouldn't take any joy in saying it.
That's amazing, man.
And so the tax exempt status. So into tax exempt status into the memberships in the decline.
Yeah, what happens if he dies?
Oh, I think we actually see a kinder, gentler version of Scientology. That's my opinion. Because, like I said, Scientology, you already have to be like such a strong believer. Or I should say, the brand of belief that you get in Scientology, because it has this matrix-like quality to it. It's real. Like the matrix is a really good thing. So in the matrix, you get unplugged. When you're in the matrix, you're living this great life, but it's false. Right? You get unplugged. Your life sucks. You're eating this snot for food, but you're free. But it's a shitty existence. Okay, right? But they believe enough in the value of unplugging people from the matrix that they dedicate their entire lives to it. Okay, so, okay, what I was saying is, the brand of belief that you have within Scientology is fundamentally so strong that if you just treated people a little less terribly, you never lose anything. I mean, Scientology loses people. You talk to people like me and Mike Rinder and all the other people that have websites there. You talk about their stories. They were treated horribly, right? Where they almost had no choice but to leave. It wouldn't take a lot to change that. And if Miscavige wasn't, whatever is wrong in his head, like he has the power. People say you can never change any policy in Scientology. Miscavige has changed an awful lot of things in Scientology. He can change whatever he wants. He just has to pull up something. Well, I found this thing. L. Ron Hubbard said this is really how he wanted it. That's all he does.
Right.
He can change whatever the hell he wants to change. If he didn't have something loose in his head, he could make a kinder, gentler version of Scientology that wasn't so hell-bent on destroying families. There's good faith arguments to be made on both sides of it, on why that could never happen. And honestly, I understand both arguments. I firmly believe that if Miscavige wanted to make a slightly kinder, gentler version of Scientology, he could. And I think whoever replaces Miscavige, I think there's a chance that happens. But again, it doesn't. All that will do is make the experience of being a Scientologist less horrible. It's not going to change the trajectory of Scientology, because these financial crimes that Scientology has committed are very real.
Yeah. The credit card thing is bananas.
It is.
That is fucking crazy. I bet you do the same thing with real estate. You probably take out mortgages in those people's names too.
They want the money. Because remember, it's tax-free. But Scientology doesn't buy property with mortgages. It's all cash. Scientology does not have debt. They own all their buildings outright. They buy all their buildings. Everything is cash. They do not have debt. Scientology does not have debt.
They can take out mortgages and finance and pull out more cash. Is there some sort of backdoor way they can do that in real estate?
So they pay for it with cash, but if they were going to refinance the property, then they wouldn't have bought it with cash in the first place. I mean, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, right?
Yeah.
And also they don't.
Yeah.
You want to be able to walk in with a cash offer and close immediately, subject to financing, and then it also prevents all the financial rates. They'd rather not have all that the paper trail,
Right.
Of like whose names on this.
So you and Mike Rinder, you guys flip houses?
No, we just did one.
You just did one.
Yeah.
Are you still in real estate at all or no?
So I got a real estate license because I want to open a real estate brokerage.
Oh,
but
okay.
I don't earn my money.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, given my whole my career trajectory since leaving Scientology is kind of an interesting conversation on its own. And the height of that was me doing a bunch of hedge fund research for some very famous hedge fund managers on Wall Street.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You could pull up Aaron Smith Levin Forbes, and you'll see an article that was written.
Did you pay for this?
I basically saved up. I was making Manhattan money for a bunch of years living in my Clearwater house.
Oh, yeah?
Working out of my Clearwater house.
Wow.
That's actually how I met Mike. He came to work for me in my company.
No way.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm essentially retired. I do whatever. I do real estate. I genuinely like real estate. I don't make money. I don't.
Real estate's fun.
I basically invest.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't in there with a hammer with real estate, but I was paying for the job.
Right.
And now I'm doing so much YouTube. I'm loving doing YouTube.
Okay, this is not Forbes.
Oh, that's not it. Forbes.
Come on, Austin.
Forbes. Oh yeah, I ran for Clearwater City Council
Last year? Oh, really? What made you want to do that?
I wanted to prove to the world that Scientology does not run Clearwater, and there aren't even enough Scientologists to ever get a Scientologist nominated.
Would you ever be the mayor of Clearwater?
I wouldn't want to. Mayor Hibbert is not running for the election.
Oh no.
Here's the problem. Clearwater's political establishment has been hopelessly corrupted by Scientology. So even though there aren't enough Scientologists to ever get one of their own members on the city council, they don't really need one of their own members because someone like Frank Hibbert's it was one of the hardest things I've ever done was 6 months of campaigning. I personally knocked over 5,000 votes. I raised over 70,000. And I almost won.
Who beat you?
Lena Teixeira. She beat me by less votes than there are Scientologists, and every Scientologist voted.
Wow.
So for the first time ever, Scientologists normally don't vote. But for this election, because I was right.
Ooh, baby, they were voting that time.
And it was a midterm election where the voter turnout was very, very low. There you go, right at the top there.
Oh, fucking Forbes, goddamn paywall.
Oh, I don't have an account either. But, do you not have an ad blocker? Or disable the ad blocker. But you probably have an ad blocker built into your Chrome, right?
We don't have ad blocker, do we?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, just disable it for that moment. Oh.
Anyways.
I've been very fortunate in that me leaving Scientology was never able to financially crunch me. Like the moment I left Scientology, I started making 5 times.
That's amazing. I'm sure it goes like that for most people. No, because that makes you 50 cents a week.
Oh no! Remember, there was a time after I left the Sea Org, I was like a public Scientologist for a handful.
Right.
Because me and my wife had a baby.
Yeah.
So I started working for this guy who was in the hedge fund world, and I worked for him for 5 years and ran his hedge fund business there, hedge fund research business. In that 5 years, even though I had no high school diploma, didn't even know how the hell the stock market worked before I started working for this guy. In 5 years, I was able to learn enough, do it good enough, and establish enough connections that once he had to fire me because I was being expelled from Scientology, he was a Scientologist. I had enough connections in the industry that they helped me get set up.
Oh, okay.
Like in 3 or 4 weeks, I had the first one.
That's awesome.
And
is this the article you're talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. How do you say his last name?
Bill Ackman.
Okay.
This is just an example of a lot of the work that gets done in the hedge fund world is not work that's supposed to be public because it's research. And the best way to do research is letting everyone know that research. But this is one of the only things that's been publicly published about. So Bill Ackman is one of the most famous people.
Yeah, I think I've heard of it. I don't know much about it. The whole Wall Street thing just gets so confusing. Yeah. I understand real estate. I don't understand fucking stocks and crypto. I understand a little bit, just like the amount I need to understand it.
I understand stocks.
I know enough not to get involved.
I
understand like I understand stocks. Like I understand, but like how people can dedicate so much time to fucking following and buying low and selling high, all these different stocks, chasing them and trying to time the stock market, that turns into a headache.
Historically speaking, it's simply impossible to time the stock market and outperform these normal investments. Right? But when you're someone like Bill Ackman, who's when I was working for his fund, like he contracted with my business research, and not only do they get a performance fee, they take an administrative fee. So it's 2%. What's 2% of 20 billion? Is that 40 million?
2%.
2% of that's just the annual fee for managing money.
20 million. That's a lot.
Whatever 2%. I grew up in the culture.
Is it 20? Maybe 20 million? Does that sound right?
That's just the annual fee. That's
fucking crazy.
And then you take 20% of the profit. You take 20% of the upside. So is that 400 million or 40 million? I can't tell.
That's 400 million.
That's it. That's his annual fee.
Where's the comma go? Oh my god, that's hilarious.
So when you're traveling in that space, it's like, well, that's why they spend all their time trying to pick stocks. It's very lucrative, even if you're not succeeding. That's his fee.
Yeah,
That's his fee for showing up.
that's fucking insane.
So anyway, it's a fascinating world, and it's also a world that the more you understand it, the more you realize it's all bullshit.
Yeah, it really is all bullshit.
And once I was able to see how much bullshit was involved in that industry, I haven't been able to dedicate even 1 minute of time trying to get into crypto. And it doesn't mean Bitcoin won't be worth $1 million in 10 years. You never know, because it's bullshit. No, but real estate is a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Especially, I guess
around here it's crazy.
anything you're doing that you're not like having to do for your next meal can be fun. Like imagine if you're in the real estate business, but you're grinding, and your emotional state is really tied to the fluctuations of the industry. I imagine it getting to a point where it's not fun.
Right.
But if you're just doing it because it's fun, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it can be very stressful if you're chasing something like you're chasing like 1031, trying to avoid paying taxes, and doing it like on a humongous scale. To the point where you have staff involved in flipping hotels.
Yeah, and then you start getting over leveraged, and now you have a lot of risk, and you can lose it all. And it's like, yeah, but if you're just doing all
it's a fun hobby.
But if you're just doing all cash deals, and it's your livelihood doesn't depend on it, and you can pick and choose what you want to do, and then you're getting all of the fun with none. And all the upside and none of the downside.
And it's easy to understand. I think what makes it more appealing is it's tangible. It's like you're in this place, you own this plot of land with this fucking piece of construction on it, artwork, whatever you want to call it. Like it's something different, something intrinsic to it that makes it more fun, I think.
Yeah. So like I want to open up a brokerage because it occurred to me that it's like real estate. Okay, you want to talk about real estate for a minute?
Sure.
So I started doing these house flips with my buddy, and at first we started using a realtor, and I was like, the realtor always wants credit when the house sells immediately. And at first I'm like, oh, the realtor's doing a great job. Awesome. But then it's a different story when the house doesn't sell right away. Now it's something wrong with the house here, and this is wrong, and this is wrong. And I'm thinking to myself, whoa. So you're saying the house isn't selling because something's wrong with the house. Doesn't that mean that the only reason the house sold? Like you want all of the credit when it goes right, but none of the blame when it goes wrong.
Right.
This is a scam. You'll see where I'm going with this. So we switched another realtor. Same story. They always want to talk about, oh, we market the property here, we market the property there. Anyway, after doing enough properties, I realized, wait, properties really sell themselves. Realtors don't sell properties. This is a fucking scam. So then I started not using realtors, and I just started doing. I would find a broker who for $100-$200 would let me put the property in the MLS. And I was the property owner, so I'm not under any state regulation. I can sell my own properties. And so I started selling my own properties, and I was like, the real estate industry really is a scam. Real estate brokers are gatekeepers for the MLS. The MLS populates Zillow and all the other websites. The real estate industry continues to exist because you have to have a broker's license to access the MLS, and the MLS populates all the websites. So it didn't occur to me for a long time. I was like, I had this bad opinion of realtors. Not because there's anything wrong with them, but because I was like, oh, it's kind of a scam. You want $20,000 commission for 1 week of work, but I just paid this guy $100 to put my thing on the MLS, and I did the exact same thing. Okay, I was like, this is a scam. So then one day I woke up and I was like, well, wait a second. It's a scam that's not going anywhere. No, the brokers will always be the gatekeepers to the MLS. End of story. Mm-hmm. And so then even though it never occurred to me, oh, I want to be a realtor. It never occurred to me because I didn't have a high opinion of what the realtors were doing. But I woke up one morning and I was like, fuck a realtor. I want to be a broker. That's where it's at. But then I found out that in order to get a broker's license, you have to have a realtor's license for 2 years. And I was like, oh, shit, I should have started. God damn it. So I got a realtor's license. And that's why sometimes I will promote Dream Realty. And a good buddy of mine who's a former Scientologist owns Dream Realty. And he's like, hey, hang your shingle with me. He's like, if you help me grow the business, I'll give you a piece of it. And if you just want to, open up your own when you can, do that as well. And I was like, sweet. So I promote Dream Realty on my channel more because I'm like, what the hell else am I going to do with my channel?
Right. saw the funniest meme on Instagram the other day. It said 90% of the girls on Instagram that have a realtor in their bio are 30 heartbeats away from starting an OnlyFans.
Oh, and here's the other thing. Because the real estate industry is about to completely crash, probably, the people who actually rely on it for their, their next meal, they're going to wash out of the industry and have to go somewhere else. But people who don't, like, I don't earn a living from real estate. I'm doing it because I want to have it there. I want to. You build a brokerage. You can build that for the rest of your life and have it be something that makes money. But I don't rely on it, so I'm not going to wash out of the industry when the tide goes out. Do you see what I mean? Yeah. So for people who can stick with it, there's so much more upside when things come back.
Yeah, I saw something too, an article recently about there's more and more, like there's an abundance of real estate agents right now for some reason, especially in Florida for
It's
some reason.
insane.
And so many of them have made like less than $10,000 this year.
I've probably done 5 deals just from mentioning Dream Realty on my channel for like 3 weeks, 8 months ago. Like, I haven't mentioned Dream Realty on my channel in many months, because it got to the point where I was like, I don't really need to. It's cheesy.
Yeah.
But now but then Atlas VPN reached out. I was like, hey, you want to do a sponsorship? I was like, fuck yeah. And then Rage Wallet reached out. You want to do a sponsorship? I'm like, Rage Wallet. It's like all my favorite sponsors. And but I will eventually get back to promoting Dream Realty, just honestly for fun. Oh, but that's what I'm saying. I mentioned it on my channel for like maybe a 1 month period. I mentioned it for everything I uploaded, like for maybe 4 weeks, like 8 months ago. But because those videos are always there, people can watch a video you uploaded 9 months ago.
Oh yeah, of course.
I still get leads.
Really?
Yeah. It's amazing. I guess having a platform actually has some value.
So is your audience on YouTube how much are they just people that are fascinated by Scientology in general, or what would you say like the main audience? Where do they come from?
Judging by the comments, it's a lot of it is they're fascinated by Scientology. But I'd say it's not a majority. A lot of it, but not a majority. Some of it is they have a similar involvement. They have some experience that they consider similar, like whether they're in a cult. Some people are a part of some really far right-wing Christian organizations that they feel are cults. A lot of people, or even honestly, sometimes just bad relationships, where they produce sort of
what kind of right-wing organizations?
Oh no, I'm not even thinking of okay. So my friend Chris Shelton, he's done videos. There's some organization called Riverful. It's like some Christian. You can always find some crazy. When I say far right, what I really mean is extremist. I don't mean politically.
Oh, okay.
Extremist Christian cults. I can't even do what I'm saying. Like where. Quiver Falls one of those. Okay, I've seen Chris Shelton specifically about to do something. Okay, so I was saying some people are fascinated with Scientology. Some people have something in their history that it wasn't related to Scientology, but the way I talk about Scientology, it's almost like you watch NXIVM. The Scientologist watches NXIVM, they're gonna go, I don't know anything about NXIVM, but boy, it sure reminds me of Scientology. Right. So a lot of people have that reaction when they watch my Scientology.
Oh, okay.
I don't know anything about Scientology, but boy, this reminds me of something. And some people are like, I don't give a damn about any of this, and I don't know why YouTube served this up to me, but you're hilarious. Yeah. And I just want to keep watching this shit.
The biggest thing I took out of it is out of understanding, like seeing the connection between all these big cults, is how similar it is to people's fucking political ideology nowadays in America with left and
politics
right.
has gotten very,
especially since Trump. It's become super culty. Not just with people that follow, like, were hardcore Trump supporters, but people that were anti-Trump. It's almost just as bad, if not worse. It's insane. And there's like this binary between left and right, and you have to fall in order with each of these things, and you can't fucking talk about or agree with anything outside of that fucking bubble. It's so fucking similar.
It is similar, and it goes back to what I said before. Like, when you look at all these examples, it doesn't give you a very high opinion of the human experience, the human organism. And in politics, it's gotten so. I mean, culty is the right word, but like, I have a rule on my channel. I don't talk about politics, not because I don't love talking about politics. I do, but it doesn't. You could say something with the best of intentions and think you're being so supremely fair and right down the middle and just making a joke, and you're gonna piss So many people.
Is that why you don't want to talk about it? 'Cause
Oh, yeah.
You want to keep people off?
That's right. I go, you know what? That's not why people came to my channel. Why should I start turning people away? Like, I really, like, I'm going to interview Steve Hassan sometime soon, right? I mentioned he wrote the Combating Cult Mind Control.
Right.
But he also wrote a book called something like Trump. And I'm a little nervous about having him on because I know he's going to fucking talk about that shit. And I would love to talk about that shit, but not in front of my audience. So, not,
I don't,
and
I don't
when I say-
understand. Why are you afraid of pissing people off on the internet? The internet is full of people that are pissed off and like to be pissed off and gravitate towards things that piss them off.
No, you're right. But if you grow a channel and a brand doing that, well, then that's who your audience is. They've come for that. I've grown my channel talking about Scientology. If I now do a 180 and I start talking about politics, no matter where I go with it, people are going to go, well, that's not why we fucking came here.
Even if you have a balanced perspective on things, you think they would still think that?
You think it's balanced. I think it's balanced.
If
I made a joke about I made a joke about chiropractors this week. I've been taking shit all week for it. You know what I said?
Well,
I said, Dr. Eric, or I said, Dr. Yeah, I didn't think it would be so fucking controversial to make a joke about chiropractors, right? I said, Dr. Eric Berg is a doctor, the way L. Ron Hubbard is the world's greatest humanitarian.
Yes.
I said, in other words, he's a chiropractor. And then
Don't get me wrong, I believe that about chiropractors, but chiropractors have helped me out.
Totally.
I've had a fucking
Scientologists help people too. My mom was married to a chiropractor, so I can shit on them. He never did anything for me.
Isn't it so funny though about chiropractors how they are like a legitimate? You could get a fucking a prescription from a chiropractor and can get like all kinds of crazy medical devices. You
I
can
didn't
get
know that.
discounts on beds. My bed, I bought a Sleep Number bed, and you can get if you go and buy a Sleep Number bed. I'm plugging Sleep Number. They don't pay me, but they have great beds. And if you go and buy a bed from them and you get a prescription, you get your chiropractor to sign a little piece of paper. They will give you like 15 or 20% off a fucking bed
Because you have a prescription.
because
from
you
a
have a
chiropractor.
prescription from a chiropractor.
Oh my god, I had no idea.
Which is the reason I fucking went to a chiropractor in the first place. Well, I had my back was kind of fucked up, so I wanted to get a new mattress. I tried all the new mattresses, and then I went to the chiropractor, and he's the one who told me about this. You know, I can sign this. You get a fucking Sleep Number. I don't know if he was being a shield for Sleep Number, but he's like, you get a Sleep Number, they're the best. That's what I use.
It was probably just a
I
discount
think
code.
it was probably just a promo discount code. Use promo code Dr. Whatever.
Oh my god. So here's the thing. My mom was married to a chiropractor. I always feel better after getting an adjustment. I can't tell you it ever did anything for me long term. It never made my headaches go away. You know what does make my headaches go away? Advil.
That shit's terrible for you too.
I know. But look, I followed up my joke about chiropractic with what I thought was a perfectly fair statement. I said, what's wrong with Dr. Berg being a chiropractor is not that he's a chiropractor. It's that his viewers think he's a medical guy. That's the fairest statement in the world. I've been taking shit in the comments all week because of it. And that's not his fault. I'm saying he's like, there's a lot of people that watch my channel who like what I do, but they're chiropractors. I'm like, well, did I have to make a joke about chiropractors? No. Did I do it anyway? Yes. Look, you asked a fair question. How are you going to concern yourself about pissing people off? You're right. I shouldn't, but there are certain creators who have created from the beginning with that approach, and therefore they don't lose anything by continuing with that approach. I simply have not taken that approach. And I've actually been very candid in my videos where I say, hey, look, I don't make any political comments one way or the other because I know that's not what you came for me for. And whenever I say that in a video, a lot of comments. That's one of the things I love about your channel. You don't take pot shots. Because how many people are there? There's such great creators out there who I love what they do, I love what they do, and then they'll make some fucking joke. That realize it's insulting something you are in belief.
Like what?
Well, I will see. I don't want to give any examples that are political in nature.
Not even on this show?
Well,
Come on, man.
my audience will be watching. Okay, let me think.
So you're saying
Okay.
go
Here's an example. Because it's not even a personal one. The late night shows have all gone to hell because they are all left wing shows.
yes.
They're not comedians anymore. Right. Why do we watch the late night shows? Entertainment and comedy. Well, now they've gone political, and the shows fucking suck. I can't. Colbert's unwatchable. Jimmy Kimmel's unwatchable. I mean, the only reason Fallon was watchable for a while is because he stays away from politics. I'm sort of talking about the same thing. People didn't come. Like, if I make a joke about the right or the left, people are gonna go, "Oh, that's not." Oh,
Can you make fun of both of them at the same time?
you'd think that you could. You'd think that you could. And the truth is,
They
maybe,
both
maybe I
deserve it.
could. Because honestly, what I'm talking about is really just something that exists in my head. It's not like I've tried this and it failed and that's why I don't do it anymore. I've decided, you know what it is? It's the fact that I have friends on both ends of the political spectrum. And I know how virulently they hate the other end of the spectrum. And that's real life. So you have to know. I just extrapolate that, and I'm like, you know what? My audience is probably the same. And if I start making jokes, eventually I'm gonna pick my lane and I'm gonna stick it in. Well, but now I'm doing the same thing the late night shows did. I'm doing what I originally did, but now I'm being political. Look, I would love to have
Yeah, but it's so relevant to what your life story is and to what your purpose is the human psyche when it comes to cult and manipulation and being gullible and manipulatable, and it's so relevant to fucking our country and the political divide in our country. People are stuck in these mindsets. It's so relevant to you.
When I figure out how to talk about these things on my channel in a way that I'm comfortable with, I will have solved a major problem for myself. Because I love talking about politics. I love talking about it. I have more fun even talking to people I don't agree with. It's not fun to talk to people you agree with. That's boring as shit.
Yes.
Find
the holes in your own way of thinking.
But I already tried to I tried to break out of my my niche this week, and I tried to interview someone about Freemasonry. Jesus Christ, that went down the tubes.
Really?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I didn't know that women
interview?
They're called the Gala Sisters. They're really two hilarious sisters. They have a small YouTube channel called the Gala
Are they
Sisters.
around here?
No, they're in Minnesota.
Okay, so you do the Skype thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I didn't even know that a woman can't be a Freemason until we started the interview. Because they interviewed me about Scientology on their channel. And they were like, hey, if you want to talk about Freemasonry, I'm like, fuck yeah, I want to talk about Freemasonry. Like, I don't know anything about it. It sort of seems culty to me. So we started the interview, and then they basically like, yeah, well, a woman can't be a Freemason. So there's sister organizations or whatever for women. But the problem is I kept asking them, I didn't realize that not only could they not be Freemasons, but because they actually weren't qualified to answer the questions I was asking. But I didn't realize that, and I just kept asking the same questions, hoping they were going to actually answer them. And then I was looking at the chat, and they were like, he's interviewing non-Freemasons about Freemasonry? Like, this is ridiculous. And then I got emails from a bunch of Freemasons, and the 3rd degrees, and the 32nd degrees, and the 33rd degrees, and so now I got a bunch of people that I can interview. But it was just interesting because it was the first time I ever specifically did anything on my channel that was non-Scientology, and it just went right down the tubes.
Really? Yeah, that's gonna happen. People want to keep you in your own vein. You know, even if you're personally interested. That's the thing that always puzzles me with people on YouTube, is that they will just do whatever the commenters dictate to them. Like, please do this, please don't do that. Like, a lot of people will only do what the comments want them to do. Which, I mean, maybe there's nothing wrong with that. Maybe that's what fuels you. Maybe that's what gives you happiness, or whatever the reason is you're doing all this stuff. But some people just do it to make their audience happy, and some people just do it because they really enjoy doing it and putting it out there for people to see, and they feel like they're educating other people on things that they know or that they're passionate about, or making fucking documentaries that are cool. Going Clear is a perfect example of it. Like, that guy's created so many fucking riveting documentaries across so many different subjects
that have nothing to do with each other.
And that's what makes that guy so entertaining. If he only stuck to Scientology, how fucking boring would it be? Yeah.
Alex Gibney.
Yeah, fucking amazing.
So when you started this podcast, what was like the creative thrust? Was it I want to talk about a subject, or I want to talk to anyone?
No, when I started this podcast, I started out in like the film industry. So I started out like working on television shows and working on movies. I actually was one of the camera operators on Dolphin Tale in Clearwater.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And so I started out in that big industry, and then I started to get sick of it. Everyone was like a carny. They were all carnies with dental plans, basically. I didn't want to live that way. So I started shooting and producing like my own documentaries and TV pilots and pitching TV networks, and eventually got sick of that transitioned into shooting my own little stuff, my own little like mini documentaries and putting them on YouTube, and eventually transitioned that into doing the podcast. And the way I treat the podcast is just I treat them as like weekly documentaries minus the B-roll and the music. So minus all the editing and the B-roll and the music, just like I treat these as just their own little weird documentaries. Like originally, I just started talking to people that were into weird subcultures or weird industries, or you know, I made a documentary about a couple of fishermen on Madeira Beach. These guys that were deckhands on grouper boats, like long line boats that would go out. I don't know if you know, the Madeira Beach is like the capital of the world when it comes to the amount of grouper caught. Really, more grouper comes into Johns Pass than anywhere in the world.
I just know every restaurant in this entire county has grouper sandwiches.
Yep. And the way the laws are set up, there's this whole like IFQ quota system, where like the good old boy guys who have been here fishing forever, the government took like an X amount of shares quota, and they gave them to X amount of fishermen. So these fishermen are now like these kingpins, and they can just hire people below them, who hire people below them to go out on these boats, and they pay them next to nothing. They go offshore for like 2 or 3 weeks at a time. And these guys are essentially just drug addicts. They just find drug addicts that are living behind 7-Elevens. They go on the boat, go catch some fish. They come back and they just buy fucking heroin. And they run out of heroin and they're desperate for work. So they go back to the docks and they're like, please let me go out fishing again. And they let them do that. They manipulate the whole fishing industry.
So these OG grouper, they basically have grandfathered in their share of the grouper quota?
Exactly.
Really?
It's fascinating. So that was a little mini documentary I did online, which really pissed off a lot of people at Madeira Beach. And that was kind of like one of the original things that like set off my YouTube channel. And then just like the whole podcasting wave started happening, and I was interested in it. I wanted to try it. I'd always been behind the camera, like talking to people, interviewing people, and filming B-roll and shit, making cool looking videos with music. So I wanted to try out this, actually talking to people and trying to make it interesting, just no editing, just 2 cameras back and forth. That's how it started. I don't have any niche. There's no niche.
Approaching it from a documentary. Well, look at Alex Gibney. You could almost go like, he doesn't have a niche. It's literally what's a great story. So I can see how the documentarian thing would sort of naturally progress into.
Yeah, it's cool. It's just like a personal, like it's like my own little personal growth thing. I'm getting better at communicating with people, learning more about these crazy subjects. Like, next week I'll have a guy here that studies fucking ancient pyramids, how the Giza pyramids were a power plant for ancient civilization. There's no subject that's off limits.
You have amazing.
I appreciate that.
How did you get Andrew Bustamante?
I found him out of nowhere. There's one guy who was on this show. One of the first podcast guests we ever had was a guy who was actually a mortgage fraudster, and he was writing a book when he was in prison. He was writing books for a bunch of the people that he met that commit all these crazy white collar crimes, like con artists and stuff like that. He was writing a book based on a guy in Orlando who bought a fleet of fighter jets to take over the Congo. This is real. And one of the guys who was investigating him was a CIA guy, and he somehow got in contact with him on the internet, and he met him for a drink in downtown St. Pete to do an interview for his book. And this guy, Matt, who was the mortgage fraudster that I had on my podcast, he's like, hey, there's this guy. He's like, really interesting. He's an ex-CIA guy. He lives in St. Pete. He might be cool for your show. And he was the first interview I ever did. It was the first interview he ever did. Public. It was on this podcast. Next thing I know, Lex Friedman hits him up. He's been on Lex Friedman since then. He's been on. Yeah. Oh, no. He just moved to, I think, Jacksonville.
But he's a local-ish guy.
He's always down here.
So you interviewed him before he went on Lex?
Oh, yeah.
Because Lex is the first time I saw him, and I was like,
yeah. He's been on my show like 3 times before Lex reached out to him. There's been like it's a running joke in the YouTube comments of this podcast. People will say like when there's a good episode, like how long until Lex gets on?
This is the minor leagues for Lex.
There's been like 4 or 5 guests I've had that have never been on podcasts before that Lex reached out to.
And he's such a high quality, not only in the stories that he has to tell, but his ability.
Yeah, super smart, super interesting guy. He's seen a lot of shit.
I've never seen anybody from the intelligence community answer questions and conduct interviews as effectively as he does, and in a way that you cannot look away. You cannot stop listening. But it's really incredible.
Yeah.
And you know, you mentioned as far as like getting better at this and everything. Isn't it amazing? Like when you start talking to people and you do it a lot, right? And you watch some other podcasts, it's so obvious. You're a podcaster, and like at the end of the day, the best thing to do is just listen. You start to internet. It's so hard to listen to. Yes. I mean, do you find that the more you do it, the harder it is to listen to people who are doing it wrong?
No, I don't. I mean, I don't really listen to a ton of podcasts, but I mean, I don't know. I don't think I do it that well. I'm not really that good at it. It's hard for me to criticize anybody. I don't often listen to podcasts. I think like, oh my God, this guy sucks. I can do way better than him. Most of the podcasts, whenever I do listen to them, I'm like, wow, I could take some notes from this guy. That's my experience.
Well, I mean,
But I watch a shitload of documentaries, so that's where I get my inspiration from podcasts.
I got to tell you, Lex Friedman is probably one of the guys I've started watching.
Oh yeah, he's like the number 2 podcast for sure in the world. Like he is right there behind the show. He is, because he's on YouTube and shows now on YouTube. He's definitely like the number 1 on YouTube. There's no question about that. His ability to get all those high level guests, pretty amazing. Yeah, and his beautiful ASMR quality voice.
Do you think he'll get to interview Vladimir Putin one of these days?
Probably. Dude, thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate it. Where can people find out more about the organization, the foundation, and then tell people how to find you on YouTube and all that stuff?
So the foundation is the aftermathfoundation.org. You can also find us on Facebook. The YouTube channel is Growing Up in Scientology. Aaron Smith 11, AA Ron. It's my thing. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Really appreciate it. I'll link everything below. Thanks again. Later, everybody.
You know, I ordered both colors.
We smoked hookah for like 2 hours after everybody left. This dude walked by and Jim was like, "Oh, look at I'm like, sir, is that the jumbo petite?"
One of my favorite things is smoking hookah in the U.S. If you smoke hookah in the Middle East, it'll fuck you up.
Yes, it will.
Really? What's the difference in a
They
hookah?
put tobacco in it.
Oh yeah.
What's in it here?
Just
Vapor.
yeah, it's just flavored.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's why it doesn't feel like
No.
It'll tear up your throat. It'll give you a little bit of a head high, but like you do that stuff in the Middle East, and like here you can smoke hookah all night. In the Middle East, you do like one, and you're like gone.
Really?
Yeah, they stay up all night doing it.
That's the kind of hookah I want to smoke.
I'm telling you, just take it easy when you do it,
yeah.
and don't be sitting with
Go
anybody.
slow.
Don't sit with a Jordanian. Don't sit with an Emirati or a Saudi.
Why?
What's up with
Because the Jordanians fun. The Emiratis and the Saudis are just gonna pull as much information out of you as possible because they do everything very
Really?
well. Yeah.
Andy, I gotta come clean. I gotta start the podcast with this. Me and Julian were having we had a 30-40 minute debate last night whether or not you murdered people overseas. I'm like, I don't think I can't see Andy slaying. I don't think he's a killer. I mean, maybe. Jim, there it goes. Yeah.
There's no doubt.
I'm like, well, this is what my thought was. I'm like, it's got to be compartmentalized. Andy's got to be the guy that sets people up and like has the meetings, tricks everybody, and there's got to be another guy that slips in somebody's window at night and fucking slits their throat.
We don't call it tricking.
I don't see Andy.
We don't call it murder.
And he also,
And he's like, let me.
Andy's the kind of guy slit your throat, but then he helps your head down to the ground, so that you can have an open casket. I'm serious. There's guys like that.
Yeah.
There's also
Me, I don't care.
there's also
Post the
when you
casket.
let the head drop. So you gotta
Absolutely.
So you do it politely.
It's intimate. Yeah.
You'll never have an open
There's
casket.
intimate killers and there's not intimate.
So I always thought CIA people they would kill you by either poisoning you, or like they had this way of inducing heart attacks, making people have heart attacks.
Poison's way too high risk.
Well, poison
The wrong person might take it.
We tried to poison what's his name, Castro, right?
I think we've tried to poison more people than we've successfully.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Agreed.
What are
are some of the best ways that they pull off nondescript kills?
Nondescript.
Yeah, meaning like people
What is
don't
the
really
what is the
figure out
preferred way of murder?
Car
Not
accident.
murder. What do you call murder?
Car accidents.
Car accident.
drowning,
Drowning.
assassinations.
Okay.
So, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say that there's really very little value in a nondescript killing.
Yes.
The value comes from a high profile
100%.
because now you get the influence impact.
So
So
the message.
correct. You want to deliver a crystal clear message. You use a non-explosive missile. You use if you've heard of switchblade missiles, not the drones, right? The drones are something different. But there's a missile that launches, and right before it hits its target, it has blades that come out the sides. So now you can hit one target with blades out both sides that basically turn the body into an explosive. And then everybody else in the car is now covered in the guts and the brains and the body
That'll
parts.
do.
That'll do.
That's
Now
great.
you get the kill, and you send a message.
Yep.
That's what it's really about. That's how we hang.
You still think he's innocent as fuck?
It's not an intimate kill. It's not an intimate
It's
kill.
not. You're not eye to eye. You'll see his eyes later. It'll be on the
Oh
other guy.
my god!
But
You got an eye on this guy watching, and then you see him all break. You see them kind of wiping it off the shirt and they're freaking out. You're like, oh, it's a win. It's a win for America today, guys.
Spoken like a man with experience.
That's incredible. We've just read about it.
Yeah, that's right.
I saw it in the movie.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know why I haven't seen that. That's such a badass thing. The only thing I can think of is just it's too grotesque.
Gory.
Yeah.
And it's probably silent too, right? Or fairly silent.
It's like a thud. Like the car still runs. It goes through the windshield, through the side windows, through the back window. It doesn't hurt the engine block. It just hits the person blows up, right? I mean, it's moving 600, 700 miles an hour.
Yeah.
But it doesn't like break the car. It just puts a giant hole in the car and everybody else can get out and walk.
What about some old school like car bangers? Still doing a lot of that?
We don't do that kind of stuff.
No.
It's not. I told you the profile's too high risk, guys. You get it when you think about what we do overseas. I mean, this guy's nodding his head. Like you got a Senate to account for, a congressional staff. You know, congressional house you got to account for. You got the executive you have to account for. So everything is heavily bureaucratized. So the stuff that we need to do, we need it to be discreet to everyone except the target audience. So like when you blow up a terrorist, you want it to be the terrorist cell knows what happened, but pretty much nobody else does. That's how we want to operate.
Exactly right.
Even bombs and motorcycle bombs, that's pretty solid.
So what about that guy? What was the dude like Putin's chief advisor or
the dude who was
something?
poisoned.
No, I know what you're thinking of. I'm talking about a recent one though. Like Putin's chief advisor, the daughter's like a media member, and the guy got like blown up in his car.
Oh yeah.
They were saying, I think the word was like, oh, Ukraine had to do that. So I guess that would make sense based on what you're saying. That would have been something we would have looked at.
Right. That's MI6, CIA. Yeah, we're even SVR. Right? They try to stay very discreet, unless even when they poison people, they do it discreetly. It just hits the headlines when somebody finds a poisoned body. I cut you off.
No. I was just thinking about another method, but it doesn't make sense in this context. I'm thinking more of interrogation.
Have you seen the videos of
somebody?
I think it relates to killing and it's related.
Collarbone.
Okay. Have you seen the videos of some of the attempted assassinations on Putin? Like there's one specific, I think it's still on YouTube, where the car tries to drive across the median, across the highway, and tries to hit Putin's car. But I guess so. Somebody was driving Putin's vehicle. I think it was his limo or something like that, but he wasn't in it. And a car was driving down the other side of the highway in Russia, going like 120, comes all the way across the median and T-bones the car and kills the driver. Do we have that on video? Yeah, see if you can find that on YouTube. It's definitely on video. I've seen it on YouTube. Putin's like, no, get me. I'm not there.
Kind of like the Pat, same thing happened to Pat, right? I mean, back when
Oh yeah,
What?
that's way back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He eventually succumbed to the injury.
Yeah.
He killed on the spot.
Oh my
Yeah.
God. Did we ever find out who did that? No one found out who did that?
Nope, never. Well, they said survived, right? I mean, I think they said he survived for a while, and then they said he lived, but that he wasn't dead.
Because he's Pat.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't pitch invading China
No,
and then go out quietly.
exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly right.
That's right.
George C. Scott played a nice role there too.
Fellas, what's the latest in Ukraine though? That's what we wanted to get to right away, because it seems like it's been almost a stalemate. That's not the best way to describe it, but it feels, minus the blow up of the pipeline a few months ago, that seemed just to be some media political play. At the end of the day, it feels like a total nothing burger for the last 3-4 months.
I mean, he's on the run. He's got a tail between the legs. I worry. I mean, I don't know how you feel about it, Andy, but I worry about things. You know,
Yeah.
this guy's a nut. He's a narcissist. He's as much as a narcissist as the other orange-haired dude that's going to make an announcement on Tuesday.
Oh
Really
yeah,
screw the country. But
2 days.
yeah, unbelievable. In the middle of the fight, you know, obviously Herschel Walker should take him out. But my thought, I worry about the fact that he's got the capability to do some crazy things, and he's feeling like he needs to do some crazy things, right? So, who knows? I just don't know.
Yeah, so it's funny because even hearing your comment right there, Julian, like I cringe because you can see the Western narrative playing out. It's not a stalemate. It's not a stalemate when there's still thousands of people dying every week. You know what I mean? There's 24,000 rounds a week being launched in terms of artillery from the Russian side. There's 4,000 to 6,000 rounds of artillery being launched a week from the Ukrainian side. Like it's not a stalemate.
What about the progress though?
This is what protracted war looks like, right? This is right out of the Army War College.
1,000,000%.
You've got anybody out there who's trying to say that Russia is winning right now, would you consider it, or anybody who's trying to say Ukraine is winning, if somebody else owns 20% of your house, you're not winning. Are you fighting back? Yeah, and Ukraine is fighting back. They have surprised the world over and over again. They shocked the world with a resistance in the first 2 weeks. They shocked the world with a counterattack. They shocked the world with what's going on in Kherson right now. Like, this is what protracted war looks like. There's battlefield wins, there's battlefield losses. And especially when we're talking about Ukraine versus Russia, both of them were trained in the same school of combat, the Russian-Soviet school of combat, which is all about disinformation, misinformation, and trying to attack what nobody sees. Right? So we never really know what's going to happen next in this conflict. We can try to make assessments, we can try to make predictions, but we should all expect that predictions are going to be wrong, and assessments really should be weighted out with their probabilities. Right? So what's coming? It's the winter is coming. Russia still controls massive portions of Ukraine. Has Russia pulled back some of their advance? They've definitely pulled back. They've dug in. I've had folks who have come back from Ukraine saying it looks more like World War I out there. It's trench warfare.
Artillery pieces.
Only now
Line of sight artillery. Yeah. I mean, the rounds fired, right? 24,000 a week. What most people don't understand is the shock effect. Even if there's no killing with regards to these explosions or these rounds, the shock effect is so severe that it's almost impossible. You see the old World War I and World War II videos of what's now classified as PTS, or classified as like a closed head injury, a traumatic brain injury, those kinds of things. That's from the shock effect. That's from the fact that you're continuously hearing and getting hit on top of sites and areas, right? The other part of it is exploding rounds. These things explode like 20 yards above your head.
and they rain down.
Rip, so that's, though, even if you survive that, you don't survive that. So I think that's kind of the situation that's in, that they continue to just fire these particular artillery and drone rounds, and they're making progress in that fashion. There's no more traditional combat. There's no more hand to hand. There's no more of that stuff really going on.
When I was saying stalemate, by the way, because that was a bad word to use, because I didn't mean like, oh, there's no fighting going on. Seems like nothing. No move. What I meant was have the lines change. Like it's a good point. Russia is in 20% of the house, but like, have we seen Russia move for like 40%, or seen Ukraine pushing back 5%?
The strategic field of battle in Ukraine is the south. It's the land bridge to Odessa and Moldova. It has never changed. Even if you look at the counterattack that started up on August 29th, where did that counterattack make the most progress? In the north, right? The counterattack was brilliantly executed, and Zelensky even said himself that the reason they launched the counterattack in the north was because they knew they were about to lose ongoing support from NATO in the west. They needed to show battlefield victories in order to continue receiving support from the west. He knew it.
He knew it, and he publicly announced it. And then he said, that's why we launched a counterattack. And they launched a counterattack in the north and the south barely moved. The north had massive gains. So they redirected all of their resources to the north. Why were they so successful in the north? Because for the preceding 2 months, Russia had been moving all of their forces to the south because they know the strategic value of Ukraine is to close off the southern end. If they need to call in help from Belarus, they will. And guess what they've been doing? Mobilizing troops in Belarus. So they weren't worried strategically about the north. They've always been focused on the south, which is why you've seen what you've seen in the south. And it's also part of the reason why what's happening in Harrison City right now is so relevant, because that is truly a strategic battle. All stuff that happened up north was much less strategic. It wasn't worth launching a tactical nuke because they came in, up north and invaded even after they annexed that location. It's not worth it strategically to piss off NATO and piss off the West with nuclear weapons. This is exactly what Jim's talking about. You've got a loose cannon, an authoritarian leader who can make basically any call he wants to make, but then he's also working within the confines of his own system, where he knows, like we talked about, Julian, he may make a call and the field officers don't obey. And that's part of the calculated risk he has to think through, right? So he changes battlefield commanders change their strategy, but the strategic goal has not changed. And winter is coming. 40% of the Ukrainian electrical grid is broken. We just you haven't heard this?
No.
This, again, straight out of American military war college. You attack the electrical grid and you let winter do the fighting for you. There's rolling blackouts in Ukraine right now.
Is that
There's shelling
software
in Ukraine right
attacks?
now. No, it's missiles hitting electrical relay stations. Like, they can't recreate that power.
Tier 1 stuff. That's what happens out of the box.
Why? I mean, hasn't Putin come to the table and try to come up with a deal? Haven't Ukraine and Putin been close to deals multiple times?
They've never been close to landing a deal, right? And it's because this is super important too. After the Ukrainian electrical grid started getting attacked, Zelensky came out and said they will not negotiate peace with Russia until certain criteria are met. And the criteria were completely unrealistic criteria. He wanted the original boundaries redrawn from 1997, a full withdrawal of Russian troops. It was an insane thing to ask for.
You gotta start high.
So based on principle, right, Western principles, we think, oh no, that's reasonable. Just you invaded us. You got to get out. The problem is, when you go into a negotiating table, you can't ever make it a full loss for the other person.
Yes.
Yeah, how's he going to rationalize to his own people all the death, all the destruction, all the loss? He can't. That's not a realistic negotiating position, right? What Russia's been doing is taking territory and stopping and opening the door for communication. It's been Zelensky for the last 3 or 4 months that has been unrealistic. And that's why you saw last week the United States step in, tap Zelensky on the shoulder and say, you need to show a little more flexibility to negotiate. So what that means, in clear terms, is that the United States.
Yeah, Billy, who said that? Wait a
The
second.
Biden administration said that.
But did you hear about the Progressive Caucus and the letter they sent to Biden that then got murked?
So I don't know.
So they sent. There's 30 members of the Progressive Caucus in Congress. Rashida Tlaib's on it. We got Jamie Raskin's on it, and they sent a letter to Biden that they allegedly had drafted a month or something ago. This is a couple weeks ago now, and I read it. You can find it online right now. It laid out very nicely that hey, we've been happy to send aid to Ukraine. Obviously, we support their cause, everything like that. But there is some intelligence that suggests that there could be a possibility of having peace on the table, and that is something that for not just the good of Ukraine to get them a W, maybe not a full W, maybe not Russia doesn't cease to exist, but to get them a little W and also create peace along the border, peace for the world, take down this whole nuclear potential and all that. Let's take a look at this. Letter comes out. Next day, out of nowhere, oh no, some staffer leaked that. We didn't really need to send that, which is total bullshit. Somebody like you, when you tapped them on the shoulder and said, you're not going to fucking put this out. And now we have you saying that Biden's approach in Ukraine and saying, oh, you need to talk about peace.
It's not unknown right now. It's fairly well covered right now. That and not only is it encouraged, but Zelensky has come out and publicly said that he is willing to he's open to negotiation. He is changing the foundational requirements for negotiation. Right? He's made that a public statement. I am open to negotiation.
Nobody talks about that.
But my wife's gone on Oprah and we'll spread this up. But the other thing that I think that you have to think about too is rank and file soldiers, right? So now you have Russian soldiers who are actually commiserating with and aligning themselves with Ukrainians.
Yeah.
Right. So we heard those stories right out of the box, making sure the vehicles don't run, don't want to go in. Why are we here? We're being called up to do things we don't believe in. We saw, Putin sit at the end of one table, everybody else sitting at the other end, eating alone. All those things. But rank and file is important. So it's hearts and minds kind of stuff. That's kind of see where they're at. Let's see if we can bring this together and find a common. We're living together 25 years ago, and now they're fighting each other, and they're trying to figure out a way to reduce the death, reduce the casualties, reduce the state of mind. And I think that's important. That's something that's kind of lost in the negotiations piece. And who knows who's talking about that? I know we're not talking about it. I guarantee. What Millie said.
What do you think about Biden just going and meeting with Putin face to face? Do you think that would happen?
The reason that can't happen is because technically this isn't supposed to be a war between the United States and Russia. What's happening is that every time the United States gets, if you remember back in like March, French President Macron came out and said that Biden needs to stop commenting on the conflict. It was shortly after Biden was in Poland and said, "For the love of God, nobody should let this guy reign.
Take him out."
What was happening is Biden's like very overt implications of how the United States stood to benefit from this conflict was throwing off NATO's goals. And since then, you saw the French president come in and say, "Biden, back down." You've seen the German chancellor step up and say, "We need to create a NATO without the United States military being the biggest force," which is why Germany's doubling down on building their army. Because they're like, we need to be the largest army in Europe so that we can drive NATO. Because right now, the United States drives NATO. And if you look at NATO's charter, guess who can join NATO? European states. Yes, it's called the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. The only North Atlantic countries that are allowed into there that are not European are Canada and the United States. Yes. Right? Even the charter itself says we're open to new people if they're European. So it makes no sense that Europe is basically operating at the behest of whatever the United States chooses to do.
Yeah, we were finding this article because you just mentioned this. This is from 2 days ago in the Kyiv Post, so straight out of Ukraine, where the headline is Zelensky says open to talks with Russia, and the article says exactly what you think.
So I understand the Twitter armchair analysts out there who basically want to shit on everybody all the time. I get shit on by them too. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Zelensky's changing this or changing that or whatever it's going to be, right? 5 days ago he said this and now he's saying that. That's the nature of conflict.
Yeah.
If you're not a professional soldier, if you're not a professional public servant, you don't understand policy changes, priorities shift. That's just how it works. Same thing's happening on the Russia side. So is it a W to use your terminology, right? And I talked about this with Lex when Lex and I were on the Lex Freeman podcast. While W, a win, doesn't look the way people think it's going to look, right? Your typical uninformed person thinks that a win is going to look like Russia raises their hands and gives up and leaves Ukraine alone. A win is most likely going to look like Russia says, we'll stop here. And Ukraine says, we'll accept that. And maybe there's a ceasefire and they've still lost 20% of the territory.
And what does that mean for the world if Russia now has 20% of Ukraine, new Ukraine, 80%?
Brother, what does it mean? What does it mean for the world if Russia has 100%? What did it mean for the world on February 23rd before Russia ever invaded? It means nothing to the world. Ukraine is not a strategic objective for anybody.
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
This is a narcissism 101, man. Let me get what I think is mine. I'm crazy. I'm out of my mind. We seen it on Pennsylvania Avenue 2 or 3 years ago. It's the same shit.
So what? Why are we pumping 100? If that's the case, obviously, like there's a humanitarian crisis there. So I see that.
Leaders of the free world, right? So that's what it comes down to.
Julian, ask yourself the hard question. Right? You're asking a hard question right now. Yeah. What's the point? What's the point? Why is the United States involved in this? It has nothing to do with Ukraine's independence or sovereignty helping the United States.
Do we own them? Is that part of it? Client state over there?
Even if you did, like, what do you own? You own a poverty-stricken country that's on the verge of failing democracy. That was before it was invaded.
You want to know what you get out of this conflict? The United States gets to practice logistical shipments of large-scale weapons and movements across the world in time for a real battle. You want to know what the United States gets out of it? They get to burn through old surplus weaponry and test experimental weaponry on an active battlefield. Why is that beneficial to the United States? Because our real threat is 7,000 miles away.
Yep.
And if we don't get a chance to practice a protracted war halfway across the globe, then we're going to get caught with our pants down when China invades Taiwan. Because guess how far away China is from Taiwan? Only 80 miles further than Russia was from Ukraine.
Well, according to one China Danny here, Taiwan's a part of China.
Oh, that's not one China Danny. That's one China Biden.
And Sleepy Joe's got a big meeting on Tuesday, so all don't worry, don't fret. He's got it under control.
Isn't China already shooting fucking missiles towards Taiwan?
Absolutely. They're showing what their capability is.
What happened a few weeks ago with maybe a month ago now? I think it's been a while, but there was the Communist Party meeting in China, and you had, I forget the fucking guy's name and all. Yeah, that dude. He was like this old dude sitting next to Xi Jinping, and then like security came in and like started yanking his ass out of the chair, and Xi's just sitting. That was like the ultimate, like, yeah, sorry fam, like don't know what's going on. It's like, what happened?
Historians and political scientists around the world cringe when Julian talks about World International. This fucking old guy sitting there, and
This guy gets ripped off. It's on TikTok. And turn around.
somewhere there's
He puts a new school spin on
He
it.
does.
somewhere there's
I've never heard anybody who knows more about the CIA, the FBI, the U.S. government than Julian. I swear to God.
There's a Harvard professor somewhere sitting there like, I made a career out of studying political science so that this guy could call Hu Jintao some old guy.
Imagine David Satter sitting across from me, 50 years, like Financial Times, like Moscow correspondent. I'm saying shit like this. He's like, but anyway, yeah. What happened?
Jim, I'm doing a bunch of talk, so if you
I'm
wanna-
jumping in, man. I'm listening.
Okay,
I'm listening.
I don't want to stop
I'm
all
listening.
of this.
You know me. It's just all about
We
breaking
have to all
college.
figure this out. We never done more like
There's never been, has there been a podcast with FBI and CIA at the same table?
Right before 9/11. Only kidding. It did not happen. This is good. We're actually setting the mark.
We're bringing
high watermark right here, boys.
one step at a time.
Yeah.
One step at a time.
God, that's gonna be in documentaries.
Oh,
10
boy.
years from now.
Yeah, it is.
But no, in all honesty, I do think this is a pretty cool tariff.
It's really
This is something that probably, honestly, it could probably never happen if we were active CIA, active DoD, or active FBI, because there would be so much bureaucracy to get through. Somebody would say no, it'd be too high risk, the editing would be outrageous, the ownership rights would be outrageous.
I mean, publicly, you guys aren't.
Yeah, according to the comments. You guys are both still out of
Did you get a description of the old guy that got ripped out of the chair? That might have been me. No.
No, he was Asian.
Who was the guy that got
Definitely
Who was the guy that got ripped out of the chair?
So that was his name was Hu Jintao. So Hu,
Can we find that?
yeah, what you saw.
You speak Chinese too, so you were
God,
definitely
my
listening.
my Chinese is rusty. You can imagine like cobwebs in an attic kind of thing. That's what my
You
Chinese
haven't been
is like.
keeping up
How
with
long did it take you to learn Chinese?
Technically, it took me 4 years
Isn't it called
to
Mandarin?
speak at 5th grade level. So yeah, the military taught me for a long time, and it never got very good.
What were you, Monterey?
No, I was actually the Air Force Academy. Yeah,
All right.
Monterey's the best link. I asked for Monterey, but yeah, that's out of budget.
Yeah.
No, so what you saw with it's called the Party Congress. You saw I think it was the 20th Party Congress. The Party Congress that happened. It may have been the 50th, but it happens every 2 years, every 10 years. Yeah, do we have the video? There's so much video, it's gonna be hard to find.
The Jerusalem Post.
Yes, very reliable source right there.
Is it?
It might as well just be called Israel's always right, the world is always wrong post.
Yeah.
But
This is how it happened.
yeah.
See you at the club.
But yeah, what you're seeing happen between China right now and the West, right? Let's just collectively call it the West. Is Xi Jinping is correctly realizing that this is a time to demonstrate unity and power in the East because the West is struggling under democracy, right?
You've got NATO arguing with each other's members. You've got Hungary, a NATO partner altogether, actively trying to propose that Russia should be left alone. Right? Like you've got internal conflict in NATO. You have the disaster of what our midterm elections just turned into, right? Basically, another gridlock, continued gridlock with transfer of power looking like it's most likely going to go to the Republicans in Congress, which means the purse strings of the government are going to get tied down. So, blue Senate, blue executive, a red Congress. That just means money's getting tight. Yep. It doesn't mean that we're going to start getting along. If anything, it means
we're as divided as we've ever been. And these elections are showing that. It's right down there.
So what Xi Jinping wants to do is he knows that the win for China and the win for Chinese influence around the world is to show that China can get stuff done, where the West can't even figure out their own backyard.
But why is he taking a senior citizen out of like the nursing?
Because Hu Jintao is the only other person that carries anywhere near as much influence as Xi Jinping.
He doesn't look like he knows what he ate for lunch today.
Yeah. Don't mistake the way that an old man looks. He sat in Xi's seat before Xi sat.
Look at Xi's face. That is the ultimate. Like, throw some sunglasses on him with a cigarette and say, "Not in here, bitch." He's like, "Oh yeah."
So this is also important because if you watch,
Or is he trying to
resist? So if you get, no, he's not resisting. He's just an old guy. He's asking questions. You see him keep reaching for that paper.
Yep.
He's trying to ask. Listen up to him. He's trying to ask questions about why changes were made to the panel without his approval. And now, as he's being marched out, watch how nobody looks at him. Nobody looks at him because they realize this is a move that she is making. So they're not looking. No eye contact. No eye contact. These are all people that have worked under Hu Jintao, and they're all essentially demonstrating their deferral to Xi Jinping. This is a clear message to the world that Xi Jinping is the consolidated source of power in China, and that they are unified behind Xi Jinping.
So what happened?
Yeah, we don't know.
What is
Probably nothing. I mean, the dude is a legend in China. He's probably living in some nice pagoda up in the mountains,
That's nice.
being left alone.
Right. You got a nice retirement then.
They gave him a couple pieces.
Too big to just be disappeared. Too important to be disappeared.
But can you imagine that ever happening here? Can somebody walk on Sleepy Joe out?
You go the wrong way.
So that guy's equivalent to like what? He's equivalent to like
Xi Jinping before Xi.
Yeah, he was Bush was around and Obama pushed him.
Yep. Yeah, he's the guy that essentially modernized China, brought China into the fold of world superpowers.
Why do you talk about, and I think some of it's obvious to people listening, but I just want to hear you express it. Like when you're always going right to China as the main adversary here, and you, to quote you on the Patrick Bet David podcast, you said you were stationed in Asia, you're not allowed to say where, but what languages do you speak again?
Thai, Chinese, and Japanese.
Okay, so you said you do the math, right? So obviously this is a topic you know something about. Like what makes them the ultimate threat, and like what's your worst case scenario with our relations with China over the next 10 years?
Pardon this brief interruption, but here's what when I think about, and this has been going on forever, as long as I've been serving, it's been the same deal. And the fact of the matter is the Bureau has really not geared up on the side of foreign counterintelligence on that side of the house. They've worried about other things that are here in our backyard in their mind, what they can see, the drugs, the murder, the organized crime. In the meantime, they're just destroying every part of what we do and how we do it. And what I always look at is look at the focus on the face of 18 and 19-year-old Chinese Communist Party soldiers. Look at that. Look at the ferocity that comes with that. Look at our kids, our generation,
our military recruitment crisis right now.
Exactly. We actually lowered our standard by 10,000 and missed the quota by 15,000.
We're not even getting new soldiers into our military.
We can't do it. We can't find. And what they say is, well, we don't really want the kid with some type of indictment or some type of misdemeanor because just don't know. Listen, we have no choice. Like I said, lowered it by 10,000, missed it by 15. This has never happened, ever in the history of the military. So what do we do now? So then you got people talking about, well, we should have, a 2-week service after high school, and then you go, come on, you're fucking crazy. Parents will be, that'll be the most corrupt program in the history of the United States, as parents are buying their kids' way out of it. So it starts there. It starts with the commitment to country and cause. And so whatever's done there, and obviously we can only imagine what's done, and we'll keep that in place.
And it's a high drive. You know, the culture is a high drive culture. Want to succeed, want to do more, want to come to the States, study at our Ivy League universities, do the things that they do. And it just carries over into, I would love to know what that guy was trying to look for. What was he asking? I'll never find that out.
That's true. Right. The reason that you see me jump right to China is because of three main things, right? First, we spent 20 years, just like Jim was saying, we spent 20 years fighting a global war on terrorism. Guess who wasn't involved in the global war on terrorism? China. So that means all of our money, all of our effort, all of our attention was fighting a transnational threat that China wasn't spending any time or any money on. And they were building. And they were perfecting how they could penetrate the West because the West was distracted. And how are they doing that? Now let's move on to point number 2.
And watching our mistakes, right? Watching what we did wrong.
Whenever you go down into a mine, right? Back in the day, miners used to take, what was it, a parrot?
A canary. Yep.
They used to take a canary down into a mine, right? And the reason, and it was because when the canary bit the dust, that's how they would know that there wasn't enough oxygen to keep the miners alive, so they could get out. Our canary is Australia. Australia knows that. They've been our canary for a long time. So guess what happened about 4 years ago? Australia realized that Chinese were sending Chinese students, Chinese professors, Chinese mining experts into Australia specifically to undermine Australian politics, Australian student mindset and ideology.
Mission accomplished.
And guess who Australia's most important export-import partner is? China. And they were so upset. The Australians, God love them because they're just a fearless bunch of savages sometimes. They were like, we caught you, China. We're going to let the whole world know we caught you, and we're going to penalize you. Even though they know that penalizing China means penalizing themselves, right? So Australia's been in this battle with the Chinese for like the last 5 years.
But why were they the most totalitarian in the lens of what China was trying to do with when the pandemic just kept going on and on?
You're distracted. That's an offshoot that's not relevant to your first question, right? So we have our canary. So my 3 points, right? First, they didn't participate in global war on terror. So they were mastering their future plan because they had a 50-year plan, right? Then we have our canary go off in Australia. And now the third point, they are poised to become the world's economic superpower by 2032. Economics is what drives everything in human existence, right? The more money you make, the more money you can spend developing weapons, the more military you can build, the more everybody else wants to be your friend because you have the most money. What made the United States the superpower that we are? Economics. Our economics are starting to fall behind Chinese economics. China knows that. So they're very focused on becoming the world's economic superpower. And once they're the economic superpower, then it's very, very hard for us to catch up after that, which is why you see the race kicking up now. Trump kind of called attention to it, but the world hated Trump, so the world was kind of not open to his point of view. But one of the only policies that carried on from the Trump administration into the Biden administration were the China policies.
Yes, I'm seeing that.
So those are my 3 points. Sorry to cut you off.
No, that's outstanding. I mean, that's outstanding. When you think about it, they're all in as well. We have offices near every major university. We at least have one person that's an experienced counterintelligence person, as experienced as the Bureau can be. And they sit outside these universities and they recruit assets within to find out what the deal is, whether or not they're, actually like a proactive asset, somebody that's trying to do things to harm U.S. or whether it's gathering information. And if you go to any major financial institution and or investment bank in the city, you will find interns within that organization who are being recalled back to China in order to report, and we're allowing it to happen. We are kind of nervous about whether or not we should hire or fire or get rid of or even do background checks on these people, where they're coming from, what they're doing, what their incentive is, what their orders are, why they're going back, working for 6 weeks at a major New York corporation that's moving and shaking, and then heading back for 6 weeks and then coming back to the States.
So Chinese students make up the largest contingent of foreign students going to American law schools.
Yep.
1 out of every 3 of those graduates goes back to China.
Why? Is it because they want to learn how to use our laws against us?
We don't know what they do when they go back to China, but what we do know is that China's strategy
you look at what they did in Hong Kong, if you look at how they've handled the Bahamas, if you look at how they handled the Central America, it certainly
What
suggests
they do in the Bahamas?
they
The
own.
FTX?
They own the Bahamas, right?
Yeah.
FTX.
Where were you
God,
guys
bro.
on
Where-
that day?
Where
Where
is
were
that?
both of you on
Oh
Monday?
my God.
Where is that money?
That is
It's in
fucking
your
crazy.
bank account, Jim.
At least he got dressed for his.
Yo, what is the story with
Sorry,
the
I
kid?
digress.
Are you aware of the kid? What's the story with the kid?
Sammy Bankman Fund?
Yes, the kid who got found drowned
name?
off
What's
the
his
coast of Puerto Rico.
Whoa, no, wait a minute. Talk to me.
Yeah, I gotta send you the article.
I know it's
Julian
S-
sent me the article too, but there's a kid who posted on Twitter.
All right,
He said if you find you tell the story.
The founder of Maker DAO. You're talking about,
Yes,
right?
yes. The kid who says if I show up dead, I did not commit suicide,
Yeah,
and then
so
he
you're
showed up
saying-
drowned.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so he sent out a tweet. This guy Nikolai something.
I'm gonna text it to you.
and he was one of the co-founders of Maker DAO. He sends out a tweet on October 28th that says something to the effect of, I don't have it in front of me, but it's like, I'm down in the Caribbean. My girlfriend turned out to be a spy. I am not going to kill myself, but if I died, there's an Israeli U.S. pedo ring or something going on. It sounded a little crazy going on down here. And then naturally people ran right with Epstein because that was obviously something that happened. And so 2 weeks later, you have, it's just weird that FTX and it's SBF, but what's the guy's name? Sam Bankman.
Right there.
Free.
Yeah, Sam Bankman Fried. I'm saying it wrong, but Sam Bankman Fried, the CEO of FTX, that whole exchange crashes, and he's in the Caribbean, in the Bahamas, and people are just like right away like, oh, it could absolutely have nothing to do with it, but you crypto guys, because by the way, the dude who sent out that tweet found drowned 2 weeks later, or 2 days later. So actually died, and now this all crashes, and every single cryptocurrency, like, realm of the industry was tied in some way to FTX.
So Jim, they don't want to hear my.
No, I want to hear.
I wanna
also,
hear.
we got to get back to the Bahamas.
Do we need a tinfoil hat for this?
On the Chinese side. I want to know that.
No, you need to take off your tinfoil hat if you're listening.
Yeah, exactly.
And friggin' Julian's got a beautiful tinfoil hat. Sometimes.
He does. I envy it. Did you get the article, Michael? Okay.
So essentially, let's start with FTX because I think this is super important, right? So if you take FTX by itself, right? What was FTX for anybody who isn't super into crypto? FTX was arguably the second largest foreign exchange exchange or cryptocurrency open market exchange place available to anybody in cryptocurrency, right? The first largest is a place called Binance. The second largest was FTX, right? Or was Sam Bankman-Fried's company.
Who had Binance?
Who's that?
Let's get to
I heard that guy's
Let's
shady.
get to that in a
I
second.
heard the Binance guy's really shady.
Let's get to that in a second. So Binance made a play to buy FTX, right? That was the play. Everything rallied. Everybody's happy. Now, what kind of market have we been in for the last 9 months? Down market. 6 months, down market. Right? What have cryptocurrencies done for the last 6 months? Crashed and decreased in value. Right? And what's FTX looking for? Looking for a way to subsidize the fact that they've lost a shit ton of money. Because when they lose money, what that means is people are taking their cryptocurrency out and exchanging it for fiat currency. So if you remember It's a Wonderful Life, you guys remember that
The
old
movie.
movie?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember the run on the bank?
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened in cryptocurrency.
Yes.
People saw their assets were decreasing value, so they made a run on the bank and they started taking their money out. And it wasn't there. Exactly right. When Binance found out it wasn't there, then they pulled out.
Do you know what they did before that?
So now what you got is essentially FTX standing by itself, over leveraged, under resourced in a crash. Right now, so that's how the whole crash happened. Has nothing to do with the Bahamas. Has nothing to do with anything else.
Do you know about before that?
But
What Binance did before?
Go ahead.
You didn't say it.
No.
This is important context.
Yeah.
Binance announced, I guess like 8 or 9 days ago, that they were selling their 2.1 billion or something reserves of FTT, which is the token of FTX. And they didn't say why, but they said, we'd like to be responsible for the market and do it in an orderly manner. And that was the main driver to cause people to withdraw it. So then they were looking to buy it, and then they're like, oh no, your balance sheet's fucked. It's sketchy. It's very sketchy.
I'm not saying it's not sketchy. Now let's go back to the question that Jim asked. Who owns Binance?
Anybody care to guess?
CZ.
No, I'm gonna guess that's not the answer. No, it's a Chinese organization. And let me ask you this question: is cryptocurrency legal in China?
No.
No, it was outlawed 2 months
But
ago.
I thought mining was.
Mining's still alive and well, but they have no problem using Chinese servers to mine it and then sell it to the United States. But there is no cryptocurrency allowed inside China until China creates their own state
CBDC.
controlled, right? So basically, if you want, let me put on my tin hat now. You basically have a Chinese firm, knowing that they can mess with the market and have zero impact on their own people, make a large reinvestment of currency into the market. What happens when you flood a market with currency? You decrease the value of that currency. So they cause a flood, they decrease the value, and then they make two public announcements that basically bring into question FTX, their only competitor and the second largest crypto company out there. Were they looking to crash it? Probably not. They were probably just looking to cause pain the same week as a midterm, on the verge of whether or not we were going to be going into a recession. They're probably just looking to cause pain at all. But this was in excess of the pain they were looking to create. And now what we essentially have is the largest cryptocurrency exchange in the world is controlled by the Chinese, which is the only country in the world that doesn't use crypto.
What's your average age of the crypto investment? What generation?
That's
Your generation?
21, maybe.
Right? All right.
The
So
20s.
who are the folks that control these midterms? What voter? What group? 20 to 29s?
Well, these
Nice,
midterms, we saw
nice
no
job.
idea.
Nice job, Chinese.
Yeah, it's a big economic word. Now, do I see every ghost as the Chinese? No, I don't see every ghost as the Chinese. But when it comes to
I think we
economics,
should look at it.
when it comes to
We should look
economics,
at those folks.
when it comes to economics,
Oh man.
they're savvy. They're super savvy. And it's really interesting that they're so savvy because in their system, economics works completely differently.
Mm-hmm.
But when you have 1 out of every 3 lawyers studying U.S. law going back to China, they've all got gainful employment when they get there.
How effective is China's intelligence apparatus? I mean, I assume it's very effective, but like relative to the CIA, relative to the FSB and Mossad, like how do you view what China's capable of and how they go about doing the job?
Cutthroat. That's the difference. What we do is really good. What they do is cutthroat. They have no problem. They have war
They're
casualties.
assassins.
War casualties, not an issue.
It's a different MO.
Yeah,
It's a
it's just
different
different
modus operandi. Yeah, like we're trying to be clandestine.
Yep.
We try to get in, get out. Nobody knows that we're there.
Yep. It's important.
The Chinese are bulls in a china shop.
How-
They want to come in, break everything, and leave a calling card. Because then guess what? Then we talk about it, right? They left the calling card when they hacked into the Office of Personal Management System from DoD. They stole like 60% of the records in OPM.
By the way, my ex is trying to get a settlement. I'm like,
And then they told the whole world. And then they told the whole world we did it, right? And then the whole world was like, "Holy shit! The Chinese can hack into the American military personnel system. That's how they do it. It's the exact opposite of what Russia does. It's a totally different MO. They don't need to be clandestine because they basically have a culture where every Chinese person who affiliates with the mainland in any way, no matter where they are in the world, aligns as a mainland first. Right? They're a Chinese something. Chinese American, Chinese French, Chinese whatever, but they're Chinese first.
what is their ultimate goal?
Economic superiority.
Yeah.
It's like 19 to 12 right now, so you think by 2032
It's not me, that's economics.
they pass that?
Yeah,
GDP,
that's
I'm talking.
If you just look at the numbers that are out there posted by Harvard Business Review, by Brookings Institute, they're predicted to be the economic superpower by
Well, Apple's trying to take their slave trade out of China and put it in Vietnam now.
trying.
They're trying. Are more companies going to do that? Because obviously that's the one thing about COVID I don't understand, because they've basically with China, I'm talking about going so hard on COVID, they shocked the system and forced multinationals around the world, not just in the U.S., to have to evaluate their supply chains within China and adjust to other places, which is literally the opposite of what China should want. No?
China knows that they're always going to have. We're calculating time like Americans.
Americans look at time as like 2 years is a long time,
No, you're right.
right? And even in our government, the longest, I think in our government, the longest approved budget was 5 years.
That's right.
Is that right? Is there a longer
That's
budget than
exactly right. When you have the contingency, the holdover that goes on for maybe 6 months before it's renewed.
that? In China, like one man can basically write a line item that lasts 35 years. That's probably what happened.
Isn't that a big problem that maybe presidents only last 4 years here?
Technically, presidents only last 2 years here because then they spend 2 years
Right, exactly.
running for re-election.
Either running or in second term, linked up.
Yeah,
You know,
they're not
figuring
paying
out- Yeah, they have nothing. Yeah, not paying attention.
How much power do you think the president has these days?
I think the president, in large part, has mixed power, right? There's the executive order power, because what's happened for like 20 years is Congress has been letting the president make whatever decisions they want to make. We saw Obama create the most executive orders in history until Trump came around, until Biden came around. Like we are now to a place where we are basically policy through executive orders because nobody else, unless you own the Senate and the House, it's impossible to get anything through. So the president has been getting a lot of power, but the power has always lied with the Congress. It's just when Congress outsources their power to the executive branch, then they get to claim that it's not their fault when they run for re-election, which they have to do every 2 years.
So what is this story? This is the guy. This is the kid who drowned, right? What exactly did he say? This is okay. Has drowned in Puerto Rico. Local media said. He's the developer of MakerDAO. So here, go to his tweet. There's his tweet. CIA and Mossad and Pedo Elite are running some kind of sex trafficking entrapment blackmail ring out of Puerto Rico and the Caribbean islands. They are going to frame me with a laptop planted by my ex-girlfriend, who was a spy. They will torture me to death.
And yeah, I think this is pretty tied up nice in a little bow. Jim, there's no way to question this. Except it happened on Twitter. And he's probably verified.
He was not.
No, this was before. He drowned before, unfortunately.
Before he could get Twitter blue, Elon hadn't
I
released
don't
it
see
yet.
how that could possibly happen without him actually doing it. But
Drowning's a hell of a way to go.
You know what the Bahamas is, right?
What, the
It's
Bahama
trying
Triangle?
to get back.
It's a series of islands. What do you think the most common way of dying in the Bahamas probably is? It's not going to be like getting shot by a gang member.
Do you think a guy who's inventing crypto on the computer every day is out there going for a fucking swim?
No, this guy's not going in the water.
I'm thinking a guy who's inventing crypto every day probably got drunk one day, got caught in a riptide, and didn't have what it took to swim back.
How perfectly.
2 weeks after he posted this tweet. 2
I
days?
think 2 weeks. You guys,
2 days.
so you guys
2
said
days.
2 weeks and 2 days.
No, it's October 28th is the tweet. He was dead by Halloween.
I'm sure he was dressed as somebody else. It's Halloween.
Or did he just? Or was it was he trying to get attention to commit suicide or something? And just
I
trying to-
mean, you're the same. Andy, you're the same guy who said
Yeah,
this is back in the day. You're the same guy who said on a Reddit feed when you were doing an AMA. One of the questions was, what does the CIA and they may have said and other intelligence organizations do that crosses the line of morals? Like, are they into whether it be like sex trafficking or having to do things that are totally insane to be able to get intelligence? And you answered it very, very honestly, incredibly honestly. You said something to the effect of, there are things that make me lose sleep at night that we do that I'd rather not talk about in a Reddit forum here, which is not no.
Right, it's not no. If you look at this has so many red flags in it that make me think if it just so we got to take that for what it is. Like, did the guy die 2 days later? Yes. Is that correlation or is that causation? We don't really know, right?
Right.
You tell me that a potentially unfit guy drowns in the Bahamas. Okay, that's unfortunate. And then you show me a tweet that says CIA and Mossad and Pedo Elite.
Some kind of sex
But
trafficking.
wait, but then it gets even better. It's a blackmail entrapment ring out of Puerto Rico. And oh, by the way, I will be framed by my ex-girlfriend using my laptop because she's a spy.
Okay, but
You know how many perfect things have to line up for this to be true? Where's the laptop? Has anybody interviewed the girl?
we'll scroll down.
Ask that question.
Scroll down.
It's actually with Hunter.
Where's
It's with Hunter Biden. Exactly.
Scroll down.
So yeah, this has got me not suspicious.
Yeah, but
of
how do you-
CIA, But this has got was the dude knocked off by some organized criminal for some other reason? Who knows?
Right.
Okay. No, this is just dark than that.
They will torture me to death.
Yep.
What day was this? The same day?
The 28.
It's the same. That was the same thing. I missed the torture me to death.
Keep going. Yeah.
Yeah, admittedly, when I hear the words like CIA, Mossad, Federal Elite, it seems like a lot.
3 possible futures for me. 1, suicided by the CIA. 2, CIA brain damaged slave asset. 3, worst nightmare of people who fucked with me up until now. I am sure these are.
That's
the only
it. I
options.
mean, that's a tough three.
You guys, I can see you guys taking a trip down memory
Yeah.
lane. And you're like, oh yeah, I remember that.
Suicided by CIA. That's one. I don't like that. CIA brain damage, slave asset. Okay, so I really don't know what happened.
I mean, a brain damaged slave asset supervision is really good.
But have we done all right in a serious manner? And I don't like see my issue with people online who complain about everything just to do it, like the Twitterati.
I can tell you exactly why CIA wouldn't kill this guy.
Not
Because of
no.
this conversation. That is exactly why they wouldn't touch this guy.
And then this reverse psychology person would say, and that's exactly why they would.
Yeah, and the
It's not
reverse
their fault,
psychology,
and they won't believe it.
and the reverse psychology person
Right.
would never have actual insight into what happened to the CIA because they specialize in reverse psychology.
But the people who are online who just complain about the CIA all day and say like defund the CIA, defund the FBI and shit, like I think that's insane because you have to have this stuff. You're a powerful country. People out there want this country dead, right? Like there's enemies in the world, whether you like it or not, that's what it is. But it doesn't mean that like a guy like me who knows that also wouldn't know or not know, also wouldn't be able to speculate that perhaps things in this realm happen. And by the way, if given the context, not that I would ever deserve it because I'm some private guy in a fucking armchair, but if given the context, I'd say, wow, that really sucks, but I get it.
Life without CIA or FBI is like life without food and water.
Yeah.
Right? I would assign CIA is going without CIA is like going without food. I mean, you're gonna last a while. It's just not gonna be pretty. Going without FBI, that's like going without water. You know what this country would turn into in about 3 days without the Federal Bureau of Investigation doing what it does? I mean, well, you correct me if I'm wrong, man.
I think you're absolutely right. My issue is just the leadership at the top at this point. I think needs to be. We don't have the meticulous. Well, let me not say that. That's not true. We have a good portion of the bureau who is meticulous about their investigations. We have a good portion of the agency who is meticulous about their asset collection and how they utilize that information and reporting. I think the biggest problem that I see is those folks that are leading the charge that have become politicized, especially in my organization, have become politicized to getting huge headlines. Looking at these elections and what the Bureau has done and basically saying, just why not just realize American votes are not for the person who's running against the red. It's because they just hate the person who is going to run for the red. That's what it comes down to. So how do we not meticulously go through this and figure out where it's coming from? We know where it's coming from. It's out there. It's coming from China, period. That's where it's coming from. It's where it's been coming from since 2013. That's what it is. And I don't understand. All these other things are based on the fact that this is someone who is brilliant in certain ways with regards to what he did on the crypto side, but really has no understanding of how things work, even on a basic level.
Yeah, he only saw 3 futures.
That's it. And he said, I am sure these are the only options.
Yeah.
I am sure of it. Okay. There's plenty of other options. Like, shit, you should have swam before you went and not had 15 drinks and 2 blows of coke. And nothing, maybe this would not have happened. But I get it. I get it. But I think that's kind of where we're at. I totally agree. Without us, it's impossible to move forward. But we need to do a much better job.
It's funny because you landed on something that's a distinct difference between the 2 agencies. FBI wants to get into the headlines. They want to show their impact. They want to show their victories. They want to be able to secure future funding. CIA wants to stay out of it.
Absolutely.
We actually have a quote-unquote Washington Post test. Like that is something that every manager in CIA is familiar with. A Washington Post test. When you propose an operation, or when you propose 5 operations to solve a problem, at the first sniff test that we all have, after we lay the 5 options on the table, we're like, okay, guys, Washington Post test. Which of these 5 options is going to land on the front page of the Washington Post as we fucking stuff?
I love that.
And then if there's 2 or 3 of them, boom, they're gone.
And you have the editor right there. So.
And And we most likely have the exact opposite. That's how do we get this in the Washington Post? Seriously. Oh, nope, that's not going to do it. Oh, that is. There it is. Let's go raid the house when we could just use a forthwith subpoena. Let's go raid the house with boats and choppers and everything else.
Public deterrent, private deterrent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's two different worlds, right? So the American people want to see the FBI doing their job. They want to see the FBI raiding a house with like jackets and helicopters and big guns. What they don't want to see is the way that China gets a North Korean general to give us the placements on the missile. They don't want to see the bill for how much food we send in. They don't want to know that we sent the guy on a paid vacation to Thailand to sex tours himself. Silly. Like, they don't want to see that.
How'd you like that? How'd you like to have that job?
A lot of grenades out there. You know what I mean?
Playing volleyball in a minefield.
Something like that. But it's, I mean, at the end of the day, too, when you look at the two organizations and their history, it does all come back to like pre 9/11 is where the conversation goes, because, and you were there obviously after, but you know about this, we talked about it. You were there before. Pre 9/11, see, like not a lot of FBI agents are like you, Jane, like with your background. People that don't know, like you were at West Point, Army Ranger, you did undercover missions around the world on behalf of the Army.
Well, I'm still an active Army officer.
Right. And you were recruited by both, right? FBI and CIA. So you always had a network across agencies, so you got along with people. But
I think that's what it is. It's relationships first, and we forgot that along the way. So it became competition.
So
it became who the asshole was here versus who the asshole was there, and we both have assholes.
And in the build up to that, 9/11 gets caught in the middle because you had like, I mean, we've seen the Looming Tower. You read the book.
Yeah,
like,
very good.
That was real.
Very good.
There was basically
John
like,
O'Neill had a huge personality, so did some of the others.
Right, and so you had like this butting heads, and then after 9/11, it seems like there's still, when you talk to certain guys, if you have curiosity in here, he was talking about it, with like the FBI, like joking, like, oh god, fucking FBI. There's still some of that, but there was a lot more work integrated together around the world.
Started to connect the dots together, as opposed to separately comparing after we looked at it and said, well, we don't understand.
So how does that work
together?
That's my question.
Relationships 101. Relationships 101, and actually having the ability to meticulously and systematically going through the problem.
Yeah, pre 9/11, there was not a large emphasis for collaboration, right? FBI was focused on what FBI was. CIA was focused on what CIA was. Keep in mind too, CIA was small before 9/11. I don't know how much the 9/11 Commission impacted hiring FBI.
It did. It pumped it up pretty good, and it also moved us into that world where I think I said it before. The broken toys went to counterterrorism, an organization. Oh my God, it's not coming to work. It's not doing it. You know what?
Right.
Send them over to CT. In the meantime, we got basically memos saying, hey, there's dudes down in Arizona that just want to learn how to. They don't care about taking off or flying or landing. Yeah, 63 pages. So anyway,
so that was pre 9/11. So then 9/11 happens. Everybody sees what happens in 9/11, right? And then when the 9/11 Commission report investigation starts, 9/11 Commission starts. Now they start picking up the scraps on the floor, and they start saying, "Hey, FBI said this, CIA said this." They sent it to each other. Neither side actually read it. Like if the average person understood how like incredibly administrative and mundane the life is of a CIA or FBI officer, they would immediately reject it and turn on Netflix and watch the next one. Right? It is an incredibly dull, boring, detail-oriented life, which is why you keep hearing Jim refer back to systematic, meticulous, because you have to be meticulous, you have to be systematic. 300 intel reports could come in from each side, and there's one nugget, one thread that ties 5 of them together. The only way you see that is if you meticulously comb through each one. And they're written in completely different formats, with completely different acronyms, completely different languages, not to mention the fact that when CIA sends FBI a memo, the FBI analyst has to compare that against all the other new FBI memos that came in the same day and justify why he's reading one memo over another to his boss. It's not an excuse, it's a reality of what existed before 9/11. And then on top of that, you had multiple different times. So you have Cold War culture permeating. Our big enemy was the Soviet Union still. Don't forget the Soviet Union fell in, what, 91?
Yep.
Yeah. So, and then the Soviet states fell apart, and we were like, oh, what are we going to do now? It was the beginning of the global war on terror. So the world was a very, very different place in 2001 when this happened.
What
And
do you mean beginning?
2001 was the beginning of.
Oh, I thought you said 91.
Well, no, talking about the fall of the Soviet Union and really how many agents and,
Right.
and operate,
You had 10 years there where we were basically enemy and targetless. Like, what are we going to focus on? Yeah, we're going to focus on crime. We're going to focus on, I guess, collective.
yeah.
Right?
So I mean, that all went away. Like at one point in time, New York office, 1,200 agents in the New York office. 1,000 of them were working, spy slaves, wandering around the streets, following. And that was a good way to kind of, Russian spies. And we had the Soviet Union, we had the Soviet bloc. We needed to do that. We thought, let everything else go, and that's happened in the course of the bureau. That's happened over time too. We've had directors. Bob Mueller came in, Comey came in with their different. Hey, we don't work organized crime. We think we really did a great job on this. So. It's okay. Yeah, that's not going
Mission
on anymore.
accomplished.
But it's just kind of mission accomplished. But that's kind of. I think the other thing is our solution to the failure to connect dots together was to change our reporting system. So okay, we need to put in a new system that allows people to search. That's not what it is.
Yeah.
It's basically putting analysts side by side with both the agency and us and trying to get down to the facts. Get a system down, get your operations down, get your system down so you understand when something comes in, how it flows, and how to be efficient, how to be effective, to get the information out to people who are doing the interrogations, doing the interviews, doing the search warrants, convincing U.S. Attorney's Office that this is important, and here's the reasons why. Because we've corroborated with the agency, they've corroborated with us certain facts. We got it ass backwards. Oh no, we just need a new $170 million computer system. No, you don't, because no one knows what to do with it. It doesn't really matter.
And we're gonna pay Deloitte to tell us that we need that.
Exactly.
And then we're gonna pay Microsoft to build it custom for us.
Exactly. And by the way, Deloitte has the guys that left the bureau because they saw it coming and said, you know what? I'll just be a consultant for Deloitte on this project.
Yeah.
And I'll make $1 million as opposed to 171, 268, 39. And a good job. If the budget is continuing. But seriously,
Say that number initially.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I cruised past that. I was at 172 something.
You were up.
Well,
But like, what did you guys have? With obviously, that's good color commentary on, I guess, like the way that the approaches need to mesh. But when you guys did suddenly start entering all kinds of missions with each other internationally, right? Like I'm focused on the war on terrorism right now after 2001. Like it always seems to me when I'm reading these stories or reading a book or someone recounting it, that like the overlap is you guys are all kind of doing the same thing, even though you're coming from technical different expertise in a way, like cop spies supposed to be. It seems like, for example, like the Alza Beta thing, when you had it in Chiriaco and you're talking about it, like they're all the FBI and CIA. Like if you were just someone looking on the street and like trying to evaluate who's wearing what uniform, you wouldn't even know without the letters on their back.
So yeah, I mean, there's significant differences to somebody who knows what to look for. But you're right. To the average bobblehead out there,
To me, yeah.
they're not going to know the difference between us, right? If you saw me and Jim, if we're doing our job right, you're going to underestimate both of us and just walk by us both, right? You're going to be like, handsome old guy, handsome hairy guy. You're going to move on. In an ideal world, I don't think they give us handsome though.
no, definitely not.
But
that's very true.
But that's how we want to look. That's how we want to look to the average bobblehead, like we're nothing. It's what we want. The thing is, once you actually know how the two sides work, once you can identify the culture or the personality differences, or the unique aspects of each of us in that way, it becomes more clear, right? There's a certain edge to FBI officers because they deal with the scum of the universe in their own country, right? Every time they go head to head against an American criminal, like it's a personal affront because this is an American citizen who they're sworn to protect, who's now like threatening them and threatening the country they stand for. For us, we never go head to head with an American scumbag. Our scumbags are all foreign scumbags who really we want to use to gain an edge for the American people. So we kind of want to enable them to continue being scumbags. completely different mentality. So we are much more conniving and manipulative. They are much more like direct and in your face. They're law enforcement. They have a badge and a gun, and they're not afraid to use either one. For us, we intentionally want to hide everything we have until the last possible moment. So when you get to know us, you'll see the difference.
The FBI did move a little bit more towards intelligence gathering.
That was smaller. I mean, that was 9/11 driven. You know, we had to. But I will still say, now I don't know what's happened in the last 5 years, but I will still say that our intel collection and the analysis process still has a long way to go. You know, we still rely too much on flipping checks, looking at accounts, and looking at things to say, oh yeah, we're going to be able to take this information and then turn it into questions. Where the agency is amazing at taking as much as they can out of the person who they can turn and manipulate and do what they need to do in order to gain and garner the information. That benefits us too. Now, some agents are really good at source development, so some people don't even they never look at a checking account. They never look at the money. They just grind the guy out until they get what they need. But it's not across I wouldn't say it's across the board that we're really good at asset development. Or these guys, they're masters.
Right. So the FBI has a lot of duties, of which one is counterintelligence. CIA, we are an intelligence organization, of which no part of our organization is law enforcement. Right. Again, getting into the administrative minutia that nobody cares about, we're given the executive branch gives us different authorities to operate in different ways, intentionally, so that if we want to maximize our operations, we have to work with FBI. And if FBI wants to maximize their operational utility, they have to work with us because we are granted different authorities to do different types of things. And both of us really want to work with the Department of Homeland Security, and both of us really want to work with NSA because they have different authorities that we don't have. Right? It's like when you give your kids all one cookie to make sure that nobody gets to eat all dozen cookies, kind of thing.
How come nobody talks about Mexico and what China's involvement is in Mexico, as far as trafficking fentanyl in Mexico and buying up all the lithium mines and hiring the cartel to be their security while they are fucking extracting all the lithium out of the mines and buying up all this shit in Mexico?
There are people talking about that. It's just not the headlines they're talking about. It's really hard to sell an ad spot on a blog or on a news post when you're talking about criminal activity against Mexicans in Mexico. That's not going to make somebody click on a link next to the current midterm results or next to Ukrainians raising flags in Kherson City.
But what if you finish the headline with the people trafficking fentanyl across the border that's killing Americans every single day? Now they're clicking.
Yes, it's sometimes, but is it still going to be what drives the click compared to some other headline at the time? Right? You're exactly right when it comes to Chinese involvement in third world countries around the world and developing nations around the world. That's their MO. Just like you were talking about MO. That's what they're doing in the Bahamas. They're positioning themselves in every third world country that has a port that handles the transfer, extraction, or delivery of rare earth minerals, weapons, heavy infrastructure, dual use technology. Because if they have a partnership with, and they always seek partnerships, they don't ever seek like dominance. That's the American way, is to go in and basically say, we own this port, you have no access to it. The Chinese go in and say, we're going to build the port for you. We're gonna bring in Chinese people to run the port. We'll teach you how to run the port yourselves. We'll even pay taxes on the port so that you have more money in your pocket. But you're going to grant us a 100-year lease to use the port.
So isn't Mexico in a sense like Ukraine to us? Like we're Russia and Mexico is our Ukraine and China is the United States. Like China is doing all this stuff to infiltrate Mexico and fuck up the United States. And is there any chance we would ever invade Mexico?
Except for the fact that we don't have an economic reliance on Mexico like Russia has on Ukraine. If you pull up a map,
we have tons of factories and shit in Mexico. Are you talking about the supply chains?
Correct. Yeah, no. So, I mean, are there commercial companies that have a factory in Mexico? Yes, and they also have a factory in Tennessee and in Vietnam and in whoever. They're diversified. They have 5 of them in China. So, I wouldn't say that I don't think it's realistic in any way to think that America's going to invade Mexico.
No.
For the American Trump wanted for the American military to invade a neighboring country, it's not our strategy. It's not how we operate, especially not when we can just write a big check and have something happen much faster than if we were to mobilize M1 Abrams.
Do the cartels benefit us at all? Here's the issue that we're having now with legitimate United States businesses that are trying to move product to or get product from Mexico, because there's some military hardware, there's different computer systems that need to get in and out. The problem they're having is the cartels control those supply chains. So really, no, not only are they moving drugs that are killing our kids and killing a lot of people, but they're also not allowing without huge markups in order for us legitimate logistics companies to get in there with product or come out with it. That's the big issue. Everything from cars, Mercedes has a huge plant.
Yeah.
So, but they can't move the product without paying an upcharge, and it's a significant upcharge. Or it's what I worry about is it's just look the other way. We're coming in with these 50 S classes. You know what I mean? So I think that's going a little bit far, stretching a little bit far, but it's possible. So I think that's kind of the issues that we're having there on the side of crime and on the side of how the cartels control every single thing. And then moving people through is that's an organized scheme, what you're seeing.
What was your voice thing? What was I forget the guy's name. You had a man who was like,
Luis
yeah,
Chaparro.
what was he saying about the CIA with the cartels?
He was saying that the CIA, he's saying unequivocally the CIA works with the cartels.
I don't know one way or the other.
There was one guy in particular, there was a documentary made about him. He was CIA and DEA, I believe, and he was actually murdered by a CIA agent in a cartel drug house, like in one of the cartel-owned houses. And this has been verified, and there's documentaries about it and stuff like this. And I wish I could remember the name of the guy right now. Fuck. Anyways, it was in the DEA office in Mexico City, I believe. The DEA agent was tortured. Kiki. Yeah. Yes. Kiki Rodriguez.
I was gonna say Vandaway. That was a fucking.
His name is Kiki Rodriguez. Yeah, Kiki was the DEA guy who got murdered, and eventually they captured some of the cartel guys, and the cartel guys basically unveiled who the guy was who actually murdered Kiki, and it wasn't a CIA agent who lives in Florida right now.
You gonna have him in?
No, I don't think he'll answer my emails.
You have a name?
Do it. It's on the internet if you can find it. If you can find who is the CIA agent who murdered Kiki Rodriguez.
Oh, when he gets drowned in Puerto Rico, we'll know fucking.
Yeah, look for his tweets.
It's not infinite.
But why wouldn't the United States invade Mexico if China has its claws so deep in Mexico and is hurting the United States so much? Like if they're so invested in Mexico and working alongside the cartels, why wouldn't we just overtly go in there?
Because there's two types of wars. One is a profitable war. One is a not profitable war, right? And those two types of war are called interstate war and intrastate war. Interstate war is sovereign nation against sovereign nation. It's extremely expensive. It is not economically sustainable. It's when one country invades another country. It's what Russia is doing to Ukraine right now. That is not a profitable war for either side. Intrastate war is a civil war. In a civil war, it's extremely profitable for anybody participating in the civil war from outside of the country. Why did we get involved in Syria? Why did we get involved in Yemen? Why did we get involved in Libya? Why are we involved in Ukraine? It's extremely profitable to be the person who's sending humanitarian aid, building influence, soft power, hard power, sending weapon systems, whatever it might be. It's extremely profitable, part of an intrastate war, right? So when the United States watches what China's doing around the world in third world countries, through the Belt and Road Initiative, through whatever policies China's executing to build infrastructure and everything else, that is something that the United States would prefer to continue to combat economically. Because once they commit troops on the ground, you're not only paying the cost in terms of dollars and cents, but the cost in terms of lives, the cost in terms of public response. It's nasty. 9/11, if anybody alive during 9/11, America was hard up and ready to rock and roll and send boots on the ground for about 5 years. And then after that, the death toll and the lack of results, even though it wasn't anywhere close to what it was in Vietnam, it turned the appetite of the American people against their.
Yeah, because they started a bad war we didn't need. Like Afghanistan,
Listen,
you had
brother, listen. What you are spouting right now is what you have seen since 9/11. The day that 9/11 happened, people wanted blood immediately.
Oh no. I no. So just to be clear, I always say this. Absolutely had to go to Afghanistan. Afghanistan was 1,000% should have been there
October
all the way.
701, yeah.
All the way.
That was a mission.
I'm talking about when they took their eye off the ball and they went to Iraq, where he's got WMDs. No, he didn't. Dick Cheney walked in there and said, "Mr. President, what if there was a 1% chance Saddam had WMD, blew someone up, and it was on your ass?" And he's like, "God damn it, Dick, we're going in." He wanted to go in to finish his dad's fucking job. And so then we get caught up in this whole war, and that's where the tide turned. And that's why also then, and this is a separate conversation, but 20 years later, we have the fuck up with Afghanistan because the resources were pulled out of there. Like, I see the difference between the two, and I look at this and I go, how can you not say that Iraq is a product of a profitable war, as you say, which I understand exactly why you're saying that. There's people out there who just hear that word and immediately go to, like, military-industrial complex. When they're thinking about Iraq, though, they're right about it.
Okay. So this is Kiki.
This is Kiki. I can't read that. Can you read that, Julian? Kiki Salazar was an American intelligence officer for the United States DEA in February 1985. Kiki Camarena Salazar. Camarena was kidnapped by drug traffickers hired by Mexican politicians in Guadalajara.
Whoa. Oh, you're doing
that. Three leaders of the Guadalajara drug cartel were eventually convicted in Mexico for Camarena's murder. The U.S. investigation into Camarena's murder led to 10 more trials in Los Angeles for other Mexican nationals involved in the crime. One of them, I forget his fucking name, but we got the guy. They caught him in, like, the hills of Mexico.
Yes, yeah, and he's free again.
Is he free again?
Yeah, I believe he's
He
free
was
again.
again captured in July of 2010.
Yeah, Carol Quintero. And then he was again captured. Okay, so we got him again.
Yeah, and he was being they did like a press event with him, and he was just kind of like laughing and like mocking everybody, like, "Ha, fuck you, I'll be out of here in 3 months."
Yeah.
So where's the CIA?
So yeah, so find the CIA guy. You gotta Google who is the CIA officer.
Except in Google Chrome. Actually, I think it's still controlled.
What were we just talking about?
I think we were just talking about conspiracies and how hard it is to prove a conspiracy, right? So essentially, CIA has an entire division focused on countering narcotics. But we counter narcotics that affect American national security priorities. There's all sorts of narcotics out there that don't have any impact on U.S. national security. If they have some other intelligence value, then it basically goes to a panel of people who decide, according to the Washington Post test, whether or not we should get involved in this other type of operation. Right? Collecting intelligence is not the same thing as stopping criminal activity. Oftentimes, collecting intelligence means accepting or even enabling criminal activity. Two different things. Now, in a post 9/11 world, would we run that by FBI? Yeah, we'd be like, hey, we're thinking about doing something with or against or in conjunction with, or that may potentially enable this cartel to operate in a certain way. FBI, do we have your blessing, right? NSA, can we collect and make sure this is going to work, right? Maybe they even go and they ask the Intelligence Committee at the House.
What about private intelligence?
Private intelligence is completely different, right? It's totally different. Private intelligence does whatever it takes to make the paycheck at the end of the day. And that's what makes it so useful. It can move faster, it can move more nimbly, it can absorb risk without ever needing to have, like, the president have plausible deniability. It's not plausible, he actually has full-on deniability.
Well, this one definitely.
So yeah, but every time I hear anybody out there be like, "Oh yeah, a verified like CIA officer did this," it's really hard to verify a CIA officer. And there are so many people out there who claim to be CIA when they're not. They were pulled onto a mission the CIA was part of. Maybe they participated in some private intel effort that was unknowingly or knowingly like funded by some third party that may have been affiliated with CIA. Like, people throw that term around a lot.
Yeah, people throw it at you all the time. They try to say like, "Oh, that Bustamante guy, not a spy at all."
Yeah, it's amazing. Or that you've got people throwing that at me, and the people throwing that I'm still actively a spy.
Yes.
Well, we know.
And I'm on podcasts
Right.
trying to recruit more spies.
It's not recruiting. You're putting a narrative out.
If the
You're a
truth,
great PR man.
the truth is a narrative.
Oh boy, now we're playing with the word truth. Oh my god. Anyways, I don't want to spend a whole fucking hour trying to find this guy's name, but there's a documentary about this called The Last Narc, and towards the end of The Last Narc, they actually reveal who the CIA agent was. I think his last name was Rodriguez, and he lives in Miami right now.
Okay.
And he's retired CIA.
Wait, Jose Rodriguez?
Yeah.
Fuck out of here.
Yeah, Jose.
You know Jose. Uncle Jose.
He was the chief of.
I don't know why.
He was the head of the torture. That's how he talks. He's like, we didn't torture anyone. We just made them feel pain. It's like, okay, torture. All right, cool.
Like every conspiracy theory is just intrinsically tied to the CIA.
Correct.
It is insane.
And you did find a source, one source, successfully that talked about this, and it's Fox News.
Yeah.
Let's go. Where's the Jerusalem Post?
Oh yeah.
Agree with you there, brother.
I mean, but I actually like what you say about that a lot, and people will give you shit for it, but it's a really important point you've made on multiple podcasts, where I think you made it on yours originally at first. I could be wrong about that, because it's been so many fucking podcasts.
Yeah.
But thanks to you guys.
I see a new
This guy
podcast
over
over
here.
here, Bustamante, every single week. I was telling Julie the other day. It's wild.
I've got some recording too in London next week.
Really?
London.
Oh, Tally ho. Anyway, but you said, like, with a conspiracy, it's like people, they start with a level of truth, like a kernel of truth, and then they carry it all the way and they want it to be true. And I agree completely, because all the time, you know, we can joke about a guy getting drowned in the Puerto Rican pools or whatever, but all the time I'm constantly trying to pull things back and be like, well, what's really the evidence for this kind of thing? And people are like, oh, you're a fucking CIA podcast, man, fuck off. I understand where they could be coming from, though, when someone like you, like in the CIA or you in the FBI, sits there and says, oh, you need to consider this just a kernel of truth at the top, eventually gets dragged out, because that means, therefore, that yes, there are real conspiracies, but it's a very small percentage of them. So then every time a new conspiracy is faced at the table and you're saying, could this be true? You can play the, oh, well, this is part of the big percentage where it's not. And so every time in the law of like populations, large numbers, you're essentially getting to deny it by the same way Dick Cheney did the 1% doctrine. Because it's like, don't focus on the fact that it's only 1%. Focus on the fact that it could be 1%. You're doing the opposite end and saying, no, it's always the 99. You know what I mean?
So professionals in our field, we play probabilities, right? And then sometimes probabilities are high enough that they dictate action. Sometimes probabilities are low enough that they dictate patience, right? The anatomy of a conspiracy, exactly what you're talking about, right? Every conspiracy starts with a fact. Something happens. Then, immediately following that fact, we're faced with something that's not known, right? Whether it's what happened with FTX or whether it's what happened with this dude in the Bahamas. We're faced with something that's not known. Once you're faced with something that's not known, the natural human tendency, not among dumbasses, but among smart people, right? Conspiracy theorists are, for the most part, pretty smart people, right? The next natural reaction when you're facing unknown information is skepticism. Skepticism. You're asking yourself, why don't I know this? Why doesn't somebody know this? Shouldn't somebody know this? Right? There's the first 3 steps in the birth of a conspiracy. And then it's human nature that when you become skeptical, then you start to write a story in your head that erases the skepticism. You connect the dots on your own with a piece missing in between.
There you go, missing link.
And then it just starts to cycle.
That's perfect.
And because you're coming up with a logical, sound explanation at the end, all the other smart people and all the dumbasses out there, they can connect your story very quickly. So that's how conspiracies do take off like wildfire.
And the agency is a nice missing link for a lot of stories. Well, we can never really know about it, but you know, those guys know exactly what happened. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But it provides that missing link. It provides that bridge for skepticism. To bridge yourself with that and write your story.
What about when something is so obviously backed by something unknown, right? There's people who could define and say, oh, I know this thing is this, and they really have no evidence for that. But you look at something like the Epstein story, we know there's a massive conspiracy there. Who's behind it is a whole nother question. But I feel like intelligence organizations, perhaps around the world, not focused on the CIA right now, who could have some sort of exposure to that in some way,
have every reason to be able to say, oh no, this guy was just a scumbag doing this thing or whatever. You guys are all conspiracy theorists talking about this.
Right.
And then they don't report about it in the mainstream media because they're all tied to it, by the way. Still. Right, and to be fair, before the whole Epstein thing came out, it was like something like we were just looking at, and everyone was going, "You guys are fucking crazy," thinking that this could be some sort of bigger scheme. And then it all comes out, he gets arrested, and then the fucking book comes, or not the book, but we get evidence that Clinton went down there and all this stuff. And it's like, oh wow, this did happen, and now we're like, okay. But this happens all the time. That's why I always make the joke. I love the joke. What's the difference between a conspiracy theory and the truth? 6 months.
Yeah, the thing to understand is that all covert influence, United States covert influence, Russian covert influence, Guatemalan covert influence, all covert influence starts with a stigma. Nobody creates a new story out of nowhere. You know how hard it is to get people motivated behind a brand new narrative that's never been said before? It's almost impossible. So you start by targeting an existing issue. You start by targeting an existing stigma. And then you just add fire to that stigma. You want to change an election anywhere in South America? You basically just fund one side or the other because
Listen to the expert people.
Right? All laughing aside, look what happened in 2016, 2020. Look what happened in 2022. Right? You saw all this funding come in for messages on one side or the other. Right? Funding for Facebook, funding for Instagram, all these ads, all these groups. You had FBI and NSA and CIA and the director of counterintelligence for the United States openly telling everybody, be warned, you will see Russian meddling, you will see Chinese meddling. You had the Russian head of propaganda formally announced 2 days before the election this year. We are taking part in meddling in election. They publicly announcing it. We're meddling in the election this year. We're doing it right now. Right? You pick a stigma, and that's what you fund. That's exactly how covert influence works. Now, does that mean that there are programs in the United States funded by CIA intentionally misdirecting the American people? That goes against all the authorities. That goes against everything we were taught. Now, does that mean that the CIA is going to step in and tell CNBC or CNN when they're saying something that's wrong? No, they're not going to do that. Perfect example. If you remember, back in like June or July, the death toll for Russian soldiers was something ridiculous, like 80,000 dead Russians, 4,500 dead Ukrainians, as reported by a Ukrainian general. That stuff goes out there, gets approved in the news, goes out. That's all part of a giant war, information war that's happening between NATO countries and Russian countries. That doesn't mean it's coming from the United States. It means that somebody somewhere is providing that information somehow. When the United States head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff finally comes out and comments on the death toll, he did it, 2 days ago?
Yeah.
What did he say? 100,000 dead on both sides. All that misinformation, 8 months of misinformation, corrected with one formal statement from the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Right? That's it. 100,000 dead on both sides. That's a crazy number of people, but it sets a completely new point of view on that conflict. No longer are these Ukrainian soldiers hyper proficient and the Russians idiots. Instead, you see pretty much a war of attrition between two sides that even with all that Western funding, all that Western intel, all that Western military might, it's still essentially a very close and intimate fight.
Many civilians.
Yeah, it's terrible, right? So that is how information warfare happens. That's how influence campaigns happen. So yes, stigma is everything.
And we garner a ton of great information based on it. We really do.
But you don't think they correct the record through agencies? I'm not talking about CIA. I'm talking CIA, FBI, NSA. You don't think that when these ex-CIA guys go on both Fox News and CNN, right, or they have their guys on each channel, MSNBC, pick them all out, you don't think that there's some correcting the record? Like when I see John Brennan show up on TV, I don't think that guy's doing it because he enjoys being a fucking commentator.
He's doing it because he's making more money now than he did when he was director of CIA.
And that absolutely could be part of it. But you don't think that he was a careerist there? Like he was there for a long, long time. You don't think that there's a part of it that could be
tinfoil hat guy never leaves.
You should.
I don't.
I don't think people have any idea what happens when you leave government service.
That's the other thing.
We don't.
we just get,
We don't.
remember Men in Black goes away. Your most valuable time when you leave service is the first year. After that, nobody has time for it.
It's so hard to remember the stuff that you cover there.
Yep.
And like clearances and everything else aside, you're just inundated in secrets. And then your brain just doesn't retain them very long.
And the directors, if you keep in mind this, and Andy's talked about this before, their job is to take what that president wants, to gather information, have their analysts figure out what they need to put into the report in order to deliver it to the executive branch. So there's much of that they have absolutely no idea about.
And then let's also keep in mind that what is a senior ranking like government employee make? 180K a year? When they're active. As soon as they retire, 60% of their base pay, right? So they go from $180,000 a year lifestyle
To 90.
taxed at the regular rate of a $90,000 a year person.
Mm-hmm.
So that means all the sacrifice they made in their entire career so that they can make, at the end of the day, about $65,000 a year in take-home pay to maintain a lifestyle that they built when they were making $180,000 a year. It's a fundamental flaw in the American system. That's why former people go into media. That's why Mike Morell has a podcast with CBS. That's why I started a business, right? That's why Jim started a business. Because once you get out of there, you're like, what the hell? Like, I built a $200,000 lifestyle, and now the government's got me on a pension, paying me, the amount that a starting college graduate makes.
Yep. So I think you guys talked about this on your podcast, but what did Trump do specifically with people that were hired by the agencies versus hired by contractors like Honeywell and Raytheon?
So this is, we might not see eye to eye on this. I was actually really happy when Trump went on the hunt to take clearances away from people who were former government officers who just flipped around a rotating door to then go work in Raytheon or Booz Allen or whatever else. They were basically being paid to network their way back into the main building to do business development for those mainstream contractors. So Trump saw that and he was like, you have no need to know at a top secret level. Mm-hmm. So we're just going to take that away. We're going to end this because it's
they were using that to leverage high-paying careers from this company.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Because it's a safe way of going from making $180,000 a year to making $380,000 a year.
Yep.
And just like Jim was saying, that first year is so critical. You actually retain state secrets that are relevant and current for that first year.
Then it goes away. Even it's right. They're buying your badge. They're buying your SEI or whatever you have, so that you still maintain access for them, for their benefit. So many former feds in our area rotate back into the same desk they were sitting at, but working in conjunction with other companies. So basically doing financial analysis to provide the Bureau with what they consider intel, but at the same time to make sure the company that they're working for gets access to the SAC, to the unit chief, the section chief. Because you know why? Because the unit chief and section chief is like, yeah, and you know what? I'll be there in 4 years, so save that seat.
So it currently the way it currently exists is 1 year, and then you lose all of that.
One for that, and 5 for being able to share specific experiences. So not at our discretion. So the Bureau has no issue after 4 years, 5 years goes by. Totally. Now, in order to write a book, forget it. I mean, it's a 10-year process. And it's redacted. Jack Carr is a perfect example.
Right.
You listen to his books; they're wonderful. But then at the end of the day, it's like in redacted, and then they went redacted. It's constant throughout the Audible book.
Yeah. So basically, the way it works, to answer your question again in the boring administrative way that it works, the day that you leave service, you're going to leave with most likely you're going to leave with a TSSCI, right? I'm guessing TSSCI, top secret special compartment information. You're going to leave with a TSSCI. A year later, that TS drops down to a secret if you're not actively using it in a need-to-know capacity. A year after that, the secret disappears and you no longer have a clearance. Well, Raytheon, Booz Allen, Mantech, you name them. What they want is the day you leave, they pick you up. They put you in a role where you have need to know. And now that secret or top secret clearance stays active. And even though there's rules at FBI and CIA about you not going back immediately when you separate, that rule doesn't exist when you retire. So then when these senior officials retire, they can go right back into the building. And just like Jim was saying, the contractor is buying the badge. There's no way that individual is going to create $380,000 worth in value based on their skill set. They're going to create that value because they can go right into any director's office and they can pitch Mantech systems, they can pitch Raytheon resources, they can pitch new projects. And when one of those projects, funded for 5 years, becomes a $19 million contract, now all of a sudden they'll pay that retired guy $380,000 for the next 5 years. Easy day.
Does this exist in other countries the same way it exists here, where we have all these military contractors that make all this fucking money doing all this stuff working for the agencies?
It's mixed. It's mixed. Here we're a bull market. So, it exists here because essentially we encourage business to happen. Russia and China, you're an intelligence person for life. It doesn't matter if you get in or get out, like you're always going to get paid on the salary. Israel's different, definitely. I want to say Colombia is different.
Yep, and some South American countries.
Australia
definitely. Canada to an extent. Yeah, it's you'll see folks that still need the safety net, and God bless them. They're good people, but what we do is you don't have to deal with it. You still have to deal with all the bullshit. Even if you keep the badge and you go back into the building, it's still requirements autographs, everything else that comes along with that. And guys love it because, like Andy said, they've never had a chance to pay for kids' college until they get that job. A lot of incentives you'll hear, all right, base salary is this, but we'll take care of your kids' tuition. That kind of stuff. So that's important.
Government doesn't take care of its lifetime.
No.
Public service.
Nope.
If anybody listening right now who's been medically retired, who's retired from the military, who's retired from public service in any way, they'll tell you straight. They're nodding their head if they listen to this.
Yep.
Government does not take care. You got to rebuild your entire life on a budget the day you retire from government service.
It is so true. And you spend a lot of your time in government service, not a lot, but there's segments during the year, every year, where you sit and you go, right, you know what, if I stay an extra 5 years, and I know there's buddies of mine that are listening, if I stay an extra 5, that's 2%. But then, guys, think about it. Think about it. 2% of 170. Is it worth the next 5 years of your life? I don't think so. If you jump out now, that's it. For me, I came out with a decent pension payment, but it's certainly not something I could live on. If I couldn't sustain the life that I want to live and give to my kids and give to my marriage, I couldn't do that without going back to work. It's impossible.
I think it was $10 billion was spent on the advertising for midterm elections.
Yep.
That's fucking insane.
Yep.
With all the other shit, we spent $10 billion on
34 years of my life for what I got. Now, I don't regret a single thing that I did.
Because you're a servant.
Yep, I want to do it. I'm a servant leader, and that's how I consider myself. But really,
Well, that's the problem. Governments have to compete against private markets that have. This is where capitalism incentivizes. So when you use the example of Russia and China, we all know one's right, one's left, but they're authoritarian governments, and they get to say what goes, and that's that. It's not like there's a free market system. So.
And there's skills, Jim. You make great sense because there's skills that we hire for, and people that know what those skills are tend to make a serious amount of money, but their shelf life is so short because why would you stay in a government where you get polygraphed, government job, when you can go off to the next private company and do your thing, probably at 3x, and never get questioned about what you're doing in your personal or private life, right? So still there's still lifestyle questions on the fucking polygraph.
Yeah.
In the FBI, in the agency, there's still lifestyle questions.
It's amazing that this polygraph is still a thing.
Yeah, and it's tough. And those and they're trained guys like us, but they're not as experienced as most in private sector are. So I can pass today and fail tomorrow on the same question.
Right.
And you'd look at the person and say, didn't we border this? Didn't we parameterize this? Yeah, I did, but you came up, deceptive. But 2 weeks ago, I didn't. So have I changed? Have I killed somebody in the last 2 weeks?
Yes.
But
From a distance.
yeah, I thought about it.
Jim
I
went to
thought
a
about
country
it.
and he's not allowed to come back.
Well,
That's what happened.
Yeah, but I mean, like that's crazy. That's terrible though. To not be able to. Why would you stay?
Yeah.
Why would your shelf life be any longer than learn the skill, make the contacts, get the badge?
I don't know if FBI is going through this. The CIA has been going through a massive attrition for the last 5 or 7 years. It can't hire people fast enough. It's got massive gaps in critical hiring capacities because people are waking up. Younger generations are waking up to exactly what Jim's saying. So all the normal retirement is happening. All the mid-career people are asking themselves, do I really want to stay for another 15 years, or do I want to bail now as a mid-careerist? And then all of the junior officers have been through a tour or two, and they're like, you know what, this government thing isn't all that great, and I'm still 32 years old. I could make a 30-year career in the commercial sector. Not to mention, all the contractors out there who serve the government are still hungry for those clearances.
Yeah.
Right?
And you said that's where all the leaks come from, too.
It's not where all the leaks come from. The place where the leaks come from is exactly what we're talking about. Government hasn't right-sized the initiatives or the incentives for people who have secrets. Yep. So, I mean, CIA had three arrests of former CIA officers in 2021. Think about that.
Wait, who are working on the private side now?
No. So some were contractors, some were actively involved at CIA. We just had an arrest this week of a couple that was selling secrets about maybe military vessels to the Chinese. That was just sentenced this week, right? Like we in the intel game, on the counter intel game specifically, where we're trying to catch people who are spies against our country, like we're getting taken to lunch. We're 20 years behind. Global war on terror, right?
How like in your head, when you're looking at our government and powerful positions, could be bureaucratically or in an official elected capacity in the government, do you think at all times, well, it's definitely at all times, but do you think there is much more than past the puke button of people who are working in government who are on the take for other governments and working in an intelligence manner?
So my personal opinion is grown largely from what we were taught at the agency. And at the agency, we were taught just assume there's mold. Assume you're penetrated. Assume that there's information being leaked out that you can't control. Leaked out to foreign governments, leaked out through anonymous sources to the press. Just assume that there's a big leaky bucket and operate anyways. That's how I was taught. So that's kind of how I assume of it, right? I think that's past the puke button personally, but that's what professionals were trained to do.
Yeah, and from my standpoint, just looking at the Bureau's public corruption program and the amount of money and attention that has gone into that over the entire course of my career, I look and say, I mean, it doesn't matter. Appointed, elected, they are going to benefit. Some of them walk right on the line, some of them jump over the line, and some of them live their life in the gray area. But they're all fucking benefiting.
And then ASAC Trader knocks on their door. And
right. Right. You don't, listen. You don't live that lifestyle that we see most of our elected officials that are in the public space on that 172. That's the same money. That's it. That's the money. It's just source and application work, man. It's what we do. Here's what you make. Here's what you spend. All right. Where's the difference? I don't have any difference in mine.
When he's talking about checks, when he's talking about money, what he means is you follow the money. And where there's a gap in the money, that's where you know to focus your resources. Somebody's living a $100,000 a year lifestyle, they get $60,000 a year, there's a gap. Somebody else is living a $60,000 a year lifestyle, they make $80,000 a year, there's no gap there. So how do you prioritize your investigative resources? You dig into the guy that somehow is coming up with $40K extra.
The little girl in the red coat.
Correct. That's exactly right. And you look at, like, even from my experience, it's so egregious when you get to most of these people that or living that lifestyle. It's
it's 10x, it's 20x. So they don't even give a shit. They'll plea bargain out, spend their 4 years in jail in a federal camp, and they'll have the same relationships going on. Not gonna, now what scares the shit out of them is the IRS.
Yeah, it's true. Because guess what the IRS does? Just sniffs out money.
They just take it all, everything you do. I mean, IRS agents are gonna, especially on the 1811 side, which is the actual criminal investigators, they're gonna follow your ass in. If you're a politician, that's a 10xer, they're following your ass everywhere you go. Did you pay cash? They'll walk right up. I've seen, I think I've talked about cases where I've seen IRS agents walk up to cash registers at restaurants and say, "How do you just pay?" And the guy's right there. Yeah. And
You did that a couple times.
yeah, I did it one guy. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah. The IRS agent was fun.
MOs.
Yeah.
Different MOs.
Didn't something recently change with the IRS? Didn't they just get some sort of new?
Yeah, I heard 87,000 folks who won't be trained until 2046.
Well, there's
It's just
more.
ridiculous.
This is like this is an unknown fact though. That was crazy.
Did you see
but-
some of the hirings of some of the people, some of the demographics of the hirings?
No.
I mean, nothing against educated, it doesn't matter. But these are not the best and the bright. These are the people that couldn't get in the military. They didn't want to go in the military. Seriously, that's what it is. Think about it. I mean, we just don't. How do you not work through? You are 25,000 short national on your. This is just one branch. Is the Army's recruiting. 25,000 short, but yet those people that you said no, we can't really deal with what you did here or whatever. IRS is picking them up.
Because who the fuck wants to be an IRS agent?
Right.
Like you walk into a bar, you tell a
These
chick I'm an
aren't-
IRS agent. Like
These are
she's out.
auditors. These are
They've been agents. They
These
can
are
carry
people that are-
guns, right?
The 1811s can. So the criminal investigators can.
That's what.
But the OIG side, they're doing audits. But listen, if you jumped on a call with LegalZoom right now and said, "Hey, I'm an S corporation," you know what they're going to tell you? Oh, that never gets audited. So I said, I had a guy.
I'm an S corporation too.
Never gets audited. So the guy goes, well, now we're going to get audited. But sorry,
You're the first phone call I'm making.
Sorry,
Jeff.
all right, I'm done. But honestly, like that LegalZoom is telling you, providing you that information, and the fact that you have to hire 87,000 people means you are so far behind that I'll be dead and buried before somebody comes and knocks on my door and says, "Hey, what was that? Hey, you went down to concrete, and you wrote that off." I'm like, "Yeah, that was Dan. He told me to do it." Yeah, when we were smoking a hookah. Now we do.
No, but there's like, in all seriousness, with the IRS though, there are some guys there who are legit, and they're not they're not just like falling for your taxes and stuff. Andy Greenberg, who I'm having back in, who we've talked about before, his whole last book that is now coming out. I guess it'll be out like when this episode comes out in a couple of days. But like his whole last book is basically on the biggest dark web stories of the past 10 years that he was a part of the reporting on. Like Andy was an early guy on the Silk Road story. He interviewed Ross Holbrook when he was still DPR behind a keyboard before anyone else did. And he works his way through like Alpha Bay up to even like some of the crazy like child porn cases that they were able to trace. And the stars of the book are IRS agents. And these are dudes going around the world with guns on their fucking hips, getting some of the biggest organizations and taking them down. The Silk Road's like kind of a different one for people, but if you look at some of these other like straight up evil ones that they took down, there's other agencies involved, but like there's some badass guys who figured this shit out. I gotta get
Greatest leverage in the world is having an IRS agent, criminal investigator on your team when you're doing a search warrant. Just they don't want to talk.
Remember we were talking about authorities?
Yeah.
IRS can look into something nobody else can.
That's exactly it. Sometimes they just
How do you explain Scientology?
Oh yeah,
that's
I
a
mean,
great
is that
question.
an open-ended question? Because I don't have an answer to any of
Yeah.
that.
The story of Scientology. Are you familiar with how Scientology became a religion, like officially?
I just know Tom Cruise. That's all.
They wanted to become. Where's Shelley? Where is she? They wanted to become a religion so bad. They basically the leader of Scientology, whose name is
L. Ron Hubbard. Is that the guy?
David Miscavige.
Okay.
L. Ron Hubbard started
Founder.
it. He was a science fiction writer. He founded it.
Okay.
And then David Miscavige took over. And L. Ron Hubbard's dying wish was for Scientology to become a religion, so they wouldn't be able to pay tax, wouldn't have to pay taxes.
Oh man.
So what they did was they had literally I think it was tens of thousands of their members all filed lawsuits against the IRS. And eventually they won. The IRS fucking waved the white flag and said, okay, you guys can become a religion. You guys are tax free.
That's all it takes. That's awesome.
Wow.
I'm gonna plug that one back in the memory bank for later on.
Fucking wild. There's a documentary about it. It's fascinating. The documentary is called Going Clear, The Prison of Belief. And basically how they just brainwash all these people into Scientology and they convince them to do whatever they want. Basically, they start out by feeding you I'm not familiar with Scientology, how it works. They feed you all these life hacks in the beginning on how to better your life, how to push out all the negative influences in your life, and how to become the best version of yourself, like Tony Robbins type shit. And then once you get into it and you start paying the money, then they start letting you into some of the fucking Xenu alien galactic overlord shit. And
you have to graduate.
It's wild.
My one friend wanted to try it out for Scientology.
Try it out.
Did he
Like,
really?
yeah, I really need some help. They're like, oh, Mike, you were fucked up. You failed like the whole test they give you. And he's like, oh, this is some crazy shit.
Man.
Did he really? He wasn't serious. Like he wanted to go there just to see like if he could see into the cult.
Well, the headquarters of where it all started is less than 15 miles from where we are.
Yeah,
It's
didn't
a
you
beautiful
have
headquarters. It's insane.
What town?
Clearwater. Downtown Clearwater.
Who was the guy you had on, Mike Rittler?
You see the brick buildings in Clearwater?
Yeah.
All that old historic refurbished district. It's all
Tom Cruise
It's
is
called
in
the
there.
Flag. It's called the Flag Building, and the inside of it is literally plated in marble and gold. It looks like the inside of Trump's fucking penthouse.
Yeah.
It's insane. And all those guys, Tom Cruise and John Travolta, they both have condos in downtown Clearwater somewhere. And there's like, it's so many fucking. Some of the wealthiest people in Clearwater are a part of Scientology. Like, if you look at all the waterfront homes in Clearwater, it's kind of creepy, man.
Economics, man. Just like
That's our next mission.
They're either
what our religion's gonna look like.
my accountant.
Well, what about like that's actually a really good topic. I don't know if I talked to either of you guys about this. No. I'm saying like when you look at the world and conflicts and playing into cultures, every war, not like that. A lot of wars tie back to like certain people at the top of the structure bastardizing like the religious beliefs, and that could even, by the way, I'm including like the religious belief of the state here. Like you look at the Soviet Union, what was their religion? They worship the fucking hammer and sickle and everything. And so when you're working in the symbol of democracy, like America, where there's freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of all that, and you're evaluating other countries where that doesn't exist, do you find that the people who are on our end evaluating that, who literally haven't been to those places, have no ability to actually add something to the conversation? Yes and no, I would say. So part of what you're talking about is cultural sensitivity,
Yes,
or cultural acuity. But another part of what you're saying is also understanding the foundational ideology of a culture. It goes way deeper than religion. It goes, I mean, you got to look at how they're raised. You got to look at what their life experience was like from their core years from 1 to 5, and their core adolescence from 13 to 21. These are when all people are shaped, when your brain is conditioned. So for sure, people who are culturally acute can offer some amazing insights. But that doesn't necessarily mean that people who aren't culturally acute are worthless. What actually ends up happening is sometimes the best ideas come because a culturally ignorant person proposes something that is so outlandish to the culturally acute person that they would have never even considered it, and then all of a sudden you've got this innovative idea. That's what I've seen. That's how I've seen it play out.
I like that. Yeah, I like that. I mean, in my world, military world was basically that. Looking at a culture, looking at all parts of that culture to include, like Andy said, their upbringing, their particular methods of doing things that are different than any place else for the most part, and then trying to kind of find ways to incentivize that.
but you're for example, though, your undercover work in the FBI when you did that was very different, as you told me, correct me if I'm wrong, than your undercover work in the Army, because as you put it, I think, in the Army, the end goal was they're gone, right? Whereas in the FBI, you're trying to get information and make a case and whatever. So what are you like when you're going undercover with
less about yes, you're absolutely right on that side. But what I'm saying is, in my actual military position and job as a civil affairs officer, you're trying to understand and how to incentivize that person or that culture, those people, to in fact help for a particular, and have them believe that they're helping for their particular.
Because if they don't help you, they become hostile to you.
100%.
And you don't. It's much easier to have 15 people fighting for you than coming up with 15 people who have to neutralize 15 people before the battle comes.
That's right. And a lot of it, incentive, think about incentive sometimes is just cash. Problem with that is, you start seeing those people picked off slowly
because they can be bought out by someone else.
And that's it. So they go away. So we had to be really careful. And then there was a whole deal with, corruption within our military of realizing, getting down and out about the fact that, we're paying these people, they're providing information, then they're gone. What are you guys doing about it? So, you know what? Fuck you. I'm taking the money. And that happened. That was a mindset that happened. So we had go forward a few years, and I had cases that actually came from that. People, and you would talk to these people, and they would say, "Yeah, I'm. There's no way I'm going to participate in their death." So you stole money? Is that? No, I didn't. I diverted it so people wouldn't get killed, and they believed it.
Well, they convinced them. You're saying they convinced themselves that they got money.
Of course.
Yeah. We all do that. We all rationalize it.
Yes.
But yeah, to your point, when it comes to the benefit of it's all a cost benefit analysis. How much time and energy should go into understanding someone's ideological background, and what's the benefit you get out of it. Jim and I come from a world where benefit to the United States is everything. If it doesn't benefit us, then we don't really waste our time on it. And I think the reason that we've been successful in business outside of government is because we approach it the same way. What's the benefit to us? What's the service that we can provide? And if there's a positive, a net sum win there, then we execute. If it's net neutral or net loss, we're not going to waste our time. So many people out there, our culture, talk about cultural ideologies, our culture in the United States has somehow turned into somebody else needs to do it for me. Mm-hmm. It's somebody else's responsibility to teach my children. It's somebody else's responsibility to keep my neighborhood safe. It's somebody else's responsibility to give me a job. It's somebody else's responsibility to determine if my skill sets warrant a college degree. We've outsourced so much of our life. We've outsourced to somebody else's systematic structure of approval. And who defines that systematic structure of approval? The state. Not the state of Florida, but the nation state of the United States. Amen. So when you're up against that kind of enemy, honestly, sometimes the best thing to do is just to work outside the system, which is why that's how we've chosen to operate. We work outside of the system, because then the system doesn't really know what to do with us. And most of the clients that meet us are like, "You guys are outside of the system." We're like, "Yeah, we can do pretty much anything you want to have happen. We can find a creative way."
But what if the same people who are perhaps funding you to do that are also funding the system itself? Isn't it just a never-ending closed circle?
It doesn't. Here's where I get cutthroat. Do we benefit? Does the client benefit? End of story. That's it.
The thing I've learned a lot from Andy, and it's only been
you guys are working together. Money is the ultimate religion.
But the thing that impressed me so much and that has changed my style of doing business and what he does really well is his one thing. So what he does is training, and that's his one thing. He's able to look outside of anything else and say, "No, I'm really sorry. I never could do that." As we know, it would be like, "Yeah, I definitely can do that." And then I found myself in a position where I could, not because I wasn't capable, because I didn't have time, and I didn't want to get outside of the realm of just one guy. So watching Andy operate, and we sat last summer, and just listening to him, I've been able to one thing it, and you know how difficult that has been for me.
Yeah.
And man, oh man, right? All I'll say is it's taken off. Where he's the training person and he does it, and what we witnessed last night, how well he does it, how thorough and how servant leadership oriented he is. My assessment work has just been a blessing. I simplified to the point where we can do it now. You can't do that in a government organization. You can't one thing it. Even if you're in a certain, if you're in one area of the world or another, you still have many responsibilities.
Even if you're super talented at one thing,
you're going to get moved around. Now they'll pigeonhole you in shit that's meaningless. They will do that, so you got to watch out.
Well, they do that.
You got to be careful.
Why is that?
Because it's easy, because there's no issues with that one thing. Put this guy. He's going to do all our computer, work.
Yeah.
Put him over there. He won't say anything. In the meantime, the dude's burnt out. He's miserable. He's been divorced twice. But you know what? There's never a problem that comes with the computer systems. Ever. We never have an issue. And I was guilty of that probably a bunch until I started to realize what's going on with so and so. He's miserable. So my point is, the one thing is your detriment sometimes in the bureau, but also the fact that you cannot choose your one thing and move forward with it is the biggest distraction. It's the shiny nipples. You're either going to be a guy who wants to be on the headlines, or you're going to be a guy that's actually going to get things done. We have too many headline folks at the bureau lately. Too many people looking for, I got to be this and that, and you see what's happening. You see the press we're getting, and rightfully so.
So yeah, I think Jim and I we're not naive to corruption. We're not naive to conspiracy. We're not naive to the fact that the system is built for the preservation of the state, not the preservation of the people. We're not naive to any of that. But we also realize that our sphere of influence doesn't bleed into that. And I'm not going to spend my chance to create a legacy for my family. I'm not going to spend that spinning wheels trying to reshape the world, trying to reshape the country that has formed the way that it has formed because of the foundation that we've been formed on. We're a giant battleship. We turn, our country takes changes, it turns, it evolves, but those evolutions are really slow. I'm not going to be the one that spins my wheels trying to turn it. And I think what we've discovered in business especially is that when depending on how you shape a business, it can be a freaking sports car. Speed up, slow down, turn on a dime, take off. Or you can spend your time trying to build a giant warship or a cruise ship, spend 10 years building it, and then it still doesn't turn very well, right? That's just not the world that I'm part of.
Right.
I'll talk
like
about
John Karaoke.
Yeah.
I'll talk about anything that folks want to talk about. If I can contribute, if I can collaborate, I absolutely want to contribute and collaborate. But the truth is, I go to sleep at night just fine with the fact that our country's in some kind of decline right now. I can't fix it.
Yeah, you speak really bluntly about that, and that's one thing that I think it almost like all the same people who call you out for still being active CIA or not a real spy or something, they then hear that and they're like,
Oh, right. Yeah. We're giving up control. I mean, we have lived a life of control from our service academy days through our service through, our time in the government. And it's so nice to give up that control in many ways in your life, not to get spiritual or whatever. Give up control and everything seems to fall into place, right? We weren't built for that when we're able to do it. I find the best part of this whole conversation is that an Air Force and an Army guy are using Navy, kind of ships to explain our point.
Because the only place we can find real inefficiency. The place we can find real inefficiency.
I had a guy in here last week who was a Harvard scientist. He had a master's degree from Harvard, doctorate, I think, from MIT, and he was hired by DARPA. He was part of a headhunting thing. He got picked to work with DARPA to develop all kinds of weapons, and he said he couldn't talk about a lot of them, but he could talk about some of them. He was talking about he's made this his life's mission, is to help people with this directed energy brain problems people are having, which is quote unquote Havana syndrome. And I try to research it. I try to actually do like a 2-day deep dive on it, and it's split down the middle. There's so many people online that say that these are just crazy people. Like these people are like that worked in the embassy in Cuba, like conveniently had a headache and a hangover, and now they want to try to take all this, these benefits, claiming they have some sort of fucking covert CIA weaponization thing that happened to them from either the Russians or whether it was our weapons or Russia's weapons. And they claim it's just, like woo-woo conspiracy shit. And then there's a whole nother group of actual like former officers of CIA or FBI. There's actually an article that just came out last week of an FBI agent I sent you this article. The FBI, the new FBI bureau in Miami, one of the guys there just got diagnosed with quote unquote advanced, I forget what the actual medical term is, directed energy. Do you have any experience or knowledge of anything like this?
So I know directed energy weapons are real. They're very real. They've been experimented for a long time. They're fraught with issues because our technology isn't good enough to be able to hone the directed energy. So it's dispersed and it's unpredictable and it's unreliable. So for sure, directed energy weapons are something. Microwave energy weapons and other types of directed energy weapons have for a long time been real. Now, whether or not they're what's causing Havana syndrome, that's the real question that people have. Have they been actively weaponized and deployed into the field? For me, I've got peers and people that I trust at CIA who are claiming these symptoms, and they have no reason. There's no win for them. Like, you guys don't know the culture at CIA. The culture at CIA is you don't walk around claiming that you're hurt with a headache. That's not. You're not a warrior if you walk around just complaining about a headache or if you try to fake that you have a bad knee or something like that. Like, the culture is hardcore. The culture is anything that is required to keep America safe, we will do, and we will bear it as silent sentinels. That's the culture. So if there are people at CIA saying that they have this common symptom, I believe them. And I know that energy directed weapons are real. I trust the people at CIA who are saying they have symptoms. I'm going to say there's a guy who has graduated Harvard with multiple degrees who's saying that they're real and he's dedicating his life to solving the problem. I'm going to say it's real. I'm going to say the idiots on the internet who have an opinion about how it's not real, they don't have a stake in the game. So from my point of view, they can go to hell. People who have a stake in the game, that's where I'm going to gamble.
He's also saying he's interviewed over 2,000 civilians who claim the same exact symptoms. Civilians in the U.S.
Which would make sense if it was truly a direct energy weapon because they can't be controlled indirectly. So you've got all sorts of bleed over and all sorts of collateral damage. You speak that.
I don't have personal experience with knowing folks. I'd love to see who the Miami agent is because I know that office pretty well.
I texted you the
I'm wondering if they were these folks that had it happen in Miami, or were they over?
This is the article. This is the article right here. Go back to the top.
Is that one of them?
No, this is not. This is not the right one. I gotta text you the right one.
But
this one came up.
I'm with Andy on the side of, if they exist and we know they do, and we have somebody that's confirming that, who's educated, and we have people within the organizations that we work for. There's guys that are dying from the pile, and they're not making it up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I look at it and say, hey, look, and it's not. Listen, there's no benefit of getting medically retired.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there's no benefit. You're miserable, and I know one or two people who have done it. They're miserable people because they want to be back in the fight. But the government now, because you brought it up, the government's saying, sorry, you can't do it.
Anybody out there saying that it's easy to get medical benefits from the government is clearly completely ignorant to what it's like to get medical benefits from the government.
Here we go. This is the article. Okay. Florida case of Hampton. More than 1,000 U.S. government employees and their families say they're experiencing severe headaches, mental disorientation because of something called advanced syndrome. Okay, this is like 60 minutes. This keeps going. Yeah, so I guess there's like some sort of. So the FBI won't talk about it. Like, I guess they reached out to the Bureau to get some sort of official comment on it, and no one will comment on it.
Well, that doesn't mean anything.
They're saying it's a quote unquote cover up.
Yeah, of course they're saying it's a cover up. If you send a media inquiry to CIA or NSA or FBI, it better be something extremely important and relevant to their normal line of work if you expect the one or two public affairs officers to find that one request out of the 10,000 they got that day and take the time to respond to it. Right. Or no comment is literally just no comment.
And it's also got to be like, I totally understand why there's things not in your interest to do it, right? Like, the last thing you need, and this even applies to the FBI, because there's plenty of covert level things that have to happen there from like a policing perspective. The last thing you need is to put information that can be used out there. So I almost don't understand. Like, you had the one guy in, right, Tom O'Neill, right, the dude who wrote the Manson book. Mm-hmm. He broke it down perfectly because he went
He went to
Chaos.
Yes.
That's a great.
It's right
it's a great
there.
read.
Right
I
there on-
connected Charles Manson and
Great,
Dale.
great read.
He went through the story perfectly about how I think it was with the Washington Post. They were insisting that like their CIA sources were perfect. And I said, okay. And he had the actual like information that they were going to be looking for. So I said, I'll tell you what, I'll bring it down. Let's get them on the phone. Let's see what they say. And so they get him on the phone. And they're like, hey Tom, how are you? Like going back and forth like it's every week. Or Jim, we'll call him whatever. And so Tom O'Neill's sitting in the room with the documents. And the reporter asked, or the editor, I think it was, asked the CIA guys about this information that's literally sitting right in front of them to comment on it and describe like what they know. And they say, oh yeah, we know all about that. And they proceed to lie their ass off and say the opposite of what's on that page. And when you hear that story, you're like, oh wow, what scumbags, whatever. But at the same time, I do recognize that like whatever was on that page is not in their interest to be able to like get the story to the media so that the media can tell people and distract them from doing their job, which is a slippery slope. Let's be honest, it could be, but at the same time, like I don't like the CIA especially is a spy organization. I expect them to be spies, right? Like I don't expect them to be out here doing podcasts, though you're doing a great job on behalf. You know what I mean? It's not like I'll never leave that alone. I'll never. I believe it. But you know what I mean? Like it's not, and I get that. It's not in your interest to say that. So even with a story like this, you guys may very well be working on all this right now, but you're not going to be like, yeah, no, it's totally real. They're attacking us every day.
No.
It doesn't benefit. It doesn't benefit the people who are doing the work. It doesn't benefit the victims. It doesn't benefit the scientists, right? The truth is that the truth very often doesn't benefit the public. And the public doesn't like to hear it, right? The truth is that the truth does not often benefit the public. So what's the point in telling the public the truth? Just because they feel like they're entitled to the truth? If they feel entitled to the truth, they can go apply for a job at FBI.
That's right.
They can go enlist in the military, and they can learn all the truth they want to learn.
There you go.
Yeah, how does that erode the trust of government and erode at the civilization, or not just the civilization, but erode at the fucking the nation?
The government doesn't
people
care.
of the nation.
Yeah.
The government doesn't care.
Do they not care? They don't care, right?
They don't care. They don't. Does it erode at the trust? They don't care. The government doesn't benefit from trust in government. The government benefits from obedience and civil order. If the day came that distrust in
And that's
government,
how you get fucking January, whatever. What was the day they fucking
January
stole
6th.
this? January 6th.
yeah. So the point is that our forefathers created government in the United States that was designed to protect this perfect union, not all of the people within this perfect union. As long as the union is secure, then it can operate to serve the benefit of the people, even the people who don't like or trust the government, right? So who does the government prioritize? It prioritizes the person engaged in civil government. The people who vote get a say. The people who pay taxes get a say. The people who want to run for office and become elected, they all get a say. So if you engage and participate, then the government does in fact serve you. But if you sit around and you throw pot shots and you bitch, the government already knows you're going to be perfectly content with your working water, your working sewage, your working electrical lines, your local police force, your public school.
Here's the scary thing. If you look at media and the evolution of media, it's moving away from the people that are in control of pushing the narratives. It's going more into the hands of independent creators who can speak their minds and speak freely and have conversations like this and talk about all the fucking deception and all the lies and all the dark, sinister things that the government has done. And when it starts to go more and more that way, well, the problem is they're financially incentivized to do that more. And that voice becomes bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Now that's directly in conflict with the government. What happens after that?
It is, but you're giving people what they crave.
Yeah.
You know, we can't do that as government servants. I can't sit and talk to somebody about what they crave. They really want to know, oh man, was there anything? And it's cliche for us when we say we really can't talk about it, but sometimes we really can't talk about it. You know, it's our livelihood and our well-being that goes on the line. Should we do that? But what you guys are doing, which I think is beautiful, and it's the next level of where we should be going for independent. There's no independent thinkers until these things came along, right? So people are never really investigating their own mind and saying, what do I really think about that and why? Now you're showing structure for how to do that with guests, with what you're doing together, what you're doing separately, what other people are doing. there are not a lot of independent thinkers, and I'm talking very well educated people who the last thing they watched or saw is their opinion.
Have you ever heard of the 80-20 rule?
Yeah, I love that one.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the 80-20 rule applies to everything. It's mathematically sound. So that means it applies to all of this independent media that you're talking about. Of the 100% of people who are listening to this conversation right now, 20% of them will learn something new and take action. 80% of them aren't even paying attention right now. Maybe they're looking at the screen right now because I just called them out for not paying attention.
Right.
But 80% of them aren't paying attention. We are not here to talk to the 80%. You're not doing this work every day to talk to the 80%. We are all talking to the 20%. And then if you look at just the 20%, of the 20% that listen and learn something new, of that group, only 20% will take action. The other 80% will be satisfied with the fact that they learned one new thing.
But it's also the 20% controlling the conversation too, because the 20% who yell out the fucking loudest and scream at each other get all the attention. And so then the 20% who actually are paying attention get pissed at them because they're in the 80% that doesn't want to do that. That's another never-ending circle. Right there too.
Yeah, but I think what the value is here is the thought and the idea of independent thinking. We need more of that. We don't have that. Look at, I'm not picking on a generation, but this tells them all they need to know, right? In their mind. Now, we know that's not the case, right? We know the case that you should really look into things that bother you, look into things that interest you, and like Andy said, find your one thing, pursue it with full foot down on the pedal, and learn from that and experience the independent thinking, which is, again, it's a control thing. Lose control. Let yourself do it.
It's almost like, to look at the control point a different way. We were brought up in government where we had to try to have functional control over a wide set of things, but we didn't have full control over anything. When you can shed all of that functional control and focus on getting full control of one thing, you're unstoppable. There's lots of people out there that can kind of multitask and have functioning control over 10 different things. But the one guy, the one gal who has full control over the one thing can't be safe.
So well said. Yeah, multitasking is bullshit. Can't happen. You just can't do it because you just never get back to the thing that you're supposed to be doing. And I just think you're opening people's eyes to that, to the ability to do that and to think about what they can, not only what they can learn, but what they can do. And think about you guys are independent thinkers. That's what you do. You question things, but with background that's significant.
We don't agree with your question. We don't agree with your point of view sometimes, but you still run a platform where we can basically sit here and make fun of Julian's tin hat.
Right.
Exactly. And you can sit here and tell me all day long I'm lying to you about not being current CIA. That's the kind of thing that doesn't get to exist.
And the people that bitch and moan, what we're talking about, the people that are complaining all the time, this didn't happen, whatever. There are people that don't have an independent thought. So what is their one thing? Bitching and moaning. That's what they do. And they're great at it. And it's instant gratitude. It's instant satisfaction. Oh, did you see what I said? And that dude said, okay, but what did you accomplish by having that instant, gratification? Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. You're back on the surface.
So think about it. I find this fascinating because I love watching your guys' podcast continue to grow. And congratulations on both of you.
Oh, it's awesome. Yeah.
One of my favorite things to do is to look at the comments on one of your recent videos. A video from 2 weeks ago. And I know you're laughing.
Oh, yeah.
Because when I look at it just to see how many people are making comments. Because that's an indicator of engagement. And then after I see how many people, I'll open up and just kind of scroll through it to see how many are positive comments and how many are negative comments. The vast majority of these are negative comments, right? Trash talking the guest, trash talking the host, trash talking whatever else. What I think is awesome is that you guys see those comments the same way I do. People are feeding the algorithm to make YouTube realize that your interview that you just did is interesting to people. Oh, it's great. So then as they're pissing all over us, they don't even realize they're adding fuel to the vehicle to make it reach more people. 80-20 rule applies. The more people it reaches, 20% of those people are the right people. 80% of those people are going to piss and moan about it, make a comment, fire it up, get it some more.
Generate it to the next level.
Yeah. I love it, and I love the fact that that's going to happen. It's going to happen with this one too. There's probably somebody writing a negative comment right now.
Oh, they've already been there, my friend. That started at timestamp 2.
Shit, how do I delete that? I don't want this to go to anybody. They don't realize they just shut their mouth If all the naysayers just shut their mouths,
No,
social
don't do
media would
that.
come
Don't
to
do
a
that.
screeching halt.
Isn't that interesting that you'll click on a YouTube video just so you can scroll right past the video and read the comments?
If you take a look at my Twitter account, I'm pretty sure my Twitter account is
Oh, it's World War V.
it's full of hate followers.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
No one likes you.
Have you heard of hate following? I love hate following. People follow you just because they hate you. They follow you so that they can be the first
Yes.
one to shit talk you and shit you like a tweet.
No, your comments are both of your comments
Yeah.
are pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Your comments are fucking
Yeah.
hilarious, and I love it because I'll refresh my feed, and every other comment is this guy wasn't a real CIA spy, or like this guy's
Oh,
taking over the world.
I love when they correct.
But
you
it's
know,
like,
that couldn't have happened because all right, bro, whatever.
Stop. And it's so easy to predict too, because then if I have John Karayaku on here, everyone's fucking kissing his toes.
Yep.
They love John Karayaku.
That's the way that fucking the people on the internet.
Confirmation bias.
Yeah, exactly right. Confirmation bias.
But it's a great vehicle. I mean, it's fabulous. Truly,
No,
it's truly fantastic.
But right now we're talking about the easiest thing that we shouldn't be taken for granted, which is like, the ability to communicate and how it's changing on like a mass level. Great, very important. I agree. I want to continue to see it like go this route of what we're seeing a lot of good independent thought out there. But in society itself, and I mean this around the world, I just get the feeling all the time as a naturally positive guy, you still have to be a realist about what's going on. And I've never felt things so fragile. And it's like when you look at history, effectively the world got fragile the minute, we dropped I don't know why we did 2 nukes in Japan. That's another question. But like you drop a couple nuclear bombs, you prove that it's possible. And then, what a lot of people don't even realize is that within the next 10 years, a lot of countries, including us, were able to develop chemical weapons, all these different things. And I look at this and I go, holy shit, we have had this stuff for now 75 years, whatever it is. And for the most part, like we've been okay on like a mass killing perspective in that way, right? But now we're living in this world where every day I'm like, when's someone just like going to drop the microwave bomb and we just all go, and, this whole conversation about independent journalism doesn't exist because we don't. Where are the aliens? That's my question.
Just think rings of Saturn.
It's funny you said one of the guy who I was telling you about, the Harvard guy, was also telling me about this technology the Air Force has that is some sort of laser beam hologram technology, and its purpose is designed to show up on radar of an enemy's radar and show up like a fleet of planes or shit is coming at you, when really it's just fucking hologram.
Yeah.
And the first thing I thought about was the UFO sightings off those ships. And
yeah, buddy.
That's not just technology we have. That's technology. That
they're
is
basically laser pointers in the sky, and that's exactly how those fighter pilots described it.
It's asymmetrical warfare. That's all it is. If you can make a radar system detect something, then you've got an asymmetric advantage. You can turn 1 fighter jet in the sky into 15 fighter jets in the sky. You can turn 0 fighter jets in the sky into a fleet of fighter jets in the sky. You can make it look like an unidentified flying object off the coast of your carrier suddenly ducked into the ocean, ducked out of the ocean, and then flew straight up in the atmosphere. You can essentially incapacitate any radar-driven device with disinformation.
Yeah. Is that what you think this is? After we talked about this maybe almost a year ago.
Yeah.
Has your opinion changed on it since then?
No. I mean, if anything, with the increased amount of research and the increased amount of information that's come out since the government started releasing its UAP, UFO, reports, the overwhelming probability continues to point to terrestrial explanations. Right? Whether it's new weapon systems, old weapon systems, experimental weapon systems, disinformation systems, whatever it is, that's still the predominant description. There's fantastic reporting out there that explains the tic tacs that we're seeing. I mean, very sound, solid scientific explanations for how it's shadow from radar, how it's the speeds that are reported are inaccurate compared to the actual speeds that are reported on the actual airframes themselves, that help to color with more scientific context what those various UFOs were reported by the Navy fighter jet pilots, which also explains why they would be publicly allowed to be released. Because they're not in fact hyper dangerous weapon systems from foreign governments, and they're not in fact suspicious foreign invaders, right? So yeah, as far as the whole UFO conversation goes, I still very much believe we have to lean on terrestrial explanations first. When those are proven to be unreliable, then we can open the door to what's next. But we have to start with what we know. That's what science is. You start with what you know.
Well, then how do you rationalize the New York Times articles coming out saying that you have to take these seriously as a otherworldly threat?
I don't know if the New York Times is coming out saying we have to take them seriously as an otherworldly threat, then whoever,
like literally the word threat they use.
So I'm sure, but otherworldly is the thing that I don't necessarily believe. Right? Do we have to take them as a serious threat? Yes. If you have some sort of phenomenon happening in the atmosphere that puts commercial airlines in danger or puts military aircraft in danger, yes, that's a threat that you have to take seriously. But do you have to take it seriously as an otherworldly alien species threat? No. And I think the government is doing the right thing, answering to the American public and answering to general flight safety and air superiority. If you want to control the skies above a battlefield, you have to understand what's happening in the skies above. That's why special operations have special ops meteorologists. Because you've got to be able to control the sky. If there are pockets of gas and weird lights and objects in the sky that could put a pilot at risk, put a drone in danger, we've got to understand what it is.
Yep. Is there a protocol for if a spaceship lands on the White House lawn? Is there a government protocol?
Somebody got paid for that. Had to happen.
Yeah,
Someone is
no doubt. Yeah. Sleepy Joe wasn't aware.
What would that protocol be?
I don't know what it would be, but I was thinking, let me go back to the last bit of conversation. So you think about TWA 800. Now we interviewed, I was most kind of pulling that up. I love we interviewed, so TWA 800 sometime in 95, I think it was July of 95. There's a commercial airliner coming out of LaGuardia Airport heading to France, packed. It's a 747 packed. There's probably 300 passengers on it, and it's shot. It blows up in midair about 13 miles off of the airport. And, everyone obviously dies.
Is the soccer students or something?
Students, that's right. The students going over to some type of summer youth week in France.
Yeah.
So,
and you worked this case. You were investigating.
I did. So we put this thing back together over the course of a year, and there's clearly a missile shot in the side of it. The explanation that the center gas tanks on the 747 were not locked off. So they're supposed to be locked off so they can't pass wing to wing. They can only take the fuel that they have in either wing, and the pilot can go ahead and switch out. So the explanation was, there was a little bit of a seal that was not working, and it opened up, and the thing blew up in the sky. I think we interviewed every certified 747 pilot in the United States, who all said that that's impossible, that could have happened. Take it forward, there was a Navy ship in the area that there was a rocket or a missile that was seen traveling to the aircraft, a bunch of flames, and then basically the thing dropped right after that. Let's take the technology that we just talked about. Mm-hmm. This particular person or persons that commanded that ship swore that they saw enemy aircraft in the air, and that's why they made the shot. Now that's gone. You can't find that anywhere. Just like I hate to say this, but just like some transmissions with a couple of fighter pilots right as 9/11 was happening, who supposedly may have caught up to the Shanksville aircraft. I don't know that to be a fact. You can't find anything on that anymore, but it was out there. The transmissions and everything. Right?
Yeah, I heard about that.
In fact, those guys interviewed on Nightline.
Yeah,
pilots. So Ted Koppel interviewed.
Here comes the comments.
And then it's gone. Right. So, but take that TWA 800. Think about what we were just talking about with things in the sky to make it look like as if there's a fleet of fighter jets, rolling across from another country. Take the Navy ship in the area. Take the eyewitness accounts, including I think Pierre Salinger was one of the ones that actually reported on it. Who knows, right? I mean, yeah, here we go. Conspiracy theory.
Right. Yeah, because I wonder if that was...
Let the skepticism begin.
reason I was going to ask about that.
Right, though, makes sense, right?
It doesn't.
Could-
And then what does make sense is that they had to stop. You know, going back to like the TWA 800 though, like what does make sense is that you can't admit that, right?
Oh,
so
yeah.
so, all right, just straight up without going into all the conflicting details with this and everything. It's like you're a Navy ship, you fire off test missiles, or you're off the coast of Long Island, and if you see enemy aircraft, you're supposed to fire because you get one shot to do it. You end up firing on a commercial airline. We all know what kind of hearings would happen in DC, the regulation and what you wouldn't be allowed to do anymore. And so from a cost-effective perspective, which is a very callous way of putting it, there's no reason to say that the military, the Navy, whatever, wouldn't make an assessment there in coordination with the top levels of government to say, look, win some, lose some. This is an L. Public can't really know about this, and we're going to move the fuck on. And then they shut down your investigation. And again, that's a tough one because if there's no malice with it, I guess we'll never know. But I have no reason to believe, like, why would you shoot down a bunch of students going to fucking France? You know what I mean? Like, there's no malice there. Then the bigger picture of like,
That's just
all
me
right,
thinking out loud about kind of tying together.
right.
You know, as we do so well. The agency and the bureau, we connect dots
Yeah.
together.
Have you ever seen the documentary? What was the documentary I told you to watch about 9/11?
Yeah, it was like 4 hours.
It was 9/11, the new Pearl Harbor. It was a 4-hour documentary.
They take.
I'm sure a lot of it is bullshit,
Yeah.
but they go deep on it. Like they interviewed, I think it was like 400 Boeing pilots and Boeing engineers. This is just one of the things they had in there that stuck out with me the most. They said that those Boeing jets could not fly at that speed, at that low of an altitude, without the wings ripping off.
I got a theory on that. Call it the Julian theory. I'm just wondering. No, but like looking at the 9/11 thing, because you were there that day, you're another person there that can speak to this. I find that people who were below the age of at least 6 or 7, sometimes a little older on that day, and perhaps more importantly, people who lived starting 2 states out, we'll call it 150 miles in radius from New York City, are increasingly exponentially more likely to assume conspiracies at the highest level on all of that, because they did not know people who were there that day in the building, who went down with the building, or were on the ground, or